Hello. Content farm. Yes, we are content farming. Hello orbs. Hello never my life. Hello. Please. Hello never. All right. I guess we'll just get this out of the way. We got a new Forbidden Limit list. Um I didn't have too high expectations. Notable that it's not at the beginning of the season, May 7th. That could be due to a holiday, which is fine. I don't VS buff. Oh, the Fenrir? Okay, yeah. Actually, that is. You know what? I didn't even think of it that way. I was just thinking about like, will this impact most decks generically? Because that was the reason I feel like it was limited. I wasn't even thinking about Kashtira either, though. I guess it's worth playing in Kashtira. Well, duh. But I mean, I guess it just gives you better pairs with probably. I'm sure Kashtira appreciates this. Metamorphosis. I can think of Fairy Tale, but I don't know if the timeline is that good. It makes sense for that. I'm not paying attention. Cash on hits before tier. Okay, I mean like one deck is Buns and the other deck is Kashtira. So, um, I'm kidding. Let me check when Fairy Tale came out. Fairy Tale. Um, it's in. It's not even out in TCG yet, right? Farm it? Yeah, we farm in. Match Lily. Give me a second. Blazing Dominion. So we don't even have that. There's gotta be another. There's gotta be another. This does function in Fairy Tale, I think. But there's gotta be another like cross promotion that they have in mind. Hello, hello. Tribute Habakiri or Murakuma to summon Dragoon and search for another Omni Negate. Yeah, that's I feel like once you activate Habakiri and it goes resolves, you can do whatever you want. I don't think I'm worried about my opponent activating Metamorphosis, but yeah, you could do that. Tribute Habakiri. Limited, Overtake, and the Orange Light. I think this is something people have been calling for a while, so this is not surprising. It's just Sulfur Cord, right? Yummy. I guess the tier limits piles get hit in the crossfire. But yeah. All right, back to where this thing belongs. Fuck orange, yeah. Get this shit out of my face. I prefer 0, but I'll take 1. I mean, it was limited before because of tier, and then they brought it back because no one gave a shit. Oh yeah, Gem Knight actually does get hit by this. Not that Gem Knight is like a crazy meta threat, but they can't do the. Will 3 Fair have an impact? Well, okay, someone pointed out that VS could actually use this, and I'm like, okay, yeah, they're actually right about that. This actually isn't that like. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I might play Rise Hard again. Secret Overtake. I think cool tunes in the shop, and they're seeing fit to hit it. This it's like kind of nice. It's not the end of the world. This matters, right? Because Cool Tune has just a few ways to overcome like just normal summoning a guy and not exploding. We are all running Neo Bubble Man? Yes. When the retrain comes out too, it's going in my deck. Overtake to 1 means Harmonia's next pack? Could be, yeah. What was I gonna say? Overtake. Oh, this matters, but there is Duelist Genesis to compensate. Obviously, Duelist Genesis isn't the same quality as Secret Overtake, but it's still it's still an option. But I play detail. Okay, I've been spoiled already, so these aren't surprising. Rose Whip, we can finally get these out of like 90% of the Cool Tune lists online. Personally, I don't. Okay, obviously, okay, I don't blame people for running this. Like they don't want to deal with fucking Radiant Typhoon and Striker. I understand. But I don't feel like those matchups are that big. Maybe in a Duelist Cup, if Cool Tune's present and then someone's trying to take advantage of the Cool Tune representing like 40% of the higher ladder, then they bust out the the Radiant Typhoon or some bullshit, and then they adapt by playing Rose Whip. You know, that could still happen. Rose Whip is so ass. Yeah, I do definitely think this is worthy of getting banned though. You know, just because Recco exists. You know, like even though this isn't like necessarily optimal, you know, into a wide meta, it's obviously not optimal. But sometimes it can get you there with between Recco and Rose Whip, and it's just like that's nasty. Um, like Secret, I don't like Secret Village at all. I'm glad that shit's banned. Hate the Rose Whip. Yeah. No one should be crying for this. This this was overdue. I think people have been asking for this. What was the deck that got Rainbow? I think this is, I don't know. I feel like, well, Draco Tail, right? It did see that. I guess it was already addressed with the limit. But for sure, Draco Tail brought it back. But like, you could be like, oh yeah, Draco Tail wasn't relevant enough to. I feel like this should be banned anyway. Even though no good detail, like it's the same thing with Rose Whip, right? Like people still played it enough. I still think like you can't really say good detail players don't play this card because you know good detail players are like a minority, and you know if they're actually data driven, they're probably going to look at how, you know the majority of players who play it. Like I don't think I think there's enough people playing this in detail for them to take a look at it again. Like I don't think you can hide behind be like, oh, good. If you're good, you wouldn't play it. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't stop people. Sell you but yeah, okay, this is gone. Get the fuck out of here. All right, that's it. Small ban list, but actually not terrible. All right, now we wait for Judeo to go live and react to his ban list so I can copy his opinion. I agree. Okay. Not that many people play detail like me. You're different. You're different. You're like Tasku. He's different too. Blood to getting banned, yeah. Orm, you heard what I said. I carry Tasku. Shut up. I'm surprised. I'm not like. Well, I'm surprised it's back to 3, but I don't know if I'm like mad or anything. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, I'll make sure I'll be on Judeo's live stream so I can copy his opinion on Fenrir. Peep the comment. We rat making or just farming? We're farming. I have work tomorrow, so small but very good balance. I guess that sums it up. Don't be an ass licker. This is trash balance. Yeah, small hit to cool tune, but K9 versus Raiden. Damn, this is trash because they didn't ban this balance is trash because they didn't ban what's it called? Spell canceller. They didn't Oh shit, Materia Bees? Okay. MD is the first format to hit KT. Really? Oh, I guess so. Kashtira is back. Ooh, okay, I actually was thinking about Dark Lords. I don't know if that means anything here. I don't know if anything here suggests that Dark Lords are coming back, but I was like thinking Plap raid. Oh shoot, thank you for the raid. Blazing Dominions reveals? Oh, you mean like the chess archetype? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they're doing the live stream. That's in like 13 hours from today. So I'll probably thank you so much for the what's called raid. Yeah, gummy raid. Bans and limits, they forgot some things that's to be expected from MD. Unlimited seem experimental. They treat us as gimmicks to see who's okay to release cards, especially back to 3. Release the tier limits. Okay, we're not getting I'm speechless. On the bright side, they kicked Naturia, Rose Whip, and 5 Rainbow, but on the other hand, they fully unbanned Fenrir LMAO. Metamorphosis back to MD with full is interesting though. Okay, you just repeated the ban list. You just recited the ban list hits. That's pretty. What are good targets for Metamorphosis? Goon, Rukalos. What is this? Something Starving Venom? They shot my boy Synchro Overtake? Yeah. I guess you have to play Duelist Genesis, even though it's not the same. Summon Izuna, Metamorph into Kalos. Okay, someone's cooking. I did not even think about that. Does this buff BS? I might try it. I don't know if it's a crazy buff, but Fenrir is at least not trash. They killed Gem Knights. That oh yeah, that's true. You can't do the going first Gem Knight half board anymore. LMAO. Please stop reading the comments. They're not that as interesting. I think the first one that said this ban list was trash was pretty funny though. Any aircraft when Metamorphosis will be great in Ubel or anything else that has easy access to level 10 to summon out Exterio. Nice. Okay, I didn't even think about that. Ubel Phantom. Wait, Phantom Ubel doesn't work. How does this kill Gem Knights? I don't think it kills Gem Knight like the engine or anything like that. But one of Gem Knight's strengths was being able to negate Perulia and Fua, and tutoring the Orange Light. Like, also being able to self troll too. But for what it's worth, it's not like the deck matches up that well into Draco Tails. Whenever Draco Tails around, like it's not you don't you put back the Gem Knights. Yeah, or towards being confused about the ban. I don't. It looks like banless. Supreme King started being Venom. Can you cheat it out with Metamorphosis? I feel like that one explicitly says must be summoned by its. I don't think Okay, Supreme King. All right, let's must be either fusion summoned or special summoned. Yeah, I don't think you can use a Metamorphosis to cheat this out. You literally have to have Dark Pendulums in the equation. All right. I mean, he was just spitballing. I'm not gonna be too tough on him, bro. Right. Unless Metamorphosis says, I don't think Metamorphosis ignores summon conditions. It's too old for that. No, it just straight up says special summon. It doesn't even treat it as a fusion summon. I mean, I kind of knew that already. All right. I mean, okay, he was just spitballing. All right. It's okay. It's okay. We don't cook. If you're not using Metamorphosis for Last Warrior, you're getting bullied. Is Last Warrior level 7 or 8? I think it's level 7, but let's see. Oh, okay. You know what? Cooking Fenrir. Yeah, it's level 7. Okay, summon Fenrir. Add, I don't know. And then Metamorphosis. Okay, I see the vision. Okay, I see the vision. Okay. So that's just the ban list. Ban some bullshit. Limited some bullshit. And this is just like, I didn't even expect a cool tune. Like, this is pretty decent for like in the shop. Cool tune still in the shop. I'll take it, you know. Fenrir at Fenrir Metamorphosis Last Warrior. Okay, yeah. Now I forgot about that technique. Time to run Fenrir. Holy shit. Okay. All right. I'm interested to see if this does anything. Good chance it doesn't, you know. Back when this was released, like I actually kept track. There was 8. Okay, one of my worst predictions ever. I was like, no one's gonna splash Fenrir. It's gonna be like Pinkertops, where only dedicated decks will play it. You know, worst prediction ever. I kept track, and Fenrir was like 80% represented in every fucking deck. At least from my experience on ladder, I was like, oh fuck, I'm wrong about that. Why did Fenrir need to come to 3? I have no idea. As they say in the comment sections, it is we're the guinea pigs. Okay, so I think that'll wrap up. Oh shit, thank you for the raid. Shout out. Thank you so much. All right. Ooh. All right, got it. Had a worse take than Farfa saying that no one was going to main Lancia for Malice and MD. It's up there. It's up there for sure. It's up there for sure. Is that's what I'm thinking. Is it fair? Is this Fairy Tail? But it like Blazing Dominion just came out. I don't know if the timeline fits. That's what I usually think. But I don't know. Maybe I can't. I'll believe it when I see it. But that is my first thought. That was my first thought. What is Fairy Tail? They have level 4 fusions that they can summon, and they're kind of like a combo pile. They use like a bit of generic. It's way out of order. Okay, yeah. It like my sense of the timeline is all completely messed up because I don't pay attention to the TCG OCG releases anymore. But yeah, it feels pretty early. But if they get Fairy Tail, whatever. Got KT early? No, the timeline lined up with Killer Tune. That was fine. That one wasn't that crazy. Next pack is EXO, Branded, Hecka Hands, and Harmonious. Oh yeah, there's got to be at least some one of the deck build packs in there. Yeah. I feel like Fairy Tail was the only real deck that played this. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're gonna. Okay, for sure they're not gonna give us Clay Guardian, even though that was another reason why they unbanned Meta for in the OCG. Yeah, we did get Wave 2 early. That's true. Okay, so I'm going to. Okay, I think I've said all I can say for this. What's wrong with Hecka Hands, bruh? There's nothing wrong with talking about Hecka Hands. All right. We keep seeing Elsie on the. People keep linking Elsie. He's pretty legit. I will say. I mean, he's basically just yapping, but I only like at least he has like something interesting to say about. Out of all the Magic players who started playing Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever, when he starts bringing up like Star Wars Unlimited, it's over for me. I stopped paying attention, but yeah. Chimera's my favorite deck, and Bozo doesn't like it because he's a little pup clown. Is this the second time the limited orange? Yes. I think first time was Tier Elements. And okay, I mean, he probably held out on this one because he just started picking up Yu-Gi-Oh and probably didn't have like probably didn't believe they had too informative opinion on Ash Blossom. Is why I imagine this is coming out so late. Chimera is a stun deck. I mean, I've seen them play the barrier statues, and I think they're just a combo deck that just builds any kind of board they can imagine. One of them being the barrier statue or whatever. What's the other one? There's the Diabells. I don't know. I feel like I lose outside. I lose anyway. They don't need those to win. Combos done. All right. All right. Raid Raptors and Void Events is still very good. Take this into consideration. I will take that into consideration. Anytime I get Kali Yuga, I'll remember your words.
There's one card that I've truthfully kind of been dancing around talking about ever since I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It is obviously something...
Can you react to the 40 cake? What do you mean? Isn't that a 24/7 stream? Okay, fine. I'll take a look at 40 cake. But I'm not like... What am I supposed to do? Okay, you received an egg. He's been playing for 1208 days, 6 hours. For those who don't know, I literally found this out 2 days ago. Or yesterday. But this is a bot that is programmed to hatch, basically shiny hunt, the entire Emerald Pokédex. Yeah, they're still on Peach. Apparently... Oh yeah, here's this comment. The mother Pikachu has 0 HP IVs. So I guess that has something to do with the shiny chances being so low. It has been Pichu since 94 hours. The video about the setup. Okay, fine. Okay. There we go.
Pokemon Emerald is a notoriously painful game to shiny hunt in. With broken PRNG seeding and a brutal 1 in 8,192 shiny rate, it can take multiple days of non-stop grinding just to find a single shiny. So, how long would it take for someone to complete a full Professor Oak and a Living...
I think I remember Ruby and Sapphire don't have shinies. Like, you can't encounter shinies in Ruby and Sapphire. Emerald, I didn't know it was, like, the rate was throttled, though. Holy.
Shiny Dex Challenge in Emerald. That's what I'm going to try and figure out, except I'm very lazy and I won't be doing this all by myself, so I decided to write a bot in Python to do it for me. The bot has been running 24/7 since New Year's Day in 2023, and as of this moment, it has been running back and forth at Route 102 for about 2.5 months now. Before we get into how the bot itself works, let's take a look at how to complete a challenge like this in Emerald. Huge shout out to Mulax for putting this guide together. It's been an incredible resource. Link is in the description. First off, if you're not exactly sure what a Professor Oak challenge entails, it essentially boils down to catching and obtaining one of every single possible Pokemon, including evolution stages. So, for example, instead of just catching one Ralts and evolving it to Gardevoir,
Oh, he's doing a living dex
to complete the living dex. Require them all to be shiny, and you've got yourself this challenge. The sped up clip you're seeing in the background is a clip from the 24/7 live stream that is probably running right now if you're watching this before 2025. The bot will also tweet out any new shinies and posts a shiny log and milestones in the Discord server, so feel free to pop in and say hi.
Oh, that's cool. They have a
All the links to
Discord.
these in the
Okay.
description. Even though I'm already kind of cheating by having a bot do all this, there are still a few ground rules. We must catch all living shinies before each gym if they're possible to evolve. That means if a Pokemon requires an item to evolve that we can't currently acquire, we don't need to get that Pokemon. We can come back later and get it when we
Yeah,
get it.
shiny living
Must
decks.
be
Yeah,
played once
this
in the
has
same
been
Pokemon,
running for
and no
3
enemies turn up.
years.
The game must always run at 1x speed.
It made
No
experience
RNG
special.
information,
That's
except
true.
the start
I
of
never
soft
got a
resets because
shiny
PRNG does not seed correctly.
in
So
all
the
my
bot must wait a different
any of my
amount
Emerald
frames after each reset.
playthroughs.
And lastly, no cheats, except for event tickets to walk to event islands and grind limited time shinies such as Mew. Quick note, if you're wondering what the shiny value you're seeing on the stream is, this is calculated using an equation that factors in your trainer ID, secret ID, and the Pokemon's personality ID. All of these values are pulled from the emulator's memory by script every time a new opponent appears. This calculation results in a number ranging from 0 to 65,000.
Why doesn't he use a game chart?
And if this
So
value is less
true.
than 8, then the Pokemon will be shiny. This means we have an 8 in 65,536 chance of getting a shiny, which equates to the base shiny rate of 1 in 8,192. Fun fact, if the shiny value is exactly 0, it will have square sparkles in Sword and Shield instead of stars.
What the hell?
Part 1, Pre-Stone Badge, or the Rustborough Gym.
I didn't even
This
know
part
there
is
was a
probably going
like
to be the longest leg of the entire
a
challenge, and you'll see
difference
why
in
in just a second.
animations.
The list of Pokemon required before attempting Rustborough Gym is 1. Mudkip, which we evolved to Swampert. We obtained a shiny Mudkip after 29,082 soft resets. The bot trained up Swampert to level 100 by battling Route 102 Trash. We also had a team full of Zigzagoon to gather a load of items with the ability pick up. Here's a look at the insane loot we picked up. The fairly common Pokemon ranging from 100% encounter rate to 10% are 3 Bisma, evolve 2 of them to Eladrid and 1 of them to an Exploud, 2 Poochyena, evolve 1 to Mygena. We've already caught 13 Poochyena so far. We need at least 5 Wurmples because the evolution is random when evolving to Silcoon and Cascoon, and then to Beautifly and Dustox. We have found 5 shiny Wurmples already. And
Oh, that's
evolved,
fucking annoying. That's it's 5 Wurmples to get all the shinies, but like if oh my god, I forgot about this. You don't know which one the Wurmple's gonna evolve into.
We got
Uh-oh.
lucky and got 3 Cascoon, so all we need is 1 more Wurmple, so 6 total. We need 2 Zigzagoon, evolve 1 of them to a Linoone.
Oh, that's
We
nice.
already have 3 Zigzagoon, so we're covered. 2 Wingull, evolve 1 to Pelipper.
All right,
Two
some
Taylor,
smartass is gonna bring up Obstagoon.
evolve 1 to Swellow. 2 Mariel, evolve 1 to Azumarill. 2 Shroomish, evolve 1 to Breloom. We've already found a Shroomish, and we trained it to level 54 to learn the move Spore. This will come in handy when we need to...
There's a shiny version of shinies,
We
yeah.
also need 2 Nincada, evolve to Ninjask and Shedinja. 2 Lotad, evolve to a Lombre. We can't get a Ludicolo until we can get a Leaf Stone at a later point.
First shiny with
Evolve
Wurmple?
1
Oh
to Bedrock.
shit.
We can't get Alakazam because it is a trade evolution. The rarer Pokemon include 3 5% chance Slakoth, evolve 2 into Vigoroth and Slacking. 3 4% chance Ralts, evolve into Curlier and Gardevoir. We've already found 2 Ralts and evolved 1 to Gardevoir. 1 2% Skitty. We can't get a Moonstone at this stage.
My
so
buddy
we'll come back
is
and get another
Goonie.
2% Skitty at a
We
later
are
stage.
not summoning
Last but not
Dragoon.
least, we have one of the biggest grinds of the entire challenge. 2 1% Seedot, which will evolve into Nuzleaf. Again, can't get a Leaf Stone, so we'll have to come back and get another
Oh,
one.
wait, is it 1% because it's like a version difference? Like Lotad is because I know Lotad and Seedot are different. Like in Ruby and Sapphire, you get one or the other. I didn't realize you can obtain the other in Emerald.
Seedot will be an extremely long grind. It is only a 1% rate at this stage, so this will be the primary focus, the long wild grass hunt at Route 102. Now, before we go any further, I just want to note that I'm by no means a professional developer. This project was a huge learning experience for me. It's the first time I've ever touched Lua, and it's the largest and most complex Python script I've ever had to write. The bot that's running right now is using the MGBA emulator with its Lua scripting API. However, I've recently begun to refactor the code to work in BizHawk instead. The MGBA version of the bot is available on GitHub, and the new better BizHawk version will be available soon. Links will be in the description. This Lua script is reading the memory from the emulator every single frame, pulling out data from specific points in memory. The kinds of information we gather to help run the bot includes players' trainer ID and secret ID, as well as the current map ID and XY coordinates, and also information about our party and opponents, including IVs and EVs, personality ID, which is used to calculate the shiny value, name, held item, experience, Pokeball type, the list goes on and on. If the script notices any of this information change, it will fire off a UDP packet to the Python script, which is listening and expecting the data. As well as the information being pumped into the bot by the Lua script, the Python script also checks for certain things on screen to determine which state the bot is in. So for example, if we want to run from a battle, the bot spams B to skip any text boxes until it can see the fight menu, then it will press down and right until it can see the run menu, and press A. The bot uses image references to do all of its menu navigation. Currently the bot is able to run back and forth in grass, fish using a fishing rod, soft reset for shiny starter Pokemon, and even bulk buy Premier Balls from the Pokemart. There are still quite a few things on the to-do list, such as breeding and hatching eggs, bunny hopping on the spot on an acro bike, and soft resetting for legendaries, but I'll develop these features as the bot progresses through the challenge. Thanks for checking out this
He
video.
has time.
Be sure to post update videos in the future, but
I don't know
also
how many
contact me
badges
if
he's
you find
gotten
something
so
for the first
far.
year. If you have any questions about the challenge or how the bot works, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or Discord. Happy shiny hunting.
That's kind of cool. All right. Let me check if he has like all the. Does this? Oh, he obtained 5 badges so far. I see. 3? That's a balance badge though. All right, so he's just missing Pichu. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. All right, I guess I'll worry about this another time. There's also C dot clip, really? Oh my god, how are you? Oh. This is 2 years ago. Can we watch it till he finishes getting them all? Oh my god, you'd rather watch this than fucking Ass Blossom? All right, all right.
That is very controversial and causes a number of discussions in the community. And even when I made my video about cards that I thought were important for trading card games,
I cannot watch this guy.
I specifically didn't
Tell me
talk
more
about
about
this
your
for a couple of reasons. One of them being I didn't feel like I had enough time to really form an opinion about it, and two, I'm not sure
your
it's gonna be good.
grievances.
So the card that I'm talking about, you saw it in the thumbnail already, obviously, is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It is a integral part to modern Yu-Gi-Oh, released almost 10 years ago at this point, and coming into the game as
Ever heard of Razor? Okay, I'm pretty sure this is intentional. Growing out.
And I think for the last 10 years, that's been true too. It is a 3 of in every deck. You just start your deck building process with 3 Ash Blossom, except in some like very niche circumstances. There are.
I'm out 1.7 seconds.
And Ash Blossom is a really interesting card. The concept behind it is that it exists as this important answer when going second. So Ash Blossom is a hand trap that allows you to negate a variety of things. Adding things to hand, sending things to graveyard are kind of the two big ones that come up the most often, but also special summoning from deck it can prevent as well, I believe. And what's particularly important about Ash Blossom is that when it was designed, it was intended to...
Okay, here's how I feel about Ash Blossom. I don't know if I really care if it gets hit by the ban list or whatever. I think it does contribute to non-games, but only because like a lot of non-engine going first does do that anyway. Like sometimes I'll watch Josh play, and then he's I don't know. The one example I can think of is like, Josh says he's like paying attention to all the games he loses to Ash Blossom or whatever. But like there was like one game where he's like staring down a WP, and there's no way his hand could beat the WP. But like he sees the Ash and then just like scoops. I'm like, Ash did contribute to you winning, to him winning. But like I don't see how he was clearing the WP. All right, like it just rubs salt in the wound in that instance. So I feel like when you start paying attention to that stuff, you got to be careful and like not like ignore what else is going on. And like it's very easy to do that.
Players going second, the capacity to slow.
I will say there is, but again, I feel like, Ash going second also feels like worse than Ash going first. That's true. But I feel like that's just non-engine in general. Like I lose to Imperm going first a lot. Obviously, it doesn't have a wide application as Ash, but like Imperm going second, small Cheems dog. Imperm going first, big Cheems dog, buff Cheems. Like you can see that pattern for a lot of non-engine. It just feels pretty, I don't know, the hand trap side of non-engine feels pretty outdated. So I think it's more of a symptom of Yu-Gi-Oh rather than like, I think Ash Blossom's just the easy one to point out, but
down or interact with their opponents in a way that would basically reduce the power level of their ultimate end board. And I think contextually this is a little bit more a little bit stranger now, because in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And like obviously the entire time that I've been playing, the prevalence of one card starters that don't require the normal summon have made it so that the efficacy of Ash Blossom is lower, and it's less about now finding the right point in your opponent's line to fire off the Ash. And a lot of the times it's just deciding which thing you think you might win, that you might be able to actually meaningfully constrict their combo by ashing, but at the same time it's not going to completely break your opponent's turn. Ash Blossom's a really interesting card, and I wanted to talk about it in a couple of different ways. The first one is I wanted to try and find some parallels for it in other trading card games. And I did some looking around. I have one really obvious one that people talk about in Magic that I'll talk about in a minute. I think that
oh gosh, I'm not ready for this.
Not so much in the fact that the effects of the card are similar, but the metagame pressure that the cards exert is similar, and I want to talk about that. So what is the metagame pressure that Ash Blossom exerts, and what is metagame pressure? That's really what this video is going to be about. So
this is something people don't really talk about. I guess here's an easy example. Metagame pressure. Lancia. When Malice dropped, people played Lancia because, I guess you could say like, Malice's pressure / aura in the metagame forced people to main deck when people say this warps the metagame, that is kind of similar to the concept of metagame pressure. There was like one tweet I saw about Pokemon Champions, how people were like, I think it was like some tournament with like 1,000 players or whatever, and people were like poking fun at the top cut because Mega Floette was projected to be one of the best megas, and then people, you don't really see Mega Floette in that you know, in that top cut, and people are like, aha, Mega Floette fraud or whatever. But I think that's like the wrong conclusion, because I'm pretty sure it's because of Mega Floette that those team combinations existed. So that I feel like that is another example of metagame pressure. It's not super obvious, but I think the Malice example is pretty. This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. What are we supposed to do? What am I? We're reacting to some guy who's like talking about Magic, who's got a Magic background, trying to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh. Of course, he's gonna talk about Magic too. All right, I'm just trying to. What's called? I'm just trying to translate here.
Metagame pressure is that the existence of single cards or sometimes collections of cards make it so that certain things are not really viable to do in particular metagames, or certain things are particularly important and valuable to do in a metagame. So what are the kinds of metagame pressure that Ash Blossom?
You could argue, what's its face? Cool Tune RS exerts some metagame pressure on Yummy or any other, like on Ryziel too. Like there's no reason to play those decks if you don't have like a good answer to Red Seal, which Cool Tune can just make without giving up too much resources. How come he looks like every Magic player? Okay, I shut up. Forcing rage bait content down our throats? How am I forcing? You know, you could just like there's no. First of all, I have like a Discord channel where people post the React Andy shit. So all I'm doing is pulling from that. You know, so if someone's posting there, someone wants me to see it, I guess. Second of all, I don't know. He's probably the least rage baity out of it. The topic is kind of rage baity though. But I feel like the concept of metagame pressure is actually interesting, you know? So I'll give it, I give it more of a shot. I feel like the Ash Blossom here is probably a red herring here to get all the Yu-Gi-Oh players incensed and ready to click. Where is that person?
Notably, number one, it
really, but yeah, really he looks like American Hagrid.
Either a
Shut up.
combo that does not have one like linchpin point in it where if it gets ashed you get nothing. You're incentivized to play extenders. You're incentivized to maybe try and make sure that your deck has multiple pushes so that a single ash doesn't completely break your turn, especially if you're going first.
Oh my god.
Pressure number one. Metagame pressure number two though.
Oh my gosh.
Is that it in some ways.
Thank you for the raise,
Sachi. This
Sachi.
kind of check and balance that it creates on.
Oh my gosh.
Other frustrating lingering hand traps. So Ash
hello.
is one of the best ways to actually interact with getting.
I am a duelist. Thank you.
One of the few ways that you can consistently deal with a Mulcharmy Fulos, and that's a modern pressure.
Bub Licky and did you notice I changed it to W raid. Hello. Did you notice I changed Bub Licky to lowercase? Just for you, Sunju. How were the duels? Who rage baited, bro? Why he's so mad? Who's I don't know. No one rage baiting. At least not yet.
Building process with 3 Ash Blossom because the Charmies are so prevalent. The discussion about which of those things is a good thing and which of those things is a bad thing is actually really complicated. You will hear arguments from both sides. People saying that the Charmies shouldn't exist, and so Ash Blossom existing to be able to counter the Charmies is very important. And then you'll also have people on the other side of the fence saying,
not
Charmies
yet.
do need to exist. And Ash Blossom's existence as a way to counter the Charmies going first is a bad thing. And I'll talk about where I land on that at the end of the video. We'll give my final verdict then. But these are the metagame pressures that Ash Blossom exerts.
My body is rage.
Worse. Not so much bad, worse that you're not going to play them, but it does make them worse, which is a
bro looks angry.
Pressure. And it also exerts.
He just has thick eyebrows.
That are trying to combo a lot of the times need to be built more robustly.
I'm on phone, so I can't capital.
Kind of an interesting.
You're welcome.
This isn't metagame pressure, but there's a development pressure, or design pressure that seems to be exerted by Ash Blossom on Konami. One thing that I've noticed in my time playing is that many of the modern archetypes that Konami has designed are designed with a lot of
you can capital
what they are willing to expose to Ash Blossom, and so you're seeing more and more cards that are.
This guy's using one long first time.
Set spells or traps directly, rather than adding them to your hand, and that's relevant because that gets around.
You like the bookshelf?
Or you'll have things that go.
My eyes are always drawn to here the small world thing here, the little invincible Funkos. You get a little Omni Man down here. Also the birds, the Wingspan expansions that he has. Of course, can't forget about the birds. I'm not sure what this is. This looks like a Pikachu with a unibrow. I think this is a cast form. I don't know. This looks like Aros, kind of penguin-like in form. That's definitely some Maple Story mushroom. This too, actually. Yeah, actually, this probably is most eye-catching of all. These like 3D printed dodecahedron. I don't know what this is. Like some Rubik's Cube pyramid.
To graveyard or get sent to banishment and are then returned from.
That's a sad plant. Okay.
By Ash Blossom. And I think that that is also something that is worth exploring, this idea that Konami printed this exceptionally powerful interactive tool, and that interactive tool's metagame pressure is such that in order to make it so that archetypes feel playable, you have to give them some kind of built-in resilience to Ash, and that built-in resilience usually looks like providing some amount of combo line that doesn't get exposed to Ash in any way. It's interesting, and I think that when you're talking about Ash Blossom and you're talking about the metagame pressure, those are the things you need to think about. Charmies, combo, like basically like robustness, I guess we'll say, and then there's also this like less metagame, but this design pressure of making it so the cards are not necessarily exposed now. So what are some other cards in other card games that exert similar metagame pressure?
Here's the part where I'm about to get lost because I don't play Magic, and if he brings up Star Wars Unlimited, I'm out. I'm out 1.7 seconds.
Maybe we can use some of those to try and evaluate whether the metagame pressure exerted by Ash Blossom is a good or bad thing. So the card that I always see Ash Blossom compared to by people who play both Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Force of Will. Force of Will is the pitch cast counterspell.
Okay, I hear this is actually talked about a lot. Interrupt. I don't know what this is, but this looks old. You may pay 1 life and remove a blue card in your hand from the game instead of paying Force of Will's casting cost. Effects that prevent or redirect. Okay, so I guess you bypass this. Is interrupt like a quick effect? You can use effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Counter target spell. Okay. I think I'm missing a little bit of context, but it looks like this is a pretty cheap card. Maybe it's not cheap, but cheap in course with respect to this mana cost. This is old templating. Counterspell, you mean quick play? Counter target. I think this is like a negate, right? This is like the Magic's version of negate. Well, I don't know what interrupt is. Pay 1 life, exile blue card from your hand, counter a target spell. Oh yeah, but what about interrupt? Can you use it on your opponent's turn? Does that mean anything? Mana cost, so you never pay the 5 mana. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I figured it's worth banishing the blue card. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how card advantage works in Magic. I have no reference for it. But that seems like compared to 5, yeah. Watching you play Mana today between games, it's instant. Okay. You can play it on their turn. Interrupt is low keyword. That card is ancient. Okay.
Is most prevalent
Gotcha.
in Legacy,
Okay.
Legacy format, which is
I think I have a good idea. Of course, I have no clue still, but at least it's not gonna. When he starts talking, it's not gonna be like Star Wars Unlimited. Anytime this guy brings up Star Wars Unlimited, I'm out.
the most analogous to Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic. Vintage
It's
is
instant
probably
now,
closer in
okay.
terms of the speed and the kind of viciousness with which decks are able to end the game. But Legacy is also a high power format. As a side note, if you are a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player who is interested in getting into Magic but wants to play something that is higher power level and not quite as plotting as maybe like Standard or modern even, I would recommend Legacy. There's lots of very powerful fun things to do in that format. So Force of Will is pretty different from Ash Blossom in a variety of ways though. So importantly, Force of Will, you have to pitch another blue card from your hand in order to cast it. You have to pay a life, which doesn't come up until it does, interestingly enough. Like the 1 life feels trivial, and then you'll get into these games where you force twice and all of a sudden it swings the race and you're like, oh my god, maybe I didn't need to Force of Will this card. But Force of Will's existence in Legacy is pretty different in some ways and pretty similar in others to Ash Blossom. So obviously the obvious comparison that people look at right away is that these are both pieces of interaction that are free and that are relatively ubiquitous. Blue decks in Legacy and Vintage are playing for it.
Don't worry,
With
Magic. If you
very
queue
few
into me,
exceptions.
which is like
And
never
the
because I
version
don't
of Force of
ever
Will
play
exists is
rating.
that it kind of requires
I would
your
never
combo decks
express
to be
hate.
either robust or it forces them to have multiple pushes. So you either need to play a combo deck that is going to have some form of interaction before it goes for the win, either through forms of like Thoughtseize, maybe you're playing Force of Wills of your own in the case of like Show and Tell or Sneak.
Okay, this was
or-
another. I think this is like a hand rip or something. Target player. This is a famous one, at least. I at least. What is going on here? Is that an ear? This looks like an ear. An elf. Okay, there's like a little piercing here. Target player reveals his or her hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. You lose 2 life. Oh, okay.
You need to be able to present multiple wins, and that's something that say like the current Oops All Spells deck does. In
It's
Legacy,
man
it puts a spy on
they
the stack,
hate,
you Force of Will it, and
not
then cast
me.
Reanimate, targeting that spy, which threatens another win right away.
What is this? Flying balustrade spy enters battlefield. Target player reveals cards from top of the. So he or she reveals a land card, then puts those cards into his or her graveyard. Is this like a mill strategy? Okay, put target creature card from any graveyard into play under your control. And that's kind of funny. Okay, lose life equal to that tree. Okay, that's kind of funny. Oh hell nah.
So Force of Will is doing similar things to Ash Blossom in its combo and in its kind of like attempts to restricted degeneracy, kind of. It is also doing similar things to Ash Blossom in the sense that it can be used defensively in a way that sometimes becomes problematic, actually. The times where Force of Will has felt most objectionable
Hate the
in a lot of
man,
cases
not
have
the
been
magic.
when it's being able to be used.
That's
in
right.
these
Don't
kind of,
hate
like,
this
proactive
Magic
decks that are
player
actually
either.
using it to defend their own combo. A lot of the times that's actually the spot where Force of Will feels the most unfair, is when it's being used to protect a win as opposed to defend against one. And I think that that's actually where the comparisons stop. Importantly, Force of Will does not have the same impacts as Ash Blossom in that it cannot do anything once your opponent has puts it
No,
on the
we
board.
hate
So one of the things
Hagrid.
that it doesn't come up that often now because of the speed of Yu-Gi-Oh games, but it is relevant that once a monster or like a continuous spell is on the
Modern
field,
template of Force Will would be instant. You may pay 1 life and exile blue from your hand rather than pay the spell's mana cost. Counter target spell. Okay, gotcha.
and it's being activated, like, you can still Ash it, which is very different from Force of Will, which is very all or nothing. The counterplay for Force of Will is also relatively different. We have just this concept of uncounterability in Magic, where there are often decks that are using things like, say, like Boseiju or Cavern of Souls, which are
Boseiju, who shelters all, comes into play tapped. Pay 2 life. Add 1 to your mana pool. If that mana is spent on an instant, that spell can't. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Is this like a turn delay to get the You have to wait a turn to untap it, right? If you put it in play. Wow. Is this even okay? I guess like this land entering play tap. That's uncommon, right? Oh no. Is that uncommon? This seems like the type of effect you would. I don't know. This seems uncommon. Wow. Okay. As Cavern of Souls enters battle, choose a creature type. Tap. Add 1 to your mana pool. Add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of the chosen type, and that spell can't be countered. That's pretty common. Okay. Cool. Okay. I was trying to draw an association, but if that doesn't exist, I'll very common downside of powerful lands. Okay. Gotcha. Don't see play in faster formats. Okay. Land is just played and you tap it to summon. I see. Well, no, I mean, like, again, I still have never really played Magic. But this is still, like, helpful. Thank you for the follow, Miracle.
These are ways to force through.
You're gonna start saying tab? Yeah, you should start saying that.
You have to instead go for templating changes to make sure that cards dodge Ash. So Force is an interesting comparison. It is worse. I think Ash Blossom is actually a stronger card than Force of Will. But is Force of Will's metagame pressure good or bad? And I think that if you ask any Legacy player, well, maybe not literally any Legacy player, but if you ask most Legacy players, the existence of Force of Will is a good thing. It is putting the kind of pressure on the format where you are incentivized to at least make some concessions in your deck building process about whether or not you can beat Force. You don't really want to live in a world where there is not this kind of like turn zero interaction in Legacy because there are.
Okay, I kind of see where he's going with this, where like he's gonna draw the comparison to Ash Blossom, where does Ash Blossom existing in the format force you to make concessions? But I feel like it's the other way around, right? We play Ash Blossom because Charmies exists, right? And Charmies are the one exerting Charmies are the main driving force for the metagame pressure of Ash. Theoretically, without Charmies, there is a world where we don't play Ash Blossom until there's like a really specific deck that we can't let some card resolve, like Branded Fusion, for example. That would probably I don't know. I feel like Ash feels like a reactive card rather than like a card we would include. Let him cook. I mean, I'll let him cook. I just I just want to follow through, see if yeah, don't worry, I'll let him cook.
Capacity to build.
If only Pot of Greed is legal.
In the game on turn 1, and because those decks have to make some amount of concessions.
This video has not as bad as his first one.
Format is better for
Which one did you not like?
Example of this is something that I've brought up already. The Oops All Spells deck, the Spy deck, is a really cool deck. I like it. I'm a degenerate Spy player. I think it's fun. And the way that this combo works is that you play Balustrade Spy, which is a 4-mana creature. It was actually printed as like a nothing kind of common and uncommon cycle in a Ravnica set in Return to Ravnica, and it was intended to just be like this mill card where you would mill until you hit a land. So maybe you would like mill your opponent for 4 if you really high rolled. But what people realized in Legacy 10 years ago, like even longer,
pricing and power level. I see.
Is that if you just didn't put lands in your deck and you were able to target yourself with either Balustrade Spy or Undercity,
it's a flying type.
You could just deck yourself. And in Legacy, at least, if you can deck yourself, you can win the game. So
Spy is such a cool deck.
Early days, you had to basically
sacrifice a creature. Target player reveals cards from the top of his or her library until he or she reveals a land card, then puts those cards into his or her graveyard. Target player reveals card. Holy shit! That sounds. This looks like a mill strategy.
Play all of the free mana you could possibly access, and it meant that there wasn't really space in the deck.
He's gonna be like spotted dislikes. Nice job.
Really fit room for additional anti-combo cards. Maybe you could play like exactly Duress or Thoughtseize to prevent Force of Will from getting you. But Spy existed for a long time as this deck that really was very all in, and you would beat people who didn't have turn 0 interaction.
She flipped the deck over. Nice.
Playing Force of Will, that Spy was kept in check. Recently, though, because Wizards has printed a bunch of these multi-faced dual land cards, I don't think
that looks like greasing. I know.
Again, I always get it wrong. I'm not even gonna try again. But because Wizards has printed a bunch of these lands that are spells on one side, and then if you flip them, they are lands. It has created a somewhat weird problem where now, because these cards count as spells when you are milling for Spy.
Wait, what? Okay, this is really hard to wrap my head around. I'm starting to understand what he's saying. I did not even think there was room for that. As Agadim, the Undercrypt enters the battlefield, you may pay 3 life. If you don't, it enters the battlefield tapped. Add this mana. Is this the white mana? Or is it black mana? This looks like black mana, actually. Yeah. Agades. Ha ha ha. The front side are spells and the back side are lands. Yeah. So that's like crazy. That is a crazy concept. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, there's a sorcery here and a land here. That's super funny. Or like these are the same card. They're just flipped, right? Black. Okay, thank you. Return from your Agadim's Awakening. That's so funny. Return from your graveyard to the battlefield any number of target creature cards. Okay. This is super.
You get to play lands in your spy deck. And so the spy decks have been allowed to decrease the amount of fast mana and free mana that they've needed to play, and instead are now just decks with lands, dark rituals to make extra mana, like Lotus Petals to make extra mana, but then they just get to play Thoughtseize and Reanimate to go again. And it has really generated like a pretty negative play experience. Like I personally would love to see something in the spy deck hit. I do think that it is too powerful and you don't want a deck like this being that strong in the format. And I think that it is a testament that it took that deck becoming robust to become problematic. When it was just fast and it was just trying to mulligan into a turn 1 kill every game, Force of Will was able to keep it in check. And now that Force of Will is not able to keep it in check because it has exceeded that metagame pressure, I do think there's an argument that it is decidedly too good and probably requires a change of some sort. So, you know, I would say on average that the metagame pressure of Force of Will is good. And you can play around Force of Will, importantly, as well. There are lots of ways to play decks that are actively very good into Force of Will, either by leveraging things like I mentioned, like Cavern of Souls that let you play straight through the Force of Will, or just playing cards that don't really care about the fact that your opponent is 2-for-1ing themselves to counter something. If you just put well, it's banned now, I guess, but if you put a White Plume Adventurer on the stack and your opponent Force of Wills it, well, you just 2-for-1 them and you're probably not that unhappy about it. If you just put, well, it's banned now, I guess, but if you put a White Plume Adventurer on the stack,
when White Plume Adventurer enters the battlefield, you take the initiative at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep. Untap a creature you control. Completed a dungeon. Okay, bruh. Untap all creatures you control instead. Okay, what the fuck is this dungeon bullshit? All right. You take the initiative. Yeah, I don't know these keywords. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Well, you just 2-for-1 them.
I'll just take their word for it.
They banned that one because it was too good, but Seasoned Dungeoneer, let's say that one instead. That one's still legal. You put a Seasoned Dungeoneer.
When Seasoned Dungeon enters the battle, you take the initiative. Whenever you attack, targeting, attacking, cleric, rogue, warrior, or wizard gains protection from creatures until end of turn. It explores. Reveal the top card of your library. Put that card into your hand if it's a land. Let's put a +1/+1 counter on the creature. Then put the card back or put it into your graveyard. Dungeon's a bullshit mechanic made for Commander that became too good in other formats. Role playing Munchkin. I know. Munchkin.
On the stack and they Force of Will it, you're often not that upset about that because the game is going to go long. They just 2-for-1 themselves and you're going to win the game. So it's not like Force of Will is this completely restricting piece of technology, but it does keep the right things down. And the question is, does Ash Blossom do the same thing? I think it used to. I think there's maybe an argument that it's not doing that anymore. Let's talk about another card in the Magic context. This one is more of a card that I see played in Modern, and it's also one that is like it kind of creates metagame pressure in one of my favorite formats, Canadian Highlander. And this is Orcish Bowmaster. So this is a 2-mana creature with flash. It pings for damage when it enters, and then any
when Orcish Bowmasters enters the battlefield, and whenever an opponent draws a card except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps, Orcish Bowmaster deals 1 damage to any target. Then amass Orcs 1. Is Orcs 1 another? What is this? I assume amass is like you like summon a guy. Okay. All right. I mean, this seems cool. This guy cracked our magic? I don't know, actually. There's amass is just a 1/1 token? Okay. Ah. Okay.
time your opponent draws a card other than their card for their draw step, it pings, and also it makes a 1/1 that slowly gets bigger as you
okay.
You get to amass, which makes this creature larger. So in Legacy,
I mean, he explained it, but I think your what's called comment put it into context. First time makes it, next time token goes. Okay.
Pressure from Orcish Bowmaster. It does still exist. Like what I'm going to talk about is true there as well. But I just talked about Legacy extensively, so I'm going to talk about Modern as well in this particular spot. Liam from the future here. I wanted to further clarify that there is metagame pressure exerted on the Legacy format by Orcish Bowmasters. I'm not saying that it does not. Obviously, it's like a 4 of in the most popular deck.
Makes it token again. Okay.
It makes cantrips way worse in a lot of ways. Card is very powerful, but I wanted to talk about the Modern implications more than the Legacy ones. But it is obviously a super powerful Legacy card and has massive metagame pressure in that format as well. And the metagame pressure that Orcish Bowmaster being playable exerts is that it makes playing creatures with 1 toughness extremely bad. Basically, if you play a 1-drop that does nothing and has 1 toughness, and your opponent untaps and plays Orcish Bowmasters and kills it largely for free, you are often in a really, really poor spot in the game. And so as a result, you're really incentivized to play 1 toughness creatures with a super high bar for power level. You still see cards like Ocelot Pride seeing play in both Modern and Legacy.
First strike, life ascent. If you control 10 or more permanents, you get the city's blessing for the rest of the game. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, create a 1/1 white cat creature token. And if you have the city's blessing for each token you control that entered the battlefield this turn, create a token that's a copy of it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because if they live, they just are so effective, and they are really just so powerful. And so those ones kind of get a pass. Cards like Ragavan are the same, where again, if it lives.
Okay, yeah, this I've seen. Oh my god, this looks different. This monkey. Has this monkey always looked like this? This Ragavan guy? I feel like Ragavan looked different. I don't remember these his visage being like that. Whenever Ragavan Nimble for deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token and exile top card of the player's library. Until the end of the turn, you may cast that card. They're different arts? Okay, yeah, okay. This is not the one I first saw. -1, you may cast a spell for its dash cost. If you do, it gains haste and is returned from the battlefield to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next turn.
So powerful that it's worth taking the risk.
Monkey
on.
Pirate.
But outside of
this
that,
one's one of the more famous ones. Like if you pull it up, like a Magic player is guaranteed to say, "Fuck this card," you know. That's what I noticed. Okay. Protagons FF9. No way. Zidane. Okay, this is the one I know. This is the one I know. This Ragavan. What the hell is this? Who is the artist for this? All right. This Zidane art is killing me. Secret Lair, I see. It's killing me, brother. He just posted up. I should play FF9 is really good. I should play that too.
It has become incredibly challenging to justify registering X1 creatures with 1 toughness. And that has created the same
Is it a One Piece
design
reference?
pressure that
Maybe.
Blossom has. It's pretty obvious that Wizards has identified that 1 toughness is now a breakpoint where they can use that to either try to curtail power of a card that they think they put quite a strong text box on, or if they want to make sure that a card might see play, they can do something like give the 1-drop or even the 2-drop a second point of toughness so that it is out of Orcish Bowmaster's range. Orcish Bowmasters is, again, I think, an example of mostly positive metagame pressure. It doesn't have quite the same kind of format police vibes as Force of Will does. The punishing of drawing cards is a little bit more weird because lots of decks...
Trisha has just been sitting there? No, it's a really good game.
Nefarious gameplay reasons. And so
I
do think that this is a card that's...
all the glaze that goes towards FF7 should go to FF9. Now, I think FF8 is pretty good too. But I think FF9 is like peak for me. I haven't played any of the newer ones though. So I don't know anything about the 10s. I don't know anything about those, but but yeah, FF9 is goated.
A bit more like frustrating to have around, and I could see arguments for its negative, its metagame pressure being negative. But for now, I think that it's largely agreed upon that the metagame pressure of Orcish Bowmasters is fine. I don't think a lot of people feel like especially positive or especially negative on it. It's made decks like Elves more challenging to register, but then they've also just started to print more Elves with 2 toughness. So it's been kind of a back and forth in that regard. And in the same way, like the metagame pressure that Force of Will and Orcish Bowmasters exert is mostly just something that causes the evolution of the format, as opposed to really being like super prescriptive and really negative. I think even if you did like remove Orcish Bowmasters, it's not as though the format would immediately fall into disrepair and become in an imbalanced state. You would see metagame changes, but it would be fine either way. This card could be legal or it could not be legal. Unlike Force of Will, which I think very much so needs to be legal. So those are 2 examples of cards that I think have reasonable and in some cases actively very good metagame pressure, but there are cards that don't. There are cards that exert negative metagame pressure, and I'm going to talk about a few of them now. So in current Star Wars Unlimited, there's a card that's exerting really negative
Oh
metagame
my
pressure.
god, here we go. Alright, I'm sorry. I warned y'all about the Star Wars Unlimited part. I'm gonna...
entirely. I just kept getting angry when I was making it, so I scrapped the whole thing. But I played a showdown last weekend for Star Wars Unlimited. It was lots of fun. I lost in the finals, and I lost to the same person twice also. And it really did get me thinking about this card. So in the new Star Wars Unlimited metagame, they banned a lot of, they rotated out a lot of the high quality removal. And so as a result, the goal was to make it so that playing units was good, and that there would be lots of unit combat where it was important to try and fight for control of the board and make decisions about whether you're going to push down towards your opponent's space or trade off with their units and really set things up. And unfortunately, that has not been the overall metagame that has developed as a result of the rotation. The main thing that has happened is that Boba Fett Lake Country, another Fett in the line of broken Boba Fett leaders in Star Wars Unlimited history, has really taken over the meta in terms of play rate. There are obviously other decks being played. It's not like a tier 0 format yet, although I do think there's likely that they will make some kind of change. And a big reason for why Boba Fett feels so frustrating to play against and why I think he's exerting negative metagame pressure is Top of the Summit. So Top of the Summit is an event, basically a spell in Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! That you can play at the same time as deploying your leader. It's called plot. And so this is important because this is a form of action compression. Typically, Star Wars is you go, I go, and when you plot something out at the same time as deploying your leader, you take 2 actions when you normally get 1. So it's powerful to action press. And Top of the Summit is really powerful in the context of the Boba Fett deck, because Boba Fett says when you deploy me as a pilot, you play on a ship. If you deploy him on a space unit, you get to deal 4 damage, divide how you like on your units, and then you can play Top of the Summit, which is 3 damage, 3 damage. And what this means is on your turn, you are basically in a spot where if the Boba Fett there is able to deploy Boba onto your ship, you are likely losing your board. It's very challenging to set up boards that are capable of surviving Top of the Summit play, and it means you are almost always going to
Where's
there.
feet
Boba
Boba Fett altar? I'm not sure.
And so The meta here is particularly
Is there a market for that? Probably.
This particular design cycle was, right? The intention was to create a game where combat better, and you were doing more units, combat, sentinels, trying to set blocks, and notably, a lot of those things that we were trying to do before. Additionally, there's a second game being inserted by Syntacast, another card. This is a Syntacast 5 with block that when you play it, you attack your unit right away. So this is also very similar to in the sense that what it's doing is making it so that in the bow deck as well, when you deploy your unit as a ship, you can, if you are ahead and win race and have both Popo and Synta that you're used to play, you, if you're winning race, you just deploy Boba, probably does something, so it does 4 damage. You play Synta, you attack Boba, you get like 9 or 10 damage, and a lot of times you're in a situation where they can't literally kill the bishop Boba in at that turn, they're probably losing the game because they just race, or if you're behind on board, you can Popo Summit, you're at the board, and you win your hand. So the meta is really common because there's also not quality removal, there are not decks that just opt out of this rally and just decide I'm just going to try and kill everything you play and not be able to use my own after this turn. You don't have that choice currently, and in particular, there's not good removal for piloted ships. When piloted there's no way to get both. You can destroy the leader and upgrade relatively cheaply, but remove the ship and pilot relatively challenging. And then the meta is pretty obvious, and it's pretty obvious, and it has resulted in only reliable ways to play the game to go extremely fast. You have a lot of aggregates represented, but even with that, you'll still see people win a lot of tournaments. Party is basically always like you're also just generally advancing race situations, starting the game for health. So there's a bunch of things going on. I think it's very likely after cycle qualifiers coming up that something changes in the game because the negative things are creating a situation that is not a positive one. And I think that there's an argument for this being the case that we have with Ash Blossom, where we have this game where you are forced to play Ash Blossom because you need to counter armies, and that's not necessarily okay. So we'll talk about that. That's example of negative pressure. Another one I'll talk about is Draven in Riftbound. Obviously, the advanced game plays, they remove a lot of cards that made that deck tick, but it is still a leader that is popping up in tournaments. And a big part of the reason why is that Draven creates this metagame pressure where you're not allowed to lose combats, which is kind of like a weird thing to say, but many of the cards in Riftbound are designed around being tricky and jumping out of combat so that you can save your own unit. And those kinds of cards and effects are just not registerable in a world where Draven is a playable deck. And in the same vein, it's also not super viable to be registering decks that are planning to throw units away to take battlefields, something like, say, like Lilia, which is a deck that has seen a bit more play.
Did you say something? Pause. Oh yeah, I was muted. I was just saying Riftbound. I won't make them. I won't speed up the Riftbound as much because at least that's a contemporary game. Does anyone play Star Wars Unlimited? Usually those sections don't have as much engagement, so I just assume no one does. But yeah, that's about what I said.
Recently is something that is looking to, or
no.
is going to see a bit more play once it's actually playable in North America.
Yeah,
is a deck that's looking to just put.
I remember Draven was like, when it came out, or like when you know, whenever it was announced or whatever, people were saying that that champion was like really good. I don't know if there was nerfs since then or something like that, or another release that like made them outdated or whatever, but yeah, people say like Draven's really fucking good. Is Riftbound good? I wouldn't know.
Battlefields, and with Draven still playable, I think
this guy's like the most passionate Star Wars Unlimited fan I've ever seen. I've never seen someone so passionate about the game because like he goes to tournaments or something like that.
Hello, Mabel. You love the morning recording session.
Kitty.
Would you like some cat ASMR?
Oh my gosh! Look, the cat ear. It's like torn off. No plays again besides this dude. Okay. Draven's also obnoxious in Riftbound? Yeah, I heard Draven's really strong. Look at the ear.
I think we heard her a little bit. Yeah, so I think that there's a real argument that the Draven metagame pressure isn't good and that it is negative in the same way. So lastly, let's talk about the cards I've kind of been alluding to throughout this video because I do think it's relevant to talk about them. I already made a video talking about the Charmies and about the fact that I think that they are probably frustrating but currently important. And there was a lot of dialogue on that video, which I love, by the way. I really like that the comment sections of basically all my videos are full of people having conversations about their opinions about card games. And overall, I think everyone does a really good job of being like passionate but respectful. So thank you so much to everyone for doing that. I really like reading the comments. I try to engage with them as I can. And one thing that I had certainly missed when discussing the Charmies that I thought someone brought up, I'll try and get a screenshot of the comment, and I can't remember your name, I'm sorry, but there's this great comment that someone made where they talked about the fact that Charmies have kind of created a caste system of
Ari, the Charmies, one thing to think about is that they are frustrating right now because most decks were not designed with them in mind. On the other hand, if you play a modern meta deck, Radiant Typhoon, Yummy, Dracotail, even things like Ryziel Malice and more rogue options like Azmina, you have solid lines into the Charmies and that give your opponent only 1 to 3 draws while ending on multiple points of interaction. Assuming we trust Konami to keep designing archetypes like that in the future, they become a lot less frustrating most of the time. Same thing applies to turn 0 plays, by the way. He deleted my hate comments.
sorts in deck archetypes where your deck either slots into being a modern
deck 2019 is dog shit. Mind,
and as a result is capable of playing the game under a Charmy, or your deck
I will say, like, Charmies do kind of force half boards that do get broken up by other non-engine, which is probably the other problem. I think one of the more obvious examples is Harmonia. I haven't experienced that, but according to Sunny, that's one of them. I just think, for me, well, the example that comes to mind is if you play Yummy and they Fuawa you, you can end on pretty decent amount with 1 to 2 draws. You know, you just end on, what's called? You can end on Surprise plus Snatchy. And then, you know, you can have, what's called Croaky out. if you play it, I guess. But they can just imperm and draw phase. I guess you have the surprise still, but it's still not like it's probably I just have a feeling like, you know, after like giving them 2 draws for the surprise, they imperm you and draw phase. They should have enough gas to push through a surprise set. So I think when it's paired with there's also 5 mana too. 5 mana. 5 mana exists. 5 mana is probably more relevant too because there's like the best Charmy deck is Draco Tail. One of them. So Charmies on their own are kind of fine, but it's just like Charmy plus like paired non-engine. Pretty annoying.
From the older generation and is not designed with Charmies in mind and doesn't fully fold to 1, but basically can't create its end board without giving 4 or 5 Charmy draws a lot of the time. And I thought that that was a really important point and something that I had kind of missed out on, is that there is this similar kind of design pressure that I've been talking about with Ash Blossom, that I've been talking about with other things, that exists with Charmies as well. And this is certainly something that comes up a lot.
I feel it's more relevant. This concept is more relevant to Charmies though. Ash Blossom, I think, is more of a symptom of that because, like, you know, Charmies exist, so we play Ash Blossom in response, or like, you know, my shitty combo deck can like push past, and you know, it's not limited to Ash Blossom. There's like Called By and Cross Out as well. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint. You know, it feels like a chicken or egg thing. But I guess you could ask yourself if Ash Blossom is, you know, contributing anything in that equation, anything positive, I mean.
Specifically, because the format is eternal, because the format allows for all cards to always be played, it does create this requirement on Konami's part where if they're trying to print cards directly into this already quite high power level format, they have to find design reasons to make you want to do that, and obviously making it.
I mean, there's also like Ash cards intentionally made to not into Ash Blossom. So okay, I think of Reactge, which have like pretty steep engine requirements. You have to play a bunch of bricks. And some of their cards that start their engine trade pretty badly into Ash Blossom. So it's kind of feast or famine when it comes to Ash Blossom. I guess Branded is a good example, but with White Albaz, it's not the case. You know, Ash on Branded Fusion, people meme about that. But I think White Albaz makes that a non-thing. Wasn't Ash played at 3 and forever? Not really. I think in Zoo format, I mean, okay, Zoo format is when Ash Blossom, I believe, was debuted. I don't think Ash Blossom was that good in Zoo format. Maybe you just played it. I mean, there was grass in the format, but like in the mirror, it was pretty ass. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's definitely a consideration. I think Maxi was limited too, so I guess you could hit that one Maxi. It's been a while since I played that format, but it did not feel good into you play Ash to stop Kaiju Sumper. Okay, so there's some metagame pressure that, you know, you can play. Yeah, I mean, it's not that crazy. Like, I'm just thinking of Ash Blossom versus Zoo Engine, but I guess, yeah, there's some non-engine you can stop with it. There was tier format. People were like considering not playing Ash. Also stop the Zoo spell. That was pretty okay. That's pretty balls. Okay, you stop the Zoo spell and then they normal summon any Zoo monster because of Broad Bull. I don't think it mattered. That's why I say it's mid. Like, okay, you can trade 1 for 1. It's like ashing a fucking Cool Tune monster. Okay, you ashed Mix. Okay, they make Track Maker. Oh, actually, no, not Mix. Mix is not the best. Like, I guess Recco. Okay, they make Track Maker anyway, and then push through your fucking Ash. Like, yeah, you can stop one thing, but like that 1 for 1 trade is like, you know, it folds to like any extender.
Archetype in place for a Charmy or an Ash Blossom is one of those things. But the big thing about Charmies, and one of the things I saw people saying pretty often is, oh, Charmies should never
push
resolve,
through my
always
Ash.
resolve.
Yeah,
and this,
really
I think, gets to the core of the Ash Blossom conversation. So let's talk about it. Does Ash Blossom exert positive or negative metagame pressure? Is the card good or bad for the game broadly? I think that if you look at Ash as purely a reactive card, it is arguably a positive metagame pressure. It forces decks to be built more robustly. It forces you to look for more extenders potentially. And overall, that's likely a good thing. However, there are multiple competing factors that make it so that this is less true. So number one, Konami seems intent on printing many 1-card starters, and like I mentioned at the outset of the video, a lot of these don't even require the normal summon. And if they're going to continue printing cards in this fashion, particularly printing starters that don't require the normal summon, the efficacy of
Ash's ability to halt the turn buys has never stopped it from being played. I don't even think there has been a format where it actually halted a turn by itself. I think it's powerful when paired for sure. Like that's something that isn't talked about enough. You know, it can be the only iffy pair I've ever had with Ash is Nibiru and Ash, but sometimes it can come out, you know, just fine. Sometimes with like Fiendsmith, it works out. But I think people like glaze the fuck out of like this like concept of a card that stopped a choke point that existed that stopped my opponent entirely. I don't know if that's really that true. Like, how's it going? We're doing good. Branded. That speaks to Ash being played regardless of charms. I don't know what you're trying to say here. I'm just uh okay.
As a reactive card is going to continue to drop kind of precipitously.
Like, I don't know why we're
That, to
arguing
me,
this.
will
I'm
mean that
just
you are now
like
pushing Ash into being
just
used
sharing
in its
how it
second
was
way,
played
which is
in
as
the
a proactive
past.
card. So the other way that Ash Blossom obviously gets used is to counter Backseat, is to counter the Mulcharmies. And if Ash just exists as Cross Designator 2, 3, and 4, or Called by the Grave 2, 3, and 4, then I think we're probably living in a world where that's a little bit more problematic, and it's exerting the wrong type of metagame pressure. Because the reality is, like I said, I do feel like the Charmies for now need to exist. There are a bunch of arguments I think to be made about like what could go. Should it be the Charmies that go? Should we get rid of the degenerate decks that make the Charmies required? Is that really a viable thing to do? I can't answer all those questions in this video today. We don't have 2 hours. Maybe we'll do it sometime. I'll get like a coffee and we'll do a 2-hour recording session. But we're not gonna answer that question today.
One matchup that I really liked Ash in was Mitsurugi. Pure Mitsurugi not so much because they had like other ways. But hitting Saji wasn't a terrible trade. When people splashed Mitsurugi shit and they started with the Mitsurugi bullshit, stopping Saji did stop a lot of stuff. Of course, they could have like another engine, but that's just like modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks requiring, paired non-engine against. So like, I wouldn't it was okay. It was okay versus Mitsurugi. So I didn't feel bad about it. It wasn't like I felt like I played a brick in my deck because people Mitsurugi splash was at least common enough for me to be like, Ash the card I gave, I would never want that card gone. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna get upset if it gets banned. I'm like, whatever. They'll just print some other bullshit anyway. Like, it's kind of wild. How far the game has progressed. Like, we have non-engine like Impulse and Feed Drawless, so like, we're gonna have we're gonna have bigger fish to fry anyway. Which is not to say like, oh, this is like not this doesn't. I'm not trying to say, oh, we trying to be like whataboutist. Trying to be like, oh, Ash is okay, yeah. I guess it does sound like whataboutism, but yeah. When are we getting turn 0 Impulse? So you guys, I learned about Terror Hurt Secret Effect. What you mean? Did they Ash in battle phase and then they saw it negated? Yeah, Terror Hurts baits a lot of people like that. It's pretty funny. Don't get a ban. I want to place out a stamp Ash and play it for a while. Yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of like. Also, I'm kind of conditioned by ban lists to be like too little, too late. So if they do address Ash in some way, I feel like the game will progress past it, and I'm just gonna be like, okay, we're gonna have, I don't know, Harmonia just seems like a crazy jump. Yeah, turn 0 saw him crazy. It might happen, but it would probably come with condition, like not on its own. It would probably be like reveal another counter trap in your hand, so you can set it and activate or something like that. Kind of like Synchro Emergency. And okay, I'm only like, it can perform a synchro summon on your opponent's turn, but you still have to have a monster in hand to summon. So like you can't do it can't do shenanigans on its own. Dominus, oh yeah. So I could imagine they do that. Only way to ban Ash is they actually print a charm like Ash that isn't like the Dominus. I could see that, yeah. If they do, okay, I guess Purge existing is another reason why people are like, oh yeah, let's print weaker versions of existing old ass hand traps. Obviously, Purge is, you said, without the Dominus, so Purge. See the new ban list? Kashtira getting freed? Yes, yeah, it's actually, yes. Kashtira Fenrir is back at 3. Yeah, Molcharmy. It would be nice to have a Molcharmy like Ash, as in like that. It would be an improvement over the existing Ash. I do like how I do agree with Josh how like being able to activate it first turn is an issue with that card. Well, being able to augment your end board with it going first isn't cool. Where's Cash? Maybe. Well, I mean, Cash doesn't look at your hand, Well, I guess Cool Tune doesn't have a floodgate monster, but you know what? Maybe.
But I think that if you're living in a world where you are working under the assumption that
If
charms
Ash stopping
are important,
Charmies bad for
then
the game,
Ash
just
Blossom
print
becomes
more and better
increasingly challenging hard
Charmies.
to justify.
Damn,
It's
let's go
notable
back to
that this is
Maxi.
used in the semi-limited
That's
Ash Blossom
crazy.
down to 2. I will say, as an aside, that I think the semi-limit number is one of the strangest ones in Yu-Gi-Oh's existence. Like,
The trap does? Okay, fair enough.
We do in Magic as well all the time. In exactly Vintage, we don't do it in other formats, but
It's not that common, but yes, they do have that.
Maybe if it's a recurrable effect that a deck could tutor for or something like that, it makes sense that you make it so that they get to search it once, they use it, but then if the game goes longer, they don't get to search it and use it again. Sure, fine, makes sense. And in the same light, like Cross Out and Call by the Grave are at 1 because you only want that effect to happen one time. Sure, whatever. Like I can see it, but 2 seems like a weird number. 2 is like, okay, we want to make it so that you're getting Ash Blossomed less, but at the same time, it just like kind of spikes the negative variance feelings when you do get Ash Blossomed. It just seems a bit strange to me, and I think that that's actually kind of an interesting point as well. But maybe we'll talk about it as well. So the other thing about Ash Blossom as a proactive card, and this is the other part of the discourse that I've seen come up quite a lot, is it's frustrating when the person going first has an Ash Blossom. You don't have a Charmy, so they don't have to Ash Blossom your Charmy. Then they build their board through whatever hand traps you do have. And then in addition to needing to play through what's on their board, you also have
Oh my God,
the
shaking.
Ash Blossom that they have in hand. And when they have the Ash Blossom backed up with an already established end board, that can oftentimes push Ash over the edge into feeling too powerful. And I think that this is also a pretty valid and good point. I talked about Force of Will, and I talked about the times when Force of Will has felt too good have been when it has been usable as a card to defend.
Or Maxi is
and that's
no
definitely true.
counters.
The spots where Force of Will has felt the most frustrating has been when it's been protecting wins, and those wins have been too easy to set up.
I know
and
at least one
that's kind of
person
what's
who would be
happening in a lot
fine
of
with
these
that
Yu-Gi-Oh
too.
games, right? Because Yu-Gi-Oh
Actually, I
games
know
are so
2
short,
people
if you
who are
able
fine
to
with
blank
that.
your opponent's turn once, your end board is going to win the game if you went first, right? So it's not.
You are
quite
not
a combo
alone.
kill
You are
in
not
the sense that
alone.
would be in a Magic context, like a sneak and show combo kill or something like that. But it is analogous, and I do think that you can make that comparison. So overall, how do we feel about Ash Blossom? What is the purpose of this card existing? Do they need to re-template Ash Blossom, like create a new one that has more of the charmy Dominus Impulse type text where it's mostly only usable as a reactive card going second and doesn't have the same kind of efficacy if you draw it going first? I think where I would land is that until they print something that is like that, I think you have to leave Ash legal because of its use as a reactive card. The applications on the proactive side are really frustrating, and I think that when it's countering Charmies or when it's being used as a follow-up to your already powerful end board, obviously exceptionally frustrating and does not always lead to the most positive play experiences. But I think that at least for now, there need to be cards that are acceptable.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that's not just an Ash Blossom issue. Like Imperm can do that too. Bell Veiler, Impulse, all the stupid Dominus cards especially. I actually hate that when you set them, they don't lock you. That actually annoys me. I understand it's because they're traps, so you get the benefit of like, you get rewarded for, I don't know. I don't know. But that's just a personal thing. But yeah, they could go do with more replacements, I guess.
In your main deck that make it so that the variance behind losing the die roll
I hope they let out Malice.
if you just like couldn't play this card, I do think that it ultimately
think Casio have a bad time with
does
cool
just make
tunes
going
with level
second worse,
floodgates?
even though it also weakens going first. Like I'm not suggesting that Ash doesn't also make going first worse. Doesn't also make going first better. It certainly does.
I mean, they don't need to like exceed every time.
You got to leave it for now. That the metagame pressure.
The bodies are kind of big.
Fine. Emphasis on fine, but that in the long term.
Well, actually, if you stick a 3K guy, it's kind of hard for Castor it out without Fenrir. So yeah, I don't know what you do against. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it might be tough. I feel like passing on the Cashier guys isn't that terrible though. I mean, Fenrir at least trades with normal summon with Cool Tune. Extra deck level 9. What's good level 9? I don't know. Enter Blathner. Enter Blathner's not terrible. Yeah, that's not the worst. There's probably something better with better stats though.
Hand traps.
Or is our Cool Tune? Yeah. It does.
To make them more reasonable for the player going second and worse for the player going first. I would certainly support changes to the number of Ash Blossoms that were legal once that happened. And I would just.
Do they replace Droll too? Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Droll replacement in that sense. I wouldn't mind that actually. I forgot about Droll, to be honest. Actually, Droll pisses me off more than it's up there with Maxi going first. Yeah, that's true. They do have back-to-back, yeah.
Or I wouldn't limit it or semi-limit it. I think if you printed an acceptable replacement, I would say let's just get rid of this. Let's not put it at 1 and have it be Called by the Grave Part 2 / sometimes an interactive hand trap. So that's all I've got for today. That's metagame pressure. That's Ash Blossom. Contentious subject. Would love to hear your thoughts about it in the comments. I'm sure I will, which like I said, I really enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the video today. I hope you enjoyed Mabel's cameo. I was going to hold her up to the camera, but she left. You'll probably have seen me grimace in pain as she dug her claws into my leg to try and get up. But yeah.
I didn't even notice that. Okay. I mean, this was fine. Nothing super contentious. It Hold on. This didn't PMO you? This should be a 10 out of 10 if it didn't PMO you. No, no, we shouldn't be watching rage bait, okay? Like, that's not what the React is about. I mean, I will get rage baited when it comes to, like, archetype reviews, and it turns out they're just naming every single card in the archetype. Oh, we already watched this. Hold on, what's next? Okay, I'm not watching. I DM'd 100 girls using Sykkuno's Riz to see if he has game. Here, you can at least see the thumbnail. I don't think I... Okay, we're just... Here's the thumbnail. Maybe if on a slow day or something, we need to... I might need to take notes. What's your least favorite Yu-Gi-Oh take? I'd have to think about it. Let's charge our XP bar together? That's crazy. I'm gonna be honest, if it's that bad, I probably forgot about it. Okay. Alright, here's one by Nifroth. Why is Dark Magician green? Why are we questioning it? No one questions whether Reactge is green. No one's asking about why Reactge or Pepe is green. You think MD needs a mini mulligan for going second? It would be interesting. I don't mind if they do. I don't think that fixes that much issues, you know. It's kind of like putting a band-aid. There's a lot of band-aid fixes on in Master Duel already, so what's one more? I would be interested to see it, where that goes, to be honest. Yeah, I don't mind that.
He's green for an amazing reason. Dark Magician, one of the most iconic monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! That is green? Or blue? I'm not sure, or maybe he's white? Well, go ahead and take your pick, because there have been a few different representations. But the most common seems to depict Dark Magician with this bluish-green skin color. Why is that the case?
It'd have to be possible. I think that's what they're implying. Like, you shuffle your hand, you draw one less card, you can shuffle your hand, your opponent draws an additional card. I don't think they mean, like, straight up. I don't even think existing mulligans are that free. Anyway.
People might know Dark Magician as having lighter skin from the anime and the iconic artwork of the original card. And well, actually, that might not have been the original card. You see, this is a version that we got in the TCG and Starter Deck Yu-Gi. The truth is that Dark Magician came out earlier in Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, where it looked like this. There we go, now that's a classic Yu-Gi-Oh artwork. Dressed in the usual purple clothing, having the staff, and generally the same appearance, aside from the skin being a light bluish green and the hair being blonde. Well, okay, I've got to admit that might not be the entire truth because this was only in the TCG, and technically Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon was
Maxi out of game. That's crazy. That's some dueling
shit. That was very creatively titled Volume 1. Released about 3 years before the Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the Dark Magician in that set is the white one? Yeah, and then their green Dark Magician came out later in this product called the EX Starter Box. So I guess we got it a bit flip-flopped over in the TCG. Okay, we gotta settle this by going even farther back with the Bandai card game, which depicts Dark Magician as... Okay, that one is just not even white. That's
Isn't that the manga art?
Like a greenish glow to him. So I guess maybe this one sort of counts.
I think the posing is the manga art.
Card game, and as usual, he's depicted as green there. Alright, we gotta get down to the bottom of this. Now, we don't necessarily have an actual official statement, I don't think, but generally this might be the case because the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga was released.
Yeah, it's right there.
So it came time to adapt official statement, I don't think, but generally this might be the case.
Yeah, right here. There it is. He looks kind of chopped in this one, though. Yeah, there's like a little beard or something.
As green there. All right, we gotta get down to the bottom of this.
To fix going second, all Konami needs to do is make more going second cards unnegatable, just like how Gordian Slicer is unnegatable.
So when it came time to adapt it in things like the anime, I guess they chose whatever color they wanted and made them light skin there. Need we bring up the inconsistency of green-haired Kaiba in the OVA that was made by Toei?
Screw the rules, I have green hair.
Really, the place to look now is in the drawings done by Kazuki Takahashi himself, and in things like the Dark Magician card that he drew the art of, as well as some of the cover art that is done in color. We can see here at least that Dark Magician is that familiar greenish blue. And with that being the way that they're deciding to represent Dark Magician in every other future card and legacy support and, you know, the full art that's coming out that's gonna look really good, and even the card game Chronicles animation, I'm going to assume that this is just the canon color. It even kind of fits in with stuff like Magician of Black Chaos, which is sort of in the same family and also has a very deep blue skin color. Wait, I think I said Magician of Black Chaos or Dark Magician of Chaos. They're, you know, mostly the same thing. This one here, the Chaos version of it. But the point is we have our answer now. Dark Magician is greenish blue. Okay, so why is that the case? Well, more recently, a lot of fans have actually made the connection to the Egyptian god Osiris, who is usually depicted as green. And you know, the more that I think about it, the hat that Dark Magician wears actually looks a little similar to the headdresses worn by Egyptian royalty. So the story of Osiris goes like this, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he was betrayed and murdered by his brother Set, who dismembered his body and scattered the pieces across across Egypt. Osiris's wife Iris painstakingly recovered and reassembled him, using magic to briefly restore him to life long enough to conceive their son Horus. After this resurrection, Osiris did not return to the world of the living, but instead became the ruler of the underworld, symbolizing death, rebirth, and eternal life. So with all that taken into account, it is actually kind of neat how it reflects other monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically used by Yugi. The whole aspect of taking different body parts and bringing them back together is very reminiscent of Exodia. Dark Magician Girl, who is often paired up with Dark Magician, actually has an interesting effect, being one that requires Dark Magician to be in the graveyard, and that really works either way, whether he be dead or ruling over the underworld. And then finally, we have Cypher the Sky Dragon, Yugi's iconic god card, whose original Japanese dragon is actually the Sky Dragon of Osiris.
Green
So
is
you
a
see,
sign
all
of
that honestly really
divinity?
ties together.
Ah.
For a while, I had thought the Egyptian theming in Yu-Gi-Oh! Was cool, but mostly tacked on. But if this was actually what was being planned, then, you know, I get it. I totally get it. While not being one-to-one representations, I think it is kind of neat how it takes that influence, but also just does something completely new with it. Like many other people, I used to not like the green Dark Magician as much, but after seeing it continue to be used and realizing that it is basically just the canon way of representing Dark Magician, I honestly have come around to it and never been a
Damn,
big fan.
tourist.
And looking back, I don't see how anybody can continue to stand by whitewash Dark Magician. You know, fun little personal story, this original Legend of Blue Eyes version was the one that I had as a kid. However, because I got a good amount of my first Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards as hand-me-downs from my older cousins, many of my original Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards were actually in Spanish, so I knew this guy as Mago Oscuro. Okay, yeah, sure, I knew it was the Dark Magician all along, and because that's what everybody else referred to it as, but I honestly personally like the name. So let me know what you think in the comments below about Dark Magician, which version you like the best, which artwork you like the best, and what you think is the reason behind its design. Also, you know, while we're at the end of the video, I do want to acknowledge that there are like alternate versions of Dark Magician, like I don't know, the Dark Sage later on, which is 100% something brought about by the anime because of the whole tie-in to Time Wizard as well. So I think that one definitely has its place. But for now, at the very least, I think Dark Magician fits in perfectly with the memes that are made by Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans just being green for some reason. Anyway, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe, and let me know if you want to see more stuff like this. But that's basically all I've got for the moment. So anyway, this is
Okay, all right. We know he's green for a very good reason. I see. All right, there's also Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander Genesis. This is... Actually don't know what to expect. I've never played Commander. But I know there's like politics in Commander. I played the Binding of Isaac tabletop game. And there's some like MTG-isms in there with like tapping and stuff like that. But there's also politics too when you play with a group of people. Fakest format ever. Yeah, you just have to play it on Edo Pro, and there you go. You have.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis Commander, modeled after the Magic the Gathering's Commander format.
In this format, each duelist competes at the same time against one another in a free-for-all. Alliances can be made, but they can also be broken. Each duelist can choose one commander.
Yeah,
monster
okay,
from
so
the
it has the
monster will reside in
politics
command zone.
aspect.
It can
I
roll
see.
forward at
I
any
see.
time, as if it were part of your hand or
I just had a
weapon.
Kirktoon player scoop in the
Ensure
vent.
that
What'd you
commander
do to
every
them?
move from its
How
position
could
on
you
the
make
battlefield, it can
them?
return to the command zone to be
They're
invoked
just trying
once
to
more, with
enjoy
additional life
their.
points cost each time. Although this luxury does not come without its cost. Each deck is restricted to singleton copies of each of its cards, and monsters can only be played from the commander's
They just
attribute,
got hit
type,
by the
or
ban
type.
list too.
One
You
last
gotta
twist will
be
shape
more
our battle.
respectful.
Each player must construct their deck without link monsters, and within the budget of 100 points, abiding by Konami's Genesis points list. Every decision matters. The commanders chosen, the points spent, the cards played, and the alliances built. It all unfolds at once in Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis Commander. All right. I can see all of you in the comments screaming at me. Jesse, this is domain format. And yes, this is very similar. We've labeled this commander to keep.
Okay, domain format has responded. No one is on his ass for calling it domain format yet.
The concept in line with the inspiration it was derived from. Plus, this allows me to make some rule modifications to keep each episode fresh. If you'd like to learn more about this rule set or domain more deeply, provide some resources in the description. But enough waffling. It's time to duel.
All right, what do I want to play today? Welcome to the first ever episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander Genesis.
All right, guys, here we go. Okay.
Craft
All right, guys,
overtuning?
super
I mean, you could play Duelist Genesis
Yu-Gi-Oh!
as well.
Genesis Commander.
Okay, let's see what my options are here. So player intro, YouTube. It's your
But
boy
yeah, it
Coder.
could be a
Like
bid
it's
for
like me.
overtuning.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Coder, and I'm excited to be here to play.
Oh yeah, time to get my game on. What's up guys, my name is Nim. I'm here with Jesse for some Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis Commander.
Oh, okay, Beautiful Princess is here. Psychic Rover, Rescue Cat.
Very excited to see what Jesse has in store for us today. Regardless, I'm just excited to just bully Jesse. Nah. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire. Hold on.
I got my first taste of the Commander format over on
They have like this melee
Oh,
like GameCube controller with the melee sound effects.
Daddy right there, yeah.
Where's the wheel?
I'll put that in.
And it's something I've been working on for quite a while.
Oh,
alongside
true.
Sam
I forgot
and
that's like a
Dancer.
staple of
Huge shout out to
Yu-Gi-Oh!
those guys for all the
content.
help. Now, you guys
He went
think
first
I'm
synchro into
combo
Track
player,
Maker
but I think
with
Psychic
Rotary
Rover
to look at my
is
hand. He
my
saw that
favorite.
open Stratos, Vion,
Then
Hero
other
Lives,
stuff
Furnace, and
that
Mass
will
Change.
reignite some spark in the community. So if you guys enjoy this, please make sure to check out our future videos on the channels on Sam's, but also make sure you check it out to play for yourself. Hope you guys enjoy it.
You dusted it? I'm pretty sure you could just play Duelist Genesis. though.
We got Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander in Genesis style, so no links despite the zones here. Wait, so okay,
Gage needs better
Yeah, we cheated that video, by
competition,
the way,
yeah.
as you can see.
Whoa!
Thank you, Sam.
Well, by the way,
He'd eat these people alive.
Oh, cheaters! Gage, you and I are the only honest duelists here.
Bring in Ray Dye, Joshua
He
Schmidt.
goes first. I don't know the rules, but I'm
don't know the rules?
I know the rules.
I know the rules.
Right, I roll. Go.
Is it like clockwise after that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
move! That's insane.
So last person gets to attack, and only first person doesn't get the draw.
So yeah. So, yes.
Wait, so can I choose to like go second?
You can choose to go second, which would make me first.
You don't sound excited about that sounds OP.
Bro, you show less.
No, I think going second sounds
No,
crazy.
make him go first.
I think going second sounds. I'm gonna go second. I want you to go first, Jesse.
Good luck, guys.
I want Jesse to go first.
So I won the die roll, but I chose to go second. I get the draw, but also I'm not the last player to go. And Jesse seemed to not want to go first. So
This is pretty
Jesse
similar
got
to
it.
like that
Alright,
one.
so I get the first place.
Great.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Go
I
first.
card.
My pleasure.
I
Jesse.
think it was
Alright,
Team
alright, alright.
Team Samurai
Let me get
X.
this out of the way. My commander is obviously the worst one here, but I do have a definition, and it's simple.
They would do like I forgot. It was basically a draft format for like a progression series draft format.
All right. I'm gonna summon main phase 1, my commander. And defense.
Yeah, those decks
I'm
are
gonna set
huge.
1, 2, 3 cards face down.
Yep.
Wait, why did you summon that face down?
Because I wanted to.
Yeah.
Interesting. No, that's fine. I just didn't expect that to happen.
Gage picks
You know what this
Doonbait.
I know.
All right. Well,
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Oh,
Your
the
turn.
Hell yeah, draw.
So
Morgana.
what you got, Rescue Cat? If you just frame what heavy me, I'm just ending the video here. Like only one person to do.
I summon Rescue Cat, and I activate its effect.
Sure.
Bing.
Sign off your turn like that, eh, Kevin?
Like that, bro.
Like that.
It negates their effects, man.
Yeah, it's random. You do not get to just summon.
That is
4 million
completely
monsters.
fine. I summon Cupsy Yummy.
TTB. Thank you for the follow.
This should be interesting.
Back in my day, this just summoned Air Bellum.
Yeah,
That's it,
like
bro.
your day.
When did you start playing Gage?
I started playing Reactge wind-up format. Is when I
Oh,
started
back
using
to
that.
back in your day. You were playing. I just when it came
Well,
out.
when I played
Back in my
that
day.
game that I
It's
played.
not that.
Also summoning,
Yeah, that's way
It's
beyond
just a tuner.
Edison.
It's just a tuner.
Cool.
Yeah. Yoko Tuner and Cupsy Yummy. And then
Guys, Kevin does not know what he's doing, okay?
I synchro summon.
Yoko Tuna makes me laugh though, because that's like a pun on Yokozuna.
Well, I don't think any of our commanders are fire or zombies, so I don't think we just get to use Ash, do we?
Cool. So I'm gonna add. Oh, is there surprise in here? I should have summoned the Cupsy.
Yeah, I don't know why you summon Cupsy.
I don't know. I've never played this deck. I'm gonna add both of these guys. These guys are good. These are good Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right?
Lollipop and Kooky.
And then I'm going to discard. And this is where shit gets a little crazy ways.
We're still 6 cards in hand because this costs 0.
I discard Dandelion.
Oh my god.
And then I'm gonna dandy effect to summon 2
Oh, he's already
Yeah,
letting it up. Look at this guy.
All right, that's cooking.
You're so good, Kevin. Wow.
Yeah. No, this was a crazy turn one.
Crazy, yeah.
Crazy turn one. You did not expect something this crazy to
I was
happen.
insane, Kevin.
You
You're
did not
so
expect
cool.
that. I'm just gonna make sure that I don't want to do more. I do want to do more actually. Oh no, I can't do that. I can't do the thing that I want to do. That's fine. We'll pass it.
All right, drawing for turn. Move it.
So my inboard here is really bad, and I can explain why. I didn't realize that playing my commander took out my normal summon. I thought I still had the normal summon. The other thing that I forgot to do is that I forgot that I'm supposed to add Cupsy with the Cupsy Yummy way and not summon it off the Rescue Cat. Surely I will last a very long time in this duel.
How does that activating soul absorption?
Oh shit, bro's gonna get so.
That makes sense. He loses surprise.
I'm gonna actually.
Hello.
Saki. That's fine. You can summon.
Yeah. And then our normal summon damage juggler.
You wish Morgan I could play in something other time? There's no like funky OTK you can do when you search the.
Oh shit, bro's about a mill.
What's the one that like inflicts a bunch of
So right here,
damage?
this Minerva is absolutely crucial. I need to make sure she resolves because my commander is Chaos Dragon Legionnaire. So what I'm trying to do now is set up.
Wait, what are the stats? 2,000? It doesn't get anything, right?
No.
Dark Hole Dragon and
Oh, the breakthrough skill.
That is
Just so you know, okay, you can only use.
Didn't
that
he use
breakthrough
his normal
turn.
summon
Okay,
though?
so you know.
I think he literally tried cheating like yesterday.
Yeah, it's not imprint on
I guess there's no
breakthrough
point
skill.
in
It's only imprint on your turn.
in like.
Ooh, so 2
It's just better to set it up. You can just summon it
comes back to
next
my
turn.
Stop any effects that will try to threaten me, and also Dark Hole Dragon can float. So whenever a card gets destroyed, it can come back, and I can search Dark Hole. Now I'm gonna activate Damage Juggler's effect. I'm gonna banish Damage Juggler to add a 4 monster. Ready for next hand.
And you gain 500 life points.
And I gain 500 life points with soul absorption. Thank you so much.
On resolution, trigger effect.
Resolution.
Is it trigger or does it just trigger?
Trigger effect. Yeah, it triggers every time.
Kevin, how do you do that?
Because I'm a judge.
This-
You fucking guy, man.
I can't do it. I'm already taking a stab. It's been 1 hour.
No, this is great.
I'm Jill Taylor's ahead of me. Oh my
I'm
god.
having a great time.
I'm having a great time. I'm just vibing, bro. I can't buy
This
this.
is so funny, bro.
Okay, so what am I doing? I'm adding Judgment.
You're ready to get for 4 monsters ready to redact your hand, Sam.
And on resolution, I gain 500 soul absorption.
Yeah, where's my
Yes.
trigger, bro?
It's not light dark. You can't play it.
Oh, is it not? Oh, it's Earth.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay.
So, truthfully, Sam's my toughest opponent because I'm playing a trap deck, and Levineer every turn is really bad trap decks. I need him to at least get well in life, so he can't keep spamming Levineer before we get to a line game.
Now I'll end my turn, bro.
Bro, nice deck. Nice deck. I'll draw for turn.
Yep. So Gage is last.
Okay, do you want to make friends, bro? I'll be friends.
No, don't be with him.
Right?
Don't see him with him. I
You
don't
don't be friends?
No,
No,
no one's gonna want to be friends with me after I make my play here. So let me open here.
Damn.
I'm gonna start by normal summon.
Hold on,
Gage. Yeah.
Before you do this, in standby, I would like to negotiate with you.
So looking at the commanders that we have, I think Gage's commander, the Morgana, is the scariest one. The Morganite cards, they can ramp up very quickly. I'm trying to wheel and deal with Gage to try and get on his good side. I want to be friends with him for now.
How scared are you of these macro cards? Genuinely?
Not
at all, bro. I'm not at all. Hop on, bro. All right, hop on. I'm gonna normal summon my Morgana, the Witch of the Eyes,
amazing.
and that's gonna activate her
Down.
summon ability.
I'll
Add a
negotiate.
Morganite card from my deck to my hand. Is this resolved?
Yes, resolved.
I'll allow it. Okay.
Results.
And what's are you adding?
I'm adding time tiering Morganite here.
Okay, so guys, I
Go
can't
on first.
stop this.
I can't stop this either.
I can.
Stop it.
But should I?
You should stop it.
Why should I? What do you do for me? I'm not gonna be your slave. Just gonna turn on me.
Okay, whatever you need.
How about you not pop my back or constantly Levineer?
Can you pop that back real
Okay,
quick now?
okay, how about this? Okay, bro, Kevin.
I won't pop yours for a second. Wait, you'll pop me with Levineer. Don't go to him now.
No, not the whole duel. Not the whole duel. I have to do everything in my power to convince either Jesse or Kevin to stop this Morgana searching time turn Morganite, because if this Morganite resolves, Gage gets a pot of greed every single turn, and we cannot allow that to happen. Not the whole duel.
Jesse, okay, no, here, I'll make the deal. I'll make the deal.
Why? It's gonna be a long, full relationship.
Fine, okay.
No, no, whoa!
Kevin,
Okay, dude, we're making enemies here.
Kevin, I'm not doing right now. You cannot let Morgana resolve.
No, well, I don't have a problem with him resolving Morganite. He's gonna be my friend.
No.
Hold up.
Yo, fuck's fun.
Are you gonna stop this?
Yeah, you just,
I don't know. Maybe I will.
Just stop it. It's fine.
Oh wait,
So,
man,
are you saying
up
you
here.
stop this
Probably
before?
there's like 3 raids. So
No, I know what the card does, Sam. I know what the card does.
I don't know if you were watching
Now I'm scared of this back row because Jesse's
Sachi
talking about
Shuai.
the plan's paying
Who
off
was
so
the
far. I
first
think
one?
Gage thinks
Gummy
that I'm on
Dummy.
his side when in reality I got him right where I want him.
Jesse,
So, can you take care of that back row for me and let me resolve my time theory? I think that whatever it is he has, I might be able to interact with it after he uses it, so I'm not preemptively firing. No, right, am I good?
Yeah.
I have trades? Mind
Yeah,
crush!
thank you.
Time, Morganite. Target Gage.
But his choice went right.
No, no.
Where's the hyphen at, Jesse?
Time, dash, Terran, Morganite.
Damn, he did it. He got it. I discarded it. You don't get to see the rest of my hand though.
That's crazy sharking. That's insane
Good
sharking.
job, Jesse. Even though you and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, that was a good move, man. Good move.
I will set 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Can you kill his rover gauge? It has 0 stats, right? 700 defense.
Yeah, but you know what Rover does, right? When it dies, you roll 6
I think he wants it in the graveyard. Yeah.
Once in the graveyard.
It doesn't do anything if like flip summons it or whatever, it just does something when it dies.
Yeah. I think Gage, I think Jady's gonna get
I think I'm gonna attack one of your tokens. I'm gonna go to the battle phase and I'm going to attack. Okay. All right. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? If you clear this rover, I'll clear his 2 back row. Well, now you're gonna clear the 2 back row.
You want to go after your back row gauge? You also have 3 back row.
Oh, and I guess I said it before I went to the battle phase too. All right, I'll go battle phase and I'll attack over the face down psychic rover with my Morgana, the Witch of the Eye.
On your declaration, I'm gonna invest your weapons.
Damn.
So I'm the target already, which is truly awesome, considering that's exactly what I didn't want to happen. But I do have ways around it. I can actually make.
I feel like that will always happen with Jesse.
I make deals, Gage. Okay, I make deals.
Okay, Jesse got 2.
I have 3 deals.
He's like the easy target.
Oh, what? Oh my god, I'm gonna cry, big dog.
That cooks my entire board. That's like really bad, worst case scenario, and I'm being punished for the really mediocre board I made turn 1.
Now, Sam, I need your damn word.
I
Because
got
we're good.
you.
No, because the next thing that happen will ruin you or Gage.
Well, bro,
I get to choose.
Bro, okay,
no. Do not betray me what happens next. Hold on. Does anybody have a response to this?
No thinking.
Yeah, well, you tag out.
Well, if I tag out, it still dies. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. I think I want this in my extra instead of the grave.
I'm one of the greats, you can tag out other stickers into it.
This is fine. That's fine.
Next, I'll chain Crush Card Virus.
What?
And I'll target Gage.
Hey, dude.
Show us your hand, right?
Yeah.
Show me
No
your
way.
hand.
Does this resolve? Anybody got anything?
Magic was so expensive. Oh yeah. I heard Commander is pretty popular for that.
Triggers! It triggers! That's so funny! Banish it and summon it.
Got
Fucking
those.
cause new chain. Let's resolve this. Yeah.
Dude, what? This has to be the worst crush card of all time. I thought you'd for sure have a deck full of high tribute monsters for the Morganites. Instead, mystery attack, 0 attack, and a freaking floater.
So which one's mandatory? So my Minerva Chain Link 1.
Is Minerva mandatory?
Yeah, well, no,
No.
it's not mandatory.
So his rover, who's turn player? No, he's turn player.
Oh, he's turn
so
player.
he can't start to Eclipse Chain Link 1.
Yeah.
Watching sign first. Oh,
Chain
I
Link 2
see.
Psychic Rover. Chain Link 3.
3 Minerva, and we'll Chain Link 4 Dark Order.
What's our whole giant do?
If a card refuses to destroy my card, if I get special in the end phase, I get a certain purple.
Lovely. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
And this resolves?
Yeah,
All
so
right.
there's also Dark Order come first. Okay,
Yeah.
so this,
And you mill 3.
and mill 3.
Can it add from grave? There's no way, right?
That's so funny.
I'm playing a 60 card deck, and the first mill I send to the grave of Minerva is a freaking Dark Hole. This is completely ass.
Bro, nice deck.
Okay, your psychic rover then resolves.
So what does Rover do? Can you please tell me what it does? So when it goes to graveyard, I can roll a 6-sided die. And what are the numbers for it to succeed?
All right, have a good night.
A 2, 3, 4, 5 comes back, and then whenever special summon, I roll a die again, and then for 1 or 6, I pop 2 cards on target. Awesome. So first roll.
Bro, he's playing Gingerbread House. That card is fucked. I hate that card.
All right, I'm going to add Cosmo Dark Destroyer from my deck to my hand, and I'm going to return Morgana back to the command zone, and then new chain this. And then new chain, yeah, you're going to gain 500 more life.
And I guess you're not using.
He's going to get large and in charge. My goodness.
Okay, yeah. I cannot trigger Dark Hole Dragon for obvious reasons because somebody stacked this on top of my deck. I don't know who.
You.
Okay. I've got 3 back row. I am going to pass my turn to Jesse. Go ahead.
I'll draw. Main phase 1?
Yeah.
I'll repay you for Heavy Stormbuster. I'll pay Night Beam probably in your face now.
Yeah, you should. That's the worst card in the game.
No, don't touch it, bro.
No, we actually learned. No,
This is really
horrible.
They haven't seen that video yet. That's the
Horrible card.
Viewers haven't seen this yet.
Horrible card. Why are they so scared of Jar? The card's so bitch. Draw 1. Whatever. Who cares?
Alright, I'll pay 500 life points to set Psychic Rover. I will roll the right cards at some point, the right numbers. Then I'll set 1 card face down, and I'll end. Draw.
Reading. I guess I'll pay 500 to summon the rescue cat.
Yep. Numbers.
So this is my normal summon, right?
Yep, this is the normal summon.
Awesome. I'll activate the effect. So I guess it goes to grave before going to
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna summon out Marshmallow Yummy and the. Okay, I will summon the Hobby Squatch.
It's in your hand.
Don't ask questions, Jesse. Do not ask questions that you do not want to know the answers to. Okay. It plays Yu-Gi-Oh. Don't ask questions. I will perform a synchro summon. Yeah, for a 3, I'm going to summon the Star Hand.
So Kevin, want me to stop that for you?
What do you mean stop that?
Want me to like stop it? I need summon. As revenge for, that's for me.
You probably should do that. You probably should not do that.
I know exactly what Kevin's trying to do. If any of you guys have resources to stop the Star Hand, they should.
I think that would be a really bad idea.
I'll spare you this time.
No, Jesse, you should.
It doesn't look like
Not your slave.
What's the Star Hand do? The Star Hand can discard a guy to special summon a monster from my grave that was used as material for this card's synchro summon, and if I do, it's treated as a tuner.
Jesse, come on, stop it.
No,
Mischief
I
of
can't afford
Wolves?
Sam. I can't afford to be burning them. That's
I have to see what that does. I think that was the recent card.
Okay, so I actually
Is that
know
in
something.
Master Duel?
I know damn well how powerful the Star Hand is. I can't stop
I
it.
know it came
Yes.
out
I
as
think
like
that
one of the
essentially means every resource I have to stop them.
TCG world
It's not Sam's gonna
premieres
protect me, 'cause he
in
doesn't
a
have
recent
cards to protect
set.
me with.
So I'm going to use the effect of
Reduce the
the
levels
Star
of
Hand.
all monsters your
I'm gonna
opponent controls by
discard
2. Increase the levels of monsters you control by 2 during your main phase.
Oh, hold on.
Rosen, hold on.
Target one face over,
Somebody
destroy it, and if
might
you do,
deal
add
with
this
Are we
card to your
scared of this? Are we
hand.
worried about the Star Hand? I'm checking around the table to see if the guys want me to negate this or not because I have a way to stop it.
I don't think he's making it. He's trying to nab these.
That's ally.
We didn't buddy
That's
up.
an interesting card.
These bro, look at these attributes.
I don't know. He's definitely. No, this is
Are you? You're not scared of it? All right.
scared.
All right,
I
fine,
feel
I'm scared.
like not every deck can play it though.
But nobody seems really too concerned about it, so I let it go through.
I'm gonna summon the Marshmallow.
But
Play this from deck, right? Or
both effects are pretty interesting.
Spell, yeah. Or you can do spell trap from deck or bench. Yeah, yeah. Good. Okay. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Fantastic. I will be placing the Akroki.
I guess I would compare it to Spellbound.
So is there any synchro summon yummy monsters or anything? If I synchro summon a light beast synchro. So Starhead and Yummy, the Starhead's there. Okay. This is the moment where I can make allies.
Because I'm not too crazy, like, you know, if it was going first. I guess they both have the same application going first and second, I feel.
Yeah. I'll activate the effective Lipo, so I can shuffle back a thing from either player's grave. I can give you your Dark Hole back. I can give you your Morganite back. I don't know if you have anything in your grave.
Oh my god, that's bad. Don't do that.
Kevin.
But the grave effect is actually interesting.
To make with you, each will have a miracle.
Jesse and Sam are trying to cut some deals, but it's not them that I want. I'm going after Gage.
Wait, when does this trigger? Is it only on summon? It's only on during the end phase. Yeah, so he's missed it already.
Yeah, I already missed it.
I already missed it. So the other thing that I would like to do is I'd like to get rid of your breakthrough skill if I'm being super honest with you.
Sure, do you want to get rid of it? No, it's better.
If you don't care, yeah, I'll just put back to the
Oh, but I don't care now. I will care later.
Okay, no problem. Bro says I don't care now, but I will care later.
Yeah, just remember you targeted me.
I didn't target you. I'm being a homie, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna.
You can cookie this and just, you know, just like.
I don't want. I don't want. I'm just gonna synchro here. I'm gonna try to summon. Is that successful, Jesse?
Jeez.
That is mine. I bet. So Chainlinks. Chainlinks is gonna be the Filippo, and then the Akroki spots anything.
Yes, target one part.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go after this one here.
Yeah, what a Gage you do, bro.
Okay, I'll chain my Dark Sacrifice.
That is hilarious.
Nice chain links.
Pretty cool that the chain link ended up this way, and I was able to use my Dark Sacrifice to put Backjack into the graveyard. If you would have chain blocked it the other way, I wouldn't be able to use that card.
When your opponent activates a card effect that would destroy a card of the field, I can negate that, and then I can send a level 3 or lower Dark Monster from my deck to the graveyard. That's fine. Okay, yeah, okay, cool.
It dies, you dies.
Does this destroy? Yes, I'm down. Please destroy this card. Alright, so does this resolve? Trust. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Please destroy this.
Rip Keck WL.
No, I don't have to do that.
Rip.
Do you believe if I tell you he dies?
It's over for them.
No.
No, I don't believe that.
Just 2 back row.
Let's do back.
Alright, and then guys, this turn. I'm not happy.
He's sending a backjack probably on just sacrifice.
Yeah, dump Backjack, bro. By all means, dump Backjack.
Man.
We'll send Absolute King Backjack to the graveyard. Yeah, no problem. I'll resolve my Filippo first. Resolve.
There's no way you gotta do as well.
So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna send back the Lipo and the
Oh,
Marshmallow.
so you have that in your hand.
One of them negated.
Oh, no.
Yeah, both of these are negated. Would you like to use your Backjack?
Yeah, check the
I'll chain I'll chain this. Okay, what does that do? It's going to revive 2
Provides 2.
Okay, so Backjack, I get I resolve first. Sorry, so I'm gonna summon back Cupsy Yummy Way and the Cupsy Yummy, and then you can check Backjack. I get to jack off. I get to look at the top.
Hold on.
Go ahead and jack
What
off, and then
What?
put them on top in any order.
Not freaky, bro.
So we'll put this like this, and then you chain. So I'm gonna go Cupsy Yummy Way, Cupsy Yummy to either.
Oh
Yummy
my
card or top.
god. That was.
Good. That's fine. That, and then, Yummy surprise.
Damn.
Give me the surprise. Where is the
Oh,
surprise?
Jesse, you're supposed to start. So.
Big surprise.
Did you tell
The Backjack joke did not land on me.
I said him. No, sorry, resolve. He said you stop
I see
starting.
nothing wrong here. I'm doing fine right now.
May I proceed?
I got nothing.
All right, I'll activate Mignon.
Oh,
You're actually cooking with like without even
it's
snatching.
all his light beast gain 2500 attack.
This was my secret all along. I had Mignon chilling in my hand. This is how I'm going to be reducing Gage's life points to 0.
So now, just for context, it's all my light beasts.
Oh, they gain for every yummy. So
No,
okay.
see, for each, no, my yummies gain for every light
Oh, so
beast.
they all gain 25.
So this one, they all gain 25. So this one's 25, this one's 31, this one's
Yummy with no
30,
lean?
and this one's 25.
It's doable.
I'm gonna attempt to leave main.
But he does have a recursive recruiter for 2
Trap I get to set, so
light beast
yeah, please
monsters.
set your bottomless trap hole. That is completely fine. And then I think it's still in the main. 500 more light.
Yeah,
I'm gonna change the soul absorption. I'll do this targeting this right.
So it's not that hard to get all
It's only got
the
face up, so I mean,
what's
that's the only face
called
up spell trap I care about here. Yeah, I'll just
the yummy
Okay,
names
bro.
in
I'll just send
rotation.
25 over here. Mirror force me.
Kevin's gone pretty wide with his board here. He has all of his monster slots filled up, so I feel like it's the perfect time to flip up my trap card.
Would there be a reason that'd be a bad idea?
I don't know. I don't think so. This can tag out survive 1 from the grave.
I guess the only difference is you have to use Cupsy Yummy Way to search the field spells
Quaking!
instead of surprise.
In 2025, what are we talking about, man?
Is that what?
Is that fine? Is that
Yeah, it only books the attack position ones, right?
Yeah.
Everything.
This is so fun. This is completely okay.
Damn, he got cooked.
I'm gonna chain to this. I'm gonna activate the Yummy Surprise, which will let me target 2 of the guys on my board and bounce them to also bounce 2 other cards on the board.
Never
So I'm
mind.
going to target my.
This
actually,
is fine.
actually. I'm gonna target the Marshmallow for sure.
He should have chained
This is how the field your opponent controls.
Lollipo, then
Two
chained
cards your opponent controls. So I can
surprise.
I guess I can target Jesse to get his rover off the board and force him to summon it again. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna hit both of these.
Okay.
Yeah.
No response.
Sure. So these get bounced, and then making mirror force roll. Yeah. Then these all set.
Yeah,
And then after that,
Main phase 2.
I will go to the main phase.
Tap into
And here,
peak
I
later.
do Nothing. I'll simply pass. This is fine.
All right.
This is
Oh
a
my
game
god, I know what you
eight
fucking link. I saw the tweet for that.
Completely set up Filippo. I can kill any one of these guys.
All right. If my opponent controls one monster, now you get 80% of monster in my hands.
Bro, be cool, man.
I need you.
No, that's what the fuck? That's crazy. Summon Mogi.
You want to bottom it?
No, I don't want to.
All right, you know what? I'll click on it. I'll spend a few. Horse, drag. Which names belong to horse, drag, queen, or beast? Okay, this is not what I thought it was. I think it was another. It was like I think what I saw was okay. I'll tap into this afterwards. But I think the one I saw was Kirby music, Toho, or something else. That's what I saw.
So these guys are thinking on this Ecclesia, I think it's a bottom strap hole. I'm Sam's ally, so I don't want to pitch in a way they'll hurt Sam. They absolutely should.
Bro has Chaos Ruler in his deck, by the way.
Nah, I win this.
No,
Well, at least you can do the. I think I can do the what's called.
Okay, also,
I don't know any drag queens.
But Panga Ruler about to hit the board.
No, would you like one wood?
What do you mean no?
Kirby music, Toho, or Yuri titles. Yeah,
I'm telling you that you should.
I think that you should. At least
Bro, because
that's the one I saw. So I guess this is gonna be the new trend, huh?
Alright, so, but if you bomb us it, I'm gonna have to kill you.
you would not kill me this turn. You would not do
No, you're
that.
dead. No, I know, but okay, if you don't bomb us me, I can kill Jesse.
Sam, you worthless rat bastard. Can't trust you with anything.
Excuse me.
Oh shit!
I don't know, just something about hearing Jesse say, call someone else a worthless rat.
It's actually insane, Jordan. He made an alliance with Jesse, and now he's saying I'm gonna kill him on his literal first turn.
I'm just saying, Gage, I'm just saying.
Your word is worthless.
If you don't bomb us it, I'm gonna kill you.
Okay,
Sam, say no bomb us it, do it.
Oof. Thank God, man. I was genuinely worried that Sam was gonna come for me.
I don't know if I wanted Jesse to be eliminated this early in the game.
Okay,
He hasn't even done anything.
okay,
He's also, he set, am I gonna really pair against the guy that has set Psychic Rover 2 turns in a row? I am an ally. His deck can RNG you out of the game, though. That's right. So you want me to be on your team so I can RNG other people, not you. Well, you were on Sam's team, but apparently I'm on Switch teams now, so.
Jesse didn't do anything wrong. Why would I want Jesse to be removed from the game already? I think I'm gonna let Jesse have a couple more turns. I activate this bottomless trap hole. This game's not going anywhere.
In response to your Chaos Ruler, I will activate Bottomless Trap Hole.
Jesse, don't worry, I'm not killing that. It's part of my strategy. I wanted to do that. Trust me, he's dead.
One person is dying this turn. 100,000%.
No, so this gets banished first.
Yeah, so bomb this, it gets banished first, and trigger comes,
There's a thousands. Yeah.
yeah, trigger comes out, there's 1,000, and then this goes 1, 2,
Oh my god.
3, 4.
Bro can add DD Crow. Bro will 3 graveyard effects and DD Crow. That's crazy.
Okay.
We might need demons. Chaos Ruler's a little busted.
So now I am going to go. I'm gonna add D4 to my hand,
Shocker.
and then now I'm gonna trigger out my graveyard effect. So I'm gonna go Chainlink 1 Squamato, and that's it. Right, this one
And then Bombs is gone.
And then-
I'll go Chainlink 2 Dark Hole Dragon in my hand.
Uh,
Oh, because Bottomless destroys and
yeah.
vanishes.
that's fine. Yep.
Oh my goodness me, bro.
And this Squamato's gonna dump.
Oh god.
Is this on the field or in the graveyard?
It's in the
It's zero, zero.
It's 0, yeah. I am going to dump Shadow Dragon. Okay, Shadow Dragon effect.
Chainlink 2 Dark Hole Dragon.
Sure, Shadow Dragon, I'll pop this.
Dude, it feels like back row cannot survive in this
okay,
format.
Sam might be going for the kill, bro. He might be going for the
Yeah, I
kill.
gave you an option. I said, Gage,
But I don't know, maybe I'm
He's gonna
like...
summon my Morgana again. Put him on exactly 500 so he dies if he summons her. That's evil.
I'll pay 500 life points.
It's your first time, bro. It's free. It's free, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Free.
Bro, I'll be honest, you guys are dead. Like, what do you guys
You build 4
okay,
graveyard
okay,
effects.
okay, bro, okay,
I don't agree. No, I think we win. I think we're fine.
Like, it's also, it's not just like, we could get like 2 people to gang up on a guy with back row. I feel like
Honestly,
that
Gage,
sounds
you wrong me. I'm gonna
very
say, you know what?
difficult.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yes.
Because Gage, you know what? Right now,
Back row can barely survive 1v1.
yo, I'm trying to get you something Morgana again.
Yeah, bro. Give me some action.
Give me
Best
some
wingman
action.
here. Look
Come
at
on,
that.
bro.
Best
Best
Sam is just the guy that's allying with everyone and instantly threatening them.
Guys, I'll be honest, Gage gets absolutely no motion. He's motionless. Kevin played a lot of his turn. Jesse didn't really do much, but it's Jesse. You know what I'm saying? Gage drove all the way here to Canada, 8 hours, just to get 0 motion. Come on, man.
Okay, so I'm gonna banish Minerva, Psychitamo, and I'm gonna banish
He just realized that play doesn't work because if he banishes Ecclesia, he can't revive the Ecclesia, which is tutor. That thing's light!
yes, Dark Referee, light on the special.
Dark Greffer is light, by the way.
I'm gonna special Chaos Ring Living here.
Yeah, to revive one. Oh god.
I'm gonna use Living Effect to revive one from the grave. And I'm gonna revive back
Wait, so you've thought through that part, not the rest of the effects. Oh my god. In defense mode.
in defense mode, yep.
Chinny!
Now
Check.
I am going to go these 2 into
Big thing. Large thing. Alright, Sam. A little faster, please.
no, you're dead. No, everyone have your dead. This way.
Today, Junior! I'm doing the video.
Okay, Dark Relic Dragon.
Dark Rebellion. Oh my goodness.
Effect. Okay, that's
Materials. It attaches both
no,
materials.
that's even better.
Just right in line.
Right yours. So it's 15.
So that goes to 15, it's on 4 candles. Is it permanent?
It is right.
It is permanent.
Yeah.
Permanent 4,000 attack. He's got a Chaos Max on board.
You see? Just you're dead. Because you're an asshole.
Because I'm an asshole?
Okay, now I'm gonna go over these 2. Program.
Oh.
Not Program.
Oh, this guy's goaded.
I'm gonna detach Chaos Ring Living here, and I'm gonna place it back here. And I'm gonna I'll negate that. And this goes into my zone. Now
Does it
does it?
reset back to 3 or
No, it doesn't.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
It becomes ineffective, but it doesn't reset back.
I will Chaos Ring Living here.
I immediately asked myself the same thing. I'm like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
wait,
like
But
droplet.
it's only once per turn though.
What's called Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon attack modification. Since it affects like more than one card besides itself, I think it like freezes the attack.
Oh, what the? Oh, but he can attack with this one. Oh.
Yes, I'll banish these 2.
He can kill Jesse or engage.
And I'm gonna go with this.
That's kind of crazy.
Yep. Just summon that.
Oh god.
Summon.
Where's he gonna kill someone with the ugliest Dark Rebellion XC Dragon of all time?
Now I'm gonna special summon Dark Dragon.
What? Oh!
1, 2, 3.
Hey! This dude opened Jesus.
Beg me! Beg me! I want you to beg me right now!
Beg you?
I just want to hear Jesse beg me not to kill him. I just want to see him beg.
Prove your word is worthless.
Yeah.
Prove your word is worthless.
Beg me, say Sam, please save me!
Save you.
Save me, Sam!
How about you show some damn respect? You gave me your word. He's talking mad shit right now.
Keep up with it.
He's talking mad shit right now. You gotta show me.
This, we have another troll deck, and I'll remember for the rest of the time how worthless every word that comes out
This
of
is like
your
psychological
rotten
warfare.
mouth
Bro.
is.
This is psychological warfare. He's insulting you, bro. I think you're Sam. I think you're a great
No,
duelist.
he's insulted if he proves that
No,
he's
no, no, no,
worthless.
no,
He can
no,
prove his
no.
worth
I think
right now.
I think you're a great duelist, Sam. You
I
don't
think
should
you
remove Kevin from the game.
What the hell, man? I thought I was safe. What are we talking about?
Whoa! I think he's what did I do, man? I think he's the one that's done the
He's
most.
new.
What are you talking about? Yeah, that's fine, bro.
Battle face.
I'm dead, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Tack again?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then I wanna kill Jesse Dark Dragon.
Sure, dog. That's crazy.
Gage,
What the?
I listen to you.
I'm like the only dude that didn't go after you, bro. What are we talking about?
Hey, Kevin, I just asked him.
Like I said, I just wanted Gage to be involved. If Gage said Sam, kill Jesse, I would have killed Jesse. If Gage said Sam, kill Kevin, I kill Kevin.
That's crazy. All right, well, GG's, I guess. I'm dead.
All right, guys,
Have fun, y'all.
stay seated, Kevin.
Well, I'm not staying here. I'm over there. Wait, why do I stay in the video?
What are you talking about?
Don't say that. Yeah, we're not talking bro. Damn, man. It's all Dark Ops level 7.
It's all done?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all done?
We lost to this guy. No, we haven't lost yet. It's okay, John. Are we agreeing for me to deal with this guy?
If
Bro, I spared you guys, bro.
Spared?
I spared you guys, bro.
You were to kill me.
Don't get it twisted. He may think that he didn't kill me, thus we are friends. These are the actions of no ally or friend.
Alright, is it my turn?
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, hold on. And face Dark Hole Dragon.
Yeah, oh, you get Dark Hold, right?
Yeah, I can help a little bit. My bad, fam. My bad. Most worthless my bad, fam ever.
I draw for turn. That's so cringe. I'll go stand my phase, main phase.
Yeah, you're good.
Maybe we should stop chaos ruler.
I'm going to pay 500
No,
of
you're
my
not
life.
matching the stupid trick on the Ecclesia.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay 500 of my life points to resummon the Morgana, the Witch of the Eyes.
Yeah, but I'm dead. We're just in Dark Hole.
And I'll activate Respect on Summon.
I activate my ready. Okay, yeah.
Yep. I'm going to activate Pot of Duality.
Yes, sir.
And reveal top 3. I'm gonna pick one of them.
Oh my god, the trap.
That's really bad.
Oh my trap collector or whatever it's called.
This card's
Awful. I literally can't do anything with any of these cards.
not the worst cards.
I'll take the Verdict of Anubis, I suppose.
Eventually
Then you got the
we'll
bad
get
breath
these.
I hope
dragon.
you set a lot of
The
cards.
bad breath
Okay,
counter
and
trap.
lose. Cool.
Sam is just like, I don't know what.
No, I'm gonna get Dark Hole anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I already decided
Trap
to
gather, yeah, yeah, yeah.
the time being, so I'm going to just set a
We
card.
really need to help each other.
I'm going
Yes.
to pass my turn. Go ahead.
You're gonna struggle otherwise. I draw.
Yep.
I can't deal damage to Sam. I have a 0 attack monster. Yeah, Dark Hole.
Yep. I'll get my whole board, and then Dark Hole
Go
ready.
line chain like 1. Dark Hole chain like 1.
And then I'll go Dark Hole chain 2.
I'll move Morgana back to the main
And then
deck.
I'll go chain 3. You go Dark Hole ready.
Oh god, he has to be crow. Oh my god.
Crowing my Dark Hole Dragon. Wow, wow, wow. Great friend. Yeah, great friend. Good job, dick.
Yep.
Can I read your rover?
Psychic Rover, here you go.
Ride in the month and roll. But
We agree with the set. Done.
set to 2 or someone.
Set 2.
Yeah, drop.
He forgot to put it in the commander zone, and I'm shocking you.
Okay, sure.
He said, okay, sure.
Oh, I forgot that.
Guys, I'll be honest.
Crazy
that's so fast.
sharking.
Obviously, I meant to put Levineer back to extra deck, but Jesse's a shark.
No, okay.
No, what do you mean?
That's crazy
If
sharking.
you banish this,
No, no, no,
anything,
no,
you're
no,
dead.
No, bro, no. I'm not okay with that.
I don't care.
I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay. No, put that shit back. No.
Change my place.
No.
Wait, no, Jesse, you should call Judge. You should call Judge right now. You should call
Judge, you're judge, right, Kevin? Wait, you're gonna screw me.
Judge,
Oh my god.
Hey, Judge, honestly,
Yeah, no,
we're making
hold on. Hi, issue?
You've made your bed. You sleep in it. Deal with it, asshole.
Yes, so on my turn, I Dark Hold,
Yeah.
chain resolved, and then I put a cold dragon, used his, controlled mine. It all resolved. Then I set this.
This
then I
is
set
crazy
this.
sharking. This is so ass.
It's not
Would you
automatic.
like to explain your side, Mr. Sam?
honestly, we're recording a fun YouTube video,
Okay.
so I think we're just playing just for fun.
For fun?
And
Okay.
sharking isn't
Okay.
really like you're just crazy, bro.
This guy's talking about, oh, I'm not a good, I'm not a man of my word. What did I do to snake him? Like, did I do something wrong? Like, why is he sharking?
Sharking in a video?
But lying is fine.
No,
I didn't kill you.
No, hold on.
How's that lying? Did I kill you? I killed him.
Excuse me, duelist, please be quiet as I issue my ruling.
How am I lying? I didn't do anything to you.
Have you seen the CG One Piece drama with reruling? I haven't seen that one.
So what did I do to snake you?
Great teammate.
No, what? Explain to me what
I actually haven't seen that. I've seen the Pokemon.
Ryan protected me. can stop
I
you
think it
from
was
chaos ruler.
regionals.
Here's the ruling.
What did I do?
I will issue my ruling. My ruling is that you killed me. Fuck you,
Like
that's the
judge
grade.
stuff.
I don't care.
To be honest, I have no clue.
You guys are making a bad video. Like, bro, what are you talking about?
There's like a lot of conflicting things going on. That I was like, I'm not gonna touch this.
Actually, it being in the graveyard just made him so angry.
It was Yu-Gi-Oh related. Maybe I'll give a
Back to
shit.
the command zone, it's fine.
Okay, no, okay, honestly, okay, sure, whatever. I snaked you, right? What did I do to snake you? Explain to me. Explain.
You're shaking me.
Gage, did I snake any of you guys?
Bro, Dan,
I killed
don't leave
Kevin.
this in the video and
I killed Kevin.
just put a video of like teammates.
Special Fenrir, add unicorn, normal rotary, make Omega, little peep in the hood, then hand rip with Omega, special unicorn, add burst, special Fenrir.
You're the monster. That was on
Look
the
at them.
Dan,
You know what?
This is dude. At the end of
I'm so happy that I'm not in this game anymore. Actually, thank you for killing me.
No, this is good for the video.
Nice, nice,
This is- I
nice.
snaked you.
I don't think you snaked him.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
I'll taste that dish.
I just attacked you instead. He snaked me. That's
But
me.
he's weaker than
Well,
you.
we're talking about teammate. I don't attack them for funsies afterwards.
Sam said he wanted me to get some motion.
Yeah.
Why you and not me? When I helped him earlier.
Yeah.
What about MD Vanless? Fenrir is interesting. I didn't expect that. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a huge impact, but that card is pretty strong in general.
Okay.
All right, we're good. Two.
But VSK9 could probably use it.
So I do have
Michael and Squamata.
Is Cash Floodgate back?
this. And I have
Eh,
this.
yeah, it's probably back in the ladder. But I don't think it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's competing with man.
Bro, I'm gonna be allies with you the entire game, okay? Whatever you want.
Oh, maybe wants to keep his word.
No, bro, because
He
yo,
just wants
bro.
to team up with me because he knows he'll destroy me the next time.
Honestly, there are people who play Cash regardless.
Just attack the one.
If Fenrir
Honestly, guys, I'm
is
so focused
legal.
because, to be honest, if that Levineer
I ran
was
into a
random,
couple,
someone was
but it's not
dying.
that
I
common.
eliminated someone, and now somebody's crying. But okay, Gage.
In fairness, I was crying when you killed me too. I'm not gonna lie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, just take the more fun.
Okay.
Left or right?
Left is law.
This one?
That one. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, we get to see
Oh.
what Wait, do we get to see what it is?
Yeah, he does.
I don't know. Let me read this fucking card.
Okay, I got you, bro.
Rather than for your special in the field, you don't see what it is. So.
Great. I guess
But I guess
Okay, okay,
Alright,
okay.
so special summons it.
a Rise Heart into
It's
Cool
really funny,
Tune
that's
isn't
a
that
rule that
bad.
we don't know 'cause they get to see what it is, and you know what you put on their board.
I have no idea what where now.
But by the text, it would make sense that neither one of
Yeah.
us would know. Not that I'm still in the game. I mean,
Okay, well, you said Ryko, so that's should all be.
I got you. Drop 2 cards.
thanks, man. All right, so Chanel Beast gets flipped up. I'm gonna draw 2 and discard 1.
Yep. Yep. That's good. That's good. Is there a card put back? Cards my gear.
In your bench file?
Yeah.
One.
What is it?
DD post.
I'll discard Leaf. Place.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, that's gonna be big.
What does that do? Gain 200 attack damage to each target board to your sandbag. Express in your hand or grave, and your opponent has more cards in the grave that you touch. Ooh.
So you.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
You-
Sure.
100%.
All right. I end my turn. Okay,
My turn?
Yep.
I drop
Cash
one.
almost
I'll go
unhit.
stand by phase,
What are
and
we
my Leaf
missing?
place will activate.
Yep. Oh, no,
Is
sorry.
that Treeborn Frog, bro?
Essentially.
Is it
Oh,
like
my turn.
unicorn?
Giant.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Fuck, I forgot. I don't remember.
Alright, so we'll summon this in defense here. This is
Yep.
defense.
Okay, we're not counting Diablosis. All right.
Wow.
So if I go to main
That's-
phase 1, I'll spend 1,000 of my life. to normal summon
That is a
Morgana.
cash card
This one
though.
resolved.
Unironically, you're right about
Alright, is this resolving
that.
this time? Alright, huge, awesome.
Actually, there are more plays, but I got shark.
Field spell. Ah.
Anyways, there's a shark in the room, guys. There's a shark. There's a shark in the room.
Okay, unicorn. Okay, I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, there's a shark in the room. God damn.
I'm going to add Guilt Gripping Morganite from my deck to my hand.
Yep, that's good.
Isn't Dragon Sam's card?
He's got the grippers, bro.
I do. Those grippers.
He's got that
Yeah.
grip down there, bro.
But he also, I think Jesse also had it.
And what's the other effect? I don't pay life.
Missing 3 prosperity.
That effect's so cool. Would you rather your rotor be in the graveyard, Jesse?
I can kill
Is
Rico.
birth still hit? I think birth is
Yeah,
unlimited.
sure, attack it.
Okay.
I just can't kill the
I'll go
Dark
balance
Honestly,
it.
yo, you should-
But yeah, I know they keep
You
flip
can beat these, yeah,
flopping
but Jesse,
for
you
a
have to
bit.
beat you have to beat you at some point.
Screw him, bro. This is you and I play.
Yeah, I
Cashier
don't think
tier?
much Yu-Gi-Oh! If it gets
I will
like-
count it because at least it entered the game limited.
Not only that, I got shark.
But yeah, you're right about
Alright,
that.
I'm gonna go to the battle phase, and I'm going to attack another Morgana into your
That's even
graveyard.
lucky. Effect. Come on.
Roll.
Huh?
Where's
2,
roll?
3, 4, 5.
Yeah, not 1 or 6.
And 5.
Five,
It's back.
so huge.
I effect on field. 6 or 1.
Two. Damn.
So what happened?
Nothing. Yeah, nothing happened.
Wow, what a great card.
XDD.
Alright, I'm going to go to my main phase 2. I'm going to set 2 cards.
Crazy card.
And I'm going to end my turn.
Draw. Set a card face down. Now you can go, Sam.
I am going to flip Raikou. Effect target. I'm gonna target.
Raiko does not target the target.
I'm gonna rat it right, yeah.
If I can effect Raikou.
No response.
No response.
I mean, should I just negate it? Aren't you teammates? Like,
Yeah, your teammates.
I don't know what you
Oh, you mean Shadal Dragon? I see. Oh.
If he mills, your leaf play space gets bigger. Well, I don't know what graveyard effects. You already milled a lot of your effects, though. One of these left.
I feel like if Sam doesn't get rid of this Omni Negate, I can keep it for a better chance at the table. So I just decide not to negate the Raiko here and hope he doesn't.
Yeah,
get it.
that's true.
Yeah, this
That was Gage's card.
Okay, I am going to. I'll be on me.
Mills 3. Proton Thrasher, Trigato, and Mothman. Okay, 4 extenders. 3 extenders.
You see? You see? Backstabber. Alliance with Gage. Immediately turned on him.
Bro's got the gingerbread house.
You're officially 3K now.
Set his face down. I go battle face.
Yep, I'll take 1,500.
Yep.
Right, and then I will put it back.
Dude, I'm surprised Jesse's still in this
Alright,
game.
I have my turn.
Make SP Little Knight, bro. Okay.
I'm gonna be so good.
Genesis SP Little Knight.
Yep.
Okay.
It exists. It's called Key for the Goatee. My turn.
Yep,
SP Little Fish. I draw for turn. That card is SP. Standby phase, main phase. Okay. I am going to normal summon from my hand, Cosmo Dark Destroyer.
Sheesh.
And since it was normal or special summon, I get to target a monster on the field and destroy it.
Yep.
Man, I'm feeling like it's 2015 again. I have just.
Cycle Dragon
Cosmo Dark
Phasey? Yeah.
Destroyer.
It is pretty
Cosmo
good
Dark
in limited
Power
formats. That card's not.
Yeah, I can't destroy your Dark Hole Dragon. I mean,
Yeah,
Dragon
nothing
Dragon
to.
is
Try both his ones. Roll some dice.
Yo, how is Kevin talking?
Nothing
over
to
there?
sneeze
I
at.
just hear spirits floating in the back.
What are we cooking with Metamorphosis? Okay.
Come on.
Here.
5. Right,
This is not my idea, but like, there's obviously Habakiri
And now
for
you can actually
Dragoon.
crash the Dark Destroyer here and float with it. Oh my god.
That's just 34 now.
Is
Who was the goat in the MDM comments who said Exerio?
That's kind of crazy. All right, I'm
And
going
you
to turn to battle phase. Let's see how big this thing is.
36.
36.
34.
No, because he's the shark. That's me. No, guys, he's the shark, bro.
All right, I'm gonna go declare attack with lead place.
Oh, someone was actually okay. This one was not that bad. The Fenrir tribute for Last Warrior for another from another planet. That was good.
And I'm going to pass my turn.
No! Stop skipping my turn!
We summoning Elemental Hero Neil Bubble Man.
Jesse, you
Right.
roll.
0.
I'm attacking.
Go.
Good. So,
Roll.
I can
Roll.
roll.
Oh, that's crazy.
Right, that's all good, right?
Oh my. Yeah. Yep. I
I'm
see
at
it.
1,000. Want some Dark Flare Ring? I'm gonna roll some Electromagnet anything here.
Yes, because I know it's time.
Bruh.
Next.
Hold on. I know where this is going. This is Evil's best time I've ever seen one, and I want no part of it. Let's go.
And I'll activate.
Does he have Blackborn
Blind
Appendage?
Illumination.
Oh.
I roll 2 dice, then I'll launch until the lower level gets destroyed, then I drop the dice.
You have to hope he rolls a 1 and a 2.
I roll 4 doesn't work either.
Oh, 4.
But it's not ready yet. My Psychic Rover's destroyed. Back to Psychic Rover. Come on. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. All right,
There's
now
no way he rolls
6.
1-6. There's no way he rolls 1-6.
Hold on.
Damn.
Back row frantically.
Priority.
No, hold heaven.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I saw the Horn of Heaven
You
earlier.
might be chilling.
Dude, you gotta be shitting me. Why do I always have to rely on a backup plan? Why can't I, for once, just get lucky and not have to freaking? Oh my god, life sucks.
I'm
What do you
gonna
mean second row? Oh,
He just gets back his Psychic Rover. Can't be mad about that.
Yeah, I pass.
that's. But wait, Sam.
What's up? Honestly, bro.
Are you looking to get
oh,
back into this game, bro?
Actually, no, sorry. No, great result. He's gonna shark me anyways. Never mind. Go.
No, destroyed. Oh, and
Are you looking to get back into this game, bro? You
Honestly, bro,
feel-
just joking, man.
No.
I honestly, you know, at the point when, like, you know, you just won't get anymore. Because it's like not fun. I'm gonna go. You go.
Sam.
That was enough dopamine for me.
I can bring you back.
I have nothing. Look at my hand. It's that goes on.
You have a turtle engraved.
I can-
Shut up. Don't talk to me.
What if I can offer you more cards? What if I can bring you back?
Oh,
to
yeah,
this
side
game?
effects.
Yo,
Bro, you have to team up with me against Jesse. We have to beat
Cage, I've
Jesse.
been teaming up against you the entire time. And what are you saying? I've been teaming up with. I literally gave you Chanel Beast.
You did.
And then you're like, no, I'm not trying to get people. Like, what are you guys talking? What did I do?
I feel like I'm not going to be able to win this duel on my own. My cards just aren't doing enough. So I offer Sam a little bit of an olive branch.
You will lose the game if you do this. You know that, right?
No, bro. I just want to end him, bro. Yo, give me side effect. Give me. I'm drawing 3 cards.
All right, Sam, you paid me back earlier with the Chanel Beast. I pay you back now. I'm going to activate side effects.
Okay, I'm drawing 3 cards.
And I'm gonna
Bro,
activate 3
one
cards.
should all beast
2. I'll be honest.
for 3 cards.
It's 6,000 life.
Okay. Easy.
Thank you, Gage. Honestly,
His production setup's nice. I don't watch Coder, so.
You're more than.
But I did hear he has a nice setup.
All right, now do something with those cards, please.
Gage, I'll be honest. I really am trying to get.
Do anything.
How many cards in this grave? How big is this place? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 4,400 attack fish?
4,400
Place.
I think it's 4,400.
What's that, Cyclone? What just?
Bro, it's not even a fish. It's a psychic.
This one.
I know, but it's a fish. Like,
But why is it a psychic? It's a little leaf, bro.
What do you target?
Camera, zoom in on that, bro. That is a fish.
That's
But it's not a fish, it's a psychic. A psychic.
You pop my psychic tuning.
A psychic.
Does not trigger.
Yep.
4600 attack now.
Bro, Sam, set to pass, dog. Just moving on.
Wouldn't it be nice if you could banish this card to great for Levy
I draw for turn.
Just rubbing
Stand by
it.
phase, main phase.
I know.
Cameron Angles. You know what it reminds me of?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, guys. Yeah, hey.
Who's the French streamer that
I don't know what you
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
please just ready, bro. I can-
Zulu, I think, that did all who had the like microchips to mimic the summoning animations of certain cards whenever they entered the field IRL. Like it would shift. Like the crazy part was it would not just the animation it would like produce, but it would shift the angle of the camera. Dark Lady negate. Why is there music? Zulu, yeah. What is going? Why are we like now like filling this shit with music? Did they have to like? Did they say some shit? Did Sam say goddamn?
Fun time that we played. It was very enjoyable. Thank you, Jesse, for having me on. And better luck next time because I'm coming back with
That was kind of like
Here on Jesse Cotton's channel.
flat
Super fun, by the
ending.
way, despite that there's sharks everywhere. It doesn't matter, as long as you guys have fun watching today's episode, and that's a huge W.
Man, it feels so good to get a win here at Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis Commander. Shout out to Jesse for inviting me on his channel. That being said, I'll catch you guys next time in the next Genesis Command.
And that brings us to an end of episode 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis Commander. Hope you guys had an excellent time. We all had a ton of fun, despite some family infighting, but that's natural when you have people playing in a free-for-all. If you guys enjoyed this, make sure to check it out as well. On
I
Sam's
feel
channel.
like
And
you.
you guys-
I know like MBT has similar content and like a lot of the like what's called entertainment value is from the people like the infighting or whatever. I mean it was all right. Okay. The concept's all right. I'm not like too crazy about it. Here you get buh. Do. Hold on. I'll check out the drag queen. Gage W. Okay. All right. Let's see what this does. Oh, this is okay. This is annoying. I was hoping it is actually you actually have to know. She's so spicy. Okay, I know there's rules for horses. Like horses, I think you can only have a. Okay, I don't even know what kind of horse this is, but I know they have to fit within a certain character limit. Is it like 13? I forgot. But I know they have a specific character limit, so I don't know if that applies. What was it? I don't know, like. Oh my god. VTuber. This sounds like a VTuber name. Nox sounds like a VTuber name. Fuck! Drag queen. Okay, at least it tells you in real time whether you get it right or not. Yeah, I didn't want to sort it first and then like check, so I'm okay. Pixie Polite. Okay, this looks like a VTuber. Coco. 18 including spaces. Okay. So Sister Boom Boom, probably a drag queen. Victoria Scone. Probably a drag queen. Well, actually, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's within. She's so spicy. It's gotta be a fucking drag queen. Fuck! It was a racehorse. Oh my god. Wolfie's Dynaghost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Mana Renewal is a okay. VTuber. Racehorse has a weird these I don't know if these are like American racehorses. Okay, Namura Rosemary's gotta be a VTuber. Fuck! That was a racehorse. Fluffy Souffle, racehorse. Fuck! That was a drag queen. Eye Candy, gotta be a VTuber. Yeah. The fucking random JP name. Riot Uma. Uma means horse, but I don't know. It's probably VTuber. Riot Girl, dude, it's probably drag queen or racehorse. Fuck, it was racehorse. Fuck, it was drag queen. Okay, Mickey Queen was not. Heard horse and it woke me up. Lessons and do what you will. Okay. Coco. Another Coco? Wait, what the hell? This is Coco Kane with like the name. Ah, you almost tricked me. There's probably a tweet somewhere out there is like thinking about how there's a VTuber named Coco Kane and a drag queen at the same time with named Coco Kane or something. I can already see the tweet. This is like easy tweet farm for any verified users. Straight girl has to be a horse. That's true. I can't imagine a VTuber. Explora, racehorse. Yeah. Artemis Blue, racehorse. Fuck, it was a VTuber. Pixie Polite, racehorse. Okay. Taiga, racehorse. Fuck. Okay, there's Tempest Dujo. Racehorse. Yeah, there's it's Victoria Scone, drag queen. Yes. Clearing Skies. Okay, that's got to be a racehorse. That's a VTuber. Okay. Passeroni Ravioli. That is true. Commander Chaos. Issa Corva, drag queen. No. Okay, straight girl is racehorse. Oh my. That's probably VTuber. Yeah. Scaredy Cat, drag queen. Let's go. Commander Chaos. VTuber. Yes. Okay. Mocha Diva sounds like a racehorse. Fuck, that was a. All right, where's the Passeroni? Lady Bunny. Oh. Okay, we got it. Orion Story sounds like a racehorse. No. Aletta Sky. Yes, VTuber. Bella Ballerina. No. Corin Berry. VTuber. No. Lucy Pyre, VTuber. Yes. Okay, I don't see the Suki doll. If it's either VTuber or racehorse. Fuck, it was not. Peaches Christ. Oh, that's a good name. No. Torpedo Anna. It is a racehorse. Coney Confetti. Okay, that's definitely. Secret Subject, racehorse. What? Diana Halo, racehorse. Wolfie's Dynaghost. Sister Claire's VTuber? I see. Maddie Morphosis? This sounds like a fucking VTuber. Nope. Alright. Bella Bomb. Drag queen. Lady Pastel. Fuck. This shit ass. That was a... Oh my god. This is definitely a VTuber. There's no way. Lillian Grimzandra. Alright. Miss Jane has the way. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Alright, drag queen. What? Okay, I guess spaces don't count. Okay, I'm stupid. Lunatrix, drag queen. No. What was the other test that Please sent? I don't think... Did Please actually send that? It was Kirby song, Yuri Tire, or Toho song. Okay. Mary Milk, VTuber. Yes. Silent Bell. This is definitely VTuber. Shuvi. Racehorse. Mini Cooper. Caraconti. Yes. Erispheria. Racehorse. No. Problematica. Racehorse. Cookie Buffet. Racehorse. Crystal Envy. Fuck. Mini Cooper. Rusty Ryan. No. Dream Valentino. Yes. Lay Papal. No, Mama Cocha. Mini Cooper. All right, 43%. We're ass. Well, I guess that's the fun part. Oh my god, she's so spicy. Okay, we'll do the Kirby song. 300? Nah. Nah. 1.7 seconds, I'm out. I'm out, bro. There's no way we are doing this. Valkyrie Drive, Siren Breakout. This sounds like okay, I don't even know what. Sounds like a Toho. Yuri. Bloom Into You. Yuri. Rainbow Secret. Girls Who Fought the Darkness. Heavenly Garden Where the Maidens Bloom. Toho. Fuck. Okay, I'm... Valkyrie Drive is Yuri? Fuck. Okay. Spring Breeze, that's a Kirby song. I know that. Okay, I'm just going to go through all the Kirby songs that I know. Rainbow Secret. Dream of a Spring Breeze. Okay, I think that's there. Mistletoe, Tree Crown Without a Ruler. Feared Witch of Taisho. That's got to be fucking Toho. Fuck! Sunny with a Chance of Waves, Rocket Girl, now loading. This looks like a fucking Yuri. Ah, that's why I fucking knew it. Probably like about like girls making games or some shit. Dark Sides of Fate sounds like Toho? Okay. Nice. Rocket Girl. Yuri. Lunatic Princess. Isn't that a Toho? Yeah. I think I remember that one. After the Rain, the Sun, the Flower Chain. Couleur de Bijou de Armor. Ugh. I don't see any Professor's Kitten in the Rainy Morning. Yuri. Easy. Phantasm Machine Phantom Factor. It's got to be Toho. There's no way. Happy Message, Virtual Dominance. Those from those who departed for space. Dolahan Under the Willows. Maiden Seeking the Harper Whisper Words. Cry of a Newborn Star. All right. Pink Rush. Mistletoe is Kirby? Really? Okay. If it's like in the newer ones, I don't remember those. Arcadia, Flowers of Paradise. Battle Among Friends. Oh. Momo, Botan, and Lily Blossoms. Okay, this has got to be a Yuri. Is this like some... Is this like a fan made? Botan. This shit is hard. Strawberry Panic. I don't trust this one. This is trying to be a Kirby one. The Marriage of Two Dragons, Witch of Love Horse, Flower Bouquet, Adventure of Love Struck Tomboy. There's no way this is not a Yuri. Ah! Falling Star now pierces through Lagrange point. That's got to be a Toho. Fuck! No way Kirby talking about some Lagrange point. Monster Wants to Eat Me is Yuri? I see. No way, bruh. Witch of Love Potion? I see. Okay. Okay, where are my... We Shall Die Together. Gotta be Yuri. Is this Doomed Yuri? Fuck, it was a Toho. Whatever, same thing. I'm gonna give up pretty soon, so I'm gonna let you. Cosmic Princess Kaguya. Toho. Damn it. Bruh, what's this? What the fuck is Star-Crossed World? Oh, I've never played Kirby in Forgotten Land. Too bad, Kirby. That's Lagrange? Okay, that's tomboyish girl in love. Didn't we already get this one? Extra love, Yuri. Fuck. The maid in the Star of Hope Rises in the Blue Sky. Kirby. Fuck. Okay, never mind. Revolutionary Girl Utena. Okay, I at least know that one. Necrophantasia is Toho? Okay. Solfegia. Girl awakens with a kiss from the princess. Distant shining yellow star. Kirby. Coffee shop? Oh, this is from the Kirby. This has got to be Kirby. Yes. Okay, I think I remember. Coffee shop of the Twilight. Oh my god. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. When God Girls though, but we should do Master Duel OST from the different field we got. That's true. Posing Spring, that's okay. That looks like, yeah, that sounds like a Yuri. All right, Love Alive. Come on, damn it. That's a Kirby. Dollmakers Toho. Necrophantasia was Tofu. Tofu. Love Potion was Yuri? Dreamland. This has got to be too easy. My Friend in the Setting Sun? It's got to be Kirby. Yes! Other Side Picnic is Yuri. Okay. Do you read a lot of these? I feel like you do. If it's... I'm out. Okay, if it's not Kirby. That was a... I got baited. I got owned. I got lost chest to a dog. Lost chest. All right, this was submitted by Nif. Yes, you can play your favorite cards. Here's how to make it work.
Every Yu-Gi-Oh player has a favorite card or engine that they just want to put into every deck that they play. Myself included for sure. I'm talking about...
Alright guys, what's your favorite engine, guys? I want to see your favorite engines. I've got a feeling what I'm going to see, but, you know, at least...
But competitively speaking, that's just not optimal.
Habakiri, yeah, why am I not surprised?
Competitively is deck building with intention instead of emotion. But what if it didn't have
Chandra.
the other? So where's the balance between loving your deck and actually winning? The problem is, being emotionally attached to cards blinds your deck building. Just because you love a card or engine doesn't magically make it good in the format. Even if it was competitively viable once.
Diabell engine, Trail
There's things like the Discourse, which I love, Fiendsmith, Horus, Millennium to some extent, more so in Master Duel, and most recently, the Diabell Star package has been picking up in popularity again, because people are playing the new Dark Magician card. Those all have been viable to some extent previously, but they come
Vanill's Vanquish Fenrir? Yeah, it's actually back.
Others. I promise you, more than anything,
I might try it out. It doesn't seem like a bad
every deck that I play. Unfortunately, Radiant Typhoon is running around, and one MST kind of ruins the purpose of that engine. If I let that emotional attachment seep its way into my deck, I'm creating a weakness that simply just doesn't need to be there. That's what emotional deck building does. It convinces you a card is good because you like it, not because the format supports it. But here's the thing, even if a deck is super broken, you'll really get the most out of it when you enjoy playing it. When you've already spent time with those cards, you're gonna feel a lot more confident making plays with them. That type of confidence and enjoyment allows you to stay relaxed under pressure and make better decisions as you play. It gives you more motivation to practice as well, because when you enjoy what you're doing, it doesn't even feel like practice. Playing with
yeah, he's really saying Habakiri is people's comfort character.
Games that you play, especially over a long period of time. Regionals are pushing like 7 to 11 rounds depending on how big your regionals are. Enjoying what you're doing while you're playing for that long really ends up mattering. For example, right now, everybody's playing Forbidden Droplet and Fallen into Virtuous. If I put the Fiendsmith engine into my deck and I end on Caesar Pass, chances are my Caesar's before I have a chance to use it. On the flip side though, I practice with those cards a lot. I know the exact play patterns with them and how to use them optimally. That type of confidence does give you an advantage and helps your performance overall. This brings us to the real key. How can we find that sweet spot between fun and competitive? It all starts with every single card in your deck should play a very specific role. Your
Laundry Pit is ugly, your reboot gets that middle 3 next game. Midias,
in the format or support your strategy in general. For example, if you're really worried about Draco Tail,
he's got some Game Boy SPs.
You can play the Horus engine to end on a Hope Arbinger. You can play the Fiendsmith cards to end on Caesar. The Bystials to a certain extent are honestly not even that bad, but they don't really accomplish the same goal as those two engines do. When you make intentional deck building decisions like that, especially with your favorite cards, and you get rewarded for it when you go to play with them, that turns your emotional attachment into a strategic advantage. But because you have a bias towards those cards, it's important that you test with intention and honesty. Does adding this card actually add anything meaningful to your deck? If not, it's probably best to ditch it. But if it does, that's a huge win. At the end of the day, deck building is about balance. You can play the cards that you love, but do it intentionally. When the cards that you love solve a problem or fit your strategy perfectly, I don't think there's anything more rewarding than that. You'll probably play better, feel way more confident, and enjoy the game a lot more. Hey, if you like this video and stayed to the end, thanks so much. Consider checking out this other video. It's pretty similar, so I definitely think you'll enjoy it.
Very kind words. Play what you love, I see. Noted, noted. What other ones? Okay, this is another NIF submission. NIF submission. That guy look like Volkanovski? Who that? Surely Illusion Gate will resolve? Yeah, it will. Don't worry.
Ah, bugs. I freaking hate them. But what if bugs were cool?
Not the...
That's right, we're talking about shard
bugs. I
forgot.
Shard bugs, victory point systems, and why you should enjoy TCGs as a hobby. So I'm not sure what this is for, but I guess this is like a generic TCG video. An MMA fighter. Oh, okay.
TCG that... I think someone's here? Got a box. Let's see what's inside. Ooh, baby. Ooh. All right, there's like so much stuff in here. I'm gonna have to like take the box off camera and just start pulling things out one at a time. So first up, we have a super sick looking playmat, but not just one sick looking playmat. We have two.
Is Shard Bugs like a game?
Favorite, the like map of the world in the lore of the Shard Bugs. Like you can see all the like important locations and stuff. Like this is super sick. Yeah, we got some very nice stitched thick playmats that we can now record some gameplay videos on. Ooh. Next up, we have some deck boxes. Ooh. Very nice deck boxes, all of which have the Shard Bugs logo on the top, and then they each have the insignia of the dust. The
hell is Shard Bugs?
Yeah, these are some super nice deck boxes. They got the good old magnet, which feels very
This is
tough.
real.
So even if you give your cards a good old shake, this thing is not going to come undone. Yeah, some super nice deck boxes. If only I had some decks to put in them. But oh wait, I do! We have one of each of the starter decks, or I guess the theme decks they're called. We have one apiece for each of the colors, and I cannot wait to use these.
I don't like the card layout.
Now, these boxes are really cool.
I don't like the card layout.
Like all my foils and shiny stuff. Well, good thing we got binders. That's right, we got binders for once again each of the 3 colors, and these things are really nice. They have this really nice texture on the front with the insignias that y'all know and love. We got the little Shard Bugs logo on the side, and then this unzips, which is a very nice feature, into a good old
They have events.
binder. no, why isn't a 4-row binder? Because 4-row binders don't fit in your backpack. Luckily, this does, so you'll be able to carry your trades with you wherever
Florida,
you go.
Pennsylvania,
Count 'em, 2 promos.
Baltimore.
First, you have this alt art promo of the boot, which seems to be one of the more generic removal options you could put in any deck, but man, that art looks so
Arkansas,
sick. Promo Shard Lady, and man, this really looks so
Ohio,
good, and I think there's even like a
Texas.
texture too on the card. But yeah, these are some sick looking promos. And finally, the piece de resistance. We have not 1, but 2 booster boxes.
I Cupsy was to give him character. Yeah, I know.
Really excited to see me open these. But
Hello Nash, how's it going?
let's draft. Now, some of you may be wondering, what's your draft? Well, first off, it's the greatest way to play any TCG ever. But really, it's a format where instead of constructing your deck beforehand, you and a bunch of your friends will sit around a table with a couple of booster packs.
Cupsy has seen a
Take your
lot.
first booster pack, you'll open it up, look at the cards inside, and pick one of them to place face down in front of you, passing the rest of the pack to your left. You'll then pick up the pack that was passed to you from your right, you'll look through it, you'll take a card, put it face down in front of you, and pass the pack again to your left. You'll keep passing the pack and taking cards until there are no more cards left in the pack. Then you'll move on to your second pack, open it up, do the same thing, but this time passing cards to the right.
Okay, that's actually
You'll alternate doing this
interesting.
until
Some
all the cards
draft.
have been drafted. Once you're finished, simply build a deck with the cards you drafted and battle your friends. It's really my favorite way to experience a card game, so when I saw that Shardbugs actively advertised it on the back of their rulebook, I got very excited, but hold on, I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. What even is Shardbugs?
Cupsy, where
This
were
is gonna
you?
be a whole learn how to
Harold
play
is
video. I'm just gonna
kill.
give you enough rules so you can follow along. If you want actual how to play, there's some great
Sad.
The goal of the game of Shardbugs is to acquire 20 devotion for whatever cosmic avatar your bugs have aligned themselves with. So yeah, it's a victory point system similar to Lorcana, but this time, you get to
07
attack
to
with
Harold.
Whenever you attack with a bug,
Psych.
any unblocked bugs will deal damage straight to your opponent's devotion, stripping them of the resources they've acquired. So this solves the uninteractivity problem with Lorcana's victory points, right? Well, let's put a pin in that. Shardbugs is going to be very familiar to all you Magic players out there. Every bug has a power, a toughness, a cost. The only thing new here is they have these little traits at the bottom that have this sort of Pokemon rock, paper, scissors mechanic, where bugs will take 1 less point of damage from bugs that they are resistant to. And then every bug has a number in the top right corner that is the amount of devotion they will get you when you tap them to devote. Pretty standard stuff. There's also spells or actions, equipment, artifacts, and support cards that function like enchantments. The real difference is in the resource system, or in this game, the Hive. This is a Duel Masters like any card of resource systems, where the cards that you put in your resources tap for dust that's the same color that the card is. The catch is that only bugs can be placed in the Hive. The Hive is where the bugs go to work to produce the dust that you use to play other bugs. A spell can't go work in the Hive. A pickaxe cannot on its own go mine for dust. Only bugs can go work in the Hive. The other interesting things is that cards in your resources aren't just stuck there forever. Once per turn, you're able to play one bug out of your Hive, provided that you're able to pay the cost for that bug. And vice versa, also once per turn, you can take any ready or untapped bug on your field and put it into your Hive tapped. This is great, because it means if you ever flooded on lands, you can just play bugs out of your Hive, and if you ever need to ramp, you can take cards off of your field to help generate resources for the next turn. It's super unique, but we'll talk more about it later. The only other thing you really need to understand is combat, which is very similar to Magic. At the end of your main phase, there is a combat phase where you're able to attack your opponent with any of your ready bugs that you haven't already tapped to devote for that turn. Bugs can only attack the opponent, and any untapped bugs your opponent has may be used to block. You declare all of your attackers at one time, and blocking works just like it does in Magic, where the bugs will deal damage to each other simultaneously, and any bug that has 0 remaining HP will die. And then any damage that's been done to a bug during a turn will fall off at the end of that turn. Now let's talk about draft. In Shardbugs, you draft with 4 packs, which I understand because all of the packs are 10 cards. This just means that a 24-pack booster box isn't able to fully support an 8-man draft pod. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Now going into this, we'd only played a couple games with the starter deck, so none of us had a super real game plan. Like, I just first picked this Blue Eyes because I thought it'd be funny. Eventually, I saw this card, and I remember having to deck out an opponent during one of the starter deck games, and I hoped, you know what, maybe this will be a viable strategy. Then I started seeing these purple spells that let any support card I popped convert into a bunch of 1/1 tokens. And since tokens had proved to be pretty useful in the starter deck games, I decided to make this my main strategy. Seeing as I'd also already picked up a couple of these traps, which proved to be pretty premium removal in the starter deck games. I even found this one support card that searched other support cards and popped itself for basically free, so I figured, hey, maybe this is a deck I'm just gonna kind of hope that it works. Now it was time to build the deck, and
When was this
unfortunately,
game
there wasn't
started
really much
with
deck
that?
building to be done. You see, in draft you have a 35-card minimum deck size, and you only end the draft with 40 cards. And that's assuming you didn't have to pick one of the foil cosmic avatars.
Okay, it was a
which is 49
Kickstarter.
cards. This means the most cards you could cut.
That's not
from
surprising.
that
Like
was
Kickstarter,
5, which isn't a lot,
TCG,
and
slash
the way draft
TCG.
works is
That's
you end up
not
with a lot of pretty bad cards because as people
surprising.
pick cards from the packs, they pick all the good cards out of the pack, which means at the end of every pack, you're passed one random card that you are forced to take, and it's also the card.
2025, I guess. The Kickstarter started in 2022.
So that's 4 cuts.
Ended
right there. If you're forced to
2025.
take Cosmic Avatar. Well, that's your deck. You have no more cuts. Your deck are the cards you pick.
Looks
Which
like they
means that
started
the cards you pick in the
distributing in
draft are extremely
2025.
important. You don't really get to make a lot of draft mistakes and then cut those cards later. But oh well, it was finally time to play some bugs. And immediately run into one of the problems we had with starter decks, which is, remember how I said you can only put bugs in the Hive? Yeah, let's dive into that one. Even though this isn't any card as resource game, you can still brick pretty easily. And while I know you can probably mitigate this in Constructed, we're talking about draft right now. And this isn't some made-up fake format. This is a format that they directly advertise and expect you to play. Basically, there's too many non-bug cards in these packs. I talked with most of the players at the end of the draft, and we all ended up with around 17-ish bugs in our 35-card decks. So about half, and that's with the entire card pool being split fairly evenly amongst all 4 of us. So you might be thinking 50% bugs, that's more than like the 33% lands you normally play in Magic. How can you possibly get stuck on mana? Well, remember, bugs are not only our lands, but also our creatures, the most important card type in Limited. Plus, that means the other 50% of your deck is non-creature spells. A card type you only want to have about 6 of in a 40-card deck. That's like 15%. A lot.
Oh, that's like the mana curve
You
image.
should play about 17 creatures in a deck. That's about 43%.
The
But
little
we have
mana
17 bugs
curve.
in our deck, so what's the problem? Well, remember, they're not just bugs, they're also lands. Another card type that you want 17 of in your Magic deck. Another 43%. So that means in Magic, about 86% of your deck are these very important cards, whereas in Shardbugs, it's only about 50%. So what ends up happening is if you walk up to somebody mid-game and you pick up their hand, it's very highly likely that their entire hand consists of all these non-bug spells that they kind of just got stuck with in the draft that they can't resource and can't really play. This means that you gas out in bugs really fast, having a lot of your bugs being needed to be committed as resources. And even though you can still play bugs out of the hive, that still requires you to have the mana to play them in the first place. I think being able to play actions and support cards face down as like generic resources that can't leave the hive would help eliminate a lot of pain points in draft. And like that being like a draft specific ruling, like only in draft you can play actions like face down as generic resources. But overall, draft is pretty fun. There seemed to be a decent amount of limited archetypes. We just didn't quite have enough players to open up enough packs to really see all of them. But let's go back to that pin from earlier. Does shard bug solve the uninteractivity problem with victory points? Well, first let's talk about the problem of victory points. When Lorcana came out, I gave it a lot of flack for lore being a very uninteractive mechanic. But what does that mean? Well, in a game like Magic, the goal of the game is to reduce your opponent's life points from 20 to 0. And in Lorcana, it's to acquire 20 lore, going from 0 to 20. Sounds similar, right? It sounds like Lorcana is just Magic, but backwards. They're the same thing, they're just inverses. But no, they're actually completely different. In Magic, you have to interact with your opponent in order to reduce their life points. You have to go over to them and attack them. But in Lorcana, I can win the game completely independently of my opponent. It doesn't really matter what they do. I just tap my creatures and I get the victory points. The only thing they can really do is try to stop me. This is why the best deck at the start
Yeah,
of
I
the
guess
game
that
is a
makes
deck would
sense.
just use bounce effects
There's
to
like
cheat in extra lore. In a game where both players are racing towards a finish line, the most efficient way to win is to just win the race, or be the first person to get 20 lore. Why should I interact with my opponent if I can just win the game first? But in games like Magic, it's not just a race to the bottom. You have to find ways to make them take damage. Making the win condition victory points also removes the skill expressive aspect of life as a resource. In Magic, the only life point that matters is your last one. The other 19 are merely a resource that help you win the game. Think about it, when your opponent attacks you and you have a creature, it is up to you whether or not you take that damage. Is it more important to sacrifice some life points or a creature? These are the choices that separate good players from the best players, but these choices just don't exist in games like Lorcana. And the problem isn't just that points go up, that's not it at all. I like a lot of games like Vanguard, White Schwartz, and the Final Fantasy card game where you accumulate points of damage over the course of the game. No, the problem isn't that one system counts up and the other counts down. The problem is that one of them is a victory condition and the other is a lose condition. And these are very different things. Now, you could say that any victory condition has a simultaneously existing lose condition for the opponent, so I'm going to clarify this by putting it in the context of first person. What do you need to win the game? Do you win by achieving a victory condition, or do you make your opponent lose by forcing them into a lose condition? Basically, are you winning the game or are you beating your opponent? And from that, you can kind of already see where this is going. One of these things can be accomplished a lot more independently than the other. But this is getting really long-winded. Basically, the Lorcana problem is I can't touch my opponent's lore, therefore if they go faster than me, they'll win. And my most efficient response is to just win faster. Because attacking their creatures and removing their ability to produce lore doesn't actually win me the game, it merely stops them from winning. So if we just make it so the players can attack lore directly, the game will be interactive and the problem will be solved, right? Well, I kind of already gave away the answer. The big problem is that attacking your opponent and reducing their devotion doesn't advance the game state, it just regresses it back to the beginning of the game. Like I said, the way you interact with your opponent in Lorcana is by attacking their creatures, but that doesn't help you win, it just stops your opponent from winning. You still need a way to progress your victory condition, all you've done is really just delayed things. So because of this, we end up in some pretty precarious situations. Like one example is in one of our starter deck games, my opponent had 2 guys on the board that they would tap to generate 4 devotion, and then when it would pass back to my turn, I had 2 guys on my board that
I'm genuinely lost.
opponent for 4, stripping them back down to 0, and this went on
The
for
bugs are
like
cute
4
though.
turns.
Like
Being
this.
able to attack your
Oh
opponent's
shit,
devotion
it's
sounds
gone.
nice, but all it
But that
amounts
bug
to
was.
is resetting the game. You still
The art
need to
was
find
pretty
a way to
sick on
win.
that
This
one.
results in games of bugs being very long. This is because you can take one step
Cupsy,
forward,
a
but it's really
bad
easy for your opponent to make you take
bitch.
2 steps back. This means you probably need to value having a line of defensive bugs a lot more than you would in Magic to make sure your opponent can't just constantly keep resetting you. But if you don't have anything with good defensive stats, then now I'm not saying shard bugs is bad by any means, you just need to approach the game a little bit differently. We sort of started to figure this out by the end of the draft, I think. It seemed like once you're out of the stalemate early game and you've managed to generate about 10 lore, what you should do is take all of your bugs with 2 devotion and just commit them to devoting every turn, and then use every bug that only has 1 or 0 devotion purely on defense, which kind of just puts the game state back to where Lorcana is, where you're just generating victory points with nothing your opponent can really do about it. So I think I'm just left in a place where victory points are kind of an unfixable system, because how do you meaningfully interact with victory points in a way that progresses the game state? All you can really do is pull your opponent back, but I don't know, maybe there's a solution and I just can't think of it. But my opinion doesn't really matter, and at the end of the day, the only real question that actually needs answering is, should you play shard bugs? Now, I could sit here forever and tell you all the things I like about a game and all the things I don't, but at the end of the day, we kind of live in a world now where there's so many TCGs on the market, and so many of them are so similar in the same core ways that they kind of ended up being like either Magic with sprinkles or Magic but we changed some of the flavors, to the point where if you're trying to get into a game, the best advice I could give you is to look at all the games you're interested in, right? Look at the cards, take one card from each game you're interested in, and whichever one you like looking at the most is the game you should play. Whichever one you have the most fun looking at is the one you are going to enjoy the most.
I feel like
Once
that
you know
they give
exactly what
that
you're
same
looking for
advice for
gameplay-wise,
like
so many
fighting
of the things
games.
fuse together that rules differences
I mean, it
really
works
shouldn't
out
matter
usually.
all that much. So if you like the bugs and the cool art style and the comic book aesthetic, then absolutely give shard bugs a try. You will not be disappointed. But if you're looking at this game like this is going to be the next Flesh and Blood, this game's going to revolutionize card games as a genre, I wouldn't get your hopes up. But that's not a bad thing. It's totally okay for games to feel similar to each other. What you should be asking yourself is, do you like the aesthetic? Do you like the lore and the world of the game? Because that's what's going to get you invested in the game as a hobby. If you're playing TCGs purely for mechanics, you're already playing Flesh and Blood, Magic, or maybe Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Or if none of those suit your fancy, you've moved on to chess. Anything outside of that, you should only really be playing because you like the aesthetic or how the cards look, or maybe you like the IP the game's based on. Because you enjoy it as a hobby, and that's why you should play games. So yeah, if you're interested, go check out Shard Bugs. The game is pretty solid. I just like yapping about game design. But I'm not here to tell you whether you should or shouldn't like a game. I'm just here to present it to you. And if you enjoy my inane ramblings, then hey, that's a plus. So if you like my presentation, go pick up the game, play it, and I promise you, you'll have a good time. Thank you to Shard Bugs for letting me check out their super awesome game. Thank you for watching the video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Keep playing games.
All right. I have no clue about shard bugs. All right. This is a non-TCG one. Who actually made this 3D emoji guy? Why is this 46 minutes? Holy shit. Okay, we watched longer videos, but hit give up. Rockabilly and Blues, Deus Ex Machina. Okay, okay, bruh. Oh my god, I should have gotten this one. Oh, I'm mad. Oh yeah, Star Conquering Traveler. Oh. Shark bugs. Did you react to ban list? Yeah, I mean, I didn't have too much to say. It was mostly chat just dropping truth nukes, and I was like, you know what? Yes, I will metamorphosis of Fenrir for Last Warrior of Another Planet. I don't know. Long story short, good riddance to quite a few cards. Half the cards on the list, good riddance to them. Fenrir, I guess, is interesting. I guess I'll try it in Vanquish Soul K9 or whatever. I don't know. Fuck, what are these? Damn. Okay, I should have gotten this one. Mistletoe sounds like it came from a different game, from one of the newer games, so I definitely wouldn't have gotten that. My Friend in the Setting Sun? Okay, which one's this one? If it's the da 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 da. Oh, it's from Planet Robobot. I played that. I don't remember the music though. I definitely played that. Okay, it is the da 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 da. I see. So okay, it did come from Superstar, so I wasn't. Fenrir yummy. All right. Okay. Let me see if there's any other ones. There's the Joshua Schmidt discussing every single banned Yu-Gi-Oh card. I think that's like 3 hours though. Okay, if this is 3 hours, yeah, this is like 3 hours. Bruh. Alright, okay, I'll do this one. I DM'd 100 girls using Saikuno's Riz to see if he has game. Alright, I'll do it for you all. Whoever suggested this,
You guys have been on the
oh my god, if it has like the ADHD editing or like I don't know, you see what I mean. I'll start crying when it shows up.
internet recently, but there's a pretty high chance that you guys have witnessed the Saikuno files dropping. Now, just to catch you guys up to speed, Saikuno is a famous...
Okay, like this shit. Okay, when it was developing, I was like, I read the Google Doc and it's like, okay, Saikuno cheating is like the main point of, in my opinion, like that. I feel like that's like the biggest controversy. But there was like more additional stuff that in that Google Doc that I was like, bruh. I felt like that the person who created made it about them. And it is just like, I wonder who requested it. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for this contribution. So I mean, I feel like that should not be in question, like Saikuno cheating being a bad thing. But I'm like, do I care? Do I need to know this? Like, I feel like this wasn't meant to be, you know, public, and it turns out that was the case. The person who made it just mad that she didn't get chosen by him. So that's okay. It is true that there are some like power dynamics of him being more famous and people are more willing to be like, you know, oh, Saikuno. But okay, like those DMs were not like, okay, I don't know why Saikuno was talking about moving in with a person, like, I don't know, like after just meeting with someone. Like it was clearly he was using his Riz techniques and it was working. So I don't know. There is probably some power dynamics involved. Like I don't know, like out of context or whatever. I'm just like, what the fuck am I reading? Hi EXP. He bad, yes, but like, come on, yeah. The reason I got Dragons was I watched Mugen and it was like blood. Okay, the Mugen video, that's gone, right? I watched it. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? I don't know. It sounded very I don't know. I don't know. It's just like overblown. I'm watching like an hour video over like this fucking, I don't know. I don't want to call it like a nothing burger because like this guy obviously cheated. on someone, you know, and there was a clear, you know, his girlfriend was like, you know, impacted by this, but I'm just like, oh my god, this is like the worst way to go about it.
Famous content creator known for playing video games with other famous content creators. And basically, a couple days ago, he got exposed for being
These fan follow can be flirty. You know?
To boil it all down as to what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was cheating on his girlfriend of 5 years by hitting up a bunch of different small VTubers for sexual relation. And he was manipulating not only his girlfriend, but literally every single one of the girls that he was messing with. Overall, it's just a weird, shocking surprise for a lot of people because for any of you that watch Sykkuno...
But I guess that's the point, right? Like, oh, Sykkuno's this like very reserved. He has no idea how to like act around girls, but in private he's the risk god or whatever. I guess that's why. But I think people are already kind of whispering about, you know, they kind of doubted his persona, his streaming persona anyway. Like I said, I didn't really pay attention to Sykkuno besides that one time you know, he played Master Duel. Deku voice. Oh my god. I mean like, I don't know, it's like pretty obvious to me, like that's a persona. Persona!
This is the last thing that you would have ever expected to come out about her.
Most of my life, you know, like, a lot of people see me say stuff like, girls aren't into me and stuff like that, you know? And they think I'm memeing, they think I'm trolling, they think I'm messing with people. But the fact is, guys, for most of my life,
Sunyan.
friends and people really haven't been into me.
Now, if you want to hear all about this situation, have somebody go super in-depth about all the inner workings of this crazy debacle, then go and watch the 75,000 other content creators that have made videos about this. But on this video, we aren't doing that. Now, while this whole situation is going on, while everyone was busy focusing on how Sykkuno's a cheater, a manipulator, a predator, this is so crazy, this is so insane, the entire time that I was, you know, reading about this situation, the only thing that I could think to myself was, what was the riz that Sykkuno was using? Because if you read the document, it comes out that this dude was talking to like 30 to 50 different girls. He was talking to a lot of women. Because if you were able to pull all of these different women, then you must have some S+ tier level game. So I had to find out what it was. And thankfully, in the documents that he
I feel like him being like
was exposed to us.
famous and
never reveals their tricks.
had a lot to do with it.
Is a weirdo. So we were able to get access to it. And what do we find, you guys? This. Now,
I'm not surprised.
Being used on these women, but for this video specifically, I'm only going to be using this screenshot for my experiment. If Sykkuno is able to gain this exorbitant amount of women, then what's saying that I can't do the same thing? So to truly see if Sykkuno is a riz god or if he's just status maxing to get these girls into
Riz like being rich and good.
I decided to take it upon myself to DM 100 girls.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. I'm gonna. Okay, it's too. I don't.
If I can pull any of them. Now I am fully willing to admit to everyone watching this that I am not Sykkuno, and Sykkuno isn't me. The things that might work for me might not work for him, but the things that work for him might not work for me. And look, I get it. Like compared to Sykkuno, I'm not the brightest gem in the jewelry store. Okay, like I got a little bit of weight on me. I haven't cut my hair in months. I understand. Like I am not Sykkuno. I do not DM small VTubers and pull them by pretending to act like an e-boy soyed up 14-year-old rom-com anime MC. But if there's anything that Kevin Garnett in science tells me, it's that anything is possible. And goddammit, I'm gonna make sure that it becomes possible. So just to lay the criteria of my experiment, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna DM 50 girls on Instagram.
I feel like this isn't even gonna work because like if you're terminally online to know this drama and you're gonna DM other terminally online people, they're gonna know. They're gonna be like, XDD. Oh no, yeah, I don't know. I feel like your cover's blown already. So I don't know how he plans to work around that.
And in both, I'm going to use my main accounts for both because think about it, bro. In order
Hope
to
the girlfriend finds. See, that's the That's a line that bothered me. Like, oh, I hope the girlfriend finds peace. I'm like, shouldn't she be the one to like release that information? You know, I don't know. It's just like, it sounded like they had her consent or whatever, which is like, but I don't know. But like, I don't know, the phrasing or whatever made it seem like they didn't. So I don't know. I was really suspicious. So.
Because what was alleged was that Sykkuno was a predator because he was using his status as a very popular creator to get these women to interact and talk to him. So being a popular content creator myself with 1 million followers on TikTok and 34,000 on Instagram, look, it's still gonna work. I thought in order to get the most replicated results, I would have to use my main accounts on social media.
I don't know. It's so the drama's so terminally online. I can't.
Cat smiley face at the end, and the other 50, I'm not gonna do it because, like I said, I am just a mere.
We'll do anything for clout. I mean, that's probably also like why it worked. Yeah. Like there was probably some clout chasing involved, which is like kind of annoying because like there is a. I don't want to be like victim blaming or whatever, but it's like.
Like that's respect, you know. And finally, for the last thing, I gotta make sure they're all 18 plus. Like I'm just not. I feel like I don't have to.
I don't know. It's so. I don't know. It's really terminally online. I can't like. What are we watching? I DM'd 100 girls using Sykkuno's Riz to see if he has game.
Story post that I'm about to be ending up on, but look, man, a true scientist does whatever it takes to get the experiment done. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys might be having questions on how I'm even going to find 100 women to DM for this experiment. Well, you're just gonna have to curate your For You page to show you these women. So in order to do that, I'm gonna have to like a lot of ABG photos and videos. My specially crafted and curated For You page that I spent years making and building is gonna take a huge hit from.
Okay, you know what?
Anything is worth it when it means that I could find my wife. Now, after I send all these 100 messages, I'm going to wait 24 hours.
Wait, that might actually work, but still, I don't know. You still have to.
Because ultimately, I'm making this video to kind of troll Sykkuno because he's kind of a weirdo. But like, guys, I can meet my wife from this. Because think about it, guys. Who needs Hinge, Tinder, or Bumble when you have the Riz God, Saikuno at the helm? Oh my god, I'm really about to do this.
There are no,
Anything for
is
views,
that the
man.
actual
Anything for
girlfriend?
views. All right, guys.
I feel there should be
So
more
it's time to
sympathy
end.
extended towards, yeah, the girlfriend.
Just do it. All right, I'm doing it.
But I feel like the people talking about it did not, have that that level of sympathy or like respect for the situation. It definitely felt like they made it about themselves. So it's like, I don't know.
I'm gonna get this. All right, next one. I can't get distracted. I have to just go for it. Oh, this is so much cancer. I fucking hate it. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this?
If I see single DM to anyone over 17 to say, shut up.
Bro, there's nothing more embarrassing than scrolling up to message a girl, my XP bar is low, just to then click on their profile and then see that you've already messaged them that my XP bar is low. Like, oh my. Like, yeah, no shit, my XP bar is low. I'm texting you this. All right, with this girl that I'm about to DM, we are officially 1/4 of the way there. And now I gotta DM another 25 girls. My XP bar is low with a fucking smiley face on it. Yay! Shout out to you, Alicia Loves Dogs. A very stereotypically racially charged name that we have there. Very fitting for 1/4 of the way. Oh, and I can't even message her. On to the next one. All right, officially, this is the 25th girl that I'm gonna message this dog shit. I can't. Oh my god, I can't do this. I don't know how I'm gonna do this 75 more fucking times. And there we go. We've officially done it. My XP bar is low. Shout out to Dema OXH. Please do not respond to this shit, man. I can't do it. There's nothing worse than not only having to type this line, but also having to type this line. It makes it just like 50 times worse somehow. But yeah, first girl that we are DMing, shout out.
Yeah, this shit sucks, but I'm gonna do it
You're a
anyway.
real one. Please again, dude. Like if you respond to this, there's something wrong. Oh my god, I'm in so much fucking pain, man. Oh shit, this woman lives in Dallas, bro. I'm about to be moving there soon.
Automod? Sorry, what did you get
Finally,
automodded?
you guys, 25. This will make the 25th girl. Which
Is he a
means
cheater?
that is
He's a
2 girls
cheater.
on Instagram.
Mainly a
Shout out
cheater.
to you, Crystal Huang Clauses.
There are a bit of
Two
predatory
girls,
aspects
smiley
because he's
face.
using his
And
clout,
send. Boom, there we go.
you
2
know,
girls done on
because it's
Instagram.
it's like
It's time for what I feel like is
harder to say no to his advances. But there are other people. I don't know. There's the people involved. It's messy. It's messy.
real challenge, which is TikTok, because I feel like 1 million is a lot more than like 34. I
Yeah.
can't believe I really just did that. All right, for the first person, I'm gonna be.
But it's pretty clear he
TikTok,
uses
I'm
his
gonna give a
clout
shout out
to
Sue Mons. Okay. Yeah, man, my XP bar is low. Just fucking kill me. Oh shit, this girl's 2011, bro. No. Abort. Delete the message. I did not
SMH.
Oh my fucking god, man. I've never had my balls.
Oh my god, this is really annoying. This is getting annoying. All right, we get it. It's cringe. We all know this. This is like.
Optional, by the way. Like, I'm choosing to do this all because.
Okay, we're gonna skip
They
till.
prevented me from sending messages because I'm sending
Okay.
them too fast. Like look at this, bro. It literally says you are sending messages.
To be honest, this is pretty low effort. This is like, one line. I'm gonna send to 100 people. I guess if you're doing 100 people, that's a lot of time you're investing. But this is like, okay, this is pretty low effort. I'm not gonna lie. What is he famous for? He's a pretty big streamer. He blew up from Among Us streams, but there's another stream. There's another category that he blew up beyond that. I think it was GTA RP or whatever.
No, guys, for these last 5 people, because I wasn't able to completely do the full 50 people on TikTok, I decided for the last 5 people on DM, I'm gonna DM people that like actually know me, like go to my school.
You can use Shockbase, yeah, exactly.
It's just be one of my friends. Who cares? Okay, I haven't talked to her in years. Let's fuck it. You know what I mean? Why am I doing this, man? Why am I doing this?
Oh my god, this is so annoying. We get it.
All right, last of that fucking idea. And I had a class. I'm done. Fuck this shit.
Finally, oh my god, stop yapping about how cringe it is. We get it.
DMs, now all we have to do is wait. Currently, it is April 12th, and it's about 2 p.m.-ish, so we're gonna come back to this tomorrow, and we're gonna count up our results. I'll see you guys in 24 hours.
Why bro testing to farm? This is definitely like a bait video to farm off
the 30
the.
girls that I was able to message on TikTok before TikTok literally banned me from messaging them because they thought I was too horny or something. Literally, none of them respond, which is honestly very surprising, as you would think like big follower count equals, you know, response. But I mean, I'm not Saikuno, you know what I mean? I'm not 3014 like him, so maybe he knows something that I don't. And out of the 70 women that I have DM'd on Instagram, 4 of them responded, and the other 66 have not even responded. They haven't even seen it. She's on set. Leaving us with a success record of 4%. So if you use the Saikuno Riz tactics, you have about a 4% chance of actually getting someone to even respond to you. Here's another thing too. 2 of the girls were people that go to my school. Whatever, bro. So if there's anything that these results have told me is that Saikuno is a fraud.
Yeah, he'll
He
live.
genuinely has
If he's at a
no
university,
I don't know
he's
how
probably
he
never
was
gonna see
able
them.
to form a high school DxD ass harem, but somehow he was able to do it with that kind of game. I mean, clearly what this means is that I am not status maxing hard enough. Because if homie is pulling girls using these methods, then he really could just say anything, and they'll.
Wait,
say,
didn't
"I'm not
this
status maxing hard
person
enough." Because
approach
if homie is
him?
pulling girls using these methods.
Yeah, didn't she initiate? I can't tell because this is just but it seems like this person's initiating with him.
then he really could just say anything and they'll accept it. Like, after conducting this experiment, what are my takeaways from doing
Let's
this?
talk
One
about the
thing
my
for sure
body
I've
is
taken away from this
aging
whole experience
Riz.
is that Sykkuno has the
I don't
riz
think
of a Discord
there's
employee
anything to
that
talk about.
frequently has e-sex on Discord server. It's just so crazy to me. Like, how did, like, it was embarrassing for me as an 18-year-old to say this stuff to women. This dude is 34 saying this to a grown woman. How do you not get embarrassed by acting like this? Like, seriously? And honestly, as bad as this experience was and as embarrassing as this means, you know, for me and my reputation, I honestly feel like I took away a lot of positive effects from this whole thing. I definitely feel like I'm more comfortable in talking to women and just putting myself out there because, I mean, shit, if I can text 100 girls that corny ass shit, then I can definitely text a woman like an actual good pickup line. So I definitely feel a lot more comfortable in like really just putting myself out there and not being afraid to just, you know, hit somebody up out of nowhere. Because in the past I would have never done
This is
something
kind of a
like
nothing
this.
burger video, I'm not gonna lie.
That feeling of rejection, you guys, is hitting hard. But
I think the
it's
concept in
really
my
hard
head is
if you
super
don't
funny,
practice.
but
That's
like the
ridiculous
way
thing
he
in
did
my
it is
opinion,
like
Sykkuno really
solo
plays.
effort. He literally just goes
That his game
copy
is
and paste the
not
same
well, after this
line.
experiment, I think we can all comfortably say, no, like he is absolutely not. I mean, guys, like look at this, bro. Like, come on, man. But look, as much as we were hating, his shot was green, bro. Like it worked. Game is game at the end of the day. So can we really be flaming?
My
this
Riz
if it
is
works
summon
for him?
vengeance,
I'm not
Diabell,
saying
and
it doesn't
pray.
work and it's bad, but what if I just wasn't applicating it the way that it was supposed to? We will never know that information because I'm never gonna be in a conversation with Sykkuno ever, bro. I think I'd rather like grind my ball sack with sandpaper. If you're still watching this video, I think you should take this video, as troll as it is, as a kind of message, reminder, or even inspiration.
Okay,
Really
we're
just
gonna
get out there and just DM people, bro. Let's stop being afraid anymore, guys. We have one life and we might as well live it to the fullest. If you see someone attractive, whether it be on the internet or on the street, go up and ask them. Put yourself out there. Don't be a Sykkuno, you guys. Be a, I don't know, man, a normal person. But anyways, guys, gonna wrap this video. If you like this video, please like, comment, and subscribe down below. Ring that bell button, turn on all notifications, do all that jazz. I started a Patreon, but don't join it because I haven't finished it like even remotely yet. So don't.
My
join it,
XP
okay?
bar
Because
do
you're
be
literally just
low.
wasting your money, okay? But I have a Patreon and I am planning on making one. And
I don't even
I'll
have an
put the
XP
link below in the
bar.
description. Follow me on Spotify, Snapchat, TikTok, and Instagram. But I hope you guys have an amazing day. Stay strong, stay safe, and stay happy.
Just pay for it like normal people. All right, this was like this was nothing burger. The concept was way funnier than bruh. Legendary shorts poll. Reggie is prestige 10. What are you guys talking? I don't even know what game you're referencing with that. Call of Duty?
Attention Walmart customers. There's a man in a white shirt and gray pants here to meet an 11-year-old little boy. Everyone keep your eyes out.
What's going on?
No, that's not me. That's not me.
Oh, Call of Duty. I see.
Bro, ain't no one finding me back here, dude. Dude, they're not gonna find me here. This way. Let's go. Oh my gosh. I got it. Dude. Attention Walmart.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Bruh. Really doing that? I don't know, dude. What's the next one? 3 hours of Jaja? You guys really want to see Jaja? Okay. Not the 3 hours. It's basically okay. Someone also linked this. Oh, it's a trailer for Coyote versus Acme. I know about this because people talked about how it was like, you know, in production. I think it was done filming or whatever, but it never got distributed. I forgot. Was it Warner Brothers? Warner Brothers, right? Cue some Jesse Perez. Okay, we can do Jesse Perez after. There is a Jesse Perez video. Okay, we can do that. This got shelved or something, and it was like, I think it was a tax write-off actually, so it was never to see the light of day. Until Catch Up Entertainment, they picked this up, and now they're distributing it in theaters. They did it with a similar movie. There was like, it was like it's called like a Looney Tunes movie called like The Day the Earth Blew Up or something. And Catch Up, that also got tax write-off or something. And Catch Up Entertainment like bought it or something and also like distributed it. Did you already watch that one Asphalt song? Yeah, we did. I think that was the first one after I talked about the Balance Rotor. Common Zaslav L. Is that Warner Brothers director or something? Or Warner Brothers CEO or whatever? So people were excited for this, I guess. I didn't know what to expect because I guess like the way people talked about it, there's only like one like line of a synopsis. It was just like, it's about Coyote suing the Acme company for like faulty, you know, whatever. But okay, basically the interesting thing is this was never supposed to go in theaters. Are you up for more Jeopardy? Okay, I'll do that. I might watch this, but who knows? I did watch the day the Earth blew up. So I'm aware of
Have you been horribly injured by a product made by the Acme Corporation? It's not your fault. There's probably someone to blame. Name of the case is
oh hell nah, don't
versus Acme.
Wile E. Coyote. He is reckless. We all know who's responsible, and all of his injuries are self-inflicted.
I mean, if this is the premise,
You've been settling
I can see why God.
Probably get you $250 for that.
This is your opportunity to really show people what you're
What kind of movie is The Day the Earth Blew Up? It's like it's a Looney. Sorry, it's just a Looney Tunes movie. It's got Daffy Duck and Porky Pig, and it's just animated. It's just like a feature length Looney Tunes episode, basically. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you watched the Looney Tunes show. It's a pretty unk show now, but it was kind of like that, you know, where I think Looney Tunes show on Cartoon Network, it was just like them chilling, living together. Well, it wasn't Bugs Bunny. It was Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck for that one. But I think it's like the same concept. It was like Porky Pig and Daffy Duck. And then they have like, there's like an alien invasion or something like that. Yeah. It was fine. Big Chungus.
Nothing to see here.
We really have nothing.
We both know it would be very unpleasant if anything bigger were to become public.
I love Cena.
So, what is up, Doc?
Okay, why are they treating Bugs Bunny like...
This film for account purposes only. We do not condone any of the storylines.
Bro, they treating Bugs Bunny like he's like Captain America showing up in that one Avengers movie. Yeah, oh my god. Okay, we'll do the... This looks interesting. I'll probably check it out. All right, we'll do the Jeopardy. So I can flex my trivia knowledge. The final tagline goes hard. All right, yeah. I mean, I figure I don't know if many people are gonna watch it though, but yeah. You have Ketchup Entertainment to thank for that. Because they bought the rights to the movie and finally like distributed it.
Featuring the Wonky Quartet.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
You've all come to know and love. I'm talking about Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh, Luke Von Karma, and Leah Asimov. Everyone say hi at once. Now.
Hi.
All right, now please introduce your channels at the same time, starting now.
What's up, Peeps? It's Peeps. I'm here doing the Jeopardy challenge.
All right, so today
Excellent
we are actually
bit.
going for a special prize. The winner of today's episode will get to go on the Northern Lion Cruise.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Buzz, can I buzz
That shit's canceled. I really thought the Northern Lion cruise was fake, and it was just like the Northern Lion fan base memeing, but it was actually real.
I'm buzzing now. I'm
Let me
buzzing
buzz.
for all questions.
No, honestly, I'm sick of watching Kevin dominate everyone on the show, so
Thank
we brought in the B team here.
Yeah, for sure. Let the bench warmers get a chance.
That's crazy.
It's actually two
B
imbeciles,
team.
sorry, Leah, and one person who actually
Down.
knows stuff. That's
Okay.
Crazy bit.
You know what? I actually believe women can win this
Yeah,
game.
believe
all right?
in women.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question that I'm so happy I think you all probably will have the right answer to, which is, do you all know how to play Jeopardy?
Yes.
Yeah, kind
You know
of.
what's crazy? Yes, I do.
That's impressive.
Jeopardy at your
Actually, it
house?
is what is yes.
Oh, you are correct, Leah. We are
That is
going to
true.
Question. There's going to be
Mogged,
a
I
significant
fear.
number of answers on the board. The first board is going to have one daily.
You have to respond in the
the
form of a question.
To get the Jeopardy round started, because we don't have a previous game to go off of, the first person to buzz in will get control of the board. That's going to be Luke Von Fartma. That's going to be hard to not say during the.
Can you mute when the guys speak? But I'm not really gonna say anything. I'm just like, I haven't been saying anything other than XDD, excellent joke, amazing delivery. You know, what is yes, yeah.
During the actual round.
Can we do mansplaining for
No, hold up. I got to introduce the categories.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please, please.
All right, we've got 5 categories here today. We've got mansplaining. Jump the gun on that one. Classic man.
Of course, that's the one
help
Jason go
myself.
first with. Yeah.
Number hunting, Earth machines, link ones, and tubers.
Mansplaining is crazy. Number hunters, Earth machines, link ones, tubers, Yugi. Okay, imagine you have to name a Yugi tuber. They're gonna have some clue about some video that they're famous for. Link ones, probably some effect. Earth machines. I mean, meeting them aside from the VTuber. Ah, I see what you're saying. You know what? I wish I could mix the audio.
Yugi, Dan, you've got control of the board. Where would you like to go?
Just for you.
Give me mansplaining for 200, please.
No.
No, babe, I don't think you get it. You can't play any copies of that card because it's on the ban list. In short, it's this. In short, it's this. I actually don't know. Earth Machine and Bro overlay. I don't know. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna let them answer so I understand the category.
Oh, babe, I don't think you get it. You can't play any copies of that card because it's on the ban list. In short, it's this. Oh, no one wants to.
Forbidden? Limited? I guess it's forbidden, right? If you can't play any copies? I don't know. Okay.
Talk over women, huh? Okay, well. So the answer to this one was, what is forbidden?
That's such a... I mean, it's a 200 clue, so... Okay, that was just... But I don't get... I guess, like, it's the way... It's a tone. You would over-explain the forbidden list to someone. I barely understand Jeopardy. As in, like... how the game plays out, or
No, I actually get a man to explain it to me. Can a man explain it to me?
normal trivia in a mansplaining way.
All right, where are we going?
Let's, you know what? Give me Link ones.
He's like,
200.
Are we guessing cards? It depends on the category. Like Link ones is probably going to be a card here. This recently released Light Fiend allows everyone's favorite VTubers to team up with the Fiendsmith. Oh, they're talking about... He's talking about Live Twins here. So this is just a Fiendsmith Requiem. Fiendsmith's Requiem. Forbidden, Exodius illegal.
Released Light
Thanks.
Fiend allows everyone's favorite VTubers to team up with the Fiendsmith. Holy shit, Danny.
No, that's Leah.
Oh, Leah. Sorry, for everyone at home, Leah has named her name on the buzzing site. Danny named his as Luke von Fartma, and Leah named hers as Leah von Gama.
I did not expect that.
Oh, is it Kiss a Kill Deal? Oh, it is Kiss a Kill Deal. Yeah, you're right. It is Kiss a Kill Deal because it's recently released. Okay, it's not Requiem. Sorry. My bad. It's the other Light Fiend that you played before. Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, okay, good clue. Good clue.
All right, Leah von Gama, what is the answer to this?
Who is the moon?
No.
Moon.
It's what is this card's name?
All right, I'll give you 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, Danny's gonna try it.
Is it Kiss a Kill's Deal?
Yes.
What is Kiss a Kill's Deal?
Well, actually, is it Kiss a Kill's Deal is also a valid answer, but Evil Twin Kiss a Kill's Deal is the answer
I
here.
couldn't remember the name. I was like,
Yeah, I was like,
it's not sweet.
I don't remember anything recent, but I do know this one.
Okay, Danny, where are we going?
Oh God, let's do Earth Machines for 200.
All right. Though found in the Great
Golgondan Desert Springs are this attribute. They're fire, right?
Golgondan Desert, the Springans are this attribute. Peeps.
What is fire?
That is correct. They are fire.
I was
Where do
like,
you
they're
want to
fire.
Let's see Earth Machines for 400.
While their namesake is
While their namesake is fossilized in the Earth's crust, the Dino-Mist, they're water.
fossilized in the Earth's crust, the Dino-Mists are this attribute. Danny.
What is water?
Yes, they're water. They're misty.
Oh my God.
Where are we going?
That's my old stint in what's it called?
Playoffs.
Dino-Mists. Yeah, playoffs. Yeah, you know what? Earth Machines for 600.
All right. Despite the fact that it's carrying concrete,
Despite the fact that it's carrying concrete, Mixroid is this. Oh, it's wind.
Mixroid is this attribute. Peeps.
What is wind?
Yeah, it's a wind monster. All right, where are we going?
800 Earth Machines.
A Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh!
Peeps YGO favorite K2 Death Scissors anything but earthly hate instead sporting this attribute. Is it dark? I don't know.
Favorite KA2 Death Scissors is anything but earthly, instead sporting this attribute. All right, Peeps.
What is dark?
Free money for Peeps
Why did you
category.
give Peeps a category?
All right, and,
Whole fucking category.
Dan got one of them actually.
I did
where
get
are we
one. I fucking
Finish it off for 1,000.
Right. You'd never expect a Sky.
Never expect a Sky Striker main deck monster to be a machine, but Sage of Wisdom Himmel he's a member of this attribute. Oh, motherfucker. Fuck. I don't know, man. He's got to be... I'm just taking a guess. If he's water, I'm going to be sick. So easy? That's not. No one cares about Himmel the hero. No one cares about Himmel the hero. He's Earth? There's no way. I think the whole category is supposed to be not Earth. He's really Earth? That is so funny.
Sky Striker main deck monster to be a machine, but Sage of Wisdom Himmel he's a member of this attribute. Peeps.
What is Earth?
That is correct. He's a fucking Earth machine.
He's a level
Oh
5
my
Earth
god, it
machine.
is Earth. Okay, I was falsely led to believe that there are no Earths in this category. But, you know what? You got him.
You get him off Dozer.
Yeah, the old man. Yeah. He light. No, he's Earth.
Yes. All right. I'll explain, sweetie. This
I'll explain. Oh my god. Kill me. This is what happens when an optional effect is unable to be activated because it is not possible to activate it in response to its simple. Okay, it's just the annoying clue to read. Optional effect is unable to be activated because it's not possible to activate in response to it. Oh no. Is it inherent summon? Which I don't know. I don't like this because it like invites all these like colloquial words. Wait, no. This is missing the timing, right? I think this is missing the timing. Optional effect is unable to activate it because it is not possible to activate it in response to its. This might be missing the timing.
is what happens when an optional effect is unable to be activated because it's not possible to activate it in response to its required event. Simple. Danny?
No,
that's
Leah.
Leah.
What is missing the timing?
That is correct. It is missing
Nice.
the timing. Where are we
You
going?
got the mansplaining column.
So Leah, you gained points there because you answered that correctly. That's how Jeopardy works.
Ooh, wow. Oh my gosh. It's almost like my 4 years on the high school academic team didn't matter. Let's go mansplaining for 600.
An inherent
summon. I can see you're still behind on your terminology. Konami updated guidance to refer to these summons as this. I don't know. I actually don't know if there's an official word for this.
summon. I can see you're still behind on your terminology, honey. Konami updated guidance to refer to these.
Because I know that there's like unofficial words like Nomi. This one's built in. Is that really reference?
Summons.
Is that what they call built in?
Fuck. What is a built-in summon?
Yes. All right, where we go?
800. Mansplaining.
Be specific, darling. To detach from an Xyz monster, you need to remove one of these. Use precise wording. Beeps.
Xyz material.
What is an Xyz material?
No. Danny.
What?
Oh, sorry, Leah. No.
Oh.
Leah, I'm cutting
You need to remove one of these.
you off on this one.
Nah.
Danny, you want a shot at it?
No. Get me out.
Unfortunately, you did buzz in. So
Wait, no, I didn't buzz in.
You did. I can see you buzzed in.
No, that was just for fun. Okay,
right.
fine. Then let me wait. Can I try for
Oh,
you?
yeah, try that.
Yes.
This bitch don't know anything. Get this out of here. Okay.
Nah,
it is an
nah.
overlay unit.
Ah, yes, yeah, they're called overlay units. I see. The performing the Xyz summon, the two cards you put on top of each other are Xyz material. But yes, yeah, it's overlay units. My bad. Fake Zexel fan. He's the anime name. Yeah.
That's literally not true.
It's an overlay unit. What do you want me to tell
That's
you?
not true.
It's an overlay unit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the wording on the actual game cards are like they specify Xyz material. Overlay units is technically anime exclusive. All right, I'm with Poops here.
On the card, it's called Xyz material.
Yeah,
Joseph,
well, in the show, it's called an overlay unit.
Shut the fuck up, brother. Bro, like, oh my god.
Oh, hey man. What if I killed you?
Where are we going?
Oh my god, give us all our points back right now.
Where are we
This
going?
ain't no Doug. This ain't no Doug. We'll kill you.
Fuck it, 1,000. Comments? I need you all to call Joseph.
Master Rule 5, no, go cutie. Its proper term is this. It's Master Rule 5. Is it new Master Rule? I think that's Master Rule 4. People call Master Rule 4. No. Master Rule 5 is the new Master Rule. The official term for Master Rule 5 is the new Master Rule. Master Rule 4, what people call Master Rule 4, is not actually Master Rule 4. The 4 comes from the month of April, that people because people don't know, like, Americans don't know, like, the opposite. You know how they switch the month and the day? Americans didn't know that, so they called it Master Rule 4. I think the Master Rule 4 is officially like April 2020 Master Rule or something like that. And I think Master Rule 5 or whatever is the new Master Rule. I think that's what they call it now. My body is covering red shirt, man.
Its proper term is this.
I'm like getting PTSD from this shit.
What is Master Rule Revision 2020?
That's close enough, yeah. Master Rule April 1st, 2020 revision.
What the? April 1st? Is Master Rule 2020? Okay. Which one's new Master Rule then? I'm pretty sure the The one they're saying is what people refer to as Master Rule 4. What's it called? Oh, new Master Rule is Master Rule 4. I have them switched. Okay. New Master Rule is Master Rule 4. Master Rule 5 is... Yeah, okay. April 1, 2020 revision. Yes, okay. Ah, okay. Why the fuck do people call this? Oh my god. All right.
Oh, did not know that.
Where are we going?
All right, never mind, Joseph. I'm not mad at you anymore. Let's do number hunting for
It's
200.
like Farfa never left. This recently banned number monster was just as annoying as the
Olga,
schoolyard meme.
yeah.
Peeps, fuck.
This recently banned number monster was just as annoying as the schoolyard meme. Recently banned as a schoolyard meme. This is a bad clue. Paradise Smasher was recently banned. This is bad. This is bad. Oh, it's 6-7. So it is Paradise Smasher. This is bad. What does this have to do? There's no like. I don't know. I wouldn't call 6-7 a schoolyard meme.
Who is number 67?
67.
Number
I'm gonna
67.
see your brain rot, peeps.
All right, where are we going?
Paradise Smasher is his name, in case anybody's gonna yell at me for not using the full name. It's 400. Number 400.
From here to Utopia,
From here to Utopia, Yuma's Ace Monster sports this number. 39?
Yuma's Ace Monsters.
Raffle Scale, thanks for the follow.
Danny?
What is 101?
No, Peeps.
Danny, what is number 25?
Also wrong.
Wait, no, it's
you're,
God
oh,
damn
you're a
it.
fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. You don't know
Leo, you want a shot?
Is it just 39?
Points on this one. I know I'm gonna be wrong.
He's number 39.
39. I don't know
That's
why I
it?
said
Wow.
25. It was
I don't know why I
21.
thought 101.
All right,
Oh,
where are we
that's
going? Peeps.
I feel that one's like not that difficult.
600, please.
Oh,
God
I was
damn it.
thinking
The highest number
The highest number in the game, while discounting numeronius, is Galaxy 107.
in the game, well, discounting the numeroniuses, Galaxy Eyes Tachyon is this number. All right, that would be. Oh,
I
Peeps.
got it. Oh, I buzzed it. Never mind. It's too late.
What is it? What is it?
I was gonna say number 109.
No.
Okay.
Not a bad guess.
I did not know that.
Okay.
Where we going, Peeps?
All right, it's 800.
Not a bad guess.
To the joke.
To the Joker. The crazy box is still a regular box, but it's still sporting this number. Fuck. Is it? Oh my god. Crazy box? Oh my god. Is it? I don't know this one. It's still sport this number. All right, you just have to know it.
The crazy box is just a regular box, but it's
8-5 Hako? Ah, okay. That's cool.
So
Okay,
a lot of
these
people
guys will
can't
never
accept
get
that
this
answer. The
then.
first is that it's wrong.
Oh, what is 4? Shit.
Don't worry, it's also incorrect.
Most of them are puns.
All right, it's number 85.
85.
Not even close.
Still,
I think I remember. What's Crooked Cook? His number debuted on Goku's birthday. I remember. What was what's it called Crooked Cook? Let me look that up. Was it 43? 59, yeah. 65. But I remember Crooked Cook debut. That was his. Was it? What was Goku's birthday? So everyone's like Sun Wukong number will appear on Goku's birthday. They did announce a number. Yeah, 5 and 9 is Goku. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, May 9th is Goku Day. Okay, it's not Goku's birthday, but it's Goku Day. And everyone's like, number 59's coming. We're gonna get Sun Wukong. And then we got Crooked Cook. I remember that.
Peeps, where are we going?
1,000, baby. Give me 1,000.
One of the fake numbers, Infection Buzz King, shares this number with Numeron Gate Econ.
Oh, this is 1, right? Or is it 3? Oh my god, though. No, number 3 is Cicada King. I think it's number 1. I think it's number 1.
Oh no.
You don't fucking know this. Don't. Oh.
No, I do. It's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're calling it. It is number 1.
Oh, he's number 1. He was number 1.
All right, Peeps, where are we going?
all right. Take me to link ones. That
Jeez,
category
this
sucks.
has been a rough game so far.
Hey, I'm doing
I don't know why
fine.
you asked us for this.
While a powerful Cybers monster in its own right, this monster's legacy has mostly been to be banished for invoked Mechaba.
Security Gardener.
Peeps.
Who's Secure Gardner?
Yeah.
Secure Gardener. I could see the card's art in my head. Could not get the name.
Oh, Pan. Thank you so much.
Link ones for 600.
Trini 3. Catvari 4. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. How was your stream? What were you up to? Don't ask me how I know Sanskrit. No. Is that really? It's Sanskrit? That's awesome. That's sick. That's actually awesome. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, it's the day.
Let's go.
Just a quick balance react. Let's go.
I'd like to wager 1,000.
Metamorphosis is funny. You guys, very sick. Aw, hope you get
One of
better.
the game's most powerful synchro monsters. This Link one affords a fire combo deck, a spell trap negate.
This Link 1 affords a fire combo deck, a spell. Is this the stupid Charles? Oh my god! Don't. What's the full name? 6 times 7. Yeah, 6 times 7. What's the full name of the? Is it like King Charles, King of something? Charlemagne, King of. Charlemagne's the OCG name. Infernal Knight, King Charlemagne. Okay, that might be it. Yeah. Emperor Charles the Great. Ah, I see. No, I remember Charlemagne though. This is the OCG name.
Oh, this Link one affords a fire combo deck. What is? Okay, it's. I know what it is. I just can't remember the full name. It's who is Infernoble Great Charles? The Link one. I don't know the full name, but it's Infernoble. The Link one version of Infernal Knight Charles.
That's true. I don't think I can give it.
Link one's not Infernal Charles. Yeah.
That's not the name of the card, bro.
Emperor Charles
the Great. Whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
The fucking wonky dorks. So many gimmies.
I'm not giving you the Infernoble man. He's the Infernoble guy. He's Infernoble's Link one. I'm not giving you that.
Charles the fuck off, bitch. I hate you.
Go ahead.
Right. Give me 800.
Still.
Nah, I'm with MBT on this one. Still limited despite its use, this Plant Link 1 stay on the ban list has lasted longer than the time rules. Plant Link 1. This is throwing me off. I don't think it being plant is like... Oh, it is! It's the stupid, the tree. Dryas. Sunvine Dryas. Oh, it's healer? Fuck. Never mind then.
Plant Link ones stay on the ban list has lasted longer than the time rules. All right, I'm turning it off.
Yeah.
This is still limited. Sunvine
Healer.
Still on the fucking
Sunvine Healer,
Oh, I
okay.
should say time rules. I should have known.
Right,
Yeah, it's Sunvine Healer. Yeah.
This machine monster has been described as the best legacy
support of all time, despite the fact that Associated Deck still doesn't have any
deck still doesn't have any results to its name.
results to its name. This machine monster has been described as the best legacy support of all time. It's a stupid Gen X. Is the Gen X guy. The Gen X Link one. Gen X recycled? No, that's an actual... I forgot the full name.
Oh, Leo?
The time rules of the hint? Really?
It's also
Gen X Repair.
God damn it, I'm like Nina being wrong and took this one out.
Repair Gen X something or whatever. Gen X Repair Controller. Ah. No, Repair Gen X Controller. I see.
200, please. Of best of the users. Yeah.
This currently canceled Deku Impersonator paid hero to some impressive finishes in Master Duel streamer events. Saikuno? Oh my god.
Currently canceled Deku Impersonator played hero to some impressive finishes.
Why? Why do we go back to Saikuno?
Who is Saikuno?
Oh, you're so good at this game. I can't believe it. Saikuno, hit us up. Get on the pod. All right.
He played Sword Soul too. You know,
Danny, where are we going?
Danny knows the Saikuno lore.
Oh yeah.
Dude, he was narrating the fuck out of those heroes. He really was. He was putting that mic to use.
What? Wait, really?
Yes, yeah. He DM'd
Holy shit. Wait. You could have been part of the Google Docu. That's crazy.
I was busy with work. I couldn't get groomed.
You're not well, he is 34. There is an age gap. All right, Danny, where are we going?
Give me Tuber Yugi for 400.
This
YouTube content creator has recently begun ripping Yu-Gi-Oh cards for profit, and we couldn't be more excited. Logan Paul? Okay, the Logan Paul thing was such a nothing burger. They're like, oh, Logan Paul's gonna ruin the TCG. He's gonna invite more scalpers. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh cards are kind of worthless compared to... I don't think he's gonna instill value. This got to be Logan Paul. This got to be Logan Paul.
Content creator has recently begun ripping Yu-Gi-Oh cards for profit, and we couldn't.
Yeah, I don't know why people are fear mongering about that. Like, just hate on him like a normal person, all right?
This gaming YouTuber turned reactor has played Yu-Gi-Oh.
Gaming YouTuber turned reactor has played Yu-Gi-Oh for years, most frequently through occasional dueling streams. Ah, this is Decade, right? Donald Kong.
For years, most frequently through the occasional Duel Links stream. All right,
really? Okay. Is it? Okay, is it? Turn react. No, it's not Donald Cade. Is it Donald Cade?
Critical.
Oh, it's Critical. Gaming YouTuber turn reactor has played Yu-Gi-Oh for years, mostly. This is kind of hard. This is pretty vague. I feel like they should have mentioned like something specific to him, like how he owns like all these. I don't know, maybe YouTuber, gaming YouTuber turn. I guess I'm a fake Moist Critical fan that I wouldn't associate him as he probably started as a gaming YouTuber, but okay, I don't know about this.
He plays Duel Links? He plays a shitload of Duel Links, actually.
I thought he was more known for ripping patches.
He does play Duel Links, but he doesn't always. I don't know. It's not that common. I don't know. He's played Master Duel too. So I don't know. I feel like yeah, critical BF3 vids, nice.
Player. He plays Master Duel. Where are we going?
Give me 2 versus Yugi for 800.
This host of
The host of early Master Duel tournaments coined the term ass traps. This is Ludwig. Oh my god.
Master
Ludwig.
Duel tournaments coined the term ass traps. Danny?
Who is Ludwig?
That is correct.
God damn it, man. You were so fast at these.
And now our final clue for the first board in 2 versus Yugi for 1000. This
Vegan streamer participated in Kaiba's VTuber debut, but didn't seem to have much fun. How bizarre. Vegan streamer. Okay, that's... Vegan streamer. I know Josh is vegan, but... How bizarre. Well... Wasn't that like... I don't even know. Josh is vegan? Yeah, Josh is vegan. Yeah. He's very environmentally conscious too. Like he doesn't talk about it much, but like one of the more interesting things I find about him, how like he doesn't fly to events unless he really has a good reason to. He like will take the train instead to reduce his carbon footprint. Yeah, Schmidt. Yeah. He's super environmentally conscious. Y'all, how long y'all been watching Schmidt, bruh? How come I'm the one telling you? I fall off. I mean, it's mostly because he streams during times I'm not awake for. But this new to y'all? Damn. Deutschbahn? He streams when I sleep. Yeah. Is it Rain ad? I wouldn't know.
streamer participated in Kaiba's VTuber debut.
This is
Didn't seem to have much fun. How bizarre.
Fucking streamer? Dude, I want to guess so bad, but you know what? Fuck it.
Bizarre is like a game, right? I don't know. Northern Line like played Bizarre, I guess, but there's obviously other Bizarre streamers.
Who is Raynad?
No.
Fuck.
It's not Raynad. Shit.
Who is Northern Lion?
Also no.
See, like, Northern Line, but okay, Northern Line is like too. There's no way. Northern Line is engaged with it.
Oh, it was great.
Don't mention this guy in Ray's stream. Oh my god. They hired this. Oh my. Okay, this took this. Holy shit. This guy. What did he do? He hasn't done anything. He just doesn't give a shit about Yu-Gi-Oh. But Konami hires him. He mostly does. I know him as Hearthstone, to be honest. But Konami hires him to be a representative for like Challenger Cups or whatever. And he's just one of those content creators that Konami hires, but he just doesn't like. What did he do? He does nothing. He does nothing. That's what he. Oh my god. Like, he's not someone you. If you ask Ray, he's not the best representation for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Other fucking bizarre streamer.
All right. Well, at the end of the first round, we've got Peeps in first place with 2,000, Danny with -200, and Leo with a comfortable -3,400. That means she will go first in Double Jeopardy. She's just playing the long game. All right, see you in a moment.
Wait, who? Kriparian?
Only in July, exclusively at Blockbuster. Get free collectible Yu-Gi-Oh stickers from Sandyline. No purchase required. Collect all 4. Offer good for a limited time while supplies last.
Holy.
Visit your neighborhood Blockbuster store for more details. Visit Yu-Gi-Oh.com or FreeVibe.com to see a new
Holy
video featuring
shit.
the cast of Yu-Gi-Oh battling a different kind of monster. It's your move. The National Youth Anti-Drug Media Campaign.
All right, we've got 5 more categories here for the Double Jeopardy round. As always, the points are going to be doubled from the first board. There's going to be 2 daily doubles on here. Our categories today are before and after. It's just everyone's favorite category. You all know how before and after works, right?
I keep forgetting this one because Look Ma, no fusion materials. I guess that's cheating. A bridge series. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna get outed by a fake fan. Dinosaur stuff. These categories are so easy. Literary genres. Okay, I don't know what that is.
actually like before.
I think so.
All right, okay. Literary genres: Lookma, no fusion materials, abridged series, and dinosaur, thunder, or reptile. For this one, I'm gonna name a monster. You just gotta tell me if it's a dinosaur, a thunder, or a reptile. Leah Asimov, you have minus 3,400 points, which means you are going first. Where are we beginning our Double Jeopardy board?
Yeah, let's go dinosaur, thunder, or reptile for 2,000.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
All right. Loud Cloud.
Loud Cloud the Storm Serpent. That's such a good one. No fucking way. Gotta be reptile. You're not fooling me with this. It's gotta be reptile.
Oh, the Storm Serpent. Peeps.
That is a reptile.
That is correct. It is a reptile.
Yep.
All right, where do you want to go?
Let's go dinosaur, thunder, reptile for 400.
All right. Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju.
Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju. I think it's literally thunder.
Leah?
What is thunder?
Yes. I don't know how that got.
What the hell is this?
Okay, that's a glitch. What the fuck? Also, Pete, DJ, run that shit back. Did Pete say what is on the last one? I think he said that is a serpent.
No,
I think he said what is.
Run that back, but if
Run
he
that
didn't, then that clears me on the Emperor Charles the Great thing.
That is a reptile.
All right,
Leo, where are we going?
Let's go dinosaur, thunder, or reptile for 16.
Destruction Cyclone.
Destruction Cyclone. I think that also might be reptile because I think Loud Cloud, the Storm Serpent, is a separate attribute counterpart to Destruction Cyclone. So I think this one's also reptile. I think Destruction Cyclone's like banish a wind and an earth or something, but I don't know what Loud Cloud does. It's got to be reptile.
Peeps.
What is a reptile?
How do you know this shit? What is your fucking problem?
No, I know.
This is part of a cycle? Yeah.
Guys, that when it dies, bounce all non-wins.
It is, yeah. No, that's
Peeps,
exactly
this
what
is my getting points category. Can you stop
Apparently
buzzing in?
Nope.
Peeps, where are we going?
Oh, never mind. I think Peeps is right about that. Never mind. I'm thinking of what I was thinking of. The counterpart to Loud Cloud is it banishes an earth and wind to summon itself or something like that. It's the one. Yeah. When destroy, do something. Yeah. For each attribute. Yeah. Yes. That's the real one. The one I'm thinking of is the one. Fuck. Who's the Sonic Boom dueling streamer? That's he got desert something. I forgot.
Dinosaur, thunder, reptile. DTR for 12.
Subterra Behemoth Votoluric. Leo.
Subterra Behemoth. This is thunder. I remember this because this is like the dumbest way to make Colossus, because it's actually an activated effect in hand, but they bounced it because it summoned itself face down. Because fuck is it Foolish Burial?
What is thunder?
That is correct.
What?
3 points for Leah category.
I totally guessed on that.
Because I think it's intentionally a thunder that activates its hand, but also it summons face down, which I feel is also intentional, so you don't make Colossus.
All right, Leo, where are we going?
A, B, C, or D? C.
Let's go dinosaur, thunder, reptile for 800.
Superconductor Tyranno.
All right, do we really? I'm not even gonna say anything. Do we really need to say anything? Blitzkrieg, yeah.
Peeps.
What is a dinosaur?
Yes.
This is my category, Peeps.
Like,
All right, Peeps, where are we going?
Everything is free.
Before let's B&A baby. B&A.
Why did you put Peeps on this? Why didn't you grab like someone who doesn't know
Yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh?
Because he was up. All right.
He's the only one
Yeah.
up.
Feral Imp's best buddy.
Feral Imp's best buddy and one of Rebecca's ace monsters. Bro, thunder for sure. Yeah, he does look like he's being struck by lightning. Feral Imp. Okay, this is Habakiri. Well, it's like Rebecca's ace monsters was like Habakiri no Mitsurugi. What's her ace? Mitsurugi. It's meant to be Celtic Guardian? Oh, Feral Imps, not King of the Feral Imps. I don't know why the fuck I'm stupid. Celtic Guardian. I don't know, Elma. I don't know. I don't remember what Rebecca played. I'll be honest.
One of Rebecca's ace monsters. Danny.
I don't know why I buzzed in. I forgot this was before and after.
You want to give it a shot?
I don't know. Celtic Guardian of Yados. I don't fucking know.
That's a good guess, but that is wrong. Peeps.
Celtic Guardian of the
Some fairy deck.
No, but also please fucking question here. Come on.
Yeah,
It's
what is?
double jeopardy. That's wrong. It's a Celtic Guardian Angel Joan.
Damn it.
Ah. Oh, really? Okay.
I just didn't know Rebecca.
All right, back to Peeps.
Oh, because the duel. Yeah. Okay. Before and after for 800.
A VTuber's Christmas costume and a 2600 attack.
VTuber's Christmas costume. So what is this? Live twin. Is it Lila Frost Dragon? Kiss a Kill Frost. Oh, Frostosaurus. Okay, yeah.
Vanilla.
Christmas costume. What is this?
VTuber.
Leah.
Who is Santa Claus?
This is before and after.
No,
So you have to be like Santa Claus, like
Oh.
dragon
Of Hermos.
Like,
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, this is
like you gotta do two.
Live twin Kiss a Kill Frostosaurus.
Frostosaurus,
That's
yes.
good. Okay, that's
Oh,
good. I'm
God,
shocked
that's
that's
so
an 800.
dumb.
That's
Oh, I
tough.
just didn't understand the format.
Because
Oh, I guess I should have made my bad.
Yeah, I didn't know. I need
So the way before and after works is
No, I learned now. I
Okay.
got it through example, obviously.
All right, nice
Does
MVT
everyone know how
mansplaining,
before
but
and
we
after
get
works?
I
it.
was
We
too
get
caught up
we
with
get
how low I was
it.
on the sword that I wasn't paying attention.
Look, I don't want to answer yes. It might be wrong. Peeps, you ready? Where are we going?
Oh yeah, before and after 12.
We're gonna fucking brute force our way through this. A trap that locks you
That
out
locks
of
you
lights
out
and
of
darks,
lights and darks.
an iconic 9-star sea serpent.
Lights and
Trap that locks you out of lights and darks, and an iconic 9-star sea serpent. Is it a generator? How iconic is the sea serpent if it's a generator? Trap that locks you. Dominant Spiral Serpent? Okay, I'll give it. That is actually iconic.
darks. Lights and
They made an
darks.
archetype around it, but I'm
A
not.
trap that locks you out of lights and darks. Oh wait, oh shit.
You need another. What's
Peeps.
the 9-star sea?
Dominus Spiral
Oh.
no, Dominus Spiral
I gotta take it
Phantasm
from you.
Beast. God dang it, man. It's-
Again, you gotta say what is,
What
but
is
it's
Dominus Spiral Phantasm
no,
Beast?
it's Dominus Spiral Serpent.
Oh,
It's-
Spiral Serpent.
Yeah.
God damn it. Ah.
Okay, Peeps.
All right, not a bad clue. Not a bad clue.
Keep answering. Keep answering.
That was very
A counter
challenging.
trap Starlight Road and a trap that punishes attack buffs.
Counter trap Starlight Road. Oh, what's it called? Is it something Revolution is over or something like that? And a trap that punishes attack buffs. Yeah, the huge revolution is overworked. Yeah, the huge revolution is overworked.
Oh my god, dude. It's
Dude,
Overworked was shiest
I can
back
see the
then.
part art in my head. It's
I have the
It's
blank.
not Liberty at Last.
I gotta call it.
Yeah.
It is the huge revolution is overworked.
Ah, my god.
I like Overworked.
You're so
Good.
good.
You ready?
Huge,
You want to do the last
yeah.
one, Peeps?
Just 2K, man. Just 2K, yeah.
An insect
Insect
synchro,
synchro
end
end
boss and an
boss.
extremely hyped tuner.
This is so shame.
Oh, dude, this is hard. When I think of extremely hyped tuner, I think of Assault Synchron. That shit was definitely super hyped on release. There was also the Revolution Synchron. Insect Synchro End Boss. Oh, there's too many. If this is a battle loss, I'm not gonna fucking Grand Partisan Revolution Synchron. Okay, so it is Revolution Synchron. Okay, Grand Partisan Revolution. Okay, that sounds like a battle wasp. I don't know this
That's my
shit.
favorite category. I love these.
What I learned playing this on Kevin's channel is even though this is my favorite category, I fucking suck at it too. It's hard as fuck.
Like I know the insect synchro is gonna be some dumbass battle wasp with a 4 million word
It is.
name.
Sorry.
And
This
it's
is
gonna be like
Battle
Hyper
Wasp, the
Synchron
Grand
Revolution.
Partisan, the
Yeah,
Revolution Synchron.
Man, you should die. I hate you.
let's just fucking.
I will say Revolution Synchron was hyped as fuck, but also people had no clue why it was good. Like the reason is because Chaos Ruler was legal, but it's also like, how do I describe it? Like if your Kit Kalos got answered, you could like the Revolution Synchron could pivot to Chaos Ruler, so you like it didn't matter that you traded hand trap with the Kit Kalos. Like they just made Chaos Ruler, so like you had an additional push. It wasn't because you can normal summon level 4, unbrick, and make fucking Black Rose like some people were also hyping up. Like, but yeah, without Chaos Ruler, it's like, okay, what do I even make now? Oh, what was the thing you could make with if you got hit by Imperm on Rhino Heart? There's another way you could move if you like basically it was like Rhino Heart and or Kit Kalos was no longer a choke point, so you could either do Guaranteed Amritara. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. AFD and Amritara. Yeah. So that's the other piece of the equation. Yes. So normal summon Rhino Heart was like that was one of the best extenders you could do. Was this an MD? Shit. Let me think. No, I think it was OCG exclusive. No, in TCG, that's why it flopped. Because it never. I think it was OCG exclusive. That's how I learned about it, because a guy basically did a whole fucking no talking about this sequence. MD play, but tier fell off. Tier got regulated. Yeah. So it was the combination of those two. You're threatening your Rhino Heart, basically. Like the Revolution Synchron was threatening. It was like actually a very strong extender. But yeah. No Chaos Ruler, it punishes. I don't know. I feel like without the Chaos Ruler punish, it's a lot weaker. Tier fell off afterwards. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, it wasn't just hype because the card sucked or anything. It's just the one of its strongest functions is just it wasn't like. I just feel like it wasn't that like it seemed like way more powerful in the OCG.
Well, from that, 0 correct answers to that one.
Whatever. I remember like the first one of these you ever did. I got Spirit Reaper of the cards, and I felt like a genius.
But
So
look at Karma. What if nothing ever happened?
let's do Look Mod, no fusion materials for 400.
All right. This card,
my personal favorite, applies a Macrocosmos style effect, but only to your opponent. Dark Law.
Favorite applies a Macrocosmos style effect, but only to your opponent. Beeps. Fuck.
Mass Hero, Dark Law.
Where we
go? Moving down the line, 800.
A result of
Kaiba's The Fang of Critias, this monster may only be summoned by sending Crush Card Virus. Doom Virus Dragon.
Kaiba's The Fang of Critias. This monster may only be summoned by sending Crush Card Virus to the graveyard. Beeps.
Who is Doom Virus Dragon?
Correct.
Let's do 1200.
Okay.
Neospatian Marine Dolphin and Neospatian Twinkle Moss are the only two Neospatians without materials, and both need to use this trap card to. Oh fuck! Is it Generation Next? With EX capitalized, NEX capitalized. I think it's Generation Next. Spell right, not trap. There's two. There's the spell next. But I think there's a trap that they retrained called Generation Next. They retrained it, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, maybe I'm. Let me confirm. Generation Next. Wikipedia. Fuck, it's not okay. Generation X is an actual spell, but that's not it. It's like NEX. The trap is next. Oh, NEX. So its spell is just NEX. Yeah, I remember that. So there's two. Okay, next Wikipedia. Okay, so Generation X is another thing. Okay, it's capital T. All right.
Marine Dolphin and Neospatian Twinkle Moss
Yeah.
are only two Neospatians without materials, and both need to use this trap card to perform.
I mean, he's specifying trap card. It's not like, but yeah. There's two ways now.
All right, okay, we're gonna call this one a trap card. It's called Nex. Nex. Nex.
No, okay. No one got it right, so that he had a dispute, so there was no dispute. The spell card is Nex. Next is the trap card. Sag. Fall off.
I didn't know that.
Beeps.
1600.
Time Magic Hammer, Rocket Hermos Cannon, and Goddess Bow are power-ups using this legendary dragon spell.
Claw of Hermos.
Of Joey's. Beeps.
What is the Claw of Hermos?
Kind of fucked up. It's in one of the names. Where we go next?
What is 2K? Look on no fusion for 2K.
The bridge between two celestial archetypes.
Next doesn't summon the fusion? So he should have said spell. Are you kidding me? So even worse. It's even worse. Okay. So you're... Oh my god, though. Yeah, okay, so he should have said spells. So in the beginning, you were right. The bridge between two celestial archetypes, this monster can only be summoned by fusing field spells. It's a stupid Drytron. Ursatron or something. Yeah, Ursarctic Drytron, yeah.
This monster can only be summoned by fusing field spells.
What?
Yeah, right? Right. This card is called Ultimate Flagship Ursatron.
Oh,
yeah, Ursatron.
It's Drytron card.
I bet for the cute one.
No, it's a ship. It has to use field spells.
It's not the bear.
It's not the cute bear.
It's
But
not
it's not
even
bear.
Yeah,
archetype, so
Ursatron.
That's pretty much it.
Oh man.
All right, peeps, where are we going?
Let's go I can't believe I'm about to pick this category, but let's go literary genres for 400.
All right. This archetype, originally translated as Brave, chronicles a protagonist's journey through many field
Oh my god, the memes this spawn were so bad. I hate TCG memes so much. This is the dumbest shit ever. Brave Linkuribo. Linkuribo. Oh my god. This is adventure.
Peeps.
What is adventure?
Correct. Where we go?
Oh yeah.
Literary genres for 800.
This frustrating
feline was a top deck for years, despite the Xyz encores creeping into side decks. I think this was fake as fuck. It's got to be purely, or what makes this literary genres though? Purely, purely noir. Oh, I guess because it contains noir in the name.
Like the Xyz Encores creeping into side.
Yeah, it's X purely noir.
Who is X Purely Noir?
That is correct. Noir, the literary genre there. Where we go next?
Oh,
That's good. Wait, that's you're kind of good at this.
All right, this literary genres for 12.
This feels
Damn, these. That was not that crazy. This field spell remains one of the strangest negates in the game. A mandatory effect change at the point of resolution. Mandatory effect change at the... I actually don't know. Well, it's an effect change, not negate, right? Yeah, and it's mandatory. Oh, Abyss Actor. It's Abyss Actor. The poo-poo, I forgot what it called it. Is Abyss Actor Theater or whatever? I don't know. I don't know. I'll just look it up. Abyss Playhouse Fantastic Theater. Yeah, that's mandatory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's mandatory.
One of the strangest negates in the game. A mandatory effect change at the point of resolution. All right, that is Abyss Playhouse Fantastic Theater.
Let's fucking go.
Where we go. Sorry, I don't know the Abyss Actor cards. Give me the literary genres.
Accepted.
This alien synchro monster derives the first name from a synonym for Lovecraftian literature. Not surprising given how he looks. Oh, this is Golgar. Cosmic horror Golgar.
Monster derives its first name from a synonym for Lovecraftian literature. Not surprising given how he looks.
I should know this, but I don't.
Peeps?
Who is Cosmic Horror Golgarth?
I don't know, Danny.
You should give it to him.
It's a shot in the dark, but who is Peeps kind of reminded me. Who is Cosmic Horror Gangiel?
Also no.
Gangiel.
Probably can't get this to you. It is Cosmic Fortress Golgar.
Oh, no, that's not
yeah, that's right.
Cosmic Fortress? Oh.
Shouldn't take guesses.
Never mind.
I'll bet 72.
It is Cosmic Fortress, yeah.
I'll bet.
Pussy, you won't.
No, I'll bet.
If you bet 7,200 and lose, you're 2,000 ahead of these people.
I'll bet 12. Give me
12. Okay.
Oh, I want to win so
Lame.
bad.
Number one bitch. Here we go.
That's what they call me, baby.
This one-star wonder supplements a theatrical archetype with targeting protection. Sort of.
Theatrical archetype.
That's what they call me, baby.
This one-star wonder supplements a theatrical archetype with targeting protection. Sort of.
One-star wonder. Is it Abyss Actor player thespian comedy? Ah, that's probably it's thespian comedy. Yes, you're right.
I'm so glad I'm not taking your bait on betting.
Yeah, you would have lost it all.
It is thespian comedy. Yes.
Theatrical archetype with targeting protection.
Dude, okay, like I mean, I jumped to Abyss Actors, but like probably Despia is a really good one too.
Bro, I got no idea.
All right, that is going to be thespian comedy.
That's funny. Theatrical archetype.
Because comedy is the one that sucks and tragic. Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? Fair enough. I'm sure all the
what is bro talking about?
fucking branded lore bitch ass bitches.
Shut up, pick a category.
All right, whatever. A Brit series for 400, please.
All right, this category is going to test how much you got bullied in high school.
Yes, me.
The consistent fuck up.
Beavis and Butthead.
Ups of the show. Rex Raptor and Weevil Underwood have the same voices as this Mike Judge duo. Peeps?
Who's Beavis and Butthead?
That's correct.
Sorry, I just wanted that so bad.
I had no idea what Beavis and Butthead was, so when I saw that shit, I was like, when I saw that bit in the Brit series, I was like, this shit ass.
Peeps, where are we going?
800, please.
Tristan Taylor's voice changed in the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime, but in the abridged series, it's continued to sound like this children's entertainer.
Children's entertainer. I know what he sounds like. I don't even know. I actually didn't even know that was supposed to be a reference.
Leah.
Who is Mr. Bean?
No.
Fuck.
Danny.
Who is Pee Wee Herman?
Also no.
Mr. Bean? Does he even talk?
Fuck.
Isn't that the
What is
same
the
guy?
fucking...
It's Barney the dinosaur.
Fuck, it's Barney.
That was that really Barney? I mean, I hear it, but I was like, damn. I did not expect that.
Right after.
All right, Peeps.
1200, please.
In a gag that has far outlasted the relevance of its reference, this song plays every
Yeah, Sexy Pack. Yeah. My friend dressed up as Duke Devlin, and every time he talked for Halloween, he would play that. He had an iPod. That shit was fire.
Devlin is on screen. Peeps.
What is I'm bringing sexy back?
Damn, it's crazy that song used to matter.
Yeah.
That's
where we go?
crazy.
16.
That's the wrong
Destruction
one.
Cyclone.
True.
It's true.
It's a daily
No,
double.
dude.
You found the other daily double.
All right, 1600, please.
All right, sure, whatever. You absolute
Bitch, baby. I'm a little bitch, baby. My name is Peeps. I'm winning the game. Oh, I don't want to lose a game. Oh.
Wait,
Wait. Anyway, Peeps, just bet it all.
You literally, there's not enough money on the board that they could win if you bet everything.
Stop being a pussy.
No, I'm not taking this.
All right, here we
I'm
go,
not
here we
doing
go.
it. Yeah, let's do it.
Throughout the series, the Winged Dragon of Ra is referred to as Mega Ultra Chicken, a reference to an episode of this Adult Swim show.
Fucking.
Mega Ultra Chicken. Oh my god, I'm not. If it oh my god. If it's like Metalocalypse or I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Like I don't know. Robot Chicken. What is Robot Chicken?
No, Danny, you want to do
Yeah.
it?
No, I'm just kidding.
You don't know either. You thought it was Robot Chicken.
I did. I did think it was Robot Chicken.
It's an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that the Arise Chicken? Chicken Arise. Is that the episode? I never watched this though.
Damn, that is funny.
All right, and your last clue on the second board. Every snake in the series is referred to by this name.
I don't know. I actually did not know they did. This was a bit.
Got nothing, bro.
Cornelius.
No.
I don't
You know
know.
what?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so
Oh, I guess.
They're gonna be mad at me.
at the end of the double Jeopardy round, we got Peeps at 6,000. We got Danny at a comfortable negative 3,000.
I'm trying. If I just don't answer anything, I'm just sitting here.
And we got Leah Asimov at a negative 3,400. Now, the way this usually works is only the people with positive scores play Final Jeopardy. So that's the end of the video. But for the purposes, for the purposes of ad revenue, I'm going to let Leah and Danny bet up to 1,000. Your category is Duel Links.
Yugi and his friends are playing the hottest new game, Duel Monsters, and getting in over their heads.
Monsters? Read monsters?
Join us for a special presentation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Friday night at 7:30 on Cartoon Network.
Okay, here's your question. At present, there are 2 decks worth playing. Therion, which has tremendous board building, OTK, and FTK potential, and Destiny Hero, which is hand looping with Droll and Lockbird, Disturbance Strategy, and this archetypal card. DM me the answer. You got a minute starting now. So,
Why is this a question?
here's your question. At present, there are 2 decks worth playing. Therion, which has tremendous board building, OTK, and FTK potential, and Destiny Hero, which is hand looping with Droll and Lockbird, Disturbance Strategy, and this archetypal card. DM me the answer.
Okay, I guess it's the archetypal card. Is this Destiny Hero Dominance, right? There's no way any of these are gonna get it. There's no way. Yeah, Destiny Hero Dominance. It's kind of crazy because like the FTK, the way it works, it's like you basically draw out your whole deck, stack it, and then you stack like the remaining cards or whatever. It's kind of crazy with Dominance. But okay, we'll see. We'll see what
You got a
comes
minute
up.
starting now. So, well, we've had a hell of a game here today, folks.
You're right, Joseph. Yes, we did.
Yep.
Leah, you came in 3rd place with negative 3,400. You bet 1,000 on this last question. They're locking with Droll and Lockbird, Disturbance Strategy, in this archetypal card. You said Burstinatrix, but with big boobies.
I'm sorry. L.
While close, that is not correct. So you're gonna go to negative 4,400.
That's correct though.
That's right,
That's
though,
true.
right? I thought it was right.
Next up is Danny. Danny, you had a fucking awful game too. Jesus.
Okay, man. Fucking, can you relax?
You bet 999 on this, and you answered Destiny Hero Draw Guy.
I forgot his
Not a bad guess.
Well, the OCG name of this card is Destiny Hero Draw Guy. So we're gonna award you 999 points and put you.
Wait, really? Wait, if there's more than one? Oh my god. I'm not even sure. Okay, this is not okay.
You up to 2,001.
Crazy.
And
I think it's draw hand and the TCG. But yeah, draw guy is
So could not be caught, but was still bitch made the entire second half.
Oh, I guess because draw guy is what initiates the ad, so that you can draw after this. Yeah, they have guy in the name. Yeah. Okay, I mean that works. That works.
He bet 0.672169,420.
But I don't know. Wouldn't dominance also be? I guess that's just I don't know. It's not a very specific one. Then I guess you could be like, oh, if it's not dominance to stack your deck, or you could also all male E heroes have man, all D heroes have gay. Yeah, dominate guy. Yeah.
Who is Destiny?
But I guess that just opens the floodgates to like, oh, it could have been any Destiny hero that participates. But yeah, draw hand, I guess, is probably closer to the actual answer. The best answer.
draw hand. That is
Draw hand.
correct.
That's
Jesse, your
the
draw
one.
hand used to draw your opponent a card, put them under draw, lockbird, and chain disturbance strategy. That's going to leave him your winner with a final score of 6,000.672169,420 peeps. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow.
6, 7, 21, 6, 9, 4, 20.
Yeah, you're
That's
welcome
good.
for the very funny number at the end.
That was a
L.
funny number.
L
That was
bit.
awesome. Don't ever invite me on this again.
Yeah, I had fun. Joseph, you can invite me again. Don't expect any better performance.
Yeah,
I'm just
don't
gonna press the
expect
button over and over again and not learn my lesson.
It's funny you say that because you ended up pretty much at the exact same place as Danny. That was,
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
he
well,
was
hey, I said at the beginning, I'm fucked, like royally fucked.
Oh, yeah, Blue
keep
D,
adding
yeah.
6 7 peeps, actually. Keep adding
I deserve that.
all right, well,
Thank you.
see y'all next time. We'll get some real Jeopardians next time. I think
Yeah.
we're gonna have
Okay.
what's
What
his
the
name?
hell, dude?
What the hell?
I think Ken
What the
Jennings
hell
is
is
showing
this?
up for next time.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
good.
I want to be on the show. Did you not hear me?
You just had to make the questions easier
Yeah.
for Danny.
I thought
Danny,
they were
Danny
easy.
said great.
You fucking dickhead. All right, bye bye.
Bye. Bye.
XDD. Mm. Let's see. All right. Do we queue up Jesse Perez? Okay. Your opponent literally cannot respond to this card. Link into the reins.
Can negate this? He cannot negate this.
Oh my god. That card's pretty fun. I remember it did see a little bit of competitive play with Magical Musket, Fiendsmith, or whatever. I think Chris Urena played it. I think it ended up getting cut though. So like, I mean, it feels broken if you summon a Magical Musket card and then you completely protect insulate your max search or whatever. So it's like crazy. But I don't know. I just find it funny. It just ended up getting cut anyway. So.
Hello, mathematicians. I'm talking about a card right here that's got no counterplay. It's going to make your quick plays and your monster quick effects unrespondable. It's as if that they become super polymerization. It's crazy. And it works if you use Into the Range or actually any of these cards here that you see. But I'm just going to focus on Into the Range right now because it'll be a bit easier to understand and it's absolutely crazy. But know that this effect that Into the Range have is not just Into the Range alone. They all have this like super poly effect that makes not only that card that comes out unrespondable, but the subsequent cards you chain to become unrespondable too. Let's just dive into the Brains just so you guys can understand what I'm talking about. And this card is nuts, by the way. And it's like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. It's not going to seem that crazy or good like the first time you read it. But when you really dive deep into it, you're going to see all these Easter eggs and you're like, oh my gosh, this card is crazy. And that's what this card is. Look at this. Look at this. All right. Link into the Brains. Take a look at this. We'll read it once and then I'll show you the secret stuff. Special summon a monster from your hand, but negate its effects. Then immediately after this effect resolves, link summon one monster using monsters you control as this material, including that monster. So that's cool. Basically summon anything from your hand. And
There's an interesting ruling with this card and one of the Scareclaws. Scareclaw, is it Lightheart? But basically you have to. So Scareclaw Lightheart needs you to control a monster in your main monster zone to link summon it. If you control no monsters and you activate Link into the Reins, you can't link summon, and you special summon a Scareclaw, you can't link summon Scareclaw Lightheart, if I remember. You have to control a monster already and then activate I don't know if you have to control a Scareclaw monster already or just any monster already. It's a little counterintuitive though. Even if it says Zen, I think that's the reason why you can't do it. Like, but yeah.
Go into the Link monster. Cool. Right. Free special summon. Cool. Okay. This is the secret part. But don't worry about this right now. This link summon cannot be negated. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards. This part's the crazy part. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is link summoned this way. This looks like a very
not
easy
that
summon.
if it said and if you
anything that
do,
can chain to
it would
you could chain
still
anything.
work.
You could chain Book of Moon. You could chain Maxi. They cannot stop it. They can't Ash Blossom you. They cannot chain to this card. It's gonna get nuts. Here's some more like fluff now. If a link monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your graveyard, banish this card, add a monster from your graveyard to your hand with the same original type as one of those destroyed monsters. So good bonus effects. You can see here, maybe the first time you read this, you'll understand that you can special summon something and you get a bonus effect. This secret effect.
Yeah, let me
right
look
here
up the
is what I'm talking
Lightheart
about,
ruling.
unchainable stuff. Oh, by the way, you can only activate one link to the Brains per turn. We love seeing that because that means you can actually use multiple if the first one gets negated. Because here's the thing, people think when they read this like, oh, so link into the Brains can't get negated. No, you can negate the link into the Brains. You just can't negate all the subsequent stuff that comes after it, and that's what makes this crazy. So let's go into examples because again, this is kind of hard to understand. So let's say you go into a link 1, like you're playing Sky Strikers, or even you're playing like Yummy, because I'm just gonna go off of link 1s because those are very easy. If you do link into the Brains, right, we'll just take a Sky Striker. You have Ray in your hand, so you're able to summon Ray, and then you're able to go into Kagari, and then once you go into Gagari, this part right here happens. If this card is special summoned, you get the Sky Striker spell in your graveyard, add it to your hand. They cannot chain to this. They cannot activate anything in response to this if you use Link into the Reins. So if you link into the Reins, now you get to get whatever Sky Striker card you want in your graveyard for free. They cannot Baron to floor you.
Yeah, I think the reason is like before you activate the card, you have to be able to perform the Link summon. So if you activate the card and you control no monsters, you're not able to perform like a Link summon that requires you to a monster in the monster zone. I guess that's the
best example of Link to the Reins and how it's like broken is basically how Magical Musketeer players, they can attest to this, right? And there's probably like 5 total in the world, how great Into the Reins is. Because Magical Musketeer has probably the most powerful effect on summon, but they're just the most vulnerable like thing. They're like Magic Card, where like it's just the most vulnerable fish. But if this effect can go off, it's crazy. Look what this guy does. When he's Link summoned, you can activate one of his effects. Add Magical Musket spells craft with different names from your deck up to the number of monsters your opponent controls. So you can add like up to 5 spell crafts. Of course, if your opponent has that many spells in craft, they're probably going to negate you, or their monsters are probably going to negate you. Same thing, you can add Magical monsters up to the number of spells craft your opponent controls. Again, if they have a bunch of spells craft, that's not going through. But a Link into the Reins, if you link into the Reins and you get this, you can get like 4 cards added to your hand. The card advantage is insane. And that's just the basic way to use Link into the Range. We're going to talk about how to go more advanced. And again, you can do this with Branded Lost. As long as the Branded Lost is the chain link one, you have to make sure you chain it right. And those other cards I showed you, like the Magical Meltdown and the Archmage cards. But we're going to focus still on Link into the Range, right? So you can go also, it doesn't have to be just Link once. You can go into Link 2s as well, right? Like things that are generic, like 2 effect monsters. As long as it has an effect that's like, if this card is Link summoned. It can't be an effect where if it comes out, then it's like, you can activate this card during your main phase 1. No, it has to come out and immediately create a chain. That means that part of the chain becomes untouchable because you've linked to the Reins. So think something like SP Little Knight, like this is Link summoned. Nightmare Cerberus, just 2 monsters with different names. If this is Link summoned, all you need is 1 monster, like outright normal summon monster, link it to the Reins, any monster that comes out, Nightmare Cerberus is going to pop a card, unrespondable, and then you could chain anything else, unrespondable. Same thing.
That's like 3 cards out of your hand for the Cerberus example.
If you're a machine player and you want to use the new RP card, 2 machine monsters, this card is really
that's like okay.
Basically gets your combo crazy. The card to negate, but if you use Link into the Reins, they can't stop you. So let's go into an example where we get a bit more advanced. And again, it doesn't just have to be the monster effects. The cards that you chain it to as well will be everything subsequent in the line cannot be touched. So if you did get that Kagari, that Sky Striker Kagari,
that's actually pretty sick. But that's also like a 3-card combo.
Like, even if you change something that's going to draw you a card, right? Like some little bonus, or like a Drill Beam, right? You're playing the blue eyes, the one card Link, and then you Drill Beam your opponent. They cannot stop it if you use Link into the Reins. So let's go into an example here, right? Let's say you use Link into the Reins, right? Boom, Link into the Reins, right? You maybe had a monster out, and you had another monster in your hand. You go into SP Little Knight, right? Now, and you used a Link monsters material. So let's just say you had a Link Haribo out, and boom, you went into SP Little Knight, right? And this is a good example of SP Little Knight because if you made it with just 2 regular monsters, then you won't get this effect, and Link into the Reins won't do its subsequent protection. But because if it's Link summoned using a Link monster, we'll just say use the Link Haribo, right? Just a Link. Now you can target a card in the field is basically got that effect that comes out on the summon. That's protected, and what that means is too. So you could target a card in the back row to banish it, right?
That's
it
cool.
Cannot respond to that, even if they have 5 monsters, all of them negate. They would have had to have used it on the Link into the Reins. A lot of times they might just be like, all right, it's a special summon, nothing crazy, and they don't know that subsequently everything goes through like uninterrupted.
I feel like this would also like matter. Like I think I mean this is cool that like I mean this is just like probably basic. He's just explaining like a basic application. But I'm also interested in like cards that trigger when used as Link material underneath. Like that would be like another like you're insulating more, you're insulating more than one effect. Yeah, something like that. Something like that would go crazy.
Night out, maybe you choose a card in your back row to banish, then you chain Book of Eclipse, right? All of their monsters get flipped face down. I don't care if they had 100 negates. They could be calling judges left and right. It doesn't matter. They cannot respond to this. If this is Chain Link 1 and this is Chain Link 2, they can't respond to either of these effects. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what monsters they have. It doesn't matter if they have counter traps. It doesn't matter if they're the best trapper in the world or if they're the guy from Jumanji, like that big trapper. It doesn't matter. It's unrespondable. So you can now Book of Eclipse, flip everything face down, and completely board wipe your opponent just by a simple Link into the Frames, where normally they would have just negated your Book of Eclipse. It's absolutely insane. And again, it doesn't have to be this stuff. Like you can just with some nuts cards like Monarch Stormforth or Enemy Controller. It's like some really weird tech stuff, like some really weird quick plays that can go with this, right? If you're playing like a Horus package or something, right? Or you're playing some kind of, I don't know, the possibilities are endless of what you could do with this, right? There's a lot of decks that use big cards, you know what I'm saying? Like more than level 5, and that can still link. It's kind of crazy what you could do with this. And again, enemy controller too, because the card that you link out, right? Now you contribute it and take control of your own opponent's monster and use that as a negate for you if you use enemy controller. Really good, and it's because it's not limited to quick plays only. Again, if you had like any cards with quick play spells activated, no matter where it was, right? If you had Medora in your graveyard, right? And you did Link into the Reins, now you can chain this Medora to it like as a Chain Link 2, and you can chain Bestial, Chain Link 3, you can chain your Maxi, Chain Link 4. They can't respond to any of these. Doesn't matter if they have an Ash Blossom in their hand. Doesn't matter if they could have dodged your Bestial, and it doesn't matter if
there's like a lot of conflation of like okay, you can activate your Max C and you're like okay, if you're going first, that's not gonna matter. If you're playing into a board, you'd have to top deck the Max C or something like that. I don't know. This just feels like super conditional. Demigod. What are we doing with Demigod? I guess the quick effect to put everything face down. I don't know. Some of these are like this actually seems like a real application, but this is like feels like a lot of setup.
quick effect in their graveyard that could have dodged Grimandora. If you chained it to the Link Into the Brains monster that came out with an on-summon effect, none of these cards can be stopped. And the same thing with this card right here that completely wipes your opponent if you have the Crystal God out. If you linked Into the Brains something and you had both of those two cards out and then now you activate this as a chain link too, it cannot be stopped and you can just board wipe your opponent.
I don't know what situation he's envisioning with this. This is like you need to have 2 monsters on field and play it into a board and have like another material available to link summon into. Can't believe he's watching Jesse Perez. Yeah.
All right, let's just go into the sample deck list that I made that I just want to talk to you guys about that I'm using, right? As a nice link deck for to test this out, right? I'm using 2 Link to the Brains. I'm going to use anything crazy. I'm going to use the RB cards as well as the.
I guess this is more real. This is like, you know, Valkan ad. That's kind of cool.
Cards, right? Because a lot of these cards will come out like Agari. Some of these cards right here have some effects. Again, these machines right here, the Val boosters, where it's at. And not only do I get these cards effects out for free, but if I chain my enemy controller, if I chain the Widow Anchor, if I chain the Lemnis Gate, they cannot be responded to. Yeah, okay, I can also technically chain Forbidden Droplet. They can't respond to that anyways. But now they can really not respond to it.
Why are we on enemy
controller? But they really can't respond to it. So we're talking about some board breakers here for a deck that's already good at board breaking, right? And we're just adding in, we're just sprinkling in just two Into the Brains, right? We don't need to see 3. Maybe if we were on Magical Musket, Fiendsmith. Oh, by the way, Magical Musket is a light fiend, everybody. So that's just something else too. But maybe if we were on Magical Musket, Fiendsmith, we want 3. But we're not. So we're gonna use this, right? Because again, we want to kind of splash it in. We want to see it. But we don't want to see it like all the time, right? It's really good. We want to see it going second, but we don't really need to see it going first. So we're gonna play 2, so we can just see it going second. Really, really good deck. And but real quick too. By the way, if you like this stuff, these weird tech cards and stuff like that, come join the Discord. And for more madness.
I don't know. Some of this is not passing the sniff test.
Let's show you how this actually works with real gameplay. Let's jump in right now. All right, let's show an example.
Oh, Jesus. No, not 30 minutes, 25 minutes of All right, we'll watch one replay. If I get mad, I'm out of here.
Quick example of how you probably use this going first or something like that. You're gonna just probably special summon this. Now immediately use your Into the Brains and go into something that you really want, like a nice searcher. Now this is pretty cool for me because now, no matter what, he cannot Ash Blossom this. Whatever he's on a 60 card deck here, so if he's got a hand trap, he's probably got 1 hand trap. So whatever it is, though, he can't stop this. And I really need this.
He can Ash Blossom
this is a very most important card to me for this deck. So he
the
cannot
second
stop
stage.
That was the most important thing. He can stop this now if he wanted to, but I don't really care. At this point, I got everything I needed. Once I had that fun,
I guess
that's pretty much all I need. Anyways, I'm gonna go into a little bit of extra.
I don't know. I feel like this skirting Ash isn't that impactful. His hand is good enough to play through Ash already. I don't know.
Bruise Brothers here. Gonna get a little operations test here. Now again, I have everything
I guess like for me, it's probably just the imperm that you skirt imperms. Ash of Field Spell, surely bro doesn't have landing. Yeah. I don't know. This doesn't like seem like, I don't know, protecting against Ash here doesn't seem super crazy. I will say it does get the Lambda Cannon out of hand if you have.
I'm gonna get this Lambda Cannon now because I already have the stage landing. So now we're gonna use this operations test. We're gonna special summon this guy out. This guy now is gonna bounce it back to the hand for a little switch to room, give me some life points, get a nice little that card back, and Fun Dock action activates too. That's the power pine. So I love Fun Dock. That's gonna get me some cards here. You guys are probably like, what is RB doing? What is this even gonna do? Well, it's gonna look at his hand. How toxic is this? I get to look at his hand and I get to
Yeah, you just ripped in the Luber. That's fucked up.
special summon a card I want to his side of the board, but here's the catch: its effects are negated. So go ahead, activate your effect, buddy. I got to take a little peek, a little gander at your whack hand. You're on Bestials, you're on Branded, and I'm gonna pop that too, just so you don't get any further advantage. And special summon some of these cards from my hand. RB's nice with it. We're gonna get this guy out for free because why not? That's what RB does. We're gonna get a monster negate. We have a spell negate, monster negate. We've got a quick effect pop. We've got whatever this World Legacy card does, a quick effect tribute, stop an activation of something special summon. So we've got some deadly cards plus a monster negate. Here you go. See, this is the only thing he can ever do is this. Oh, and by the way, I've also got protection with the RB stage landing. If he just goes into battle phase to try to stop this or something, I've got that too. So, and I know his hand is pathetic. So thanks to and even if he does pop something,
he didn't have Ash.
If a Link monster is destroyed by battle card, which I can make happen. By the way, I can make it happen myself. If a Link monster is destroyed, I can banish this card, add a card from my graveyard to the hand at the same type as one of those destroyed monsters. So I can just add my own cards back. So even Link Into the Brains with a nice little continuation.
That's kind of cute.
Summon this whack card here and this card down. I'm just gonna pop it because yeah, I know what your hand is. You've got pathetic cards. We're just gonna pop there. And I get to special summon another card here, getting some life points here. This card now lets me quick effect take control of a monster too. So if he gets anything else out again, so I've got a spell negate still, a monster negate, a take control negate, and whatever this does, if you're gonna do a monster from the extra deck doesn't affect, sure I'll negate that too. Yeah, he's got no choice but to resign. And all of this is because I was able to resolve that Valton booster thanks to the Into the Brains. Now actually I didn't even need Into the Brains luckily because this guy had a pathetic hand anyways. I was able to even look at it further before I did even further searching. But yeah, no, it's just so good to be able to get what you want and just to be
like okay, even if he didn't have that hand, like I don't think like it moved the needle against Ash because if that was his only play and he adds like Funk Dock or Sage Landing, they could just still Ash the Funk Dock anyway. So it's like, I guess you have more, you know, your board's more developed. I don't know. To me, that doesn't scream like, yeah, blocking my opponent from Ash. That one interaction didn't seem to like be a big deal.
nice and securely. That's the power of this Into the Range. Very, very strong stuff. All right, my opponent is going first here, and I've got some Sky Striker stuff, a nice Forbidden Droplet, and a Sky Striker Mecha Window, and also an Operations Test here. He's going to go into double Wind Witch here, which is, it's going to burn me for a little bit, and then it's going to get the Snowball here. I don't know if you guys know this, but Wind Witch is really good at getting a couple of negates out. And not really
That's crazy. I haven't seen Wind Witch in so long.
It goes into Wind Pegasus Ignister first. That allows them to basically get protection if you don't know, and this is made specially with the Snowbell. So look at this.
Pilica?
Using this.
This deck is so
and
ancient.
This is a deadly negate here, and on top of that, he's got protection with Wind Pegasus. So
Well, grab 3 UR into the range.
And he still keeps going here too. He's gonna go into probably another negate.
Yeah, that card is like super potential, man, for me. But I do think it's interesting. It has like interesting applications.
And a nice protect negate. Not the craziest stuff here. We can break this, breakable. So we're gonna go through this, especially because we got Forbidden Droplet, right? Anything's possible with Droplet. Anyway, so we're gonna go into Camilla here. Camilla's looking nice here. Nothing crazy. He's gonna negate that. All right, but we were prepared for that. That's what Mecha's here for. We're gonna stop that, and then immediately we're gonna chain Droplet to that. Stop the other card too while we're at it. You know what I'm saying? Just might as well be a little on the safe side. Anyways, now that we've got those two guys out of the situation, we should be clear to go. All systems to go. We'll go with this, but he's got his own Forbidden Droplet. So we actually had 3 like Omni negate guys kind of total on here. Not really Omni negates. These are like monster negates, but that's a little unsettling. But okay, I'll just hard normal right here, and we're gonna go into some more Sky Striker stuff here. We're gonna go into 0 actually here. Zeros will be able to get me a Sky Striker spell. So of course we'll get Engage. Engage is the best spell to get. We're gonna go now into Hornet Drones and draw an additional card, baby. And it's the RB Fun Dock, which is nice. But oh, he's also got Sheena, Twin Tempest of Celestial Thunder. So if that wasn't enough, he actually had like 5 negates hidden here. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, and don't forget Wind Pegasus here. So he actually had a lot more interruption than I thought. So now that's gone. I can't really go into that stuff, but hey, I've got a lot of stuff too. These cards just keep recycling themselves. Really, Sky Strikers are a really devastating engine. Look at this. Look at how I'm able to just keep recurring my cards. This is another Engage here. Fortunately, I can't use it until I get rid of everything out of the Actor's X spots, but I might as well go for some gusto here. Also, I'll be able to target this guy. He won't be able to attack at least until the end of my opponent's turn. I can still go into an RB Valcon booster. All it needs is 2 machines. Here we go. I'll get this guy stage landing. I can't use it, of course, because I made a monster with greater than 1500 attack, but I'm setting myself up for next turn. He's gonna have a couple of negates here, but hey, you know what? Set ourselves up. He's setting his up. Don't forget, he had that Ignister Pegasus. Gonna get rid of my Valcon booster. That's a little annoying because I did want to go into that. We'll just negate that card too. But the Sky Striker stuff can carry me for a little bit here. Don't forget, it's all Sky Striker. We'll go into Prototype here to disable some stuff. And yeah, we're looking still pretty good here. But my opponent can get a good top deck, and he's gonna negate this card's effects. I'm gonna chain that. No, you won't. You're gonna pop a different card instead. And he's gonna pop this card. I should have actually chained that too, just to pop maybe something else. But that was a mistake of mine. I just haven't used Sky Striker in a while. I thought you could only pop this card. Now he gets the full reign and full control, and it's all my fault. He's gonna go into Baron to floor, pop this. At least Ray gets to come out here. Ray, of course, now can just go into whatever she wants here.
It don't matter.
Get me a Sky Striker spell, which is nice. But he's gonna negate it with Baron to floor, so that's annoying. And yeah, now he's kind of now he has control over the board. All right, he's gonna pop me, drop me for 3,000 more. I'm gonna survive with 2,000. That guy goes away. Nice. See you later, alligator. And then enough start goblin. He's gonna go get his negate back. Now he's got a double negate here again. So I'll do Sky Striker mobilize. I'm gonna grab me my Sky Striker.
He's gonna draw into link into the range. Yeah. All right.
Nice. We're gonna draw our life points here. Now here we go into the brains here. It lets us do this. Once this is going on, look at this. Once Into the Brains takes hold of its effect, this Valcon booster, no matter what happens here, he cannot negate this. He's got 2 cards that can negate this. He cannot negate this. So as much as he would love to negate my Valcon booster, he can't. On top of that, not only can he chain anything to negate this, also he can't stop whenever I chain to the negate. So he can't even if he wanted to, even if he had like 50 negates right now, he cannot stop this. This is gonna happen no matter what. So Lemnis Gate is gonna push 2 cards back. These were monster negates, but again, he can't negate my Valcon booster. See, he would have loved to still have chained to this to at least negate the Valcon booster. He can't. So I'm just gonna get another stage landing because I had everything I needed anyways. I'm gonna get 3 stage landings, exactly 3 of a time, baby. And yeah, look at this. If you guys know anything about RB, baby, it stands for the RB beatdown, for really bad beatdown, baby. That's what it stands for. We're gonna give him that beatdown, baby. Bad baby, bad baby. Anyways, so these guys just come up, get a lot of cards out here, get some traps. All this is unnecessary at this point because I can just look at this guy does a double attack. I'm just setting myself up because he has some other.
Okay. All right. Nice. okay. I think that's enough, Jesse Perez. All right, I'll do one last one. 3 stage landing. I know. Okay, we'll do the Josh video. Show Metamorphosis is coming. The Metamorphosis Jesse Perez video is coming. All right.
What is up, duelists, and welcome to another Yu-Gi-Oh video. And I have a special one for you today because whenever I upload a banlist discussion / banlist prediction, which I recently did, people always ask me, Josh, do you think this card could come back or that card should come back? And quite frankly, whenever I make those videos, I don't really include all the cards that I think could come off the banlist because I think for the current format or what kind of decks are currently in the format, I think it's most relevant which kind of cards they decide to take away from them. I understand that it is an interesting question as well. And so today, I took the time to look at every single card that is currently banned in Yu-Gi-Oh, talk about why they were banned, maybe try to give a little bit of context as well as to when and what exactly it was that made those cards so powerful. Some of them, of course, there's more interesting stories to tell than others because some of them are just like, well, this card is a floodgate or this card, way too broken. But I tried to provide some context because, I've been playing this game for a very long time. As a result, though, this video is going to be a little bit longer than usual. So I suggest you lean back, you listen in, a little bit of history of Yu-Gi-Oh, just rambling about design choices in Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and you're going to notice that there's going to be some very, very common patterns in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that end up on the Forbidden Limited list. There are a couple cards on there that I feel like, quite frankly, should never come back, but there's a couple ones that I think could easily come back and not change much. And then there's some that could come back and actually have a meaningful impact on the format. So I hope everyone enjoys today's discussion. It's going to be a little bit longer, so I understand that not everyone might have the time to watch it all in one sitting, but if you do end up watching it, then let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. I hope you enjoy. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Without further ado, let's get started. Dude, I realized when I opened the list this morning, there's a lot of banned cards. So for some of them, I'm going to try to make it a little bit quicker. And for others, I guess we'll have a little bit more of a rant
like
on.
5 billion
let's just jump right in and think about whether or not these cards could come back or not. And we're just going to go in alphabetical order because that's how it is on the website. And we're gonna get through it together, all right? It's going to be fun. All right, and we're starting at the very top, of course, with Agido the Ancient Sentinel. Now, I guess this card I should talk about together with the other one. Where is he?
Kelbeck, the Ancient Vanguard. Okay, immediately in the beginning, we're already going off of the alphabetical order. Agito and Kelbeck, I guess, have to be looked at together. Both banned because of specifically one effect. If this card is sent from hand or deck to the grave, you can activate this effect. Each player sends the top 5 cards of their deck to the graveyard. This is the effect that both of these cards share. They both have a bonus effect if exchange of the spirit is in your graveyard, but that's not relevant. Or mostly wasn't relevant. Most people didn't play this. These cards have obviously been banned because of Ishizu.
I feel like
which was probably the strongest deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
People have
be the
like
deck ever
experienced tier formats that these speak for themselves. I don't think I need to like elaborate how crazy they were. They ate like if you were on like hand trap strategies, like you were forced to negate these. Like it was fucked up. I think the worst part is because you amassed 5 cards. I think you like chain blocked a lot of your tier effects, and that was like really fucking annoying. And they feeded it into each other, of course. I didn't play when this was a thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, this shit was obnoxious. I played Flu during this.
So,
Go.
Tearlament has some other pretty significant hits, but at the same time, I don't think these cards should come back because I don't think Tearlaments would be the only deck to ever abuse these cards. I think there would probably be other ways to abuse these. And honestly, it's just the sheer amount of like sending 5 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard is not only incredibly powerful, but there's also so much variance that these cards introduce into the game. Right? There's which is the fun part, I suppose, of Tearlament for people is the little bit of a gamba aspect, but it can also feel really frustrating. Like it creates these games where like you feel like you should be winning or you shouldn't be winning, and then like random shit happens when 5 cards get sent from the deck to the graveyard, and then everything can happen. I think also considering that both of these are fairies and therefore have synergy with cards like Herald of the Arclight or Diviner of the Herald, right? They are super easily accessible. I think it's good that these are banned, and I personally would not bring them back. But they are not the most powerful things on the ban list. I will say there's other things on here that are more problematic than the Ishizu Millers. I would say they're not in the category of they can never.
Yeah, I will say like the ban list covers like a wide variety of effects. It's not just like broken, negate, or your opponent can't play. It's like this card develops your board way too much. This card lets you start with 3 bodies for the price of 1 card. This generates infinite bodies, So it's just so interesting. Like I feel I don't think Agito and they're kind of unique. If you were to think of a bannable card, you would think of a Floodgate, right? I don't see an issue with milling 10 cards turn 0. Yeah.
Back. I could see a world in which those cards could come back. All right.
Speaking of Floodgates,
we're not going to talk about this very long. This is a card, Arc Nemesis Protoss, that lets you declare an attribute, destroy all monsters with that attribute, and then neither player can summon monsters with that attribute until the end of the next turn. And because
probably a blight on Swordstall, this card exists. I feel like people like forget that Swordstall could search this card and set it up pretty easily. I think it is it contributes to a lot. Like back when in Master Duel, it's still legal, but it definitely contributed to a lot of my win percentage. Man, this 2 years ago, yeah. That was Eden's back. That was kind of an oopsie. I think at the time there was like decks that couldn't play it, but then there was that I thought like, oh, okay, if you hand trap the deck enough, they're probably gonna get to Protoss, But there's a Ritual Beast. I think they ended up taking up the mantle off Sword Soul. So I think that's why I like Sword Soul's not the best user of this. There's plenty of. I think Ryziel was one of them. Did you bring back BFD? All right, I know at least one person who would agree with that. But yeah, this card's still pretty insane in Sword Soul. I would say, yeah, it's definitely like people kind of forget this card exists, though it was banned in TCG after Sword Soul used it. I'm rocking full BFD drip. Nice.
It is a dark. You can always call dark with this when you're going first, but most of the time, especially post side, when you know what deck your opponent is playing, you can always call the attribute that they need the most, and then you basically just FTK and skip their turn. Funnily enough, I think this is both fun and incredibly weird, is that this card once was banned, and then they brought it back, and then they banned it again. Which, in my opinion, I think still goes down as one of the stupidest banlist decisions ever to bring this card back. If you had to rank the decisions, it's like, okay, printing the card was already a mistake. Banning the card was good. Everyone liked it. Everyone was happy when Protoss got banned.
This wasn't the worst, to be honest. I think it was unbanned. I was just like, obviously, it was a matter of time before another deck would have used it, but it was just like, hey, maybe it does nothing. And it's also, but you could also say like, why unban something if it'll just do nothing? So I think that's also fair, But I don't know. I feel like there's been more suspect than this. This is just the one that happened in. They get banned again because of RB. I think also it might have been Ryziel. I think. I don't even think Ritual Beast. I think it got banned kind of recently. I don't remember though. It was legal during Vanquish Soul K9 and TCG, which is super funny. Because I remember Herman played like a copy of this just for a dark attribute that did something. Yeah, Ryzio. Yeah. XDD. What was I gonna say? Protos. Yeah, this. I wasn't trying to say too much about this card, but eventually, it was a ticking time bomb anyway. So, but I don't know. I feel like there was more suspect. Snatch Seal, Sixth Sense. Those were pretty bad. Imperial Order. It was recently banned. Yeah, in TCG.
Incredible. Honestly, incredible that they ever thought it was a good idea to bring this back. So, of course, as soon as they brought it back, people started using it again, which is exactly what no one wanted. No one wanted this card to see play. So they banned it again. And now it's banned, and I hope it stays banned forever. Yeah. All right. Artifact Mjolnir.
This one's recent.
This card is on here because it says if this card is special summoned during your opponent's turn, target an artifact in your grave, special summon it in defense. Also, you cannot special monsters until the end of this turn. This card is banned, which is, I think this card is worth explaining, even though it hasn't been banned for that long. So most people probably remember this. But I think it's interesting to talk about the specific reason why this card is banned because it is a very specific ruling-related thing and wording-related thing. So, of course, the card itself is pretty clear. It's designed to be an artifact card that summons other artifacts out of your grave.
This is definitely one of those cards you show to someone who's like clueless about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, why do you think this card was banned? And like show an MTG player. And then they'll be like, they'll try to figure it out or something. And they'll be like, well, actually, it was banned because of this. I bet you didn't consider that, At least, I guess that's the cute thing about this card.
Card itself is nothing too problematic. The problem is what happens when you summon this card to your opponent's turn, right? To your opponent's side of the field during your turn, if they're not playing an artifact deck, of course, right? Because I think all of the artifacts, this card is mandatory on summon. So your opponent does not have a choice. They have to activate the effect of Artifact Mjolnir when you give it to them during your turn. Because when it's during your turn, the card is summoned to your opponent. From your opponent's perspective, and from this card's perspective, it is your opponent's turn. So it is mandatory to activate. But you're going to say, like, what? If they don't have an artifact in the graveyard, right? They don't have an artifact in the grave, so they can't resolve the effect, which is technically true. But because of how it's worded, it still happens. It's mandatory to activate, even if you don't have an artifact in your grave. So you just skip the targeting part, because you can't target. You don't have one. But because the card is worded in a way where it says special summon, also, you cannot special summon until the end of the next turn, also is a conjunction in Yu-Gi-Oh! That always happens, even if the first part doesn't happen. There's other ones like and if you do, which rely, like basically there's A, and if you do, then do B, right? If it's and if you do, then if A doesn't happen, B doesn't happen either. With also, it always happens. So if this card says special summon in defense position, and if you do, you can't special summon until the next turn, it would be no problem. It wouldn't block your opponent because they don't have
also on a restriction is kind of crazy.
Random ass ruling quirk. If you give this card to your opponent, it locks them into artifacts until the end of the next turn, which of course no deck is playing artifacts. Long story short, this card was banned because you could summon it to your opponent's side of the field with Imperial Princess Queen.
I mean, they do that a lot. I think Sigma also has Mathematic Sigma has an also.
But in general,
so even if you Bestial, you're still locked to Cyber's monsters
to your
in the
opponent's side of
extra
the field
deck.
is something that's very easy to be abused and very problematic, right? So a lot of people argued that this card should have been banned, Imperial Princess Quinkery, and not Artifact Mjolnir, because Artifact Mjolnir itself is not a problem and not that good of a card. And Imperial Princess Quinkery was the problem because it gives the monster to your opponent's side of the field, right? Which you can be on both sides of the argument. I mean, the thing is, like, they both pose a problem for future card design because essentially,
yeah, because in the future there could be like what's it called? What's the word? How we ban the Switcher as well as Sanctifier. Yeah, it's an age-old debate because I guess this one has less room to be designed. But I guess you could also say like, oh, summoning shit on your opponent's side of the field could also, I don't know. They both operate differently. One's a floodgate. This also summons shit to your opponent's side of the field. So you never know. Maybe there's another level 5 floodgate that they could print. I think they're conscious of something like this, but at the same time, they could miss this interaction.
actually what happens is if they leave Imperial Princess alive, then if they ever make another level 5 monster with a lock like Artifact Mjolnir, then the card becomes a problem again. If they leave Artifact Mjolnir alive, then if they make another card that summons to your opponent's side of the field, this becomes a problem, right? I think ultimately what we've learned over the course of the last couple of years is they should be careful with what kind of locks they put on cards, right? Like this could have been avoided if they just worded this card a little bit better. Also, they definitely need to stop printing cards that summon to the opponent's side of the field. Like that is just something that shouldn't exist in my opinion, unless it's
yeah, in general, like this also is like could be problematic just for that alone. Hello, Metal Overdrive.
Be very specific, and they make sure it's being used for the intended way, right? Like they should not make cards that just like summon any type of monster to your opponent's side of the field, right? That's weird. Because like also from a game perspective, why would you do that if it's not for like some sort of auto win, right? So yeah, like Lost World. I mean, Lost World is fine because it gives your opponent a token, right? There's nothing. The token has no potential to floodgate the opponent, right? That's the thing, right? Okay, that's why Artifact Mjolnir is banned. And honestly, I know it sucks if you're an Artifact player, but I don't know any Artifact players, so I think it's fine. If they could bring this card back if they wanted, if they ban Quinkery, but they probably don't want to do that. And honestly, no one really misses Artifact Mjolnir.
Someone asked in the chat, can you use Artifact Mjolnir with Sanctifier? I don't think so. I think it's specifically because it only triggers on opponent's turn, as in, fuck, it's hard to describe. But the fact that you summoning Quinn Query, it's your turn as the opponent of your, as the opponent. I think that's the reason why Sanctifier works. They banished it so I wouldn't have to watch more replays by duck summoning that shit. True. I think it's all, yeah, I think Mjolnir has some weird as fuck wording. I think it's specifically because it's, I don't know, I can't even freaking wrap my head around it. Too much.
Here's another card that no one misses. Artifact Scythe. If this card is special summoned during your opponent's turn, your opponent can special summon on Reactge for the rest of this turn. I don't think I need to get into detail why this card is banned. It's an artifact, so you do have to go through the motions of like destroying it.
Mjolnir from MCU, yeah.
There's plenty of ways to do that. You know, most prominent probably DPE.
I like how Josh worded it. What did he say? I didn't catch it.
Popping it.
What did he say?
You could send it to grave and then tag out Baron into it, which was something that people did. Please never bring Artifact Scythe back. For some of the obvious floodgates, I'm gonna glance over it a little bit quicker because we don't have to discuss like whether Artifact Scythe should come back. It's not
careful with what logs they put on cards. It's kind of funny. That's pretty funny. Oh my god. Yeah, I could see like you'd be okay. Are we really gonna look at the barrier statues? Yeah, I think the one notable one. Okay, they are all notable because they're all searchable by like Drought can be searched by Gallant Granite. Inferno, it's like the other Pyro Searcher, and then Stormwinds was Fluoneries. Torrent, I think what it's like. Oh yeah, it was Mermail.
Right.
That was more recent.
Same thing for the barrier statues, which are up next on the list. We currently have 4 out of the 6 barrier statues banned in the TCG. Torrent, Stormwinds, Inferno, and Drought are currently banned. They all, funnily enough, Konami did not think that these cards were ban-worthy enough just because they exist. They needed to be searchable and actually played before they did something about them, right? So Barrier Statue of the Torrent was banned because Mermail was searching it. Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds was obviously banned because of Fluoneries. It was the first one that got banned. Barrier Statue of the Inferno is actually a funny one because Barriers, okay, it's a chain that was going on, all right, with another card. Where is it? So people were playing Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo in Mitsurugi, I believe it was, because they could search it with Gallant Granite. They would make a rank 4 without normal summoning. They would search Fossil Dyna and they would summon it, right? And so Konami decided, let's get rid of Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo. I think it was in 2025. It was that one balance where they banned so many floodgates, right? They got rid of Fossil Dyna. I think it was after YCS Anaheim. But of course, and here's a smart thing that they did that they don't usually do. They did something really smart and preemptive because if you're searching Fossil Dyna with Gallant Granite, you might as well be searching Barrier Statue of the Drought instead. So they were like, okay, if we ban Fossil Dyna, we have to ban this too, because otherwise people are just going to move from this to this, which is effectively the same thing, which was smart. And they even went one step further, which was banning Barrier Statue of the Inferno because probably someone pointed out that like, hey,
is it that Dulag video make someone? Yeah.
Infernal Flame ban.
You're probably inclusive of like more Unk stories about back in the day. This card did this, you know. I have a funny story about a tournament or something. I don't know. Yeah, mix in some Unk war stories, and then yeah, you have the perfect concoction.
Instead, which is also a rank 4 that searches, but it searches Pyro, so we have to get rid of this card as well. Otherwise, people are going to search this instead of this, right? And so we got basically the Fossil.
The Shaper dual logs. For what it's worth, I don't know if it's dual logs because dual logs employs other people to write. And so he definitely outsources his scripts for those. So I don't really see. I mean, without specifying, I guess Dulox gets the shade, but I mostly think of his writers than.
These 2 preemptive bans as well, which is all good, but it does beg the question of why are the light and the dark barrier statues still around? And the answer to that question is, well, no one is really playing them right now. You know, there's nothing really doing those barrier statue locks at the moment. I would still argue
some with some cards are
here. Get rid of the other 2 as well, but. That's besides the point. That's not the discussion today. But all of these obviously are banned because they are floodgates and people that
I don't know if I'll add you on
this, and that's why they should never come back. All right. Go Through the Vague Shadow is a card that was banned with the introduction. Or
this card was funny. I think this was introduced before Links. Oh my god. But I think Links came around and you can use the tokens. So like this restriction didn't even matter. Who gives a shit about tributing? Links, 2 Link Spiders. Bing Bang Boom. Yeah. 3 Link material without a normal one was kind of novel. I don't know about today though. It kind of feels weird. I don't think this card would be bad in today's. It's definitely higher quality than most. But I'm just saying it doesn't feel that novel anymore. I'm not saying bring it back, okay? We're not bringing it back, okay? Just because crazy shit exists today does not mean we bring back Goku, all right?
the introduction of the Link monsters, because this card says while you control no monsters, you can just special summon it, and it makes 2 tokens. These tokens cannot be tributed or used as synchro material, even though Goku itself is a level 5 tuner. Which, of course, was a card that didn't really see that much play before Link monsters were introduced. I think.
Well, I mean, like you could just convert the tokens into into Link ones, and then tribute those. So there's nothing wrong with actually Monarchs could probably do something.
People sometimes played it to give
Level
tribute
Eater?
fodder, even though you couldn't tribute the tokens, but you could tribute the Gofu. So it was basically like you would destroy, you would tribute over the Gofu, and then the tokens were just like bonus. There was some Metal Foe decks that played it, yeah, because the Gofu being a tuner let you make.
Why was it? I don't know. I think it was some stupid. Arc 5 had some stupid ass anime. I don't know. I didn't really like Arc 5 had some weird anime cards. I didn't like them. I don't know. It was supposed to be some like substitute for a synchro summon. I don't know. It did not look cool. I don't know what the Arc 5 card designers were cooking with that one. I don't know. Banish this card in 1 level or more. Face up tuners to target 1 black ring. I don't. This is. I think you're supposed to banish the tokens. I don't know. It's stupid. It's so stupid.
Kuraz was popping the tokens for draws, right? I remember. Yeah, that was that. So the card
tokens can't be used synchro, but it's like the effect. It's supposed to like revive a synchro monster, so it substitutes a synchro monster. I don't know, synchro summon that way. It's so dumb. It's really dumb. I imagine. I don't
never
like
really
it.
took off. It never really was anything special. It was just a fine card. But then when Link Monsters came out, of course, this card was not designed with Link Monsters in mind, as you can clearly tell. Otherwise, it probably would have said cannot be used as Link material as well. But as soon as Link Monsters came out, this card was just basically 3 bodies.
Wait, Level Eater received a errata? Are you serious?
Right now, I'm not even sure what people would do with Gofu. Like, imagine a world where Gofu is legal. What is a good combo that you can do with Gofu? Like, how would you abuse Gofu right now in modern Yu-Gi-Oh? What is even the best thing you can do with like generic? I mean, it's not yummy combo because you can't use the token as synchro material, right? So you can make a Link 1 with one of the tokens, but you don't.
Oh
have
yeah, of
one
course.
Next to it, right?
You're welcome.
It makes the Raid Raptor Link 2 and Rusty on its own. There were probably a bunch of really strong combos you could make with it. I mean, it's just an unfortunate thing with cards like this, but sometimes they just create a new mechanic that work in a way that didn't exist before, and now it's. I think this card would still be pretty strong, all things considered. It would still be a pretty strong card in the current format. I'm not sure exactly what people would do with it, but there has to be a way to do something with it, right? There's no way this doesn't do a lot of things, right? There's 3 free bodies in Link Link formats are not fine, right? It's also level 5, so maybe K9. I don't know. Like, at the very minimum, the 2 tokens can make an IP and a body, but that wouldn't be that problematic in my opinion. But I think there's more. I think there's more stuff you can do with it for sure.
Gearsu? I don't know. Like even though
one...
Gearsu exists, I don't know if like how I feel about just like summoning a guy that summons 3 bodies. That people would just try to attempt to use it generically. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I get today's standards. It probably matches up. Gearsu's also really pushed though.
One is an interesting one, and I say interesting because for some reason, and we'll talk about in a second why I don't know the reason. For some reason, this card is allowed in Master Duel. For some reason, Master Duel thinks this card is okay.
Oh yeah, that's
must be
true.
special summoned by banishing
Can't be normal summoned. I think it has.
Rock monsters can't be destroyed except by battle. If this card is sent from the field to the grave,
it
you
just
can
literally
add
has to be
3
summoned
rock monsters
by
from your deck
its
to your hand whose total level equals 8. You can only use this effect of Block Dragon once per turn.
Hey.
So adding 3 monsters from your deck to your hand is once per turn. Unfortunately, I suppose. For Black, you cannot do this multiple times. However, what you can do multiple times is summon it multiple. So this card on its own
that's a goated bit.
Anywhere from like 5 to 6 cards because you summon itself like 2 or 3 times and you search 3 monsters with it. And that the things that you can search with Block Dragon, you know, sometimes we have cards in Yu-Gi-Oh that generate a lot of card advantage, but they're fine because all of the cards that they're searching are like kind of ass. The stuff that you can search with Block Dragon is
I don't know, this card reminds me of Protoss where like it's stupid as fuck that it's legal. The decks that use it kind of fell off, so you don't see it anymore, but it's still stupid as fuck that it's legal. So it's just like, I don't know. I wasn't too upset that it got unbanned. I'm just like, but I just was questioning why, bruh. Why do we need this shit? Good arming, good arming. Block is better than Protoss. I'm competing against the Ryo. That's crazy.
Which is not the most common archetype, but like Kokimaru Guardian, Adamantipator Research.
To be honest, I didn't even know Ryan Higa still had a digital footprint. I'm not saying he fell off or anything, but I just stopped following him. Good for him, though.
That is pretty strong in Master Duel right now. And like the only thing to stop it is like Ualos or maybe Drolin Lockbird or Maxi, I suppose, if we're talking Master Duel. We'll talk about Maxi later. But in general, I would not like to have Block Dragon back, even though Master Duel is kind of the proof that it can exist. The decks with Block Dragon are not like tier 0, right? It's just like the play pattern of those decks is
not sure if I can become a
decks. They do attempt to just auto win the game on turn 1, and if they resolve Block Dragon, they will win the game on turn 1. So it could exist without completely ruining the game, but I would not like it. I am much happier in the TCG where this card is banned.
Watch your tone. Otherwise, you'll be Metal Overdrive 2 next time.
I don't like it anymore, so I think it's good that Block Dragon is banned in TCG. And
one block misses, one called by
similar to something like the Shizu Millers, it's not the most broken card on here. It wouldn't completely ruin the game if it came back, but it still is a good riddance in my opinion. All right. Next up, we have a card that I believe is this card banned in all formats, even Cyberstein? So Cyberstein is unbanned somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Or is it still banned everywhere? It was banned. No, it was banned everywhere, but I think it was they brought it back.
Blackjack
It was unbanned for a bit in 2022. Oh, I remember something about it. I don't know. Well, Cyberstein for 5,000 life points lets you cheat out any fusion monster from your extra deck, which is something that typically you can only do once because 5,000 life points. But there has been ways to cheat this as well. We played it in some tier list at some point, yeah. Honestly, like the thing with Cyberstein is like this is probably from the cards that we've seen so far, as crazy as it is, I think this is probably the most unbannable card that we've looked at so far today. Because quite frankly,
okay, that does not mean much when you've only gone through like the first 15. This is the most unbannable card. I feel like Gofu was like less fucking egregious. That's a crazy statement.
Well, the thing is, like, it probably wouldn't be used for good. I'm not saying it would be
helpful.
I'm just saying it's probably the most
without
unbannable so far. More than Gofu? I think more than Gofu, yeah. The reason is it turns into Psychic. Yeah, I remember it was legal in Master.
What do you think about
MDM
Metamorphosis?
Funny FTK.
I'll wait for people to cook. It seems like a funny card.
Cyberstein over and over.
If Metamorphosis really means that Fairy Tail support is coming, I'd be so surprised. I don't know what they're trying to cross promote with that, but maybe they have that down the pipeline soon. Usually the most unbannable card of all time is Gofu more man. Yeah. It sounds funny. Exteria, what you tributing? Someone said you bell in the MDM comments. I might have to take them up on that.
In Master Duel, I think it should never come back because we have Sprite Elf, so there's a very easy way to tutor out Cyberstein, where you go like Sprite Sprint, send it to grave, and then Sprite Elf, bring it back. In a world without Sprite Elf, I think it's very hard to tutor out Cyberstein.
I don't know,
we did it
you just get rid of both.
Danger deck where we were planning to just draw it.
Not
we were just drawing our entire deck with Dangerous, and then eventually we had Cyberstein. I think that was the thing. It wasn't really a good deck though. It was more like a gimmick. And the thing is, like, when you go into the realm of gimmicky FTKs in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's a lot of stuff that is legal, right? Like, there's a lot of gimmicky FTKs that are allowed, and the word gimmicky also, like there's Gimmick Puppets, which is literally an FTK deck that exists and is allowed to exist. I think Cyberstein would probably see very little play, and if anything, it would be the same playstyle as a lot of other combo / FTK decks that already exist in the game. So I think Cyberstein, I don't necessarily want it back, but I don't think it'd be a problem if it came back personally. I don't love the card, but I don't think it'd be that big of a deal.
White Forest? Okay, that makes sense.
You can search it with Gigant X, but Gigant X does need 2 machines. So yeah.
People have already told me
yeah, right, but that's the thing, right? If we use that argument, today, then most cards we're just gonna have to say like, yeah, don't bring it back, right? Because a lot of the cards on here are not being used for good. That's why they are banned, right? But like, you still have to evaluate, like, is a Cyberstein FTK better than, for example, Gimmick Puppet, right? And the answer is probably not. A Cyberstein FTK deck would probably not be more powerful than Gimmick Puppets. And Gimmick Puppets is a legal deck in the game, right? And so would Cyberstein be more problematic than that if it came back? Probably not. Now, you could be off the opinion that something like Gimmick Puppets shouldn't exist either, which is valid. I agree with you, right? But at the state where we are right now with modern Yu-Gi-Oh, if Cyberstein came back, I believe it wouldn't change much. That's what I believe. It would exist, and if you ever run into it, it would be miserable.
Surely Fairy Tail?
I don't think it would happen very much. I don't think many people would use Cyberstein.
I'd be so surprised if they actually do it. Like, maybe my sense of timeline of like, but I feel like it just barely came out. I want a legal deck in the game.
I don't think it would be competitively viable. Okay. Down the line. This is very similar to Gofu, a card that is...
Please, Jeff Jones, Standing Like AFTK sucked. But this is kind of crazy that this is not once per turn and you can just link it off. It needed... I don't know. There's probably a few ways to... I mean, there's melee of the trees to dump it. But... Diabolantis, right? Almirage, yeah, there's Almirage. Diabolantis can dump this, right? That's one of those crazy combo cards. There's probably a way to recycle it afterwards.
That was good beforehand. I mean, you know this as like a classic card like Edison or Tengu Plant. Like, it's a really good Yu-Gi-Oh card, even before Link Monsters came out. But Link Monsters basically make this card impossible to come back, even more so than Gofu, because Dandelion is not once per turn. So this card, if it's sent to the grave in any way, it just creates 2 tokens, and they cannot be tributed for Tribute Zone. But they can be used for link summons, and if you have any way to get more Dandelions into rotation, you could just send it to grave over and over and get more and more tokens. Now, what exactly would you do with it? I don't know, but I'm sure there's going to be some, or there could be some like plant link strategy where you abuse Dandelion.
Rose Dragons. Oh, that's true. Yeah,
it
yeah.
also is full Yummy combo. Yes, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of cards that are full Yummy combo.
Vengeful Witch, I think.
Because also, like in Yummy, you don't have a way to like.
I
don't think so. You wouldn't be abusing the non-once per turn thing. It would just be like a couple of bodies from a normal summon, which that's something that other cards can do as well. There is a plant circular. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to tutor this card out from the deck. You know, you can foolish it and get your tokens. You can summon it with fire, link it off. You can send it before the circular that plants have. Like, there's a bunch of shit that you can do with Dandelion. So unfortunately, with the introduction of Link Monsters, this card can probably never come back unless they give it an errata and say like you can't use the tokens for a link summon, or they put a once per turn on it. But yeah. All right.
All right, Unk's story. I can already tell. He's gonna talk about Necroz. How this was like, you know, if Patrick Hoban comes up, I guess I'll let him tell the story.
Of rituals. When you ritual summon a monster, you can banish this card from your grave as one of the materials. If
I forgot about
health.
That's so dumb.
Not special summon while that ritual summon monster is face up on the field. All right, that's a different flavor of Fossil Dyna, essentially. We're going to have a couple of these cards that are basically, it boils down to just a floodgate. This card was banned, just to give you some context, because this card was printed in 2009, as you can see down here in Stardust Overdrive. This card is old, and it was illegal for a long time, which was because it didn't really see much play, until there was a deck that could actually use it to its fullest potential. It was Necroz. The reason why this card was so good in Necroz was because Necroz could access it really easily with cards like Laval Chain, sending it from deck to grave, or also people played Armageddon Knight for it, just to get Jin. And the other reason why it was so good in Necroz is because Necroz had a level 3 ritual monster. Like, the problem in a lot of other ritual strategies previously was that Jin, it's not treated as the entire material, right? So it would be like 2,
Jin
3, 4
plus
combos.
VV? I haven't even considered that. Ugh. Is that even usable though? But I feel like you always compensate. VV uses like entire tributes. I don't think you can like overpay if you use low to make Jin. So check Dulog to see if you have more to say about Go. Jin with BLS ritual. I guess you can. Yeah.
In other decks, but in Necroz it was super easy because you didn't have to draw the Jin. You would just send it for Laval Chain, and then all you had to do was ritual summon Necroz of Classless with it. So you know, it was super easy in Necroz, and that's what got it banned essentially. Laval is the problem because how do you search this? I mean, here's the thing. Yes, if they brought this back,
cycle. You could like Classless, discard, search cycle. You make Laval Chain because it's super fucking easy with Kaleidoscope and Kaleidoscope, summon Unicorn and Manju. And then you just like, it was so weird, the interaction, but it works. You could revive the Klausless from grave with cycle, and then you just use Jin Releaser as entire tribute. So it was actually just free. It's just that specific interaction. There's other ways you could incorporate Jin, but that one was the easiest fucking Jin.
I don't know if it would immediately see a bunch of play because it's way harder to
Blue
access
plus
it.
Jin is
at the same time, this card, it just doesn't offer anything to the game. Like, there's ways to find it. Poor guide, yeah, but then play a ritual deck with Poor guide. But there's ways. Aerial Eater. It's a Fiend monster, so it's not that hard to get there. Like, you know, Fiendsmith can access it at any point, pretty much. Cherubini can dump it because it's a level 3. There's a lot of ways to find this card, even without Laval Chain.
Oh, yeah.
And even if I can't think of a deck that would
get Cherubini. Hell no, I'm out of here.
Benefit from this.
1.7 seconds.
There's no reason to bring it back. I mean, it's kind of similar to Cyberstein in that way, though, right? Like, there's a lot of other decks that can tutor out weird situational floodgates if they go full combo. Like, a lot of decks go full combo and win the game. But at the same time, like, I think in general, when it comes to floodgates, we should leave them all on the ban list. Like, yeah, we don't need Jin Release or rituals back.
We done with Aerial Eater?
Eclipse Wyvern is from now on going to take over Cyberstein as the most unbannable card we've talked about today so far. If this card is sent to the grave, banish a level 7 or higher light or dark dragon
He's still calling Cyberstein most unbannable. That's funny. This card is sent to the graveyard. This has already been unbanned in OCG, right? I think OCG already took this off in anticipation of Rockets, I guess. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I think that's the timeline, but I'm not sure what they had in mind for Eclipse Wyvern.
If this card is banished from the grave, you can add the monster banished by this effect to your hand. This card, legitimately, I believe, could come back and is one of the more interesting ones because there's a couple of cards we're going to talk about today. Where I'm going to say, like, oh, this could come back and it would change nothing, right? Which, in my opinion, is something they should still do. They should unban those cards, but at the same time, it wouldn't be very exciting. And we'll get to some examples later. Eclipse Wyvern, however, is one of the cards where I could see this card seeing play. Why did it get banned in the first place? It was the way that they chose, or one of the things that they chose to hit the Guard Dragon deck in 2019, which was basically like a predecessor to Dragon Link, you could say. It was like a Danger, Thunder, Guard Dragon pile with the Guard Dragon Link monsters, LP, Pisty, and Agripane. And you would very often, tutor out Eclipse Wyvern with LP to summon it from the deck, and then the Eclipse Wyvern would banish. It was sometimes Red Eye Darkness Metal Dragon, but a lot of people also played the Chaos Emperor Dragon Retrain, which was a prize card at the time, so not everyone had access to it, but it was still a good option in that deck. And so on and so forth. And so that was a very, very powerful deck in 2019, and banning Eclipse Wyvern was one of the things that they did to neuter that deck. However, and we're going to talk about him in a second, they also banned Guard Dragon LP eventually. I don't know if they banned them at the same time, or if it was Eclipse Wyvern first and then LP. I don't exactly remember. But the fact that Guard Dragon LP is banned makes Eclipse Wyvern a lot worse. Of course, there's still easy ways to access it because it is a dragon, right? You can send it for Dragon Ravine. At the same time, I just don't think that's that problematic, right? There's plenty of things that you can do with Dragon Ravine that are good. Sending the Strudo, sending Abza Router to search a rocket. I think sending Eclipse Wyvern and then banishing a Red Eye Darkness Metal or something and then adding it back later if you can banish the Eclipse Wyvern is fine. I think this card could come back. And Dragon Link might use it or might not use it, but I think Eclipse Wyvern is okay. All right, Fairy Tail Snow. This card is legal in Master Duel, and I believe also legal in the OCG, but of course, a very powerful effect here once again. If this card's in your grave, quick effect, banish 7 other cards from hand, field, or grave, special summon it, not once per turn, and on summon it, it lets you book a monster your opponent controls. Really powerful card. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I personally don't miss Fairy Tail Snow, but it is a very fun card to play with, and I could see them bringing it back. I don't think it is that problematic if they did. And one of the things that makes me think they might do it is because we are getting Fairy Tail support in the upcoming sets. So I think Fairy Tail Snow is not only somewhat likely to return, but I also think it wouldn't be that big of a problem. I mean, one of the biggest things is like Snow's biggest time was always the ones where there was a lot of milling involved. Like when there was easy ways to get a lot of cards into your grave to just banish for Snow, that's when it was at its best. You know, like Tearlaments, Chaos Ruler, and stuff like that. I think this card could still see play in some decks, like Zombie Vampire still exists, which is like a budget Chaos Ruler. So there's still ways to get a bunch of cards into your graveyard, and I'm sure a bunch of combo decks would still use Fairy Tail Snow. But honestly, with how some of the more modern decks work now and some like more power creep that's happened, I think Fairy Tail Snow is not the most outrageous thing anymore. Does it work with Malice? It technically does work with Malice, and I think I've seen people play Grass Malice in the OCG at some point with this card, but it never took off. I mean, like that's the thing, right? In theory, yes, you can banish Malice cards for Fairy Tail Snow, and if you ever get to do that, it's really broken. The problem is that Malice is not that good.
It's pretty
that many
frustrating.
monsters in the graveyard, or that many cards in the graveyard. It's not like Tearlament, where at the end of your combo, your graveyard's gonna have 20 cards, so you can bring back Snow a bunch of times. Also, the most powerful.
Probably one of the most annoying things about Snow for me is like, and they can afford to do this most times. Like, just you have a targeted negate, you have to activate it preemptively. But if they have a trigger, you're kind of messed up. It's kind of too late because they can just chain Snow, banish whatever's triggering, so it dodges Imperm Veiler or something like that. I do not appreciate that. It's just like, even like with stuff like Dugaris, if they summon Dugaris, you have to preemptively negate that. Otherwise, you know, they could potentially snowball if you like. If if they dodge that negate. It's really freaking annoying. It's not the end of the world, but it's just like, ugh. The play patterns just become really weird.
Use Snow is by bringing it back a couple of times on your own turn as extra link fodder or extra synchro material or extra Xyz material, which is something that Malice probably couldn't do because they just don't have enough cards in rotation in the graveyard, right? Because it doesn't, like, I guess it link climbs a little bit, so you have a couple of extra link monsters in the grave, but nothing too crazy that you can manage. So Fairy Tail Snow, I could see it coming back. I wouldn't be too mad if they did it. I'm not really missing it too much either. I'm kind of indifferent on it. I'm kind of indifferent on Fairy Tail Snow. They could bring it back. I could see it, and I wouldn't hate it, honestly. But it is one of those cards that, like, similar to Eclipse Wyvern, both of those cards, there's definitely a world where they bring them back, and then in the future they have to ban them again because there's another card that comes out that makes them broken, right? Like, that's definitely something that could happen. Yeah.
I'm not YGO, man.
Next up, we have Fiber Jar, which is very funny. This card has been banned forever. I don't even remember. I didn't even see a format or experience a format where this card was legal, I'm pretty sure. I think this was banned, like, 2003 or something. Flip, each player shuffles all cards from their hand.
This was banned. I don't know, actually. I haven't played when this was banned or whatever. But I feel like this is one of those, like, you know, like with self-destruct button, it's kind of like those, I don't know, I don't want to call it sportsmanship. It's something, like, I don't know, I'm trying to find the right word. But, like, for, like, player procedure, or, like, for tournament procedures, this is, like, very antithetical. You know, it, like, just wastes your time, basically. Even if you can't get it off, even in modern era, you probably can't get it off, you know, because it's just a set monster. Yeah, like, they brought it back. Yeah, there's just like no reason. Like, okay, if it does nothing, then like, okay, but why bring this shit back? I don't know. It's just like this shit's so dumb.
And field engrave into the deck and then draws 5 cards. This card essentially resets the entire game except for the life points. I think this card is more so banned for logistical reasons. I think it's a very funny card, and I think it would be hilarious if they brought it back. I don't think it would be a problem, personally. I think it would be more so a meme, and I think if someone actually found a way to make it work, I would be happy about that. I think that would be hilarious, but I don't think it would actually be good. I think the reason why it's banned is just because back in the day, it was actually a playable card where you could like set it if you were behind, and then you would kind of reset the game, which does cost a lot of time because you're basically restarting the game in the middle of the game, which is something that back then was a problem. Like imagine playing like a GOAT format duel for 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden Fiber Jar just resets the game, right? And like you can see how that would cause problems at like tournaments and stuff. Nowadays, that wouldn't really work, right? Like
I don't know.
Really work,
I don't.
It
is kind of funny, but I would only find it funny if it was like an exhibition duel and like some troll like Dota Doya shows up with it, you know. Like if it actually affects like tournament play or something like that, I'd be kind of mad. Just because the double odds versus random Fiber Jar, yeah. Surely prediction prince. I think they could actually. I think they could set that up.
It's just way too easy to deal with the face down. You'd have to build a deck around it to even consistently resolve it. But what's the win condition of that deck? What is the win condition of a Fiber Jar deck? Because like your deck is just built to resolve Fiber Jar.
There was one. I think the dedicated. Oh, I don't know. Maybe this is just a myth, but like the idea was it doesn't shuffle banish, right? So you would just the deck I remember in question had some like, you know, soul release or some bullshit, and like you would whittle down their deck or something like that. So I guess that's not really a win condition in today's, you know, era, but like that's what I remember.
But then like you're just shuffling everything.
I don't want to
offload. How are you winning? Right? You're just not winning. So yeah. It'd be very funny with Runics. Okay, because Cyber Jar doesn't recycle the banished pile, then okay, right. So you banish your opponent's cards, then you Fiber Jar, refresh your stuff, and then do it again until they don't have.
Oh,
I mean,
Runics!
You can see that would be super gimmicky, right? Like it'd be funny. I would probably do that and try to make it work on Master Duel like once, but it wouldn't actually be a meta deck, right? It wouldn't be good. So from a standpoint, could Fiber Jar come back?
Okay, that's even worse. Okay, I didn't even think about Runics. That's actually like It's not amazing, but it's way better than fucking Soul Release. Yeah, right. It's just... Oh god. Never mind. Yeah, his ethos took a dive after that.
Gameplay, but I think they just don't want to bring it back because it has some other weird implications. But I think they could. I think legitimately it'd be funny if they did it. I think it'd be funny. Okay. Bish Borg Blaster is another one of those ancient cards that is banned because it doesn't say once per turn. If you control a face-up level 3 or lower water monster, you can discard a card, better summon this card from your grave. If this card is used as synchro material, all the other synchros must be
Yeah,
wiped.
when I read this card as a early, I had no idea why this, like, the concept of once per turn isn't obvious, you know, when you're starting out. At least I'll just speak for myself. I was like, okay, what even synchro materials can you make? Because I also played during Xyz era, and like synchro was being like kind of phased out. There was like monsters being printed that could not be used as synchro material, so like I couldn't even wrap my head around like the era where this is like good. But yeah, I can imagine now having this doesn't even matter with in the advent of links, this restriction. But yeah, most unbannable card. Most Imminent link materials. I mean, yeah, it depends. You still need to have a lot of discards, but it's definitely not a level eater. But it is kind of crazy. It is something you can summon off Coelacanth, I guess.
So this card is banned because it isn't once per turn, so you can just keep bringing it back over and over and over again. So there's been a couple of decks in the past that would use this as a way to like loop it. Like it was played in like Frog FTK and stuff like that. At the same time, it's also just a good generic,
a
good card in general. Even if you're not looping this guy.
Discard Dragoons. That's pretty funny.
Card back in the day where you would just have a tuner access at all times, whether it was with like frogs, with 3-1 frogs, this would make a formula synchro immediately every turn, and there was other applications for it as well.
He'd appreciate that.
I do think this card would see play nowadays, because it's. I think this card would see play in Mermaid.
He's gonna turn you into a YouTube short,
just
bro.
Level 1 tuner that you can spam as many times as you want, and this card's for cost as well, so you can discard Dragoon, and it would trigger. Like this card would see play 100% as a target for Coelacanth. Yeah, this card would 100% see play in Mermaid at the very least. And you would probably summon it back like anywhere from 2, 3, 4, 5 times in a turn to make something crazy happen. And there's probably other decks that could use it as well. So this is a card that if they decided to bring it back, it could still do a lot of crazy things in the game. So I personally wouldn't bring it back, but I will say I can't think of like an infinite loop that you can do because you do have to discard a card every time. I'm not sure if there's some FTK looping stuff going on these days, but still, just for the sake of just being a very strong card, I think it's better if it stays banned. This card goes crazy in a lot of decks, it really does. What if it got a once per duel restriction like Lawpulp? Then it would be fine. It would still be good. I think even if this card says once per duel, I think there's a world where you would play that, or you would consider playing that in like Mermail. I think that'd be something that people would still consider. We've talked about Fossil Dino. Gimmick Puppet Nightmare is we've essentially already talked about this when we talked about Artifact Mjolnir, because this card is the exact same thing, even better. So if this card is special summoned, you cannot special any monster for the rest of this turn except Gimmick Puppet monsters. This is once again this is even worse than Mjolnir in some ways because this doesn't activate. So what you do is you give it to your opponent, and then they cannot do anything about it. They cannot even negate its own effect or whatever. Like this just applies. There's nothing you can do with it. The only caveat is because it doesn't say until the end of the next turn, you have to give it to them during their turn. But there were cards like Branded Expulsion, Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. We're not going to restart the discussion on is the card that is summoned the problem or is the card that summons it the problem. But the reason why this card's banned is of course because it skips your opponent's turn. So good riddance. Grinder Golem. Grinder Golem falls in the same category as.
Oh, okay. I'll do the Unk story. I mean, I'm sure if you watched any history on this card, they'll also tell you the same thing. But this was kind of like, you know, Konami didn't print like effect monsters, requiring effect monsters for certain Link ones, like Link Karibo. Link Spider was built in to work with normal monsters or whatever, but they could have said non-token. But okay, this card is very famous for not being once per turn. You would just special summon to your opponent's side of the field. You get 2 tokens. You would convert them into Link Spiders, and then you would make Akashic Magician, and that card would bounce back the Grinder Golem, and then you would summon it again. You would make Security Dragon underneath the Akashic, and then you would bounce it back. And then there's some Firewall combos you could do. You could do Firewall Bounce, you know, yeah, Akashic Magician, yeah. Goat Knowledge. Yeah. Want a free 1 card last will? Oh my god. Yeah. So probably not as good anymore with the firewall errata, but there's a lot of like YGO Pro like combo BS like online. Like it was definitely an engagement for him to do Grinder Golem combos. I think they kind of sucked, but I don't know. I think history might have proved me wrong. I mean, I don't. it's not that crazy that it's banned anyway, but I feel like there's other decks nowadays that like dedicate like a lot of extra deck. It's not too dissimilar from like a Cybers combo. Just thinking about it. It's like a very dedicated extra deck to pull this shit off the loop. Ban on links so Skyrim Golem can come back. Yeah. Target only on the owner card. Ooh, yeah.
Gofu, because this card, you can just summon it to your opponent's side of the field, and as an exchange, you get 2 tokens. But if you special it, you cannot normal or set during the turn. So this card is essentially, in some ways, it's a weaker Gofu, because you don't get a normal summon during the turn, and you also don't get 3 bodies, you just get 2. However, because you give it to your opponent's side of the field, there's a couple of implications there. Like, for example, I used this card in Danger FTK with Slash Draw, where one of the most important things about it was that you summon it to your opponent's side of the field. So your opponent has a card that you can then use Slash Draw with, because Slash Draw requires your opponent to have cards on the field.
Oh yeah, that's
also,
Slash
it's way
Draw
more loopable
FTK.
than Gofu, because you can bounce it back to your hand after giving it to your opponent and then summon it again, because it works like Lava Golem, that you can summon multiple, you just don't get a normal summon. So, and then there's other cards, of course, that benefit from your opponent controlling cards. Like, for example, one of the bigger things about this card in the Danger FTK back then was that it made your opponent impossible to use Imperm. So essentially, it was a crazy combination where back then we had Outer Entity Azathoth, which is a card we're talking about later, but Azathoth would make it so they can't use monster effects, and Grinder Golem would make it so they can't use Imperm. So essentially, they couldn't hand trap you anymore. So Grinder Golem, really powerful combo enabler, and just link spam, and eventually
Damn,
quickly got
okay.
banned after the introduction
That's
of
crazy.
monsters. Not immediately. So that when I played it, it was still with link monsters around. But yeah, really broke.
Yeah,
the
another
quality,
golem.
probably
Yeah,
for
the
best
golem
that is back.
restriction.
Jalgun the Spiritualist says neither player can special summon monsters.
Okay, we've
looked at plenty of these already. Don't need to say anything.
We don't need to talk about this.
You might notice a recurring theme here on the ban list, and you might also notice some inconsistencies when you think about like, oh, why is this card on here, but this other card that does the exact same thing, why is this card not on here? I don't know. I can't answer that question. Also, and the next question you might ask yourselves, like, oh, if they've realized on these 10, 20, 30, 40 floodgates that are all banned, don't they learn that making these cards is problematic? Don't they understand? I don't know, man. I can't tell you. Level Eater. If this card's in your grave, target a level 5 or higher monster you control reduces level by 1, and if you do special summon this card cannot be tributed except for a tribute summon. So this card is completely insane, because, I mean, I don't have to tell you why this card is loopable. This card is loopable as hell, and it was printed before Synchros, I believe. When did this come out? 2009? No, it was made for Synchro Summoning, actually. It was made for Synchro Summoning, but of course, it's abusable as hell, and it also, like, with link monsters around, there's no way. There's no way that you can bring back Level Eater, ever. This card is completely insane. Magical Scientist. Pay 1,000 life points to special summon a level 6 or lower fusion from your extra deck. That fusion monster cannot attack directly and is returned to the extra deck at the end of this turn. Yeah,
That's
this guy-
crazy. What a
this guy is
crazy
completely
restriction.
nuts too. Those are some really old cards that we're looking at right now. That like, so
Rather
this
than
thing,
for
right?
synchro.
Like even before we had links or synchros or whatever, even then this card had to be banned because there was plenty of ways to abuse this. Of course, you have 8,000 life points, so you can do it 7 times. You can summon 7. This is 7 instant fusions on a monster.
Even
7
in
instant fusions on a monster,
synchro, I feel
which
like
is-
it's still. I mean, I don't know. In synchro, I mean, maybe I remember just looping that card as well in some like, you know, like Cosmic Quasar Turbo deck. It feels like a lot of. It still feels a lot like in synchro decks though, but I guess with Junk Speeder, you still, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. There's some weird shit you can do with like the Salt Black Wings. No, I know you mean Level Eater. There's some weird shit you can do with the Salt Black Wings, but maybe that's not that crazy.
probably very easy to tutor these days because it's a level 1 Dark Spellcaster. There's gotta be ways to find that. And I don't think we need to discuss why 7 instant fusions is a problem.
There was a
So,
Genesis
yes,
deck?
Magical Scientist
Oh,
can never
shit.
return. Can never return unless they change its card text. All right. So, I don't know if I want to take this one seriously or not, but of course, this card has been banned in the TCG for years.
Level
now.
Eater.
No one is mad about it. Well, no, actually, it's not true. Some people are mad about it. Currently, we are anxiously waiting for the day that it's also.
I know
banned
at
in
least
Master
one
Duel.
person
It's
who's
one of the
mad
bigger
about
debates, I feel like, in
it.
Master Duel. It's
I
crazy
know
to me that
at
people
least
still
one
argue about
person.
this because yes, there's a lot of decks in Yu-Gi-Oh right now that special summon excessively, but that's exactly why this card needs to go. Every deck in Yu-Gi-Oh relies on special summoning these days. It is a core part of our game. And this card simply says if your opponent moves or breathes, you draw a card, essentially making it so the player that resolves this card wins the game. Which is slightly different than the Molcharmies. Some people think the Molcharmies are the same, which they're strong cards, but they're not the same as Maxi. There's more realistic ways to make boards under Charmies that don't
What
require
about
cards.
Runic Infusions?
So as it falls down, this card is essentially just an auto win if it resolves in most of the cases because it just stops your opponent from playing completely. And even worse, which is also something that it has over the Molcharmies, is you can use it when you go first. So if you make a board and then activate Maxi, your opponent has no way to play into your board because otherwise you're going to draw 20 cards. Honestly, out of all the things that we've seen so far, this is probably among the most bannable cards in a modern Yu-Gi-Oh context. Like, unironically, and I don't mean to over-exaggerate when I say this, but Maxi is like a card that I would rather have Maxi banned than like Magical Scientist. Because at the end of the day, Magical Scientist is a broken card that should never come back. But Magical Scientist, at the end of the day, if people use it, it would just be some gimmicky auto-win going first strategy, which we have plenty of. Like, that's I wouldn't like it, but it'd be whatever. And Maxi, however, has so much impact on Yu-Gi-Oh games these days, especially even at one.
I know they're
so
still trying to introduce nuance in this,
I would
but
take like a random FTK tool 10 times over having Maxi in the game. This is probably the most bannable or ban-worthy card we've looked at so far, almost. And I have zero understanding for why this card is still legal in Master Duel. It's completely crazy. So yeah, goes without saying, never bring it. Never bring it back, of course. Might Master. Pay 800 life points and tribute a psychic type monster.
I think this is legal in OCG.
So this card is weird to me because even as someone who's played
this
all the
legal
time
in
basically since this
OCG?
card has been printed,
I might be
essentially
tripping,
I don't
though.
remember people really using this card
Yo,
between
Van
the time it was
Maxi.
printed and then when it was banned. I didn't really see people use it. It was banned a long time ago, like a long time ago. It was banned.
It's legal in Genesis.
I think it was banned because they also
but it's
banned
like
Substitute. Was that at the same
okay,
time?
it's legal in
This card
Genesis.
does kind of remind me of
That's what
Substitute
it
in a way
was.
because it's just like instead of cycling through frogs, you're cycling through psychic types. I know that FTKs existed with it. I think the reason it was banned was because there was a time. Imagine, kids, listen. There was a time where they preemptively banned FTKs, even if they were very niche. Like back in my day, when you would hear about like a super gimmicky FTK on the internet, or some random loot, where everyone knew that it wasn't meta viable. Everyone knew like, okay, this exists. It's annoying if you go up against it, but no one's really going to do well with it in tournaments. Those sort of things, they would ban them, right? There's a couple of cards on this list that are on here just because they could FTK, not because they
everyone's
were
just
good
typing
or successful.
Unk.
Which might be weird from a modern
in
perspective
response
because,
to
nowadays we've come from that to they're just out here
story
making decks that are
time.
made to FTK the gimmick of it, right? Like they don't seem to care about this at all anymore. But there used to be a time where
They're roasting
everyone
his
agreed that
ass.
FTKing is not a good thing in Yu-Gi-Oh decks. Like I don't know, when I'm talking about it, it just makes me mad about gimmick puppet because like the idea behind that deck is just so outrageous. But yeah. I think that's why Mind Master is banned because there was some potential ways to FTK with it. Nowadays, even Substitute is back, right? So I think this card could probably come back. But without a doubt, this card can do some really crazy stuff because it summons any psychic. So like. It's a non-once per turn Lone Fire Blossom for psychics, and the effects are not negated, so you can just cycle through all of these.
What
effects.
type
You're
is
gonna be
magical
paying a lot of points
scientist?
in the
I
process.
think
But
is
let's
it
just say you're playing a punk
spellcaster
deck, you can teleport for Might Master,
or
then
fiend?
tribute another psychic, summon Zeamin, search with Zeamin, then tribute to Zeamin, summon
It
another
might
one
be spec
that searches and use that effect and
spellcaster.
stuff like that. Like, there would be decks that would play this card, I think.
I'll
but
just
I don't think it would be
Google
everyone.
it.
Phoenixian Cluster Amaryllis is a card that says if it's destroyed,
It is
during the end
spellcaster.
phase, remove a plant and summon
Level
it,
1
which is
dark
not once per turn. So this card is banned because of an FTK pairing with I believe it's Topologic Bomber Dragon, and then you need 10 plants in the grave, right? Because you just bring it back, Bomber destroys it, 800 damage, banish another plant, bring it back, Bomber Dragon destroys it, and so on and so forth. So I think there was an FTK around this. I don't know
Spellcaster for
exactly when it was banned,
magical
but it
man?
was that combo between Bomber Dragon and Amaryllis that ended up getting the card banned.
Does
once
it
again,
need
is one of the more
a-
gimmicky FTKs because you do need 10 plant
Can
monsters
it
in the
use
grave.
level 1 spellcaster? Honestly, you can just
still
summon
good
a
Like, who really cares that card's fun?
Can you summon
Cool
Demon?
card in Edison though. Ronin Toadin. All right, this is still one of the biggest hate crimes in the history of the frog archetype. Because there was at some point there was a moment where they decided to bring back Substitute and in exchange ban Ronin Toadin. Because of course Ronin Toadin and Substitute together are a problem because Substitute lets you cycle through all of your frogs, which makes Ronin Toadin infinite bodies pretty much. I mean not infinite, but as many frogs as you have, right? So Ronin Toadin is a lot of bodies because it's not once per turn to bring it back.
No, you can't.
However, this is still like the most
But you
outrageous
can
thing about
summon
this.
it
Can
like
we trade
any
back-
like
can we trade back
sandwich
Ronin
and
Toadin
then
for Substitute?
summon
Because Substitute is not a
Demon
good card
on
without
top of
Ronin
that
Toadin,
with
and
scientists.
frogs are basically dead without Ronin Toadin. So they did that because of Sprite. Basically, I think their thought process was not we want to bring back Substitute, so we're going to ban Ronin Toadin in exchange. I think the thought process was we want to ban Ronin Toadin because of Sprite, so let's bring back Substitute because it doesn't matter, right? I think that's the logic behind it. But I mean, frogs and Sprite, like
Anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to kill Ronin.
that's 4 years ago at this point, and the card is also legal in Master Duel, and no one's even playing frogs. Like not even in Paleo, I'm playing the frogs anymore, even with Ronin Toadin. So I think Ronin Toadin should come back. Spiral Master Plan. I know what you're going to say. This card is, I think, legal in Master Duel, and Spiral is not doing anything, to which I say, good. I don't want Spiral Master Plan back. I think this card is in a category of cards that, essentially, the way I look at Spiral Master Plan is like, whenever someone makes the argument of, hey,
This
card could...
deck is weird. It has like the most interesting like fans. In this deck can do anything. At least in Master Duel. I don't know. You could argue that in the current meta Master Duel climate, like Spiral not doing anything is like indicative of Master Plan being able to be unbanned in TCG or something like that. But I don't know. It's like is that kind of a okay? It's like a boogeyman, but at the same time, I don't like that it's legal. She's banned in TCG. Yeah, there are like outcries for people to. You know, this is more important. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, bro.
come back because this other card is legal, right? They look at Spiral and the play style of Spiral, and they say like, hey, Spiral is just another combo deck that auto wins the game on turn 1. Why should Spiral be banned when K9 Crystron is legal, right? So bring back Spiral Master Plan. And what I say to that is, no, don't bring back Spiral. But you are right. It doesn't make sense that Spiral is banned and Crystron K9 is legal. But the answer is get rid of Crystron K9. we need to get rid of some of the crazy combo decks that auto win the game on turn 1, and adding another one into the mix is not going to do the game any good. Yu-Gi-Oh is already
I
struggling
guess
with
the
that some
Apple
decks are
ban
too
is
strong going first.
huge
And so yes, there's a
for
chance you
the
bring back
Master
Spiral
Duel
Plan and nothing changes.
version
But
of this
personally, I
deck.
believe that if you bring back a card and then you have to close your eyes and pray that it's not played, it's
I
not
feel
good.
like
If
build
the
a board
ideal
decks can
scenario for a card
adapt.
is to come back and
Like
not see
they
play.
just generate free
I
bodies.
know I'm a certified combo hater, and I
You can come
am
up
a combo
with
hater, I admit
like
that, but I think I'm not alone with that. I
some
would not like to play
bullshit
this card over
extra link or something like that.
The Tyrant Neptune cannot be special. You can tribute this card by tributing
Oh,
monster.
okay.
This
This one I know why it's banned. It was because of Independent Nightingale. You would just tribute over it, and then just you wouldn't have FTK because I think you only deal 6,000 damage or something like that due to or is it 5,000? Or I don't know, because it's only level. I think it's 5,000 damage. You would inherit Independent Nightingale's effect, burn, and you were just unaffected and had a billion attack. 500 per level. Okay, 5,000. You should deal 5,000 burn and just sit on this. You'd have a billion attack too. I don't know if it's like back in the day it was really hard to out actually. But I'm trying to think. It was very cheesy, this card, at least. I don't know if I would care if it got unbanned. It is Reptile, I guess. King of the Pharaohs can search it.
The
So
total
stupid
the original
one,
attack
there you
attributed
go.
for it.
Yeah.
When this card distributes summon target and effect monster, you have to distribute it. This card's name becomes that target's name, and this card needs that target's effect.
We hard out
I think
even
this
for
card
today.
is banned, if I
Alright.
remember correctly,
I
because
mean,
of a random
I mean,
FTK where you would copy the Lyrilusk fusion monster with it. There was like a it was Lyrilusk Nightingale, right? And Lyrilusk Nightingale is a level 1 fusion monster
I
and
could
inflicts
see that,
damage
yeah.
times 500, like its level, right? And so you would like copy it with this, it'd be level 10, so it would do 5,000
Chilling
damage.
on the same
and then you would
list,
also copy
true.
it with another card again and then do more damage with that.
That's true, they did ban
Obviously,
it in
never was
TCG.
competitively viable. Well, Nightingale itself, there was FTKs with it, but I think the Tyrant Neptune got banned preemptively even. So, yeah. But I mean, this card
This is a very
this card
cheesy.
itself is probably not the problem. I don't even know. They probably searched it with like King of the Fair Limbs, right? Because it's a reptile or something. This guy Nightingale. Yeah, this is like the kind of thing where bringing this card back doesn't benefit anyone because the card isn't good anyways, right? This is one of the least interesting banned cards because, like I said earlier, when we talk about cards like Fairy Tale Snow or Eclipse Wyvern or something, I think those cards are interesting to think about, but this card isn't, right? This card is just like, you know, it's not going to see play unless it's an FTK, and the FTK is probably not viable. So ultimately, it's like, do you want it banned just to stay safe, or can it come back because it's gimmicky anyways? I don't care, but it's not interesting either way, right? Tyrant Neptune is not an interesting Yu-Gi-Oh card. Victory Dragon. Victory Dragon is a fun one. This is the only legal, or not legal because it's banned, but the only actual TCG printing of a card that says, if this card attacks your opponent directly and reduces their life points to 0, you win the match. As in, you win the best of 3. Like, if you attack with this for a game in best of 1, you would win the match. Fun fact, this is also the effect on every single World Championship prize card. But all of the World Championship prize cards are not banned because they're not legal to play.
Anytime there's like a band, you know, like for like I don't know if it's traditional or just completely unlimited. Someone always brings a Dragon Link deck that can set this shit up, which is kind of funny.
So that's what I meant with like this is the first technically legal or the only technically legal card with this effect. This card is obviously ass. You have to tribute 3 dragons to summon it. It can't be special, and it would not see any play. The problem with this card is that it fundamentally messes with the rules of the game because in a scenario like in Yu-Gi-Oh, you can surrender at any time. So in a world, even in a hypothetical scenario, you can see how much of a headache this would be for judges if like someone summons Victory Dragon in game 1, and right before the attack for game, the opponent just surrenders. And that just creates so much tension between players and stuff. Like, I mean, I think the card is technically legal in Genesis format, and obviously no one is doing it. So the problem is it's only a problem in their heads, basically. Like, it doesn't actually exist because the card is bad. But it's just, I think for good measure it's banned. But honestly, I think they could just bring it back because no one would care. No one would care because everyone knows that you can just surrender, which just makes the card bad. But who cares? Then the card is bad. Who cares? The card is bad because everyone can scoop at any time. Because that's legal, right? It's legal to just surrender. Why would it not be allowed to just scoop the game? As a result of that, no one would play the card.
You're gonna let you end the game with card?
So I think
well, if you're intentionally using this to win the match, you're probably going to advocate for your opponent not to scoop. Especially if you're at a position where you are going to resolve this effect. I think that you're going to introduce a dispute situation or something like that. So, like, yeah, you probably have to honor the scoop. But I think, I don't know, if there's, like, some intentionality. If you're willing to do this, I imagine you're going to try to... Is it good measure? Yeah. Does anyone even get a copy of this? I don't know, actually. It is kind of a LARP card. Retro Pack 2? Holy. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably the principle or whatever. I feel like someone willing to do this is going to be like annoying as fuck. But this someone is still just like a boogeyman that we don't know. It's like how people were talking about end of match procedures. There's gonna be like the suicide bombers coming for you to double loss you or whatever. Oh my god, I can't get over the stupid pundits talking about the end of match procedures. Oh my god, I can't get over that game theory video. That was bad. That was bad.
No problem.
I'm the dual loss bomber.
All right, that's all the effect monsters.
Just the
Now
bomber
we
from
need
Green
to
Island.
the extra deck. Okay, hold up. Elder Entity Norden. Elder Entity Norden is a Synchro or XYZ plus a Synchro or XYZ. When this card is special, you can target a level 4.
Oh my god, this card has a lot going for it. I think the scariest part, I guess, is Super Poly. But yeah, there's other things. It's not once per turn. It was instant fusionable, so that was like a pretty big push back in the day because you didn't use your normal summon after. You can go into rank 4. There's also the zoo combos, but those aren't really a thing anymore. The Rapier is legal in double loss deal. With Instant Fusion ban? Yeah. Oh, that's true. Instant Fusion is banned in... I think it's at 1 in TCG. But, I mean, we're not going to I don't think anyone's going to go nuts over someone playing Norden in one copy of Instant Fusion. I think it's interesting because there's also, like, Instant Fusionable archetypal targets. You know, the level 5s that do everything. That you probably be prioritizing Instant Fusion for if you were to run Instant Fusion in the first place. So I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, it's probably just Super Poly.
Lower monster in your grave special summon, its effects are negated, banish it when it leaves the field. This card has been abused in a multitude of ways, but the most obvious one was Instant Fusion. It was a really good Instant Fusion target because it was 2 bodies in 1 from Instant Fusion. I will say, from a modern perspective...
For what it's worth, I think when this was legal, either Super Poly was banned or it got limited. I think it was banned because of... It was banned... Super Poly was in TCG was banned pretty... later in... not Tier Element, sorry. Shadal's lifespan. They keep printing solid targets? Yeah. And then this came like a year later or something after summer. I don't know. My timeline's fucked up. This came out in 2015. Okay. Really? In the Megatins? Huh. That's pretty late in 2015. But I guess it's a year after. Huh. Okay, anyway. Point is, I don't think you actually got to Super Poly in TCG with this card. If not, you probably play. It was probably legal at 1 copy, maybe. I think it was. I'm pretty sure this got banned before Super Poly came back at 1.
Even beat that crazy if Instant Fusion was like 2 bodies, right? If we have other powerful spell cards that give you multiple bodies, it would probably be okay. Another thing that this card did was in Zodiac early days, you could just combine 2 Exceed monsters to make this with Fusion Substitute, and then you would get 2 level 4s back onto the field, and you would rinse and repeat and do this a couple of times. So there was a couple of loops with Norden and Fusion Sub because Fusion Sub would also put the Norden back into the deck, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, you needed Daigusto Emerald as well, and that got banned. I think it's back in TCG, but that was OD.
I'm not sure. What do you think people would do with Norden nowadays?
You use their sprout stuff?
Would people play like a 1 of Instant Fusion?
With like Harmonic Fusion or something like that?
It is a really good Super Poly target against certain decks. You know, you could Super Poly 2 Synchros or 2 Exceeds or 1 Synchro, 1 Exceed. That would be really strong. I think it would be. I think honestly that's what it would be for the most part. I don't know if there's any other crazy combos that people would be doing with Norden. But it would definitely be a solid Super Poly target.
Okay.
I guess the question is that okay maybe? Would it be okay as a random Super Poly target? I think maybe it could be. Compared to some of the other extra deck monsters that we're about to look at, I think this card is one of the more unbannable ones. I could see it. Yeah. Okay. Supreme King Starving Venom is the counterpart to Tyrant Neptune, because it also says you can target another monster on field or grave until the end phase. This card's name becomes that name and replace the effect. So this was another way to target. This was actually meta viable. There was a meta deck in, I believe, 2018. There was a YCS in Europe, I remember, where people played Pendulum FTK. It was a meta deck. It didn't win the tournament, but there was a bunch of people playing it and a bunch of people worried about it. Where the plan was basically you would put the I don't remember how you got the Nightingale into the graveyard. I think it could search Instant Fusion. I think it could search Instant Fusion, then you would Instant Fusion into the Nightingale, and then you would summon the Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom twice. And because it's level 8, you copy the Nightingale, you burn for 4,000, and you do that twice. So because this card, as opposed to the Tyrant Neptune, this card was much easier to summon, also not once per turn, and because it's in the extra deck, you could always access 2 of it. And so it's just a very easy way to FTK with Nightingale. So yeah. Once again, it's a similar situation as with the artifact Mjolnir and Imperial Princess or Sanctifier. Like, is the problem the card that burns, or is the problem the card that copies another card's effect? They've chosen to ban the cards that copy, which works. It got rid of the problem, which is fine. But yeah, they could also go the other. Like this card, if it doesn't copy Nightingale, it's probably okay. But I can see the argument that like copy effects are problematic, maybe. But maybe the problem is Nightingale. Maybe they should just get rid of Nightingale and bring back Starving Venom. Either way, I don't. Yeah, as long as one of them is banned, is okay. All right, Tearlaments Kick Kalos. Dude, we're going into the territory of cards that people actually like. Some people want back. Tearlaments Kick Kalos. I don't know. Here's my take on Tearlaments, and I actually don't hate Tearlaments, but I still don't want Kick Kalos back. I actually am a fan of Tearlaments format. The only thing that I'm not a fan of is the current iteration of Tearlaments that's being played in Master Duel, because Master Duel does have Tearlaments Kick Kalos. And here's the thing, I have no problem. I actually liked full power Tearlament format, but I think it was good while it lasted. Of course, eventually they had to get rid of Tearlaments because it was way too strong. But it was an enjoyable format, but I'm still happy it's over. You know, I'm still happy it ended eventually because I don't want to play the same format forever, right? So them getting rid of Tearlaments eventually was fine. What I don't like is the freaking gambling version of Tearlaments that people are playing in Master Duel, where basically Tearlament isn't dead, but the way it's being played is also, in my opinion, not very enjoyable. I know people will disagree on this, and that's fine. Some people really enjoy playing the more gambling version of Tearlaments because, quite frankly, Ishizu Tearlaments, of course, also had milling involved, but Ishizu Tearlaments was so consistent and had so many good milling hits that it wasn't really luck if you hit with it. It was consistent at that. Whereas the current version of Tearlaments in Master Duel it just feels like gambling, quite frankly. It's just literally sometimes your opponent goes Kick Kalos, and they go +5 of it, and sometimes
which cards are you
and that's not, in my opinion, it's not very fun. It's okay to disagree on that. I personally like that Tearlament Kick Kalos is unbanned. If anything, if they want Tearlaments to be back, I would like it to be back at full power, which is never going to happen. But I would rather play in a format with full power tier than like this half-ass gambling Tearlaments that they have in Master Duel, personally. So that's how I feel about Tearlaments. All right, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. This is going to be the coldest take in all of this, probably. This card should have never been made. In general, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, they have to stop making cards that negate hand traps. This card is completely toxic and lets every single combo deck on the planet ignore all of the hand traps, so this card can never come back unless the game fundamentally changes. Unless, maybe if the game in 10 years is completely different than what we have right now, this card could come back. But the way how modern Yu-Gi-Oh works, cards that negate hand traps are the most toxic thing that they can do, especially if they're in the extra deck. Which is also why I'm praying every day that they eventually ban K9 Ripper. But in general, just for the love of God, stop making cards that negate hand traps. It's not. And also, like, the thing is, like, even if your opponent doesn't have a hand trap, this card is a phenomenal endboard piece, right? So, yeah. Christian Hawk Fibrax is 2 monsters including a tuner, then summon the tuner from your deck, which was a really good card. Funnily enough, I think this card is still really good. This card is still really good, and I don't want it to come back, but it's less broken than, for example, Appaloosa was or is. I think we are at a point with the game where, like, because they got rid of some of the more generic extra deck pieces in TCG, I'm talking in TCG, right? Where we don't have Baron, we don't have Appaloosa, some of the most outrageous things, and also Aurodon, right? Some of the most outrageous things that people did with Hawk Fibrax, you cannot do anymore. So it's not the craziest card, or Savage Dragon. Yes, Savage Dragon is another great example. So there's a couple of cards that are banned now that would have made Hawk Fibrax even more problematic, or did make Hawk Fibrax more problematic. I think Hawk Fibrax wouldn't be the craziest thing to come back, but it's also not something I want necessarily, right? Zalen, it does tag out into Zalen, which is really strong. So essentially, I think the way this card
Describing tiers gambling opponent plays trash.
It was mostly used for link slot, right? Even though it summons a tuner, a lot of the time it was used for link combos. You would actually, you know, but nowadays I feel like
Starving Venom. Oh, with the copy effect. I see what you're saying.
Into Zalen on the opponent's turn, which is different than what it was when it was played and legal, but it's still
I can.
So I think it's better if it stays banned. Fury as the Lightsworn Dominion, 3 months, dude, it's crazy. So many of these cards that we're looking at right now, or about to look at, are actually just legal in Master Duel, and it blows my mind every time I'm reminded of it. Furious is one of those cards. So Furious requires 3 monsters with the same attribute but different types, and it lets you send any card from your deck to the graveyard. And
this was banned as kind of like a too little, too late kind of thing. I mean, like ban list, like it was definitely worth banning this, but like, I think it stopped being relevant. But I guess like you could say, I think the Millennium cards were just coming out, and like, I mean, they didn't come out. No. I think it took like quite a long time, at least a year, I think, for the Millennium cards. But like, that was probably a 1-card Curious line that didn't use your normal summon. This probably could have adopted this card. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it still wasn't future-proofed enough, even though it wasn't doing anything. I don't think this card was future-proofed enough. In Master Duel, Zombie Vampire ended up supplanting this card with respect to like the Millennium Engine. But people still play it. There's still the stupid Lightsworn FTK. Also annoying. This, you know how I bitched about Fairy Tail Snow? This card and Fairy Tail Snow are so annoying as fuck. If they get to Fairy Tail Snow before making this card, this has a trigger effect. You can't even like negate this shit because like they have the Fairy Tail Snow. Sending anti-spell sided with Gryphon or Horses combo. Oh yeah, I guess that works. Yeah, I guess that works. Yeah.
It's like floodgates or whatever that we talked about, where I feel like most people intuitively understand why a card that says your opponent cannot play the game is toxic, right? It's a little bit less intuitive to understand why cards like Curious are a massive problem in Yu-Gi-Oh! But essentially, this card, you might think like, oh, 3 monsters with the same attribute but different types. That seems like a very reasonable investment, like a pretty hefty cost.
This could be kind of trivial. Not every deck can set this up, obviously, but like this could be kind of trivial, especially when we have stuff like, you know, Link ones with different attributes. Different types. The dark one, like Verte, also like contributes. Verte can convert something else to a dark, so you only really need like, I guess, a Link Karibo if you have like a level 1 monster or something like that. Like you can trivialize this pretty easily.
to summon a card like this. But that's exactly the thing, right? If you're not sending something completely busted with Curious, it's just not worth making, right? So as a result, what happens is, if this card is legal, people will just not use it for months. And then one thing is discovered that you can completely win the game off of. And then
Are they
people start
different
using the card,
attributes?
right? Like someone discovers a random combo where you can send something really broken with Curious, and all of a sudden it's worth investing those 3 monsters into it because it auto wins you the game, right? So essentially,
Well,
cards,
you
with,
don't
cards that are
play
hard to
Offer
summon,
Shield.
but have
Yeah,
a really
I don't
high
think they
payoff,
do.
are problematic in that way because
I think
people
they're
are
willing to
do
pay
it if it's worth
4K,
it, and
yeah.
that means people are only going to do it if it auto wins you the game. Right, so this card was played as like a crazy combo enabler in like tier elements. It was one of the most consistent ways to get Fairy Tail Snow. We talked about that earlier, right? Like in tier elements, in like even before Ishizu, there was a version of tier elements with Curious and Fairy Tail Snow where you would just mill a bunch of cards on turn 1, and if you didn't hit the Snow, well, I'll go Curious and send Snow, and then I have Snow with 25 cards in the graveyard. And of course, in that instance, you might say Snow is the problem, which is reasonable. But the thing with Curious, it's a recurring theme that every time Curious pops up, it does something really crazy. There's always going to be crazy card targets for it, right? Like people did send anti-spell and then reset it with Griffin is a good point, right? Like you can even send spell traps and then you can get them back. Of course, Nightmare Griffin is banned now, but still the point remains, right? Like there's always something crazy to be done with Curious. Guard, Dragon, Aggerpain. Link 2 dragons. You cannot special accept dragons. During your main phase, you can special 1 dragon monster from your extra deck to an extra monster zone or main monster zone. You can summon
They would
with
summon, if I remember, they would summon red. There might have been another target, but the one I remember is the level 9 RDA, Red Dragon Archfiend, I think. That shit. And I think that was like they would just build a board with that guy. Was there another guy they would summon? I don't remember. The deck was pretty much immune to Nib too, so it's just like, bruh. Like I think if you nib, you would just get hand looped by Legionnaire, and they would just like rebuild their board. It was pretty fucked up. But I think it was never seen that card. Yeah, it was banned around COVID. I think that was around the time it was banned. The Dragon Link deck that this was part of was really fucking good. It was really good. I don't know how to describe it. It's like night and day compared to the one that was playable in Master Duel or is currently playable now, I guess. Because all the other stuff is unbanned. I feel like it's night and day. Although I suppose the non-engine you had available wasn't that strong either. So maybe it's different. But I think one of the reasons why you played the RDA is because Dark Ruler no more. But you would need a trap. Or I think there's a trap engrave you could chain or something like that. And then you chain RDA. And then negate Dark Ruler no more. I think that was the idea, but I don't remember. It's been a while.
You can only use it once per turn. This is going to be a recurring theme for a lot of these banned, mostly Link monsters, but a lot of others as well. If there is a extra deck monster that is somewhat generic, of course this card you can't make it with any bodies, but it's 2 dragons, relatively generic.
You can change
extra deck
all
monsters
attributes
that summon or cheat out other cards from your main deck or extra deck.
I guess you
are incredibly
can,
problematic.
Okay.
Probably because essentially floodgates are one of the most toxic aspects of the game, but tutoring from main or extra deck on an extra deck monster is probably the most problematic thing when it comes to combo decks. Like essentially,
what is this LARP? Okay, I had to point out this chatter. Summon Galaxy Eyes Eggsy and rank up to Dark Matter, brother. Was that legal? I don't think this Dark Matter was legal for that long. That's crazy LARP. I think they maybe they took a while. I think they took a year to ban Dark Matter or something like that.
Extra deck on an extra deck monster is probably the most problematic thing when it comes to combo decks. Like essentially, there's two parts to a combo deck. There's cards that are your end board, and then there's cards that like facilitate you getting there.
Don't know
and
what design with
Aggerpain is one of the strongest like cards that facilitate combo decks because it just tutors out.
I feel like if you got to that far, you probably have
completely
everything
insane card.
in rotation, but
in 2019 in all of the Dragon Link predecessors basically that tutored out all kinds of shit from your extra deck. Really, really cool. So extra deck
it's probably just some
like not
floodgate bullshit.
Guard Dragon LP is the counterpart. Honestly, I don't even know which of the two is more broken. But LP might be more broken just because it's a Link 1, so it's easier to make. But during your main phase, you special summon a dragon from your deck or hand to a zone that 2 Link monsters point to, which is completely insane. This card, once again, having access to any random one of in your deck just from your extra deck with any dragon, completely busted. Whether it's summoning Eclipse Wyvern or summoning Omni Dragon Brotor, or these days you could summon rockets with it. Those didn't exist back then. This card is completely insane. This card's completely insane, and honestly, both LP and Guard Dragon Aggerpain, I have no idea how they ever reached the conclusion that those were even printable cards. But as a result, of course, Guard Dragon, like Danger, Thunder, Guard Dragon was probably the best deck in 2019. And so, yeah.
LP is pretty strong.
The new Chaos Origin card, we'll do after.
Like summoning from deck is not that. Like that's like
all right.
That's a bridge to like another. I mean, it's still dragons, but I feel like that's not trivial. Can summon Goliath? XDD.
Tell me you guys think Electromite should come back, and I'll tell you the same thing as I did with.
I don't like this card being legal. I don't know. People claim it's like pendulums deserve it because I don't know. I don't know. They have Beyond the Pendulum. I get it's more restricted. I don't know. This card bothers me.
What was the other one we just talked about where I said the same thing, like Spiral Master Plan or whatever? Like, please, we don't need more combo swap in the game. This playstyle, the playstyle that this card facilitates is toxic as hell. I rarely, and I really mean it, I rarely have less fun in Master Duel than when I play against Pendulum Swap. That deck is probably, even if it's not meta, even if it's not commonly played in Master Duel, is probably one of the most miserable experiences that you can have when you're playing the game. All right, and this card is from an era where Yu-Gi-Oh was heavily trending in that direction. And I'll be honest with you, if the game became that, like if the game was like that, like what it was in, I don't know, 2021, 2022, whatever, if it was that forever, I would eventually stop playing the game. Like these kind of decks are not welcome in the game. And I know, once again, we have other decks like that are legal, but in my opinion, those should also be banned. I think the solution is never to bring back Electrovite. This card, unfortunately, with how Pendulum has developed, it should never come back. It should never come back. And exact same thing here. Exact same thing for Isold. And I know
yeah, I don't know. I don't really have like a crazy like thesis statement on why Electro might come back. It's definitely like a visceral like I don't like facing this card. You can search Guiding Ariadne. Oh yeah, I remember that shit.
Not even the best decks. No, they aren't. But every time I'm playing against these decks, I'm having a miserable time. So I'm asking the question of like, why would you want those cards to exist? I understand that playing these decks yourself is fun.
People do argue that Isold also doesn't really have that many payoffs in the TCG. So I guess Infernal Knights, does it use this? Trying to think. There is Charles Emperor in Infernal Knights, but whatever.
All right, like I understand this. Don't think I don't get it. I understand that playing these combo decks is fun, but at the end of the day, what you have to understand is that Yu-Gi-Oh is a two-player game, and watching someone play a deck like Noble Knights or Pendulums when you're going second is the opposite of fun. It's not a two-player game. It's not even trying to be a two-player game.
You could do that. You could add Yuzuna with this.
Nightmare Goblin.
Yeah, it does do a lot.
This card was very strong in 2018. It does give you a second normal summon. But it does require a lot of work to get that. I think this card will be fine. I was scared actually when this card came back in Master Duel. I think I remember reacting to them unbanning Nightmare Goblin in Master Duel, and I was.
That's crazy young behavior. I don't know. This card always felt doo-doo, poo-poo. Like, I guess this was supposed to be like a spiral buff or whatever. I don't know. Like, I mean, it was good during the time before it was banned. But I don't know. I just don't like think like, okay, is Orcus really gonna go through like the trouble? Oh, you can't even summon this with Orcus. But okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you can do a lot when you have a bunch of bodies. And I can't really think of like another guy you need a normal summon. I don't know. It's just I don't know this card. I guess the targeting co-link part is kind of crazy, but having to basically like set up a bunch of link material just to get another normal summon, I could never
skeptical of it. But I do think, even though it's not like my favorite card ever, I don't really care. If it stays banned, it stays banned. I don't really mind. But I think this card could genuinely be unbanned. I wouldn't be too mad about it. On the other hand, we have Nightmare Griffin, which is a floodgate because it says special summon monsters on the field cannot activate their effects unless they're linked, which is not healthy. So floodgates stay banned, please, forever. That's all I have to say about Nightmare Griffin. It's funny because the other effect for Nightmare Griffin has been used for bad in the past, where you recycle spell traps from your grave, where people like send like a toxic trap from their deck to the grave with like Beatrice or the Curious, and then set it. That was also a problem. But for the most part, it's the floodgate part. I mean, both of them are floodgates, right? You either floodgate by recycling a floodgate, or you floodgate with its own effect, or both. So yeah, Nightmare Griffin, not a good idea. Nightmare Mermaid. Nightmare Mermaid is an interesting topic because this card is essentially Moon of the Closed Heaven, but for Orcust instead of Fiendsmith, right?
What do you even worry about from Spiral?
I don't really have a huge problem with Orcust. I do think Orcust is a little bit different than Fiendsmith.
Is Ibly
because
banned? In TCG? I think it is. I know for sure Master Duel banned it, but let me double check. It is not banned. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not banned.
The way I'm trying to describe it is like Fiendsmith goes into like every
combo.
Right?
And Trigate.
But if Mermaid came back, then I feel like it doesn't make Orcust go into every other deck. It just means that the Orcust decks have some more starters, which wouldn't be the end of the world because Orcust compared to like Fiendsmith has like proper locks that make it harder to splash because you are locked into darks for the rest of the turn.
Didn't Duel Links just ban it?
Mermaid, you'd have to ban Ibly everywhere. I don't know. Ibly is banned somewhere, but I don't know exactly why. It's not banned in TCG, so you'd have to bring back Ibly 100%. You'd have to ban Ibly if you want to bring back Nightmare Mermaid. I personally, I'm not I'm not against Nightmare Mermaid for a little Orcust boost. I think it's nice because Orcust is struggling with consistency a little bit. So being able to use like the striker cards as a way to get into your Orcust engine and stuff like that, I think is neat, I suppose. But I'm also not like, I'm not in desperate need for it either. Like I think if they want to keep it banned, I'm fine with that. I feel like also it'd be weird to bring it back now because like Orcust, like if they wanted it to have Mermaid, then they would have done it last year, I think. So yeah. I'm kind of indifferent on Mermaid. It's not the kind of card that I'm like, they should bring it back for sure. But I'm not saying I don't think they should never bring it back. So I'm like somewhere in the middle. My biggest, honestly, it's funny because the way my view of the game has changed so much in the last like, 1 or 2 years. Honestly, the cards that I'm most annoyed by in Orcust are genuinely like Crescendo, because I don't know, it's something that I've gotten more determined on recently. But I just despise when people just negate starters, because I just want to play the game, man. So like I would trade Nightmare Mermaid for Orcust Crescendo in a heartbeat. They can combo consistently if they don't end on an Omni. I'd be down. So my friend Link Decoder, yeah, I mean. Link climbing is
this card. I think is I am passionate about this card being super broken. It's even within the cyber strategy. It just like breaks a lot of design conventions that I don't really like. That it basically, Link 5s that require 3 monsters. It makes them way easier to summon because you just do the same exact Link climb that you would have done to what's it called, to make a Link 5, but then this guy just comes back and revives itself. So that's your 3rd monster. It has no locks. It's very uncommon for like a Link 1 to come back without like, I mean, obviously the Cyber Link monster with 2300 attack is probably the lock in question, but I don't know. It's not that. So you can't use it in every Link climbing strategy, but we did see it in Malice. I don't know, I just this card does a lot. It really carries. People focus on Splash Mage. Splash Mage is pretty powerful for its Link rating. But this card is also just crazy too. Like I don't like this card.
Good. So that's all I have to say. I don't think they should.
I get why they printed this card. Yeah,
this is not very healthy card design. You should not.
I don't know. I just don't like that. Like, okay, you made Terahertz 3 Cyber monsters. Like, just I don't know. Rewrite that shit to 2 if you're gonna print this card. I don't know. I'm glad MD didn't. I don't think they were gonna ban this card ever. To be honest, like they had their chance. Came out at a nonsensical time.
Monsters, right? Here's the thing with Link monsters and Link climbing. We've talked about this in the past, but I feel like if you make cards like this, you completely ruin the design of Link monsters. I feel like because the design idea behind Link monsters is fine, right? Like a Link 2 requires 2 monsters, and a Link 3 requires 3 monsters. So the Link 3 is more powerful than the Link 2, right? And the Link 4 requires 4, so it's more powerful than the Link 3, right? That's how it makes sense. That's how you can, as a card designer, that's how you can make things work. That's how it. But when you make the Link 1 that is 2 bodies, and then the Link 2 that is 3 bodies, and the Link 3 that is 4 bodies, it all just you throw it all out of the window. All of a sudden, the Link 1 equals 5. And I'm not gonna rant about that any longer. We've been through this. Dude, Link Cross. Okay, so you guys are gonna help me a little bit on this because I didn't play that much during COVID. I kept up with the game a little bit. I know this card existed. If this card is Link summoned, you can activate this effect, special summon a number of Link tokens.
Yeah, I remember this had some weird as fuck line. Was it Dragon Link that played it? But this had some weird synchro lines with Metal Marcher. And it's like part of why I think what deck played this? I think it might have been there was Halka Fibrax involved here. You would convert the Halka Fibrax if it got like answered into Link Cross. That's what I remember. I don't think it was ever legal. Like it was only legal until COVID. I mean, I think it was legal in COVID for a little bit. But like the Link material restriction doesn't even matter because the Link Karibo can just tribute. You can use the grave effect of Link Karibo to tribute one of the Link tokens. So if you need to convert something to effect monsters, that's not a big deal. And then they did use I forgot what deck used it, but there was a Metal Marcher line that made Herald. You would make Herald, and then you would commit to your actual line. This card was stupid. This might be more absurd than this card's crazy.
Also, you cannot use the Link tokens as Link material for the rest of this turn. What is so broken about this card? So you use a Link 2 monster for Link Cross, and you get a Link 1 and 2 tokens out of it, but you can't use the tokens as Link material. Now, enlighten me. I know this is Yummy combo, okay? This is Yummy combo, but this card was banned, obviously, way before Yummy. Halcon Verte? Yeah, but like you can't use the tokens to make those cards, right? It was
No. You would make Hulk first and then summon this on top.
The play pattern was Hulk of Fibrax gives you a tuner, then you link cross, you turn the Hulk into a link cross, and that gives you the non-tuner. Is that the idea? Yes. Okay. Now, in a world, let me ask this question. In a world without Hulk of Fibrax, what is the crazy use for link cross? What's like the what's the idea? What do we do outside of Yummy? Okay, I understand.
For what it's worth, Herald is banned in this list. Caught. Hulk is banned too. I guess Yummy, like you mentioned before. I mean, it's generic Yummy combo. It's not like the Yummy deck that, at least that, not that I can think of, could benefit. But you could just like, yeah, okay, I could see that. You could just like a Link 3 or a Link 2 and it just turned into slop. I was in chat. Where you were in chat? Okay, I see Neos.
It's been said like 20 times. But in a world where let's say they handle Yummy properly on a ban list in the future, I guess I do see how there's just a lot of potential here, right? Like it's just the potential to turn any Link monster into tokens. I can't think of an immediate use case outside of Yummy, but there probably is some crazy shit you can do. Yeah, and the thing is, like, this is the kind of card like I'd rather
use those splash synchros with the other Yummy synchros.
Rather not find out what people can do with it. I think I'm okay. This will always be a time bomb. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Okay. Malice Q Whitebinder. I mean, yeah, no, this cannot come back. This just we just got rid of it. We just got rid of it. And Malice is still good.
FTK?
So,
yeah.
I don't think we have to talk about just a recent ban today. I mean, of course, it was a good ban. And Malice does feel a lot more manageable now. Now the strongest thing about the deck is it's non-engine. The engine itself is actually just fine, I think. But yeah, good riddance on Whitebinder. With the link section, it tells you a lot about, like, if you just compare the size of the sections, links are the newest mechanic out of this list and still have by far the most banned cards. It's crazy. Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon. It's sometimes I read Yu-Gi-Oh cards and I really wonder who thought that was a good idea. If this card's link summon, special summon 3 tokens, and you also tutor out a Mecha Phantom Beast tuner with it from your deck.
Definitely one of those, like, I think it was his Link Brains pack where, like, okay, this could, in theory help out Mecha Phantom Beast, but they made it slightly more generic. I don't know if slightly is the right word, but they definitely made it more generic. They didn't lock it to Mecha Phantom Beast at all. They didn't, 2+ machine monsters, including a token or something like that. Actually, that might be too generic. Including a Mecha Phantom Beast. They didn't do any of that shit. This is the only effect. It's basically Mecha Phantom Beast in name only. One Trap from your graveyard had some funny interactions, though. I did see people do that. It's kind of crazy that you can't Link summon, because I assume they want you to synchro summon with or XZ summon with the, with these effects, but whatever.
Yeah, it's hard to summon without Hulk of Fibrax, but still, I don't want it. This is fine without Hulk of Fibrax. I don't
know. I feel like I've only ran into it
fine, just because we have
Master Duel. It is kind of sloppy.
Like, genuinely, I believe if you want this card to come back, I think you've given up on the game ever becoming more balanced, which I think is reasonable. If that's your opinion, that's fine. If you think like, it's beyond repair, all the crazy combos are in the game already, whatever.
I think I've only ran into it because
I personally am not in that camp, though.
Never played with Hulk.
I believe we can fix this going first combo slot problem that Yu-Gi-Oh definitely has.
Feels like one of those decks.
I think the solution can never be just release the other shit, because what we have right now is already more broken than that, right? That's just not something I personally believe in. I think we need to get away from this kind of stuff. Auroradon is completely fine in Master Duel and OCG. It's not. Here's the thing. It's not. What you're saying is not.
How fun was it?
The only reason it's not seeing play is because we have other more.
It's kind of like Fiendsmith, where you your opponent does one interaction with, I don't know, like a Veiler or something, and then you would just push with a Hulk of Fibrax, and then if you played Auroradon, then you would you could go further, and an Auroradon would end on Barone plus what's the word? Sorry. Barone plus Savage Dragon or something. And you didn't have to put in that much effort to set that up. You did play hella bricks though. But that would be your half board after your opponent dealt with your shit. Savage, yeah. Your Savage Dragon, yeah. So it is pretty sloppy. There was a cute thing you could do in Sword Soul. I forgot when it came up, but you would play Despot 001 and Auroradon, I think. And then Despot 001 would summon itself from grave. I forgot what else you would do. It's been so fucking long. But yeah, you would Hulk Vibrax, summon Despot 001 from your hand or deck. Then you make Auroradon. I forgot what line demanded that. Zombie World decks use Hulk for Synchro Plans.
Broken things that are also a problem and should be banned. And if those cards get banned and Auroradon was legal, then it would just be like the next thing that people spam. But the play pattern that these cards provide is not fine. It genuinely is not fine. There's no value that this card provides to Yu-Gi-Oh! Other than auto win on turn 1. And that is the same for all these other cards. It's the same for
one of the
Electromite, Ice Ult, whatever. All the cards
Wing? That shit's ass, bro. I hated that card. It was like Colt Wing or something like that. I hated it. I don't think you could do anything if you drew it, right? I know what you mean. No, it's not Tetherwolf. It's not Tetherwolf. I think Tetherwolf is only on normal summon. I think it's Colt Wing. Oh, fuck that card, bro. Yeah, it's Colt Wing. It's fucking horse. If this card is special summon 2 Mecha Phantom Beast tokens. I love my boy Tetherwolf. Oh!
About just because there's something else that does it even better does not mean that these cards are okay. At least not in my perspective. I think that's not how it works.
We're getting through it. Okay.
Moon of the Closed Heaven is one of the
most underrated cards according to. Wasn't it a Dulogs video? Like the most underrated cards.
The first bridge that we're talking about. Okay, bridging. I guess bridging is it's not a new concept, but it's something that's gotten so relevant recently. My personal opinion, and I've said this a ton in recent discussions, is that a lot of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes are fine. A lot of even some of the archetypes that I've had problems with in the past, like Yami Mitsurugi or whatever. A lot of the modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes are actually designed quite well. When I look at them and when they're played in their pure form, I think a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks these days are fine. Not all of them, but I think one of the bigger problems of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is this kind of like slopification of decks where you can just play multiple decks together and you just achieve more than the sum of its parts. And Moon of the Closed Heaven was one of the most outrageous examples of this, but there are others. Like for example, when people start bridging a Yami deck into a Mitsurugi deck, or when people start bridging a Yu-Bell deck into a Fiendsmith combo, something like that, you know, like that's one of the things with Moon. That's when decks become too broken and powerful going first, right? And Moon of the Closed Heaven is a prime example of this because, and I will die on this hill, the Fiendsmith cards are fine. The Fiendsmith cards themselves are fine, and if you've ever played pure Fiendsmith or Fiendsmith Control or whatever, you would probably agree with me that that deck is nothing too crazy and completely okay. The problem is that when Moon was around, every single deck could make.
I guess the idea is you don't have to draw a specific engine to make this. You just have to have like two bodies lying around. Which is like way more. I don't know how to describe it, but like, is it poker where you like look at combination of hands and determine like, you know, it feels like a poker hand. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but basically a hand that can generate 2 bodies that you anywhere versus a hand that like generates 2 level 3s that you can pair. For like Darius, I believe that's the Light Fiend in question. But yeah, a lot of hand combinations could set this up.
Whatever, on top of everything. Fiendsmith as a whole, in my opinion, was not fine, because Fiendsmith Snake Eye, Fiendsmith Yu-Bell, Fiendsmith Unchained, Fiendsmith, you name it. Even nowadays, we still have it. Fiendsmith Yami, Fiendsmith Magnet Warriors, because who would have guessed after Moon, there's still other bridges, you know? So I think that's Fiendsmith Mitsurugi. Like there's Fiendsmith Orchis. There's so many slopified versions of Fiendsmith. That's the thing. It genuinely makes me sad because I'm a fan of the Fiendsmith cards. I like the grind game. I like the idea because it's funny because Fiendsmith itself makes very small boards, but then when you splash Fiendsmith into something else, it makes huge boards, which is very polarizing, you know. Like, I 100% I understand everyone who hates Fiendsmith for this. I think it's completely reasonable. I think it's completely reasonable if you hate Fiendsmith because of what kind of slop it provides for all these decks. I think that's fine. I can't even argue with it. You know, I cannot argue with people who hate Fiendsmith for that reason. But it just showcases a fundamental problem, I suppose, with card design, where the archetype itself is fine, but the problem is that people are playing 5 archetypes in one deck, which is not how it's supposed to be. So a lot of these bridges should be you know, banned. In the case of Fiendsmith, I don't even know if there's a solution outside of banning Requiem, which would be unfortunate because then they're killing Fiendsmith essentially. But maybe it has to be done. Moon shouldn't come back unless Fiendsmith is gone. All right, Prank Hits Meow Meow Moo. This is a card that, in my opinion, would come back with no problem. Once again, I think Prank Hits suffers a similar problem than some of these other decks, and something that we've just talked about. I think Prank Hits as a deck, completely fine. No one cares. Because here's the thing, right? Prank Hits.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, you just
this card is banned because it did something. Maybe it was even one of the first of its kind. I'm not entirely sure, but like, Kids to me is one of like the OG one-card combo decks, right? Like it was like one of those where all of a sudden you had this concept, which believe it or not, it didn't really exist previously super often, where like the entire idea of the deck was just like you play a bunch of these little Kids, and every one of them is just your starter for your combo, right? And then you would just do whatever was the best slop thing to do at the time, right? Like whether it was some random combo including Verte and DPE at some point, or you would do like Hulk or Auroradon random.
Yeah, it was also like he calls it slop, but it was sometimes it was like a very like compact engine that you could just play a bunch of non-engine with. So like the DPE, there's Artifact Scythe as well, DPE plus Lancia. You didn't have to go all in on you would just play the Prankhead names just because drawing any Prankhead name would result in enough bodies. I think you just needed like 4 bodies to set up like this board that you didn't. It wasn't necessarily. It was like DPE plus Scythe or like DPE plus Verte, and that was just enough. The point is you would like hand trap to death, and like it's kind of similar to Fiendsmith combo, where like 2 bodies just turn into like a bunch of interaction and use the remaining cards in hand to like harass your opponent with like kind of like that. There were some slop Prankheads, but like the draw from the Prankhead spell, like it would draw you to hand traps. You would like thin your deck as well. Yeah, so like the engines were really a little bit more compact. It wasn't like
shit. I don't know. Like you would just normal summon one of the Prankheads.
Battery Man. Battery Man gets support every now and then.
So this is something that back then was
I don't even
special
think
because that was not how it used to work all the time. This sort of deck where you just play like 20 hand traps, a bunch of Prankhead starters, and some engine requirements, and there you go. That's a deck, right? Nowadays this is common, right? Nowadays this is something that a lot of decks do. I'm still not a fan of it, but I've kind of like
Iron Chain, yeah.
I've come to terms with it. Like I've been complaining about 1-card combos when they started doing them more often, like with Mathmech Circular and stuff like that. Anyone remember that arc when I complained about 1-card combos? But eventually I had to give up because now every single deck gets 1-card combos, right? And I do acknowledge that 1-card combos have pros and cons for the game. There's some positives about 1-card combos. For example, they make decks more consistent, and I like when decks are consistent because I don't like winning or losing because of a random brick. That's not a great thing. So I think 1-card combos have some things going for it, as long as the end boards are fair, and with which is not always the case, of course. But essentially, I've moved from complaining about 1-card combos themselves to, well, if 1-card combos are going to exist, then at least make sure that the end boards are
I wonder
which is
what
not really
interaction
what's always happening right now.
they're gonna make
With all of the other cards that we have these days,
you're gonna
1-card
build
combos,
around. That's kind of interesting. I did not know that.
If you look at what one Yummy, like Kapsi Yummy normal summon can do, there's no way you can argue that Prankhead's Meow Meow Mew needs to stay banned, right? Like if every deck gets to have 1-card combos these days, why shouldn't Prankheads exist? Like that deck is fine compared to all the other stuff, right? And once again, I mean, we're using the same argument of like, oh, these other things exist, so we could bring this back. But in the case of 1-card combos, I think it's a little bit different because 1-card combos, for now, they're just not going to go away. Right? They're simply not going to go away. Whereas with combo decks, I have a hope that they might tone it down a little bit, even though it might be unrealistic, it might be copious.
Oh yeah. Also, with the exception of Ash Blossom, this Prankhead combo was a little bit more resilient to. Like it wasn't that easy. Oh, dang. It wasn't that easy to stop. Like Imperm Veiler didn't really do too much.
Predator Plant Verte Anaconda. You might be surprised by this, but I don't mind this card actually. I think this card, even when it got banned, arguably wasn't that crazy. Like unironically, this is one of the worst import pieces you can.
I feel like this is really annoying in Draco Tail and Master Duel. I feel like that's like with Draco Tail around, I feel like I don't really want to see this card come back. I don't know, TCG, I'm larging about TCG. But I'm not a huge fan of what it does in Draco Tail. Make Verte, yeah.
I suppose, when it comes to like 2 monsters, because if you're trying to summon like DPE with it, you need main deck bricks for it. It's a good card in branded Draco Tail, don't get me wrong, but like it's not the problem with branded Draco Tail, I don't think. I wouldn't care if they brought that.
I mean, this is kind of like where like the problematic thing is kind of like I don't know. I don't think it does anything fair. Like we call Draco Tail a fair deck, but like you're doing out of archetype, out of engine. Oh, I mean, I don't know what to call it, but out of archetype, non Draco Tail bullshit. Sanctifier is not cool, bro. I've never. I don't know. Fuck that card.
I don't think they will necessarily. I'm also not sad if they don't. I don't really miss Birthday, but I don't think it's the problem. Yeah. It's sort of like better Typhon. I don't really know why it would compare to Typhon, but like, no. I mean, realistically, right? If the only problematic use case for Verte that you can think of is sent branded fusion, then maybe we have to talk about branded fusion being the problem in this equation.
Like I don't know. I wouldn't be too upset if people just play seals instead, which is probably what they did in TCG, whenever they normal summon Lucius. Like seals and Malulu, whatever. You're just whatever. It is still quite a bit of interaction, but like, you know, it's like I don't know. I don't think that's as egregious as like fucking. Oh my god.
Instant fusion is legal? Who cares? I don't think I've ever seen someone send instant fusion with Verte Anaconda. What kind of move is that? You're gonna lock yourself out of special summoning for the rest of the turn to send instant fusion? BP or something? Okay, trust me when I say this right now. No one, literally no one, is gonna play Verte with
Shield
BP
and Drago? Oh
in
my
2026.
god.
If they
I
bring this
got
card back
gooed by
tomorrow,
that one.
no one is doing that.
Holy moly.
I'm not putting Fusion Destiny and 2 D Hero bricks in my extra deck for DPE in 2026. I will not do that. This is what I mean, right? This card is good, don't get me wrong, but this card, like, the standard for an end board piece and for an extra deck monster have risen so much in the 5 years, since the 6 years since this card has been printed, that you simply wouldn't see it in many decks. There are, and that's the thing, right? This is why it's interesting, is because there are some use cases for this card. I'm not saying it would be bad in all of the cases. Like, yeah, Verte sees play in Master Duel right now in Branded Draco Tail. Verte also has a room in, like, Memento to send Memento Fusion in a pinch. That can happen, right? The card sees some play, but that's why it's interesting. I think that's why you can make an argument to bring it back, because there are some decks who benefit from it, right? Because the most boring thing you can do is bring a card back when it's already too late and no one can use it anymore because it's so
Also,
bad,
this
which
is
is
like
probably what
a
would happen with something
Predaplant in
like
name
Meow Meow,
only.
right? Meow Meow
I don't
would come
even
back and no one
think
would
it
play
has that.
Verte would come back
I don't
and
know
some
if the
people
new
actually would play
support
it. It wouldn't be a problem.
facilitates that,
I think that's
but
the cards that are worth bringing back. I'm not saying it's a bad card, because that would be over-exaggerated. We don't need to boost Draco Tail even more, though. I mean, the next ban is just going to hit Draco Tail anyway. Right? That's the thing, right? By the time, in the hypothetical scenario where they would bring back Verte, Draco Tail would obviously receive a hit. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand we don't need to buff Draco Tail right now. That's not my approach. My approach is like the Verte is fine, but if they're gonna like hit Branded Draco Tail, then Verte can come back 100%. They should just ban Branded Fusion and unban Verte. I think that's a little harsh. I don't think they want to kill Branded like that, but I personally wouldn't mind that. Okay. Samorg, Bird of Sovereignty. This card is a link 3 that can't be used as link material, which is a healthy lock, and during your end phase, it summons a winged beast equal to the number of open spell trap zones. The most toxic thing about this card is probably that it gives targeting protection, but I think without the wind barrier statue, this card is completely fine. Essentially, what this card would do is it would summon Mist Valley Apex Avion, probably, which isn't interesting, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of summoning an Omni Negate in the end phase.
I think they should.
Really
should what?
But I think it's hard to argue that this card should stay banned right now. I think without the barrier statue, it's fine. Rosia, I've been playing this card in Master Duel in my Radiant Typhoon deck, and generally it just doesn't come up because it needs a winged beast, and the only winged beast is Crosia. So if I already have Crosia, then making this doesn't matter. And if I don't have Crosia, I can't make this card unless I draw Fuwa. I've summoned this card with no summon Fuwa like twice.
Oh,
That's
ban.
literally.
Oh yeah.
And it's very underwhelming.
Not
like when I put this card
updated?
into the deck, I was like, it almost felt like, I can play this crazy card that's banned in TCG. It's gonna be insane, and then it never. It's just not that crazy anymore. Like a link 3 that can't be used as link material that summons a monster in the end phase, as long as you're not summoning Floodgate.
Okay, it shows up as Bublicky when I do that.
Just insert the exact same thing that I said when we talked about Link Decoder. So, okay. I don't know if this one's controversial. I don't think it is, but I guess it's a little bit interesting to talk about these cards that are not banned in Master Duel, but are banned in the TCG. This one is weird for me because I'm a huge fan of Sprite, but I think it was a huge mistake to not have Sprite Elf require a Sprite monster. I think it should have been 2 monsters including a Sprite monster, and not 2 monsters including a level rank Link 2. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this card is way too generic. And it's just not used for good in Master Duel ever, right? Like, people just use it right now. And here's the thing, right? This card ranges from super gimmicky turn 1 FTK combos to actually being just meta viable in one of the best decks in the format in, like, Yummy, right? This card does it all. This card sees play in random combos where people Sprite sprint something random to the grave and then bring it back with Sprite Elf. Then there's actual meta usage in, like Yummy where you can bring back your synchros with it and everything's now targeting protected and so on and so forth. Like, this card is completely insane and unreasonable, unfortunately. Like,
well, I mean, not directly,
as much as I love Sprite,
like,
this card is just basically the incarnation of helping these kind of like slop decks if they just need it, right? Because it gives everything grind game, it gives everything targeting protection, and it's just unreasonably good. And so here's the thing, right? I might be very harsh on these kind of like combo pieces and enablers, but at least I'm being consistent, right? I as much as I love Sprite, I think it's in the same vein as something like Electromite or Isolt or whatever. Like, it's just generic combo slot material that shouldn't exist. Why did Master Duel choose this card to not be banned instead of Toad? Genuinely, if I had to guess why Master Duel hasn't banned this card, I think it's because Sprite is a deck that, at least from my perspective, is something that is very easy to understand for beginners. And so Sprite is a deck that they value to be in the game for that, which also further, like, I think it's further shown by the fact that they also make Sprite one of the starter decks that you get now, or like entering the new player code thingy. So you literally get a Sprite deck to start playing. Because I think, and I can agree with that to an extent, right? I think Sprite is a good deck to learn the game because it's not like super simple. It does have some combos, but then the combos aren't that complicated, right? Like, it's a solid way to start playing. It's like there's some action going on, right? You're doing combos, but it's also not rocket science. So it's a fine deck for people to start learning the game. But unfortunately, if that's the reason to never ban Sprite Elf in Master Duel, then that's gonna be problematic. All right, we're almost through with the Link monsters. Just a couple of really broken ones left. Super Heavy Samurai Scarecrow. This, in my opinion, goes down as still one of the best bans in TCG history because they banned it so quickly. So for anyone who's familiar with the timeline, this card came out in the TCG, or rather, they didn't ban it shortly after it came out. But when we got Vakaushi and whatever the other one is called, the big Benkei scale thingy,
I haven't been
they were
tracking,
like a common and a super rare,
but I think I stopped caring after.
And,
he said Cyberstein was the most unbannable.
Immediately. And Super Heavy Samurai, once again, I can rinse and repeat the same talk over and over and over again, but I don't really want to. The playstyle of that deck is not welcome, in my opinion. The playstyle of that deck is I go first, I make board, I win game. Not interesting. Good riddance. I don't care about it one bit.
Gantuzu never
Bloodline
forgot.
Gunblood Dragon is a card that, dude, if I didn't play at the time where this card came out, I would.
This card's super sloppy. Oh my god, though. You could like hand loop your opponent for 4. I think you use Link Kuribo to trigger it the second time on your opponent's turn, the grave effect of Link Kuribo. This card's crazy. It's annoying because in Brains, he exists to raise the stakes. In one of the Revolver versus fucking Playmaker duels, and they nerfed him, and they nerfed the actual card, and it's still fucking good. Bruh. What is this card?
I believe this was a real card. Okay, so if another monster is special summoned to a zone, a link monster points to, while this card is on the field, discard 1 or 2 random cards, and your opponent discards the same number. The fact that this card existed basically made for a deck that was already super meta at the time to become even more toxic and powerful, which was Goki. Goki was a deck that was doing some heavy combos in 2018-ish, 2017 maybe already, and this card gave the deck a way to hand loop 4 cards out of your opponent's hand. And you're asking, why 4? It says once per turn, and it loops 2 cards. Well, you just summon a Link Kuribo on your opponent's turn. Quick, like you discard 2 cards on your turn, and then you pass, and then on your opponent's turn, immediately you go Link Kuribo effect, bring it back into a zone of Link monster points to discard 2 more. So this card essentially reads your opponent discards 4 cards from their hand random, which is outrageous. It's outrageous that they made this card, and no, it can never come back. Never can. Pathologic Gunblood Dragon.
Dude, it's too easy to summon.
Here's Union Carrier, which is another card in the category of random extra deck monsters that are relatively easy to make, and just
I don't think that
very
changes
easy
anything.
access to a monster from your deck, right? You just equip something to it, and now that monster is in rotation. You can trigger its graveyard effect. You can bring it back. From
This is famous for being equipping Buster Dragon, but it was also just Foolish Burial for. Also, it was like a light machine. It came up versus Drytron. Came up in Drytron in the early Master Duels. Oh my god, this card was crazy.
Ever. If like, look, I don't know what to say, but if you look at this list of extra deck monsters, especially Link monsters that are banned, they almost all of them fall into the category of Bloodgate or extra deck monster that summons something from your deck, or searches from your deck, or sends from deck to graveyard. That's almost all of these cards do this, right? Which is crazy. You could almost think.
Oh yeah, the Apex Avian loop. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. The Thunderbird
right?
equip.
So,
yeah.
This is just due to the nature of Link monsters being incredibly easy to make and your extra deck being accessible at all times. Essentially, what that means is the cards in your deck become accessible at all times, which just makes everything super streamlined, and you can do the same crazy combo every time, over and over and over again, right? Which is sometimes problematic in some cases. And Union Carrier just like never used for good, right? You always equip some random Floodgate or some broken shit to discard. So yeah, don't bring Union Carrier back. All right, Synchros. There are only 6 Synchro monsters that are banned, and 3 of them go into the same category immediately, and I want none of them back. Even though this, funnily enough, all 3 of these are legal in Master Duel, which is just another. If this video has any lesson to it, then that you can realize how much more powerful the Master Duel format is, and how much more power crept it is even in Master Duel. None of these cards should come back because, quite frankly, Omni Negates are not fun Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the game of I summon Omni Negates, and I hope that I have more Omni Negates than you have ways to play the game is outdated. It's boring, and no one really likes it. Baron the Fleur, Savage, and even Arclight, they all facilitate that play pattern.
One of the annoying things about Baron was what's so called when this was printed, Baron, there were no like real like level 10 synchro monsters. So it was good, ushering in, this is like, okay, they're gonna, I guess this is like the baseline for level 10 synchro monsters or whatever. Because there's no real precedent. Like a lot of them are like not generic. I think Trident Dragon, for example, that's not generic. But once they started printing more level 10 monsters like Cheng Ying or something like that, or Qixing Long Yuan. I think Qixing Long Yuan is not generic though, so wrong. Okay, but like but Qi Xiao, I guess, is not Qi Xiao. Sorry, Cheng Ying. It like I don't know how to describe it, but once you start comparing to the new level 10s that kept filling in after Baron, it just didn't feel like there was a reason to summon those over Baron. I mean, generically. In Sword Soul, you did have a reason to summon Cheng Ying over... you probably had a reason... There's probably reasons to consider Cheng Ying or Qixing. There's also Agarine as well. I think that's another one. But yeah, it feels like if you were to consider level 10 Synchro, you're just always summoning Baron. It just takes the... It's just so much better. Like they never made a card. It just does a lot. It's generic negate. It revives a card and it pops a card. Like it's super pushed. It has 3 fantastic effects. The other ones are like more like Cheng Ying. It has a very good effect too, but like for most situations, you want to make Barone. Barone, yeah. So I don't know. That's the weird part. Like they introduced a good level 10 synchro, you know, to encourage people to make level 10 synchros or whatever. And as they made level 10 synchros, it's just like, why am I making this over Barone? Generically, of course.
It's even more problematic because it searches Habakiri, and it also is a floodgate for certain decks because
At least has some niche decks. Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is generic. Cheng Ying is very interesting.
Could they bring back Savage
for sure,
Dragon?
but
It would
like
immediately be a problem. Maybe not. But does anyone want Savage Dragon back? Not really.
they
Like,
made
it's only
sure
combo decks that want
Barone
this card
was
back,
the
and,
one
like, I
you
don't
would
really
summon
care.
every freaking time if you were
Like,
to
I just don't think
consider.
this is healthy gameplay at all. Okay, the other cards, the other synchros that are banned, we have Tempest Magician, which is relatively easy to go over because this is just, it gains spell counters, and for discarding any number of spells, and then you can remove the spell counters to do 500 damage. This was just an FTK tool that they got rid of eventually. They could bring it back because I don't think, I mean, it would just be, once again, another random FTK if they brought it back, and I think, like, it probably wouldn't matter that much, but I also don't think it, you know, needs to be banned. Like, this seems terrible. Oh no, the reason why it's good is because it removes all the spell counters on the field, not just the one that it has. You might read this and you might think, oh, you have to discard like 15 cards to FTK with this. No, you don't. You just like put counters everywhere on like your whatever your field spell or other cards that collect counters, and then you just summon this and win. So yes, it's just an FTK enabler. So it doesn't provide any value for the game. So it can just stay banned. Then we have Chaos Ruler, which is just honestly, I am not sure if I think Chaos Ruler
This is a
more
fun card to
powerful
play
than
to
Zombie
resolve
Vampire.
on your end. A very fun
Which
card.
doesn't necessarily mean I want Chaos Ruler back, but it just goes to show how much I want Zombie Vampire to go. Like, I am so tired of every random Horus engine or Mitsurugi starter to just bridge into whatever they want. I just can't really stand it anymore, so I hope Zombie Vampire gets banned. But now I'm just thinking about, like, Chaos Ruler, I'm happy it's banned, but I think it's less powerful than Zombie Vampire. Unironically. I think Chaos Ruler is less powerful than Zombie Vampire because it doesn't summon the monster, and I do think, right now, it's easier to summon a rank 8 because of Mitsurugi. But, I mean, this card is obviously problematic. It's random, so it doesn't always work, but just, once again, it's another extra card that gives you access to the cards from your main deck, right? And then we have Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity, which, when this card is synchro summoned, for the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects on the field.
I think
Your
it is
opponent cannot
legal.
activate cards or
I
effects
don't
in response to this
remember
card's
getting
activation.
banned. Yeah, it's
Never
legal.
bring this card back. Thank you. All right. And now we're getting into the Exceed monsters. Dude, we have a lot of cards to talk about. I didn't realize how long this was going to take, but it's fun. All right, Abyss Dweller. I'm going to try to speed it up a little bit, but this is a very generically accessible floodgate, so it should not be in the game. Thank you. Bahamut Shark. Bahamut Shark is a way
Just
to summon
remove
out
it.
totally awesome
Chaos
other
Ruler
things in Mermaid,
perfect.
which is why it was eventually banned, which I think is a good ban.
Oh, I
think
see.
it's
You
nice
just
that this card is fun.
return
I think it
excavated
should have been Bahamut
cards.
Shark. It should not have been Toad because this hits Mermail harder. The problem was Mermail. The problem was not people hard making Toad. And by banning Bahamut Shark, they got
Strongest
rid of
Centurion monster.
not just the ability to summon Toad, but also Bahamut Shark into La Virtue Dragon is still a really
That
good card.
actually, okay.
It killed sharks.
It is definitely one of the best targets you can summon. But once it got banned in MD, people were like so fucking annoying about like, oh, Centurion's unplayable, dead on arrival. I'm like, bro, Crimson Dragon's still fucking broken. What are you guys fucking talking about? It was just super annoying because, you know, their point of reference was a, you know, TCG where Calamity Calamity took a long ass time to get banned, by the way, in TCG. But like, oh my god, so fucking annoying. I will never forgive those people. Lose Toads versus Shark. The Shark is a deck with support. Yeah.
It's 100%. Yeah, and there's approximately no one who's sad about that. So good riddance. Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal,
beginning nine
is
from grave.
basically curious, but as a Exceed monster, we're going to have another Exceed monster in the Lavalval chain. I guess we can talk about both of these at the same time. This is just, a lot of the Exceed monsters are the same principle, where it's like random ways to access your main deck, and they're all banned for good reason. Right? Lavalval chain, we talked about it earlier already with the Jin release of rituals.
What's it called? What was it? I think it was Super Heavy Samurai that used it, the Calamity Lock. And I think during one of the Duelist Cups, you just made Borbo. Someone played Zoo. I think it was Ryan Yu. They summoned Borbo to get over the Barone plus Calamity or whatever, and then they would set a Solemn so their Zeus could go through. It's kind of crazy. So like I think that was like the funniest way to break that board.
But just in general, Foolish Burial on an extra deck monster is incredibly powerful. Beatrice, compared to Lavalval Chain, is even more powerful because it's a quick effect, and it's also, it can send a spell and traps, which I believe Lavalval Chain, oh no, it also sends any card. Okay, Laval even, okay, I didn't know that, but
Lavalval is one of my favorite cards.
So there are other combinations like transaction rollback,
It's so
but the trap you want
stupid.
to copy and other
It
things
definitely
like,
should
of
not
course,
come
sending
out
any
of the
card from your
ban
deck to the grave
list, but I
can
fucking
so
love
you
that
should come
card.
back.
I
We
love the
have
2014.
So many recurring themes. Evils from Ouroboros is a hand loop, which is soft once per turn.
I love the 2014 event for bringing back the Lavalval Chain. That's loner with the ninja shit was so fucking fun. That was really fun to reuse it. I also play 5 Rainbow. Yeah.
So you can recycle it, which is something that Ryzeal was doing. They summoned it, ripped the card out of their opponent's hand, and then they summoned it back with Eclipse Twins. And so it potentially even 3 times with Ryzeal plugin. So that is that. Hand looping, never come back. This card is Macrocosmos, so please never come back. It's literally all Floodgate. Access to the main deck, so useful for bridging, so stay banned. Access to the main deck, so stay banned. I mean, this card, here's the thing, some of these cards could probably come back and it wouldn't matter that much, but they all have incredibly dangerous design, because like summoning any level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast, it just screams to be broken at some point, right? Like, yeah, it's probably something that they could bring back, but honestly, who cares? I don't. I mean, I don't care about an Invoker. Like, if they bring it back, I'm not going to use it. Turn skip. 3 level 4 monsters, detach a material, then declare monster spell or trap. Your opponent cannot activate these cards until the end of the next turn. So busted, never come back.
Elaborate on that one.
Tomahawk is like the equivalent of, I don't know, Link Cross or Gofu or whatever, but out of the extra deck. 2 level 7s, and it makes 5 tokens, which, once again, is just a card that was printed before Link Monsters existed. So in 2015 or 2014, this card was actually bad. Like, this was a common, and no one cared about it, because, like, what was the point of it before Link Monsters? You would get tokens that would completely fill your board. You had no way to do anything with them. They would be destroyed during the end phase of the turn. You can do no battle damage, but you simply, you can't exceed with the tokens. You can in theory synchro with them, but because they fill up your entire board, like, you're not gonna have room. It was just not a good card until
I forgot what happened in the manga.
So
that made this like that made someone want to summon.
Gamba. Turn skip or continuous floodgate even. So yeah. Dude, there's so much toxic stuff that they've made over the years. Here's Diablos is the Mind Hacker. At least this one's worth talking about because it's not just another turn skip. This one's a little different. Detach a material. Look at your opponent's extra deck. Banish a monster from it face down, which is pretty toxic. And I mean, it didn't really see play until Kashtira came out because this card was printed in 2017 and it was never worth it. This card on its own,
prize card too.
This card on its own actually isn't.
But it got reprinted later.
Because yes, I guess there's a difference between toxic and actually good, which is, by the way, also the same thing with some of the combo decks that we've talked about earlier. Like, just because a card isn't good doesn't mean it's not toxic or should be in the game. Because Diablos is the Mind Hacker. Like, when this card wins you the game, it feels really bad for the opponent. It's like, and it's, of course, with Cool Tune releasing recently also having extra deck clips, there's 2 differences. The first difference is that Clip is a random banish, which is not nearly as strong. And Cool Tune Crackle is only a temporary banish, so they will get those cards back. So the way that Cool Tune rips the extra deck is very different than what this card does. So, yeah, it was a really, really toxic card if it was paired in Kashtira. Because, of course, with Kashtira, you would have Kashtira Unicorn as well, so you could take multiple cards out of their extra deck. And it would also matter for the zone lock, because the zone lock was only possible if you could banish cards from your opponent, and this would give you a way to do that as early as turn 1. So, yeah. I think this card, like, I don't want it to come back, but now that Kashtira isn't really a thing anymore, it probably could without being played, but it still remains a toxic card, so I don't care for it. Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon. Sends any 3 dragons from your deck to the graveyard.
For cost.
I guess this card is terrible against Malice, because I just realized it says your opponent banishes 3 monsters from their deck. It does send for cost as well, which is crazy. Yeah. No, this card can never come back. Absolutely never. Because it's really easy to summon, because essentially it says 3 level 9 monsters, but any Galaxy Eyes Exceeds monster is basically like any rank 8. Like, as long as you can make a rank 8, you can make a Galaxy Eyes, right? So it's just like 2 level. This is essentially 2 level 8 monsters. To send 3 dragons from your deck to the grave. That's completely insane. Okay. Turn skip. Turn skip. This card even worse as a turn skip, honestly, because this card, so this card is just a turn skip, so we don't have to talk about it. As a thought, had 2 uses to it. So this card says after this card was exceed summoned, your opponent cannot activate monster effects for the rest of that turn. The most broken thing about this is that as a thought doesn't activate. So even if you have Imperm in hand, you cannot stop it. Even if you have Valor in hand, you cannot negate this because it immediately applies if it's summoned. Why
are the opponents banishing monster? I have no idea.
So there was ways to exceed summon it on your
opponent's
turn.
It's a Zexal manga card.
Summon it on your opponent's turn to turn skip basically. But even the more
so I'm not sure why he needed it.
The more powerful use of the card was to summon it on your turn 1 to stop your opponent from hand trapping for the rest of the turn, and then you would just FTK them. Which is basically like a more broken K9 Ripper, but pretty close to what K9 Ripper does basically. I mean, the thing is like K9 Ripper doesn't facilitate FTKing as much because they could have multiple hand traps, but it's like even if your opponent has like, multiple hand traps, you just summon
3 level 5s.
Completely insane card.
Oh, I guess I suppose you're just gonna.
What's up with Exceeds? Why are like all the Link monsters, or like 90% of the Link monsters tutor out something else, and that's why they're broken? 90% of the Exceeds are just turn skips. What the hell is up with that? Yeah, True King of all calamities skips your opponent's turn. Oh, this was not a turn skip. This one was part of a hand loop, so that's better, I guess. Wind Up Carriers and Mighty is a card that facilitates wind up combos.
Yeah,
but was especially
bans
because it was once per turn,
and
so it would tutor out something like Wind Up Hunter, and then you would keep
Wind Up Hunter
or hand looping up to 3 cards or 4 cards. I think in the OCG they went the other way about it. They banned Wind Up Hunter, but then Mighty is legal, which is honestly also fine. Like this card itself, it's a powerful card, but Wind Up isn't that good. So maybe they could do it the other way around.
These don't get real love. I feel like they do.
Doesn't see any play. I don't even know if Wind Up at the end of the day is combo slop. As much as I loved Wind Up back in the day, I don't really care for it now. And if they brought this card back, it probably still would just be like.
I feel like they're still like
these days, so
kind of easy to summon. They're gifted like alternate summoning conditions nowadays.
It's probably the one Zodiac that can never come back.
Yeah, right.
Because it just has way too many generic applications.
Literally the best rank 4 ever.
Once per turn, detach an Exceed material and add a Beast Warrior from your deck to your hand, which is completely broken. And it's also worth noting that this is one of the most broken Zodiacs because it just needs 2 level 4 monsters. Of course, once per turn you can cheat them out by summoning other Zodiacs over another Zodiac, but
they had no problem buffing rank 4s.
where you can just do 2 level 4s to search any Beast Warrior. And
I will say other ranks could probably use more love.
And Infernal Flame Banshee and stuff like that, which personally I think, like Gallant Granite, like those cards are just problematic. And this one is even better because it's soft once per turn, it's loopable, and it can be made with 1 body if you're actually playing Zodiacs. So it's a shame because this card, like if it just searched Zodiacs, it would probably be completely fine, and it would be a pretty significant buff to Zodiac. Like Zodiac could be a strategy if this card could exist, but yeah. What deck would play this? Lunalight at the very minimum would absolutely play this card. It's the first thing off the top of my head. This card would be very good in Lunalight.
Rank 13 level win? True.
You can do. This can bridge into Radiant. There's infinite possibility. Yes, this any Zodiac monster is now Radiant Typhoon combo. Any 2 level 4 monsters are now Radiant Typhoon combo. Tri-Brigade is going to play this card if it's legal. There's so many, even without thinking about it for more than a minute, there's a ton of things you can come up with this card. Like, yeah. And it even, on top of that, if you play more Zodiac monsters, it even turns back into multiple bodies, right? Like, you can play Chakanine, so it becomes 2 bodies. You can make Trident on top, so it's also a pop. Like, this card cannot come back. It's completely broken. Okay, and that's the extra deck. Probably, extra deck is the most broken portion of the ban list. The extra deck cards in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Are by far the strongest asset of decks because they are accessible in every single game. So out of the cards that have been banned in the extra deck, honestly, very, very little can come back or should come back, in my opinion. Almost nothing here should come back, in my opinion. Like, I think the extra deck is the most broken thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! And so, like, I think if anything, they should be more aggressive with their bans in the extra deck. Yes, there are some spell cards that are super toxic and super broken, but the fact that those cards are in your main deck and not accessible at all times, I think the extra deck is the bigger problem. Okay, spell cards. Butterfly, Dagger, Elma. This card should come back. Look. This card is part of an infinite loop, I believe, with Gearfried. I don't even know its full name, but the Gearfried the Iron Knight, I think, which is a monster card from way back in the day, which says if it's equipped with an equip card, you destroy that equip card. It just basically, it can be equipped, but the equip card dies. So Elma, if it's destroyed, you add it back to your hand, which if you combine that with Gearfried, it gives you infinite spell activations, because you can keep activating, it gets destroyed, you get it back, so on and so forth, right? You just equip it over and over, and you have infinite spell activations, which gives you, I don't know, if you have Royal Magical Library, you can draw your entire deck. If you have another card that says when a card is destroyed or whatever, you can do damage or whatever, that's an FTK. Quite frankly, once again, we are talking the most gimmicky of gimmicks. We're talking the most niche FTK out there, probably. If you are looking to FTK, there are literally, instead of trying to find random multiple card loops that are terrible cards from 2003, you can just activate the Gimmick Puppet Field spell. So, I honestly, with the knowledge that they eventually decided to make the Gimmick Puppet a deck, it just blows my mind that cards like this are still on the ban list. Like, who the hell cares that such a gimmicky thing would exist in the game? Like, genuinely no one would play it, and it would not be good. Yeah.
Because I don't know, like,
the only argument for this is, like, eventually, because the ban list is pretty large at this point, right? Like, there's a couple of cards on it where, like, I understand why they're banned in theory, but, like,
but like, why are you equipping it to someone in the first place?
Yeah, you're right. If this card comes off the ban list, no one plays it, so there's
like, I guess like the driving force for why that combo is really good.
It's easier for people to understand, or for people who start playing the game.
Generating spell counters. But I don't know, what are you generating?
It doesn't really matter that much. Like, if they bring this card back, it's not going to see play, right? All right, card of Safe Return. Card of Safe Return is a card that lets you draw a card every time you summon a monster from the graveyard.
I don't know.
This card is completely unsearchable and relies on other cards to work. Unironically, I don't know if this card would be that good. It was good back in the day. In some decks that would draw like a couple cards off of it consistently. Nowadays, there are some decks where you would consider playing this card, but unironically,
I guess if you're talking about spell counters, yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, but it's a 1-0 card of Safe Return, and like here's the thing, right? If I activate Imseti and I don't get ashed on it or whatever, or I don't get rolled, does it matter if I have card of Safe Return? Like these decks are already winning the game. Like you're all mentioning decks that yes, there's decks that can use this card, but like do you think put yourself in the position of like you play Horus Yummy or whatever right now, or whatever the Horus decks are. Would you put this card into your deck that basically says, if you are winning, you win even more? I don't think you would. I genuinely don't think you would. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if people would actually play this card. But here's the other thing. I'm not really trying to find out. Because, like,
I'll be honest.
The card is not searchable.
The payoff is kind of huge, though.
And I don't think it would be that great. I genuinely don't think it would be
that
great.
Is it not that
but
easy
I also don't think it's
like
worth it to bring it back. It's funny because this card is so different from
I feel like
Elma, but I think they fall into the same category of they probably wouldn't see play, but is it worth it to try and find
out?
I don't know.
Even drawing like 4 cards is strong. Like, I think that like goes above and beyond 2 Chimera equals Exodia. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of like a Link Climb that could like generate that pretty easily. I don't know. It is a lot of draws. I don't know. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like this.
Josh is indifferent to drawing cards. No, it's like, it's not that. It's just that, like, I feel like a lot of these cards, especially with the spell cards, we're going to have a couple of these. The way the game has changed nowadays is so different from when these cards were good that, like, even though their effects are still incredibly powerful, they simply don't, they haven't aged very well. Like, Card of Safe Return is a perfect example for this because nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks are so optimized for two things, right? Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks are so optimized for engine/starters and extenders, and non-engine to stop your opponent from playing the game or from beating you, right? Decks are so optimized to try and maximize the number of starters, extenders, and interruptions for your opponent or board breakers, right? And any card that is none of those categories, like, is just inherently viewed as not very good, and that's Card of Safe Return is that category, right? It's not a starter, it's not an extender, it doesn't interrupt your opponent, you're not winning a single game going second because of Card of Safe Return, and going first, if you can already play the game, you're already favored to win, so why play the card? You know, and this applies to a lot of these other cards. So yeah. It misses timing? It can miss timing. Yeah, it says when you can. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Cold Wave. This card can only be activated at the start of main phase 1. Until your next turn, you and your opponent cannot play or set any spell or traps. This card should never come back because you can just activate it at the start of your main phase 1 when you're going first, and then your opponent, if they, let's say they're playing a deck with a lot of spells and you're not, like Mermail or even Vanquish Solar K9 or whatever, you just activate Cold Wave because you don't care and you're
going to tell you why I should put this card into my Yummy deck.
Cold Wave.
Yeah.
Alright, and here is, let's do all of these together. Where's the other one? We have Confiscation, Delinquent Duo. Where's the Forceful Sentry? There, down here. Forceful Sentry. Yeah. These are some super old school cards, and if you've played some of the older formats, you'll be familiar with these. These are all hand rips on normal spell cards. Pay 1,000 life, look at your opponent's hand, select a card, and discard it. Forceful Sentry, look at your opponent's hand, select a card, and return it to the deck. Delinquent Duo, pay 1,000 life, your opponent discards a random card, and then they choose one more to discard. Funnily enough, I think Delinquent Duo out of those three is the worst, because it's random discards. Well, it's one random discard, and then your opponent gets to choose one. So I think Delinquent Duo, because you get no hand knowledge, and because it's a random discard, I think it's the worst one. It should still never come back.
I'm gonna be honest though, like it is in a way still like hand ripping like hand traps, because okay, like if you open, and this is just like one example out of many different, you know, potential combinations, but if you open like 2 starters, 2 hand traps, right, and they Delinquent Duo, and then, you know, like you'll get the random discard and you choose, it's not like you going second you can give up those hand traps because you still kind of want them to stop your opponent. Like it's not like you can give up like, I don't know, I think it puts you in a weird position. It's win more for sure, because if your opponent can like hand rip you then play still, then hey, it's Darkwing Duck. I see Darkwing Duck on the bottom left. I just want back only one card, Last Will. And it's like the Nif eyebrow raise. I don't know. Okay, my example is very, very, very basic though. I don't know. Hitting 2 cards is a lot though. That said, you don't gain hand knowledge compared to the other ones, which is probably just as valuable. I don't know. They just seem really stupid to bring back. I feel like, okay, yeah, you could say Delinquent Duo is the weakest out of all of them because you don't gain the hand knowledge, but it is like at the end of the day, you are reducing your opponent's hand size to 3. You know, RB hand rip, but Funny Bro can't do it to Lobby Golem. Yeah.
Like, I'm not even sure if people would main deck these cards because of how bad they could be going second. Some people probably still would, but these cards would be absolutely one of the most toxic things you could side deck into your deck for going first. Like, imagine Forceful Sentry post side when a combo deck goes first. The first thing they do is look at your hand and shuffle the card away. I mean, that's even more broken than Talents going first, which we've already talked about plenty. Why that card's problematic when you go first. So these 2 in particular, Confiscation and Forceful Sentry, they let you look at your opponent's hand and get rid of a card. Probably, unless the game fundamentally changes, like these can never come back. These can never come back. Delinquent Duo is not as broken, but it still is very toxic. So, but the thing is, like, the thing that makes me think Delinquent Duo is not that problematic is because card advantage isn't that good anymore. But like, still starting the game with 3 cards is very bad. Okay.
I think like if, you know, we do say like you need all 6 cards to go second, you know, and we do like try to optimize our decks to make sure every card is, most cards in our hand are live. You know, we do complain about like, if I open, you know, 2 of a card going second, it's probably not enough to win, you know? So like, it feels like it is, you know, when he says like, when he notes that going with second with a 3-card hand is bad, I think that also feeds into that, because you go, you know, like you also like, you know, that same deck building thing you have to balance about like bricks and stuff with bricks and stuff like that. It could also like, you know, amplify. I don't know, losing 2 cards is not trivial. It's very, very, very what's it called? It's very. I don't know.
Dimension Fusion. Dimension Fusion is unbannable. This card says pay 2,000 each player.
Yeah, I mean, you could just also set up a negate too.
That's the thing, right? A lot of these old cards are not
if
part
you
of
set
the
up
As a result, these cards would all just be
couple
like random one-ofs in random
maybe
decks.
two
And you
interactions
would always
or
ask yourself the
something
question,
like
do I want to play a random
It's
card?
hard
that
to
would be
break
in my
that
deck,
with
but
a
is the
4-card
starter or
hand.
non-engine or whatever, right? Like, yeah, you can play this card in Malice because Malice deck vanishes. Would you play this card in Malice? No, you would not. No one in their right mind would put this card in a Malice deck because it's not a starter, it's not a reliable extender, and at the point where you've banished a bunch of your cards, you've probably already won the game. And just in general, I think for the decks that would play it, it's probably nothing but an extender that is situational.
Like I don't think you can hand trap realistically with duo and equation. Because if you end up, if your 3-card hand has hand traps, you're gonna have even less cards in hand before you start your next turn. It's like not that. Yeah, I don't know. I think that card is fucked. Can you send this with Verte? I think you can. I think Verte just says any fusion monster or fusion card. But let me read it. Let me read it. Send 1 fusion or polymerization normal or quick play spell from your deck to your graveyard. That is indeed a fusion normal spell. This effect becomes that spell's effect when that card is activated. So yeah, you're just paying. You don't have to pay 2,000, but yeah, you can. Joshua Schmidt, understand. Have a great day. I can understand him. Apologies if you cannot. This is a 3-hour video. He needs to be sped up.
So I think it would be fine. This card is searchable.
How?
I guess maybe because it says fusion. Or is there a card that searches dimension cards? Yeah, okay. Maybe okay, but is there a deck that can search it and actually abuse it? Because there's a lot of cards that are searchable and they don't do shit. Does Verte use it? Yeah, you could Verte for it. You could Verte for it if you have a bunch of banished cards. Quite frankly, I don't think those uses are problematic. I don't think that's a problem, to be honest with you. I think this card would be fine. I wouldn't mind it. Alright, let's talk about Giant Trunade and Heavy Storm together. I, personally, am not a fan of these cards. I'm also not a fan of Harpy's Feather Duster, to be honest with you. I think these cards are... The way the game is at the moment. These cards are fine. I think both of these could come back no problem. I think the whole, Giant Trunade can loop face-up cards in your spell trap zone back to your hand. I think that's bullshit. I think that doesn't matter. Because, once again, we're talking about an unsearchable spell card. You're not going to freaking build a deck around it. So I think Giant Trunade is fine. Heavy Storm is fine. Power level-wise, they're fine. I just don't like the design behind these cards, personally. I think having these cards in the game... I mean, you guys know I'm a fan of trap decks, as long as they're not with, floodgates or negates. So
they're
I
all
really
summoned at the same time, so you still are technically special summoning
maybe it's just me
once.
personally, I don't want them back. But power level-wise, I can't really argue. They're probably fine. This, on the other hand, is probably one of the simplest yet most broken cards on the ban list. This card can never, ever come back to the game. This card is better than Pot of Greed in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! By far. I guess we can talk about Pot of Greed next because it kind of makes sense to talk about these two together. So Pot of Greed is an interesting thing because I remember there was a time and a place where there was an argument made by some pro players that Pot of Greed should come back. I was not one of those players, but there's been people who said Pot of Greed should come back. And their argument was that Pot of Greed increases the number of cards and Yu-Gi-Oh! Gets better the more cards are involved. The more options players have, and the more engine versus engine you play, the better the game gets, which I can get behind. However, I don't think Pot of Greed accomplishes this for 2 reasons. First of all, that would imply that both players have access to Pot of Greed, which is not usually the case. It would introduce a lot of variance into one has it, the other one doesn't have it. But my bigger issue with Pot of Greed in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that, in my opinion, Pot of Greed benefits the player going first way more than the player going second. Because, you go first, you start with 6 cards, and your opponent only has 5. You're the one who's trying to combo. Who do you think that benefits, right? You're the one going first. You draw starters, you draw extenders, or you draw non-engine to back up your combo, right? Ash or Impulse or whatever. You're going first, you're going to have all the benefits from this card. Whereas the player going second is already behind. If they have Pot of Greed, it would be completely fine, right? If the player going...
Searchable rock type, nice.
If the player going second has Pot of Greed, it'd be fine. Ironically, I would be a fan... Here's the thing that I thought about. Hypothetical scenario. They make a card that is a normal spell and that says, if your opponent controls more cards than you do, draw 2 cards. And then make it hard once per turn. That would be a super simple card design, but in my opinion, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. If only the player going second could use that, it's kind of the idea of the Moltramis, but it doesn't really punish your opponent for extending more. It's just if you're going second,
this was made before Pot of Procrastination or Pot of Sloth.
I think that would be something
that was recently revealed.
I would appreciate if they made. Right? Not every Yu-Gi-Oh card needs to have 5 different effects to be interesting. I think something simple like that would be cool. But no, as it is right now, Pot of Greed, I would not bring it back because the player going first benefits too much from it. And Graceful Charity, we don't even have to talk about that card's completely insane. Yeah. Kaiser Coliseum is a floodgate, because it limits the opponent to the same amount of monsters that you have. Admittedly, it's a worse floodgate than some of the cards that are even legal, which is funny to me in some ways because, This card, in
Well,
my
I mean,
opinion, is
if
so much
people
worse
summon
than
like
the other be the only one. Rivalry of Warlords, Rules and Match, Anti-Spell, like, it's I wouldn't bring this card back, don't get me wrong, but I just don't really understand how they reached the conclusion that this card needed to be banned and the other ones didn't. So I don't want this card back, but it's just weird to me that, like, because this is definitely worse than those other cards, 100%. Last Will, tutors out any monster.
That Kaiser Coliseum is also was banned a long time ago in TCG. I think Master Duel found a decent reason to ban that. Yeah, there's a striker deck. I fucking hate. There's a striker deck that played it. I was like, oh my god, they top decked it and I couldn't win. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think it's tournament procedures that ban Kaiser Coliseum because it has a lot of weird rulings. You can never Nibiru, by the way, under Kaiser Coliseum, because once you tribute a monster, they would control no monsters or whatever, and you couldn't summon a Nibiru like on their field because they control no monsters, and you're trying to change their number of monsters or something like that. Oh no, I forgot what the reason was. But yeah, but if the monster in question could not be tributed or something, and you tribute your own monster, you could summon it. It's fucking weird. Yeah, Last Will. Yeah, it's your goat, Last Will. This card was also, I think, banned because of rulings. I think like it could trigger a damage step or whatever. It basically could trigger at any point. It's fucking weird. Yeah. Until it gets errated or updated with PST, I don't think this is coming back. I think it works very, very unintuitively. And there was a lot of ruling disputes, and I guess like I mean, it's broken as fuck already, but I think ruling disputes. I don't think anyone knew how this card worked back then.
From your deck, it's really weirdly worded, but well, nowadays the changed version has a fine wording because it just summons on time of activation. Back then it worked differently, but I mean, tutoring out any monster with 15 or less attack from your deck would be way too strong. It's less broken on a spell card than it is on a extra deck monster, but yeah. Bro, what are these gift subs right now? What are you doing? Where was I? Okay, Mass Driver. Mass Driver is essentially just an FTK tool because there's ways to tribute 20 monsters with it. You win the game, which is something that historically Ronin Toten was able to do that in like Frog FTK. There's other ways of doing it. Yeah, so yeah. Good riddance. Doesn't really provide any value to the game. It's funny to me that like this card is banned, but the Cannon Soldiers aren't, because the Cannon Soldiers are more accessible than this card, right? Like it's literally harder to search Mass Driver than it is to search Cannon Soldier, which is weird. It's just one of those weird things about the TCG ban list where like this card is banned, but Cannon Soldier isn't. Like you could argue like if you're afraid of FTKs, then the other ones should also be gone, but whatever.
Master Duel has the ban.
Oh, we have an interesting one. Metamorphosis. This card tributes a monster and then summons out a fusion from your extra deck with the same level. So cheating out a fusion monster from your extra deck is obviously really powerful, and there's a lot of really, really, really broken targets for this card. However, it falls into this exact same category of cards that we've talked about earlier, where really, really, really broken targets for this card. Extra deck with the same level. So cheating out a fusion monster from your extra deck is obviously really powerful, and there's a lot of really, really, really broken targets for this card.
The duality of ban. It's ass. It's fine. Nice.
However, it falls into this exact same category of cards that we've talked about earlier, where it's not really engine and it's not really non-engine, which makes it a pretty mediocre card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And this card actually did come back in the OCG, and is only being played very, very rarely. There's one deck that plays it sometimes. Was it Fairy Tail? There was like some deck where like I think you tribute a level 4 to summon like the Fairy Tail fusion monster, which is also level 4. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I think this card would be fine. I don't think people would actually use it to summon stuff like Exterio. I think people would use it to summon like let's say you're playing, I don't know, yeah, like a deck with the Fairy Tail monster, right? And you just bring out the level 4 fusion with any of your starters after you get interrupted or whatever. I think that's fine. So I wouldn't be opposed to bringing back Metamorphosis. The new Clayman? Yeah, they might use it for the new Clayman. That's fine. Mirage of Nightmare. Once per turn during your standby phase, more cards in your hand. If you do once during your next standby phase after that,
tribute a Fenrir if you really wanted to.
This card was banned, I don't know exactly, around like maybe 2004, 2005, because hear me out. In Ankh Yu-Gi-Oh, it was considered very powerful that you could activate Mirage of Nightmare, draw a couple of cards with it, and then you would use Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy your own Mirage of Nightmare to not have to discard the cards that you drew in the next standby phase. This is a use case that is completely ass in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. The card is not completely unplayable, but I would think it's way too slow to have any impact. this reads draw for hand traps. This is the main thing that people always say with Mirage of Nightmares. Like, oh, you just go first, you play a bunch of hand traps in your deck, you activate Mirage, you pass, and then you draw cards. Okay, sure, maybe that's a good way to use the card. However, I think in most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, that would still be much worse than just playing more starters, combo enablers, or whatever. Also, you are not always going to draw that many hand traps, because if let's say you're playing a deck with a lot of hand traps, you cannot get down to 1 or 0 cards because you play a lot of hand traps. So in a deck that would try to consistently draw hand traps with Mirage of Nightmare, you'd have to play a lot of hand traps. But then, how do you get your hand size down if you're opening like Ash Veiler, whatever, right? It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense. The card is awful going second.
My
and
body
the for going first are also mediocre at best. I think this card would not see play. Even in Genesis, I played this card in Genesis Radiant Typhoon, which is the Mystical Space Typhoon deck. In that deck, it was only okay. Wouldn't this make Odeon better? No, Odeon would not touch this card. Not one bit.
Beautiful butterfly.
I think this card is not good in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It would only see play in
when
very
you
niche
learn
decks.
how to
Yeah,
speak at
really
Mach
play this
10,
card.
I'm
Maybe.
good.
I
I don't need to.
Oh, Mystic Mine. Mystic Mine. I guess just to spice things up a little bit and not just say Floodgate.
I think this card became problematic once combo decks figured out. I think the Mystic Mine like stall decks were ass. Those cards sucked. Sorry, those decks sucked. But when combo decks use this as like a going second card to like stun your opponent or whatever, or try to fish for a combo, you know, like another win condition. That's when I feel like this card got like crazy. I was also around the same time people were discovering this. I also discovered that this card could be used for like outside. Stake your soul, your nose is mine. Mystic Mine versus Radiant Typhoon, RIP. Yeah, I feel like this card is a little bit overrated. Like whenever people talk about this card, they think of the Mystic Mine stall bullshit. Like I mean, like the actual dedicated Mystic Mine deck. I think those decks sucked. So that's what I consider like overrating. It's fine that it's banned. I'm not sure it's like it's either becomes a board breaker or really annoying. The gameplay loop of just passing and drawing. As far as like preparing for it, I don't think it was that hard. Like I said, those decks that try to stall with Mystic Mine sucked ass. Like, yeah, all right, whatever.
And move on to the next one. I actually want to give a little hot take here. And I want to preface this by saying that I don't necessarily want Mystic Mine back. However, I do think it is ironic. From my perspective, it's ironic because I think Mystic Mine, while being a floodgate, is a better designed floodgate than cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance or Goes and Match or There Can Be Only One or Dimensional Fissure or Macrocosmos. All of those cards that I just mentioned are all legal in the TCG. And I think that's ironic because the reason why I think Mystic Mine is healthier than those cards is because Mystic Mine helps the player going second. And the other cards are all going first, activate card, win game. And I think that is so much less interesting than what Mystic Mine was back then, right? Like I actually, and once again, I don't want Mystic Mine back. I really don't. I don't think this type of thing should be necessary to win a game going second. But I did think like it felt better in a format, like playing in a format with Mystic Mine felt more fun with without like than playing in a format like Rivalry or whatever, or Skill Drain or whatever. Mystic Mine is fine, Mystic Mine decks aren't. I mean, yeah, the Mystic Mine deck itself was definitely not a fun deck. I think Mystic Mine as like a non-engine card in other decks was okay. I didn't really mind it that much. Mystic Mine Burn, of course, different story. But like once again, this is not really an argument I'm trying to make because just because those other floodgates are legal, I don't think Mystic Mine should come back. It's just I just wanted to emphasize on I think those other cards should be banned because if Mystic Mine is banned, those other cards that are more toxic, then it should definitely also go. But I mean, it's crazy to me. Sometimes I just have this moment where I think about like how many floodgates we've gotten rid of, like how many of these cards have we now talked about, and it was just like, yeah, this is a turnscape, this is a floodgate, so obviously deserves to be banned. And then you still think about how many floodgates are still legal, and it just blows my mind. But yeah, okay, moving on.
If I do the math,
Snake Eye is a card that some people want.
No, it's just
as a certified Snake Eye hater, I don't want it back. But I think it would be unfair to say that it would never come back.
I think that would.
That's true. I don't like Snake Eye. But this card, now, they've gotten rid of a bunch of the generic extra decks.
So I think your opponent would need 3 monsters.
They probably could bring it back. It would. Here's the problem. Here's my problem with it, and it's not actually original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye's fault, right? But here's the thing that would happen if they would bring back original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye right now. It would just open up another dimension of Dia Bellstar slop, right? Like there would just be all kinds of decks that could play Dia Bellstar, OSS, but also Dragoon with Dark Magician of Destruction, and I just don't want that. The thing is, like, that's not really OSS's fault. That's more like a Dark Magician of Destruction and Dragoon problem, which I've ranted about in the past, and I'm not happy about it. But like, people are already doing this, right? That's the thing, right? People are already doing Dia Bellstar, set Deception, make Dragoon, also have Deception for Azamina. Like, that's already a broken thing that people are doing. With original Sinful Spoils, it's just that more people would be doing it in other decks. Like, you could use Dia Bellstar as a starter in Rescue Ace again. You could use Dia Bellstar as a starter in Fire King again. Would that really be that problematic? Not really. That thing itself is fine. But there's just other implications that I'm not happy with, like Snake Eyes being a deck again, or Dark Magician of Destruction. So, personally, I would prefer if the card stayed banned from my perspective. But it's not as problematic as other cards. Okay. Paint. Okay. Select 5 cards from your deck, show them to your opponent. Your opponent selects one and hit you. Okay, Foolish
Bruh.
Burial for 4 that gives you a card in your hand cannot come back. All right, that card cannot come back. Premature Burial probably could.
I think this card
Premature
came
Burial
back
probably could
in
come back. I think.
OCG.
Pay 800, bring a monster back from your grave. The reason why this card is considered better than Monster Reborn, by the way, by some people, is because this card says when this card is destroyed, destroy the equipped monster. It specifically doesn't say when this card leaves the field, so the monster will stay if this card is returned to your hand, which has some potential implications, but really,
Yeah,
is
there's some
anyone gonna use that in
Dueler
modern Yu-Gi-Oh? It's probably
but
possible that people
Dueler
probably
got
wouldn't.
errated.
Like, it's probably just
So
not as
doesn't
good
matter
as
anymore.
Monster Reborn, period, and Monster Reborn already sees no play. The fact that it is an equipped spell has some interesting applications, but I specifically say interesting applications because I don't think those are problematic. Like, yeah, let Doom Z search it, who cares? That's not problematic, right? Like, if Doom Z can search Premature Burial, fine, let them, who cares? I don't think that's a problem. Maybe Mikanko can search it, but dude, realistically, all of those archetypes, here's the thing, all of those archetypes that can search equipped spells already have powerful equipped spells.
Oh
It's not
no,
like
it's still
a big deal
banned
that
in
they have Premature
OCG.
Burial.
I'm
I
just
don't think-
thinking of
I personally-
Genesis. Yeah,
I'm not sad that they never bring this card back. I don't care
has
for
it very
but I
low
also don't think it
pointed.
would be a problem. Infernoble wants this instead of Living Fossil, sure, but would it matter? Not really. I don't think. Speaking of problematic equipped spells, here's Smoke Rain of the Thief. When this card is destroyed by a card effect, look at your opponent's hand and discard a card from their hand. Yeah, this one.
If I
this
use
one
Shield Spell as
can
Fighter
stay banned,
unaffected,
all right? If someone tutors out a Premature Burial and revives a monster from their graveyard, sure, I can get behind that.
it should
But
not be
tutoring out an equipped spell that
unaffected.
looks at your opponent's hand, and especially in the context of Doom Z as well, because Doom Z can tutor equipped spells and destroy them. No, thank you. We don't want hand loops. So
It's-
Smoke Rain of the Thief, never, never.
Sang and Summoning
And
only
last but not least,
protects
Soul
from
Charge.
activated effects, which Mystic Mind does not.
In the
I love this card, Soul Charge. This is like
comparison to some of the other banned spell cards.
cheesy
I think Soul Charge,
card.
and this is going to sound crazy even for myself. I think Soul Charge is one of the more tame ones. It feels crazy to even say this, but I'm not sure how many decks would play Soul Charge.
Yeah, this card's kind of
Because once again,
crazy,
the same
though.
principle applies of what we've talked about earlier. Not a starter,
Eat
not a
Cubsy
ward
Yummy
breaker,
or
not a
eat
hand trap.
Nodoshi Princess, but both are
Barely
expired,
an
bro. I
extender,
don't
but, like,
think I
very
want to eat
conditional, not
any
always an
expired
extender.
food.
So
That's
I'm not
crazy.
sure, dude. I'm not sure. It feels crazy to say because I know I was there. I was there when this card
Okay,
was
Cubsy
broken,
Yummy.
and when it
I'll
was
eat
basically
Cubsy
winning
Yummy.
games left and right if you had Soul
Expired
Charge.
is fucking
But like,
crazy.
I don't know if it would be a problem these days. It's hard for me to say. Yeah, it feels weird to say, but I don't think Soul Charge would be the most outrageous thing to bring back eventually.
To be honest, like people like, oh, you can thrust for this. I think that's kind of fake, but it is kind of an absurdly powerful card.
I feel like it'd be played as a sort of board breaker and be actually cool. I mean, yeah, like imagine a world when you just like play into a deck that has a lot of removal and you just like throw your engine at it and then eventually activate Soul Charge to bring your stuff back, but then you don't have a battle phase. That could be okay, but is that a toxic interaction in that case? Not really. I think this card might be fine, dude. Are we at a point where Soul Charge is fine? That's crazy. Maybe it's fine. All right, and now trap cards, the really fun ones. Let me take a quick glance here.
It skips your battle phase though.
Okay,
That's
there's
like
only one.
you
there's
have
only
to
one
build
cards
a
that can come
board
back.
to
Okay,
answer their board
point
without
out the
going to
notice.
battle
Look at
phase,
your
which is
opponent's hand and
kind
take this card
of
away. We talked
like
about like cards like this,
significant.
and this is not healthy, so stay banned.
Yeah, Kanka battle
Explosion
phase
is very funny to me because this card is banned because it gives a card to
Yeah,
your
it
opponent.
really
We
that
talked about
really
previously, we
does
talked about, like,
matter,
Mimic Puppet Nightmare and such.
but it is
the funny
still
thing about
absurdly
Branded Explosion is that they
powerful.
have Branded has a
I wouldn't
parallel
call
to
it balanced
which is
at
Albion
all.
the Sanctifier Dragon, which is not
But
main
yeah,
deck break. It's
if
just
you're
a
gonna
card in your
treat it
edge
as a
deck that
board
does this,
breaker,
and they
it
left it alive,
better.
and
I
this is
don't
bad,
know,
which
like
is stupid. It doesn't make sense.
you better set up a good
So
board.
yeah, I have no idea. This one allowed one card combos though. That doesn't matter to me. Branded is a deck full of engine. They never have one card combos. It doesn't really make a difference to me. In an ideal world, both of them are banned. Dimensional Barrier.
Branded Expulsion was also like very uninteractable. Like, who cares about one card combos? Like, I can't even bell it if I wanted to. If you just Spanish 2 cards. Like, if you had ball knowledge, you could just beat every hand trap, which is pretty dumb. Illusion Gate is free. Maybe this card come back. I mean, yeah, it could happen. I guess Illusion Gate is kind of similar.
Can never come back. RP's Featherstorm. Turn skip. Can never come back. Imperial Order. Game skip. Can never come back. Last turn. Ruling Nightmare. Absolute Ruling Nightmare. Funnily enough, like this is once again, it's an auto-win FTK card. So like, it probably power level wise, this card could probably come back. So the way this card works is really funny. This card can only be activated during your opponent's turn when you're like
Reverse Maxi, send
select
one
the monster
card
on your
to
side
grave for
of the
every
field and send all
SS.
other cards on the field and in their respective owner's hand to their respective graveyards.
I think
After
there
that,
already
your opponent
is
selects and
one
special summons a
that
monster
does
from their
that.
deck in face-up attack position
Is
and
it
attacks your selected
Degenerate
monster.
Circuit?
Any battle damage is treated as 0. The player whose monster remains alone on the field at the end phase of this turn wins the duel. Any other case results in a draw. You might be able to tell from the wording of this card that it's very problematic. This card is from 2003 and the last printing is from 2005. This card has no PSCT whatsoever. No one
It's
knows
either
how exactly this
Degenerate
card works.
Circuit or Summoning Curse.
It's a Ruling Nightmare, and I think that's the reason it's banned. Unironically,
Never
I
mind,
think
it's
this
not
card just
Degenerate Circuit,
existed.
it's probably
it would be fine,
Summoning Curse.
because once again, no one would jump through all the hoops to actually do this. I think Stevie did this in Genesis format where the card is legal. He entered like a Genesis site
okay,
trying
like,
to make
you
the last
have
turn work,
to-
and
it's a
he
continuous
just created
spell.
there's like a random clip out there that where's like 7 judges trying to figure out how to resolve the last
If
turn
a monster
situation,
special
which
summons,
is
the current
funny,
controller of that
but
monster
competitively speaking,
banishes
I don't
one
think
card
it's
from
very
their
relevant, but I
hand.
think this is one of those cards where they're just better off leaving it banned to avoid
Who were
this sort
this
of thing,
card?
right?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's very funny though. Red Reboot is another card that's legal in Master Duel, and whenever you play a deck that's weak to it and your opponent has it, you basically are not taking part in the game, which is why it's like a turn skip, but only for trap decks, pretty much. Which is something that, once again, people like to use certain toxic strategies as a justification for a card like this. People are like, oh, this card is fine because I hate Odeon. And trust me, if you've watched any of my Master Duel streams, you know this. There's no one in the world who despises the Odeon deck as much as I do, all right? The answer is not Red Reboot. The answer is not Red Reboot. The answer to Odeon is just banning some of the Odeon cards. It's just that simple. The answer to Floodgates is also not Red Reboot. The answer to Floodgates is ban the Floodgates. The answer to combo decks is not Maxi. The answer to combo decks is ban the combo decks. Right? That's just how it works. It doesn't having a random card that you might or might not draw to auto win the game is just not a healthy play pattern. Because the gameplay it provides is like either you have the card and you win and it feels terrible for your opponent, or you don't have the card and you just lose because their deck is allowed to exist in a power level that isn't acceptable, and that feels terrible for you, right? And so it's a 0-something. You're not playing a 2-player game with these cards.
Still waiting on green reboots.
Oh wait, here's another card. Yeah, this card could come back. Return from a different dimension. This card is ass. Literally ass. This card genuinely, like, this is not even like, oh, this could come back and it would be interesting. This card's terrible nowadays. Pay half your life points, special as many banished monsters, and then banish them during the end phase. This card is just bad. Like, we were talking about Dimension Fusion potentially being able to come back. This card is Dimension Fusion, but unsearchable and like slow. This card is genuinely bad. It was banned because of Dragon Rulers, I think. That was the one time this card actually saw play was Dragon Rulers. It got banned during Dragon Rulers and then never came back, which is weird. Trap Trick? Brother. There are approximately 50 million other trap cards that are more powerful to Trap Trick for, or rollback. Like, all the things that you guys are yapping right now are things that apply to every single trap card. Every single trap card can be accessed with Trap Trick or copied with rollback. Why does that mean the card can't come back? What about Malice? You think Malice would play Return from the different dimension? You guys have to be rage baiting right now. There were multiple people in chat who said yes. There's no way. There's no way you guys are. I refuse to believe you guys are serious. There's no shot you guys are serious. That's insane behavior. You guys are trying to rage bait me right now, and I know it, and it's not going to be successful.
Oh, Arc 5 Attack Force?
Royal Oppression says pay 800 life points to negate a special summon, so it wins the game immediately when you flip it. Self-destruct button is another ruling nightmare and also creates draws, which is not something that's want. I don't even know. Is there another card? Is there another card in the game right now that can even create a draw? Because they reworded Ring of Destruction, so it no longer can. Like legal. I mean, I know we've just looked at last turn as banned. Exodia? Right. If both people play Exodia or draw Exodia at the same time, there's a cubic that burns both for 3,000. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, this card could actually see play. What happens? Genuine question. In a match of Yu-Gi-Oh, if it's game 1, what happens if it's a draw? Is it 1-1, or do you restart game 1? 1-1. Okay. I don't think I've ever had it happen. Who decides who starts? It's 0-0. Rules say winner of the match is the first to win. Wait, so it just doesn't matter? It happened to me during a YCS. It's 1-1. Wait, how did it happen to you during a YCS? What happened? Lyrilusk crashed? Oh, is Lyrilusk like both players take the damage? They had one that said that.
You're the most ass loud player. Time to use this card.
I don't know, this happens, it's never happened to me, if I remember correctly. So it's very niche, but this card actually, if it was legal, I think it would actually be, depending on how it's handled in like the rulebook, it could be an interesting card for certain decks. But yeah. They're never gonna bring it back because it's a ruling nightmare. Okay, here's another card that is genuinely not very good. It's super Gamba and very meme, but I think this card, look, hear me out, okay, hear me out. 6th Sense is a card that, when it was printed in 2013, saw people played it in Dragon Ruler, because what this card says, declare 2 numbers from 1 to 6, then your opponent rolls a 6
no way
the result is one of the numbers you declare, you call them cards, otherwise the number of cards from the top of the deck. This card is funny to me because back then there was a huge debate on what you should call with 6th Sense. Like, was it correct to call 5 and 6 or 3 and 4 or whatever? And the reason why this card was played is because the format was a lot slower, so it being a trap card didn't matter that much. And the second thing was like Dragon Rulers. In Dragon Rulers, a lot of the outcomes were okay because like drawing cards was obviously good, but even milling cards was okay because you would get value from that by milling the Dragon Ruler, right? So that was that. Nowadays this card is way too slow. There's like no world in which this card sees play in any regular meta deck. The only deck that would play this card is Paleozo, I think. So gamers, please let me have it. Just let me have it, dude. Can I just have it? No one else cares. It's not even
like,
really that
yeah,
good.
Probably does nothing. But you're probably like.
Can I have it? Can I have 6th Sense? No? Alright. I think this card could come back. Summon Limit. Should stay banned forever. Trap Dust Shoot is another way to look at your opponent's hand and take a card away, so that should stay banned forever. Ultimate Offering is a terrible Yu-Gi-Oh card and could be allowed at 40 copies per deck and no one would play a single copy of it. During your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, pay 500 to normal summon a monster. I have no idea why this card is still banned. It's just a bad card, period. Now, this card was like, I don't even know when, hold up, when was this card banned? Because like, it was it's legal in Edison format, which is already past like Gadget Prime because of gadgets. But how? Gadgets like Gadget. Was it Gadget Exceed? Like when like, oh no, okay, I remember. Yeah, okay. Now the reason this card was banned was because there was one archetype in which this card actually made sense, which was gadgets. Because gadgets are not hard ones per turn. When they're summoned, you can search another gadget. Which was initially something that people would do, but gadgets are all just like small monsters. You just spam a bunch of bodies, no one cares.
I think Madolche Mageline was legal during this time. I think I remember getting Ultimate Offerings. And it just Mageline comboed me, I guess. But this was before they got Hoot Cake and Jelly. So this is like, it's not like the Madolche deck was going crazy. But yeah.
And with like Exceed monsters, all of a sudden, Ultimate Offering plus a gadget would summon like a bunch of rank 4s. Bro, someone said 2012 Ryzeal, that's funny.
Yeah, people, I think, I don't remember getting hit by the gadgets thing, but I was not conscious of the tournament scene around that time. I think I just played Dueling Network. But I don't know, it sounds kind of LARPy. You know, you just like, you go Ultimate Offering, summon every single gadget, make 3 Shockmaster. I think that's what people would talk about. Like, I don't know. I mean, that is kind of crazy. You generate enough bodies for 3 Shockmasters, but I never witnessed it myself.
Basically that, right? This is like freaking 2013 on a map. But I guess that's the only period in time where you could consider Ultimate Offering a problem. But
You're
nowadays,
get banned because
this card is
combo deck
completely unusable.
with the other Trafalgar Gate, bruh.
And then we're I guess we are done because Vanity's Emptiness needs no introduction. Neither player can special summon monsters. Yeah. Okay. And this is what people have been asking for. People always say, like, can this card come back, can that card come back? Now we've talked about every single card that is currently banned. And I will say, most of them could stay banned. There's not that many that could come back. Some of them definitely can. There's a couple cards on here that would change nothing. A couple of them are also just banned because they're a meme, like Victory Dragon or the Self-Destruct button or Last Turn. There's a couple of cards on here that are just in here because they're ruling nightmares. Some cards could come back. Some cards would actually be interesting if they came back, but for the most part, I mean, if there's anything to learn by looking at the Forbidden Limited list in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's that. Floodgates, turn skips, lingering floodgates, hand looping, randomly summon extra deck monsters that summon from the main deck or search from the main deck or send from the deck to the graveyard. Negating hand traps, omni negates. Basically, that sums up like all the cards that are banned and should never come back, right? So yeah, that's that.
Damn. I can't believe we sat through that. Not that it was a bad video or anything, but this was long as fuck. And we were at 2 times speed. Alright, I'm gonna head out. This was fun. It was chill. The LARP video, I'll save that for another time. Yeah, I'll save that for another time. Good night, good night. Maybe we will. I saw the comment attached to it. Maybe we'll get Genmu to weigh in. I don't know if she'll care though. I don't know. It's kind of funny because like the internet is using the word LARP a lot more often. I feel like this year the use of the word LARP is, at least on the terminally online side of the internet, is like way higher. You could say I was LARPing. Yeah. Oh my god. Hey, I was saying LARP before them. Let it be known, I was calling I was using LARP as a derogatory. Genmu to it, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Me too, LARPing YGO. Sag. I do be LARPing. When I'm reacting to shit. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll take a look at this one some other time. I'm a Kirby LARPer. I didn't know any of these fucking songs. Get rid of this, get rid of this. This video is not good. Like, it was, I don't know what I expected. In my head, it was funnier. The title. But all he did was DM everyone one line, 100 people one line, and then they're, you know, like, here's my data-driven results, and it's just like 2 people responded to my XP bar is low, like no prompt or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was ass. Good night, good night. Let me send you guys. Where are you going? Where y'all going? Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Arthur? Wait, Arthur? Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. If Arthur's on, I will, you know what? Arturo. I think it's 2 underscores. I'm fighting for my life. Yes. I got it. They're playing Inazuma 11. I had something to say about the name, but I'm going to keep it to myself. I don't think we need to... I think I've said enough corny shit today. I should probably not stream tomorrow, mostly because on Friday I'll probably be on Genmu stream. And usually those streams go for a long ass time. Probably, you know, long. If things go well, it probably won't take that long, to be honest. He's booked for the weekend. That's the plan, but Genmu did tell me she went to Master 3. Like on her own. She's like, the fuck you mean I'm in Master 3? She like that's the first thing she says to me. I was like, wow, congrats. I don't know what I said exactly, but like something like that. So if you know, I don't mind if she ends up in Master 5 or something like that. We had to start over, because that was my expectation going in on Friday. But if things go well, probably shorter. Yeah, I'm on rank up on M1. Wow? What do you mean, wow? All right, whatever. Bye-bye.